Survival on the deserted island. A passenger ship meets a storm and runs aground, leaving everyone stranded on a deserted island. With sea monsters lurking, trust issues arising, bullying behavior, and the struggle for survival. A dramatic tale unfolds on this island that devours its inhabitants. Chapter 1. Grounding. As evening approached, a passenger liner glided smoothly through the tranquil waters of the Pacific Ocean. At this pace, we should arrive in about 10 hours, right? In the helm room, a middle-aged seaman leisurely puffed on a cigarette. Indeed, if the sea remains this calm, I estimate we will reach our destination in 12 hours, replied a shorter crew member, his gaze wandering between the serene sea and the bikini-clad beauties on deck. Yang Dafu, I feel the sea is too calm. Should we recalibrate the course? At that moment, an incongruous voice interrupted. First Officer Yang Ming turned, his expression one of displeasure as he identified the speaker as the young crew member Chen Taiping, who was holding a telescope. Seeing Chen Taiping, Yang Ming's eyes flickered with disdain. Are you questioning my abilities? Before Chen Taiping could respond, the shorter crew member scoffed. Well, why do you have to question Yang Dafu? You've only just boarded. He has traversed more seas than you've traveled roads. I suspect you've simply overindulged. Yang Dafu, I believe recalibration is necessary. The captain mentioned to recalibrate every 3 hours, and it has already been over 4 since the last one. Chen Taiping argued, undeterred by the shorter crew member's taunts. He had observed the nautical charts and noted that they seemed to have deviated from their course. No sooner had he finished speaking than a loud bang echoed through the helm room. Boom! The ship suddenly began to lurch violently. The 3 men froze momentarily before the alarm bells rang out in the helm room. Reef! Reef! We have run aground! The communicator shouted through the loudspeaker, and chaos ensued aboard the vessel. Passengers lounging on the deck scrambled towards the cabins in a panic. Chen Taiping quickly regained his composure and rushed outside to assess the situation. The sea surface remained eerily calm, yet a chill permeated the air. He gazed out at the deep blue waters, a colossal doubt forming in his mind. According to the navigation charts, this area should be deep ocean. How could there be a reef? Before he could ponder further, a crew member yanked him back into the helm room. Inside, the lookout relayed the situation. A low-pressure cyclone had formed in the eastern Pacific, causing waves to push the vessel off its course. Take note, we've only deviated by a few dozen nautical miles. It's negligible, Yang Ming asserted, standing up to emphasize his point. In truth, he had realized they had strayed from their course over 3 hours prior during the earlier panic. He said this to avoid alarming the captain, who was resting. Then, he shifted his tone. The most critical task now is to assess the damage to the ship. As he spoke, Yang Ming deliberately paused, his squinting eyes scanning the row of assembled crew members. The crew stood in fearful silence, acutely aware that Yang Ming was likely underestimating their deviation. With the newly formed low-pressure storm above, the underwater conditions were even more perilous. This unfamiliar expanse, while deceptively calm, appeared to the seasoned sailors as the gaping maw of a deep-sea demon. Anyone who ventured below might never return. The crew's reactions were exactly as Yang Ming had anticipated. Even he, with his extensive experience, hesitated to descend. A vengeful glint flashed in Yang Ming's eyes as he pointed decisively. Chen Taiping, since you were the one to notice the deviation, you should go down and investigate. Chen Taiping was momentarily taken aback, fully aware of the dangers that awaited him below. Yang Ming smirked coldly. Of course it must be you. I can't trust anyone else with such an important task. You've shown a sense of responsibility, so it's only fitting that you go. Inwardly cursing Yang Ming's vindictiveness, Chen Taiping gritted his teeth, but recognized that he had no option but to comply with his superior's orders. Very well. Reluctantly, Chen Taiping acquiesced. Just as he prepared to don his diving suit, a melodious voice rang out at the helm room entrance. I shall go as well. Everyone turned to see a stunning young woman in a bikini standing before them. In her early 20s, with cascading waves of fiery red hair and exquisitely sculpted features, her model-like physique left the men present swallowing hard. Miss Ren? Yang Ming recognized her instantly, the esteemed young lady of the Ren family, Ren Yuan. What mischief was she planning? Yang Dafu, I want to descend alongside that lad, Ren Yuan declared, pointing at Chen Taiping. That's not permissible. Chen Taiping was elated at the prospect of descending with such a beautiful companion. But before he could express his approval, Yang Ming shot him a fierce glare. Miss Run, that's not acceptable. Our passenger liner has strict regulations forbidding passengers from going below. Yang Ming's face reflected his dismay. He knew all too well that Miss Run, with her noble lineage, was notoriously willful, and he could not allow her to descend. Upon hearing Yang Ming's refusal, a glint of cunning sparkled in Ren Yuan's eyes. Yang Dafu, I overheard everything. You have deviated from the course. If you don't allow me to go, I will inform all the passengers. Yang Ming felt as though the world around him darkened, nearly losing consciousness. If the passengers learned of their deviation, it could incite chaos, leading to a far more significant issue. Why must I encounter such a woman? After weighing his options, Yang Ming reluctantly relented, then implored Chun Taiping to ensure Run Yuanyuan's safety. Minutes later, the two donned their diving suits and leapt from the deck into the water. As darkness enveloped the ocean, visibility was nearly non-existent, even with searchlights illuminating the area. Fortunately, Chun Taiping soon made a discovery. The ocean floor was littered with rocks, and the starboard side of the ship had collided with one. He intended to swim over and inspect the damage to the hull, but just then, he noticed a flicker of light in front of him. Turning, he saw Run Yuanyuan shining her flashlight at him from the left. "What's the matter?" Chun Taiping inquired. "I feel as though a pair of eyes is watching me," she replied, her eyes wide with apprehension as she glanced over her shoulder. However, the darkness behind her revealed nothing unusual. "Perhaps it's a shark," he suggested. Chun Taiping casually uttered a remark, intending to instill a sense of fear in Run Yuanyuan. However, the moment his words escaped his lips, he suddenly noticed a colossal dark shadow hovering behind Run Yuanyuan, resembling a ghostly apparition. He could not help but widen his eyes, his face etched with terror. "What on earth is that?" At that moment, Run Yuanyuan also swiftly turned her head, and almost simultaneously, the enormous shadow lunged toward her. A suffocating sense of dread enveloped him. Yet, Chun Taiping dared not hesitate for a moment, shouting urgently, "Spear! Spear!" As he called out, he moved quickly toward the shadow. In the faint light provided by the searchlight, Chun Taiping felt as if he stood before a small mountain. This mysterious sea creature was astonishingly large. Fear coursed through every fiber of his being, but despite this, he launched a spear, striking the creature squarely in its abdomen. Almost concurrently, Run Yuanyuan also released a spear, hitting the creature squarely on its jaw. A resonant hum emanated from the sea monster, and the sonic wave left Chun Taiping momentarily disoriented. With all his might, he shouted to Run Yuanyuan, "Ascend! Quickly ascend!" However, the only sound that reached him through the earpiece was Run Yuanyuan's labored breathing. Chun Taiping's eyes widened in horror as he realized that during their struggle with the sea monster, a large expanse of reef had been shattered, crushing Run Yuanyuan and dragging her down into the inky depths. Chapter 2: Abandoned Ship. As he watched Run Yuanyuan gradually descend, seemingly unconscious, along with the ghostly sea creature, Chun Taiping gritted his teeth and declared, "I must go." He took a deep breath of oxygen and swam toward Run Yuanyuan. He could not stand idly by while she was in peril, even if it meant placing himself at risk. It was now 5 o'clock in the evening, although sunlight still graced the surface. Visibility beneath the waves was exceedingly poor, compounded by the treacherous reefs that littered the area. Fortunately, the depth of the water was relatively shallow, and guided by his intuition, he quickly spotted one of Run Yuanyuan's feet among the broken reef and kelp. She was trapped beneath the shattered rocks, her situation dire. "Miss Ren, can you hear me?" Chun Taiping attempted to establish contact, but there was no response. She was either knocked unconscious by the rubble or rendered speechless by fear. The surrounding darkness was palpable, silence engulfing him, as he reached out, attempting to shift the stones with a meager light from the searchlight. However, the boulders were too massive. Despite numerous attempts, he could not budge them. Desperation gripped Chun Taiping. He had to devise a plan while remaining vigilant against the ghostly sea creature. Just then, a series of beeping warning sounds pierced the silence. He realized it was the alarm indicating that only 20 of his oxygen remained. Great! As if things weren't chaotic enough. Chun Taiping muttered in frustration. He faced a dilemma. Either abandon Run Yuanyuan and ascend to safety himself, or devise a solution within 3 minutes, lest he exhaust his oxygen and find himself unable to rise. Time was of the essence. Every second was critical. In the oppressive darkness of the seabed, Chun Taiping was drenched in sweat, the glass of his helmet fogging up. At that crucial moment, a faint voice echoed in his ears. "You should go up, don't worry about me." That was unmistakably Run Yuanyuan's voice. "Don't say that. I will get you out," Chun Taiping resolutely declared. He quickly removed his diving suit and stuffed it into a crevice among the rocks. After completing this task, he took a deep breath from his dwindling oxygen supply, then opened the valve, releasing all remaining oxygen into the suit. The immense pressure inflated the diving suit, allowing Chun Taiping to finally see Run Yuanyuan's body. Using the buoyancy provided by the suit, he pulled her free from her entrapment. Without the protection of the diving suit, he dared not delay for even a moment. He swiftly tugged at the buoyancy pack on Run Yuanyuan's suit, and the ensuing lift propelled them toward the surface. In that fleeting second, he witnessed the reef being crushed by the buoyed suit, erupting into a maelstrom of turbulent water. As Chun Taiping lay on the deck, regaining his senses, his heart raced. Had he delayed for even a moment longer, he would have perished beneath the waves. "Thank you." A faint voice broke through the haze, and Chun Taiping turned to see Run Yuanyuan. After surfacing, she had been rushed to the infirmary for examination. Though she appeared unharmed, the lingering look of panic on her face was evident. "Not at all. By the way, are you all right?" Chen Taiping feigned nonchalance, smiling as he inquired. Ren Yuanyuan shook her head. I'm fine. Shouldn't you also get checked out in the infirmary? I. Before Chen Taiping could finish, a sarcastic voice interjected. What are you doing lying on the deck, you fool? The captain is waiting for your report in the control room. Get up. The speaker was none other than First Mate Yang Ming. His expression was grim, for the captain had learned of their deviation from the course. Not only had he received a harsh reprimand, but he was also set to be dismissed once the ship docked. This pent-up frustration was unleashed upon Chen Taiping, the unfortunate soul who had narrowly escaped death. Inside the control room, an eerie silence prevailed. Chen Taiping, what did you say? A sea monster? Captain Zhou Tai, in his 50s, wore a serious expression. He had just reviewed the sonar report, which confirmed the presence of a massive creature beneath the ship, but it had vanished almost immediately. In his subconscious, he assumed it was a large marine creature, perhaps a whale. Although the sighting of whales in this area was unusual, the idea of a sea monster was outright absurd. Before Chen Taiping could respond, First Mate Yang Ming eagerly interjected, You must think the captain is a child. Exactly. I think this kid is just imagining things. In all our years at sea, when have we ever encountered a sea monster? Perhaps he mistook a whale for a sea monster due to his cowardice. Indeed, a mere whale frightened him to the core. The crew members exchanged mocking words and derisive glances toward Chen Taiping. Chen Taiping understood clearly that without evidence, these seasoned sailors would never believe him. What? Not speaking means your lies have been exposed? Yang Ming taunted, relishing the moment. You seem to have your head in the clouds, just like how you deviated from the course. If you had noticed earlier, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Ming sought to tarnish Chen Taiping's reputation, hoping to find a scapegoat, even if it meant his own dismissal. Yet at that moment, a clear voice resonated from the doorway. Chen Taiping is not lying. I saw it too. Captain Zhou Tai turned toward the voice, recognizing Ren Yuanyuan standing in the doorway. Miss Ren, why are you here? You should rest. If you fall ill, I will have a difficult time explaining to your father. Zhou Tai donned a courteous smile and approached her hastily. Uncle Zhou, I am fine. Chen Taiping is telling the truth. There was indeed a sea monster. Upon hearing Ren Yuanyuan's assertion, Zhou Tai nodded gravely. Captain, the area of the hull that has struck the reef is extensive. I fear it is beyond repair. We must evacuate immediately. Chen Taiping promptly reported the damage to Zhou Tai. No sooner had he spoken than the first mate, Yang Ming, scoffed dismissively, preparing to retort when a crew member rushed in, visibly agitated. Captain Zhou, it's bad, really bad. The crew member was breathless, his face a mask of terror. Zhou Tai furrowed his brow. Why the panic? What's the matter? The cargo hold is taking on water. It's about to enter the boiler room. The crew member paused, despair etched across his features. The ship is going to sink. What? Zhou Tai's expression shifted abruptly. The seasoned captain, who had weathered countless storms over decades at sea, was stripped of his earlier composure. He understood all too well that if Ren Yuanyuan was not lying, there lurked a menacing sea creature nearby. Whether they abandoned ship or not, it was a dead end. Bring me the nautical charts and send out a distress signal at once. Zhou Tai barked, and the crew sprang into action, shaken from their stupor. Captain, our electronic equipment has malfunctioned. We cannot send a distress signal. The communications officer rushed in. Zhou Tai fixed his gaze on their position on the nautical chart and, unable to contain his frustration, struck the table with his fist, his face pallid. Fate, it's all fate. The chart revealed their position at 30 degrees north latitude, one of the most bizarre regions on Earth. Captain, there's an island 10 kilometers away. At that moment, the lookout burst into the helm room. Really? Zhou Tai's face brightened, and those in the helm room exhaled in relief. Yet, another pressing issue loomed. The lifeboats were only sufficient for half the crew to escape. Yang Ming organized the women and children to evacuate first. Yang Ming, Zhou Tai scanned the room, realizing with dismay that Yang Ming was nowhere to be found. Captain, the first mate has taken a lifeboat and fled. A sharp-eyed crew member pointed towards the sea. Damn it. Second mate, you take charge of the evacuation. I'll dive into the sea to assess the situation. Zhou Tai's fury surged, his insides boiling at Yang Ming's treachery in such a critical moment. As Zhou Tai donned his life jacket and prepared to plunge into the water, Chen Taiping hurried forward. Captain, I advise against entering the sea. Zhou Tai waved him off. The lifeboats are insufficient. Those of us who are strong swimmers must lead the way. I am the captain. I will scout the path for you. With that, Zhou Tai leaped into the ocean. As the onlookers beheld Zhou Tai swim a short distance forward, he waved his arms and assured the crowd that the depths of the sea were quite safe. However, before he could finish his sentence, he plummeted suddenly, as if something from beneath the waves had ensnared him. Moments later, crimson blood surged to the surface. In the scene, those on the deck gaped in horror. The captain is dead. Someone screamed, pierced the air, and chaos erupted among the crowd. Panic and curses filled the ship as the instinct for survival surged alongside selfishness. Everyone frantically sought to escape the slowly sinking passenger vessel. And soon every lifeboat was launched into the sea. Those who managed to board the lifeboats appeared as if they had achieved enlightenment, their faces aglow with joy and satisfaction, while those left behind looked ashen, as though they had been condemned to death. By 7 o'clock in the evening, darkness began to envelop this screaming expanse of ocean. A faint scent of blood mingled with the gentle sea breeze. Chun Tai-ping closed his eyes to sense the wind direction and then fashioned a rudimentary single-sail boat from a dinghy and canvas. Harnessing the ocean current and seasonal winds, Chun Tai-ping's vessel swiftly pursued the last lifeboat. Just as he was about to catch up, he witnessed the lifeboat suddenly lurch and capsize. Oh no! Chun Tai-ping quickly maneuvered his paddle to draw closer, acutely aware of the peril that awaited anyone who fell into the water at this moment. Ah, don't pull me! Don't pull me! A scream echoed, intensifying the metallic scent of blood in the air. Grab my hand! Chun Tai-ping spotted a person in the water and immediately paddled over to assist. Devils! There are devils in the sea. The figure, disheveled and frantic, shouted about devils. Clearly terrified, when Chun Tai-ping finally recognized her, he was taken aback. It was none other than the visibly shaken Ren Yuan. What happened? Did you see the monster beneath the sea? Chun Tai-ping recalled the earlier spectacle, a wave of trepidation washing over him. If the lifeboat could be overturned, his modest vessel would likely meet a similar fate. It's not a sea monster, it's a devil. It has long claws and fur. Ren Yuan gestured animatedly. What? Chun Tai-ping furrowed his brow. He could believe in a sea monster, but devils seemed far-fetched. They're incredibly strong. They overturned the boat. Ren Yuan's pallid face reflected sheer terror as she recounted the harrowing scene. They? Chun Tai-ping's brow knitted in confusion. He suddenly realized that the devils Ren Yuan spoke of might not be the same creatures he had glimpsed beneath the waves. If a sea monster had capsized a lifeboat, the force would have sent it soaring. If not, then what kind of creature could it be? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Throw this into the sea. Chun Tai-ping retrieved an item from his backpack and handed it to Ren Yuan. What is this? Ren Yuan opened the lid, sniffed it, then widened her eyes in bewilderment. Is this vinegar? Indeed, Chun Tai-ping said, pouring the vinegar over the side of the boat as he explained, I don't know what lies beneath the surface, but I suspect they track lifeboats by scent. Ren Yuan's eyes brightened with understanding. The two continued to pour vinegar into the ocean as they navigated toward a solitary island cloaked in night. With the help of the current and wind, they reached the island in half an hour. The island was expansive, and Chun Tai-ping used the stars to ascertain their position, landing on the southeastern shore. Remember the direction we came from. It will help us return. Let's find a place to rest first, he suggested. After a long day, since they had set out at dusk, Chun Tai-ping was utterly exhausted, craving a meal and respite. Okay, Ren Yuan nodded equally weakly. They scoured the coastline for a relatively flat area. Ren Yuan prepared to start fire, but Chun Tai-ping swiftly stopped her. We can't light a fire. Who knows what might be on this island? It could attract them. Sorry, I forgot. Ren Yuan replied sheepishly. You think ahead. By the way, how did you think to bring vinegar? If not for Chun Tai-ping's quick thinking, they might have met the same fate as the lifeboat. I enjoy vinegar. Chun Tai-ping replied casually. What? Ren Yuan was taken aback. Here, this is for you. Chun Tai-ping rummaged through his bag and tossed a box to her. Self-heating clay pot rice. Ren Yuan frowned. I usually don't eat this kind of online junk, though she understood her predicament on the deserted island. Her habits proved hard to break. Not eating? Chun Tai-ping raised an eyebrow, then chuckled as he opened the self-heating pot and poured in water. Moments latte. The enticing aroma of sausage and char siu rice wafted through the air. Gulp. Ren Yuan couldn't help but swallow hard, gazing longingly at Chun Tai-ping. What's wrong? Didn't you say you wouldn't eat? He teased. A short while later, Ren Yuan devoured an entire bowl of clay pot rice, licking her lips in satisfaction. So delicious. As the night deepened, silence fell around them, save for the sound of the sea breeze. Chun Tai-ping prepared to lay out a blanket from his backpack, but found that Ren Yuan had already fallen asleep against him. In the moonlight, her delicate features appeared slightly weary, yet undeniably enchanting. What am I thinking? Chun Tai-ping shook his head, striving to divert his gaze. He understood that a formidable journey lay ahead of him. Not to mention, the food and fresh water in his backpack would only last 2 days at most. What then? Chun Tai-ping sighed, closing his eyes and gradually drifting into slumber. After an indeterminate amount of time, he was jolted awake by a sharp pain in his side. Who? Chun Tai-ping stirred, only to discover he was surrounded by a group of people. Among them was a face grinning maliciously. Yang Ming. Well, who would have thought you'd managed to swim over? Yang Ming sneered, signaling to the crew beside him. In no time, Chun Tai-ping found himself bound and dragged to a flat clearing in the island center. It appeared to have been recently cleared, with several tents and campfires set up nearby. Come on, gather around. Yang Ming bellowed sharply, and soon after, over 30 individuals gathered, comprising both crew members and passengers, the majority of whom were passengers. Chen Taiping was naturally among them, and he also spotted Ren Yuan. Listen well. Yang Ming cleared his throat, raising his voice. We find ourselves stranded on a deserted island, unable to communicate with the outside world. With Captain Zhou now deceased, all matters shall be decided by me. Before Yang Ming could finish his statement, an irate voice erupted. Why should we listen to you? If it weren't for your misguided navigation, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Another voice chimed in. Exactly. What qualifications do you have to command us? You ran away as soon as trouble arose. You coward. I spit on you. Indeed. Take a good look in the mirror. Who do you think you are? Hearing such remarks, Yang Ming frowned, but soon smirked coldly. Very well. Since you refuse to follow my orders from this moment on, I shall cut off your water and food supply. Yang Ming, you dare. I'll kill you. A burly man, incensed, charged towards Yang Ming with a clenched fist. Yet, before he could reach him, he was encircled by Yang Ming and several crew members, who swiftly subdued him, leaving his nose crooked from the blows. It was then that Chen Taiping realized his backpack had also been taken by Yang Ming. Is there anyone else who defies me? Step forward now, lest you interrupt my speech. Yang Ming's narrowed gaze swept across the crowd, silencing them. Everyone understood that although they could not contact the outside world, each additional day lived brought a glimmer of hope. Very well, Yang Ming nodded in satisfaction. From now on, everyone must obey my orders. All women will remain here to erect tents, and all men will follow me. Of the 30-plus individuals, excluding women and children, there were 20 adult males, including Chen Taiping. They followed Yang Ming eastward into the heart of the island. Chen Taiping observed that Yang Ming seemed to have a clear intention, as if he had long planned their destination, and he noticed that the once thick underbrush had been cleared into a narrow path, indicating prior passage. Yang Ming likely aimed to assess the surroundings of their encampment. However, if a path had already been traversed, why revisit it? With this question lingering in his mind, Chen Taiping kept pace with the others while surveying the environment. Soon, he began to discern certain clues. First, he estimated they had walked for half an hour, covering at least 3 to 4 kilometers from the camp, yet they had not yet reached their destination, suggesting its significance to Yang Ming and the others. Secondly, he noted the tension in Yang Ming and his subordinates, a faint hint of panic in their demeanor, which they attempted to conceal but failed to hide from Chen Taiping's keen observation. After another half hour, Chen Taiping heard the gentle sound of flowing water, indicative of a river within the island. A surge of excitement coursed through him. He had been troubled by their lack of water and food. Now it appeared that fresh water was within reach, and as for food, he was not overly concerned, for while seawater was undrinkable, sea fish were not. As he passed through a small grove, he finally spotted a stream hidden among the underbrush and rocks. The water flowed down from the island's highest mountains, its current substantial, forming a deep pool below. You two, from a pair, take the folding buckets and fetch water. At this moment, Yang Ming's subordinates produced 10 folding buckets to distribute among the group. Soon, the first group set off to collect water. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Taiping scrutinized his surroundings. However, he quickly sensed something was amiss. Yang Ming and his subordinates remained motionless after distributing the folding buckets, standing several meters from the deep pool. Each wore a cautious expression, their eyes glued to the water's surface, as if anticipating some dreadful occurrence. Could there be something terrifying lurking within the pool? Connecting this with Yang Ming's earlier reactions, a chill ran down Chen Taiping's spine. As he pondered, the first group returned with water, soon followed by the second. He was assigned to the third group. Despite the first group's safe return, unease gnawed at him, for the unknown is the most frightening of all. What could lie beneath the surface? At that moment, Chen Taiping noticed a white sneaker at the edge of the pool, partially obscured by the underbrush. Upon closer inspection, his heart sank. It was a blood-stained white sneaker. This place harbored danger. Almost simultaneously, a piercing scream echoed in his ears. Turning, he saw that the scream emanated from the second group's water-fetching team. The sight that followed would forever be etched in Chen Taiping's memory. At the pool's edge, only one person remained. The other had seemingly been dragged into the water, and the surface was now stained crimson. As the screaming individual turned, all present were struck with terror, their faces draining of color. His visage was a ghastly sight, flesh mangled, as if someone had peeled his face away. His eyes bulging in horror. Unable to utter a word, he continued to scream before collapsing into the nearby underbrush, lifeless. Those who had gone to fetch water stared wide-eyed, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads, with some faint-hearted individuals succumbing to fear. Ghost! Someone cried out, and chaos erupted. Chen Taiping seized the moment to escape. He had come to a dreadful realization that something capable of skinning a person alive lurked beneath the pool. Fetching water there was tantamount to seeking death. Furthermore, Yang Ming and his crew must have been aware of this danger all along. choosing to use them as expendable pawns in a deadly game for water. As panic spread among the crowd, a deafening gunshot shattered the air. Bang! Chen Taiping suddenly comprehended. Yang Ming and his crew were armed. Everyone behave. This water is not just for me. If you refuse to fetch it, I'll shoot you right now. Yang Ming brandished his weapon at the assembled group, while his henchmen brandished spears, their intentions far from benevolent. Who is in the third group? Step forward now, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Yang Ming's cold glare fell upon Chen Taiping and the burly man. Chen Taiping felt as if his feet were encased in lead, each movement a monumental effort. He understood that advancing meant stepping into the jaws of death, a journey from which he might never return. Yet retreat was not an option, given Yang Ming's temperament. He might truly resort to murder. Just then, an unexpected scene unfolded before him. The burly man suddenly dashed forward, shouting as he ran, "I refuse to be your scapegoat. If you dare, shoot me." He had barely taken a few steps when a gunshot rang out, and he collapsed, convulsing briefly before falling silent. Chen Taiping felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. They had indeed killed. Chen Taiping never anticipated that Yang Ming would dare to commit murder, especially in front of so many witnesses. Did he not fear the consequences of returning home? Or was it that they had no way to return? Contemplating this, Chen Taiping felt a chill creeping up his spine. Yang Ming had always looked down on him, and it was likely that his fate would not be any better than that of the unfortunate man. A sharp reprimand suddenly jolted Chen Taiping from his fear. Gritting his teeth, he picked up the folding bucket and cautiously approached the deep pool. As he walked, his mind raced. He currently possessed no means to confront Yang Ming and could only acquiesce to his demands, striving not to provoke him further while devising a plan. However, this moment felt akin to standing at the gates of hell. The unfortunate victim, stripped of his skin, lay nearby, blood bubbling up from the pool, indicating that something still lurked beneath the surface. Heaven help me! Chen Taiping felt utterly helpless. Though his calves trembled, he dared not retreat and forced himself to proceed. In a few steps, he reached the edge of the pool, where the once crystal-clear water was now stained crimson, a pungent odor of blood lingering in the air. Had he not skipped breakfast that morning, he would surely have vomited. Steadying himself, Chen Taiping attempted to lean back, using his toes to brace against the jagged stones at the pool's edge. Should anything stir, he would be ready to flee. If you dawdle any longer, I will send you to meet the old captain. Yang Ming's voice erupted behind him. Chen Taiping, not daring to delay, bent down to place the folding bucket upstream of the clear water, attempting to gather some water that had not been tainted by blood. Regardless of the circumstances, they needed to drink this water upon their return, and it was best to avoid any contamination. In the brief moments spent filling the bucket, Chen Taiping suddenly heard a loud splash from the deep pool, followed by the emergence of several large bubbles. A dark shape slowly began to rise. Chen Taiping's body tensed, his scalp prickling with fear. He wanted to run, but the bucket was not yet full, and if he fled now, Yang Ming would surely find an excuse to execute him. Thus, he gritted his teeth, watching helplessly as the shadow ascended. What appeared before him resembled a mass of black water plants. Yet Chen Taiping understood that it was not vegetation, but hair, concealing two robust arms beneath. The furry arms ended in long claws, and he could distinctly see bits of flesh clinging to the pale claws, remnants of the unfortunate man's face. Before Chen Taiping could react, the massive water plants suddenly straightened, revealing a face before him, ghastly pale and bloated, akin to a corpse that had been submerged for months. The only distinguishing feature being its blood-red eyes. Even from a meter or two away, the sight chilled him to the bone. At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind: escape. Yet his legs refused to obey, feeling as if they had taken root, rendering him immobile. He could only watch as the creature slowly emerged, his mind blank. However, upon seeing the full form of the monster, two words sprang to his consciousness: water ghost. In his rural childhood, he had heard tales of a creature resembling a monkey, covered in hair, with long claws and immense strength underwater, capable of dragging even a plow ox to its watery demise. Such a creature was known as a water ghost, but once it surfaced, it would have no strength left. Water ghost! Suddenly, someone shouted, causing an uproar at the edge of the pool. Chen Taiping snapped back to reality, instinctively retreating a few steps, having been merely a meter away from the water ghost moments before. Yet, the water ghost seemed uninterested in him, turning to dive into a nearby waterway. Disappearing into the dense foliage, Chen Taiping hurriedly retreated with the folding bucket, his face pale and drenched. Not only he, but everyone present was drenched in cold sweat, visibly shaken. Bang! A sudden gunshot rang out, and everyone turned to look at Yang Ming, who had fired the shot. If any of you leaks this matter, I will send you to your grave. Yang Ming maintained a facade of calm, yet he felt a twinge of anxiety, although he had visited this place before. He had never encountered a water ghost up close. Now that he had seen it, he felt uneasy, while everyone feared the water ghost. They also understood that the gun in Yang Ming's hand was not merely for show, and they nodded in compliance. Seizing the opportunity created by the water ghost departure, they quickly filled their containers and returned to camp. By now, it was noon, and Chun Taiping lay on the damp ground with his eyes closed, utterly exhausted from the morning's harrowing events and the trek to fetch water. Having consumed nothing, he was on the brink of collapse. Here, have some food. A gentle voice broke into his thoughts. Rin, miss? Chun Taiping opened his eyes to find Rin Yuan sitting beside him with a lunchbox. Hurry and eat. It will taste terrible if it gets cold. Rin Yuan smiled slightly, pushing the lunchbox toward him. Thank you. Chun Taiping wasted no time, his hunger overwhelming him as he opened the lunchbox to find tomato scrambled eggs over rice, and he began to devour it with delight. For the first time in his life, he found this simple dish to be the epitome of culinary perfection. Don't eat so quickly. Have some water. Rin Yuan offered him a cup. A few minutes later, Chun Taiping exhaled deeply, feeling revitalized as his earlier fatigue dissipated. Glancing at the empty lunchbox, he felt puzzled. Given Yang Ming's character, how could he provide him such a delectable meal? Had he experienced a change of heart? No, that seemed implausible. Something was amiss. With this thought in mind, Chun Taiping looked at Rin Yuan suspiciously. Rin, miss, have you eaten? Rin Yuan had not expected such a question, stammering slightly. I just ate. Chun Taiping, not naive, quickly realized that this meal belonged to Rin Yuan. Tomato scrambled eggs might not seem significant elsewhere, but on this desolate island, it was a rare delicacy, one that money could not easily buy. Thank you. Chun Taiping was at a loss for words, simply expressing his gratitude. Rin Yuan waved her hand dismissively. I'm not that hungry. By the way, where'd you go this morning? Chun Taiping recounted the events of the morning, including the encounter with the water ghost, knowing that she had previously experienced a similar encounter, albeit without clarity. Water ghost. Do such creatures really exist? Despite her mental preparation, Rin Yuan's face turned pale with fear. Chun Taiping nodded. Yes, fortunately, they cannot come ashore. By the way, what were you all doing this morning? Rin Yuan recounted the events of the morning, which primarily involved organizing supplies and arranging tents. Yang Ming treated her fairly well, delegating the more arduous tasks to others while she remained in the tent counting the provisions. How long can the current food supply sustain the island's inhabitants? Chun Taiping inquired softly. This was a crucial piece of information. Without food, Yang Ming's small faction would likely disintegrate in an instant. If we account for everyone, it could last for another week. At this point, Rin Yuan's expression suddenly darkened. Chun Taiping furrowed his brow. What's wrong? Unexpectedly, Rin Yuan shifted the topic, urging, you must find a way to leave quickly. You cannot stay here any longer. What do you mean? Chun Taiping observed the serious look on Rin Yuan's face, a sense of foreboding flickering in his heart. Rin Yuan glanced around furtively, then leaned closer to Chun Taiping's ear and uttered a shocking revelation that left him astounded and fearful. Yang Ming has devised a plan to reduce the island's population within 3 days. Rin Yuan's words struck Chun Taiping like a thunderclap, leaving him stunned and chilled. Are you serious? He understood well that if Yang Ming truly intended to decrease the population, he could easily do so. The man with the buzz cut by the waterhole was a living testament to that. Yes, I overheard them outside his tent. They aim to reduce the population to lessen food consumption. Rin Yuan nodded vigorously, equally shocked. Beast! Chun Taiping spat, realizing that Yang Ming had descended into madness. Yet, he never anticipated that he would reach such an inhumane level, as there were numerous ways to minimize food consumption without resorting to mass extermination. Moreover, Chun Taiping was painfully aware that he would surely be on Yang Ming's list for this so-called population reduction plan. Here, take this and find a way to escape. Rin Yuan said, producing a plastic bag from her pocket. Chun Taiping, puzzled, opened it to find several bottles of vinegar, instantly grasping her intent for him to flee by sea. What about you? He countered. Why not come with me? Rin Yuan shook her head with a bitter smile. It's too conspicuous for me to go with you. And right now, Yang Ming hasn't targeted me yet, likely due to my status. True. Chun Taiping nodded. But after a moment of silence, he added, however, I isn't quite time to flee just yet. What? Do you have a way to confront Yang Ming? Rin Yuan's eyes brightened suddenly. Though she harbored a deep disdain for Yang Ming, she felt utterly powerless as a woman. I'm still unprepared. I need to devise a plan. You should return now and avoid drawing Yang Ming's suspicion. Understood. Rin Yuan nodded and stood up, but after taking a few steps, she turned back, her face filled with concern. Be cautious in everything. Certainly. Chun Taiping felt a warmth in his heart, surprised that someone cared for him under such dire circumstances. However, he was not one to await his demise passively. Yang Ming, If you wish for my death, you shall at least pay a price for it. With that resolve, he stood up and walked toward the northeastern part of the camp. This area had recently been cleared, with several canvas sheets haphazardly laid over the mud, where 5 or 6 individuals lay resting while quietly grumbling. "Hey, do you think Yang Ming has gotten too bold, actually daring to kill in front of so many people?" spoke a burly man with a beard, known as Lao Ba, who used to be a mechanic on passenger ships. As soon as Lao Ba finished speaking, a short man wearing glasses sprang up, placing a finger to his lips. "Chill, Lao Ba, keep it down. If Yang Ming's lackeys hear you, who knows what they might do to you?" At the mention of Water Ghost, Lao Ba's dark face turned pale with fear. "At this rate, we're bound to end up like Du San," sighed a middle-aged man leaning against a tree, named Zhao Feng, a boiler worker. Du San was the unfortunate soul who had his skin flayed by the Water Ghost. "What are we going to do? Lao Ba, thou win. What can we do? He has a gun, and we are no match for him," the short man lamented. Everyone fell silent, and just as the atmosphere grew heavy, a sharp voice rang out. "One person cannot do it, but a group of us can." The voice belonged to a lanky fellow named Ma Wuliang, who was known for his involvement in gambling and loan sharking. His emaciated frame and high cheekbones gave him the appearance of a junkie, yet his eyes gleamed with cunning intelligence. Those familiar with him knew he had a plethora of schemes, earning him the nickname Old Ghost Ma. Upon hearing this, Lao Ba perked up. "Old Ghost Ma, do you have any brilliant ideas?" Ma Old Ghost lazily glanced at Lao Ba, shaking his head dismissively. "Why would I tell you?" Lao Ba was immediately incensed. "Hey, what's with you?" Before he could finish, another voice suddenly interrupted. "I have a plan." It was none other than Chun Taiping, who had been observing from behind a tree. His plan was straightforward, to gather a group of people to confront Yang Ming. After the events of the morning, he was confident that there were many who harbored deep-seated hatred for Yang Ming. If they united against him, their chances of success would be significantly heightened. The conversation he had overheard among Lao Ba and the others convinced him that they were the right people to recruit. "You?" Lao Ba regarded Chun Taiping skeptically. "What can a kid like you possibly plan?" Clearly, Lao Ba did not believe Chun Taiping capable of such a feat. Chun Taiping remained unfazed, merely smiling lightly. "I cannot hope to confront Yang Ming alone, but you all are also considering taking action against him, right? The greater the number of us, the greater our chances of success. What do you think?" As his words hung in the air, the group fell silent. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts, each considering their unique positions. At that moment, a sharp voice cut through the tension. "The target of Yang Ming's wrath is you. Don't drag us down with you. We want to survive a bit longer." It was none other than the short man, Ma Old Ghost. "You're correct." Chun Taiping nodded. "However, Yang Ming has a plan for population reduction. To conserve food, he intends to have the island's population within 3 days. Do you truly believe you can escape unscathed?" The revelation left everyone stunned, and their faces turned pale. "Is that true?" the short man exclaimed, his eyes wide. "Of course. I can guarantee it with my life. If you do not believe me, then I cannot help you. If it comes to that, I will find a way to leave alone, as I am certainly on the list." Chun Taiping endeavored to project an air of indifference towards his attire, focusing solely on uniting the disparate individuals gathered at the counter. As anticipated, the more nonchalant he appeared, the grimmer the expressions of those around him became. Deep down, they all understood their redundancy in Yang Ming's plans, each of them likely to be among those to be eliminated. An invisible fear permeated the atmosphere, and the gravity of their situation weighed heavily on every face. "I am with you, and I have a plan." A voice suddenly rang out, drawing the attention of the group. It was none other than the previously skeptical Lao Gui. "Speak up, Lao Ma." Chun Taiping nodded, encouraging him to share his strategy. "The current situation is one where the enemy is strong, and we are weak. They possess firearms, so we must strike unexpectedly to have any chance of success." Although Chun Taiping held reservations about Lao Gui's trustworthiness, he could not deny the feasibility of the plan. "Continue," he urged. "I propose we execute our actions in the early hours of the morning, when Yang Ming's vigilance is at its lowest, thus significantly enhancing our chances of success." Upon hearing Lao Gui's suggestion, the others nodded in agreement, considering the plan to be well thought out. Chun Taiping found no fault with it, unarmed as they were. A surprise attack was their only option. Lacking mobile phones or watches, they decided to rely on Lao Gui's whistle to synchronize their movements. At the sound of the whistle, they would launch their assault on Yang Ming's tent. After finalizing their plans, Chun Taiping returned to his quarters. The afternoon passed without incident, but Yang Ming called them together to discuss a potential expedition to salvage supplies from a sunken ship, yet no one was willing to participate. This time, Yang Ming refrained from coercing them, simply letting it go. However, for reasons unknown, Chun Taiping felt an incessant twitch in his right eyelid throughout the afternoon, as if foreboding an impending event. In truth, he was not very confident. After all, Yang Ming and his crew were armed. The consequences of a failed ambush were too grim to contemplate. Time slipped away, and darkness soon enveloped the island. Unlike the mainland, the island's temperature dropped significantly during the summer evenings, leaving Qin Taiping with only a stale bun for dinner. Seizing the moment, he forced himself to rest and prepare for the upcoming ordeal. As the night deepened, the only sounds were the cries of seabirds and the whisper of the ocean breeze. Previously, such a life would have seemed heavenly, sipping coconut water, lounging on a beach chair, and drifting off to sleep in the sea breeze. Now, however, it felt like an inescapable nightmare. Qin Taiping was determined to end this torment. He glanced at his watch. It was already 1:30 in the morning, and action was imminent. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a sharp whistle pierced the silence. Startled, Qin Taiping grabbed a wooden stick and dashed toward the center of the camp. "Yang Ming, meet your end," Lao Ba shouted as he kicked over the tent, brandishing a stone to strike inside. Qin Taiping followed suit, raising his club, only to be taken aback upon entering. The tent was empty. He scanned the surroundings under the moonlight and noticed that Lao Ba, the short one with glasses, and Zhao Feng were present, but Lao Gui was conspicuously absent. Panic surged through Qin Taiping. "What is going on?" Lao Ba exclaimed. "We've been set up." Qin Taiping gritted his teeth and called for everyone to flee. But just then, several lights flickered behind them. A voice, all too familiar, rang out, "Well, you lot have some audacity, daring to encroach upon my domain." It was Yang Ming, gun in hand, flanked by a tall, lean figure, none other than Lao Gui. Behind them stood several of Yang Ming's henchmen armed with spears. "Lao Gui, have you betrayed your own?" Lao Ba seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Lao Gui smirked disdainfully. "Consider this. How could you few pitiful souls ever stand against Yang Daifu? A wise bird chooses the right tree to perch upon. Your ignorance disqualifies you from survival. You bastard." Lao Ba began to curse, but two men swiftly covered his mouth. The commotion had awakened nearby individuals, and with a wave of Yang Ming's hand, he ordered Qin Taiping and the others to be taken away. Minutes later, Qin Taiping and Lao Ba found themselves at the edge of a cliff. Under the moonlight, they stood in a row, with Yang Ming aiming his gun at them. "Qin Taiping, I was inclined to spare you a few days, but it seems you are eager to meet your demise. Very well, I shall grant your wish." Yang Ming sneered, surveying the group. "I offer you two choices. First, I shoot you now. Second, you leap from this cliff, and perhaps you might swim back to the sunken ship and survive. Indeed, perhaps you could survive, if luck is on your side." Lao Gui chimed in with a sinister laugh. Suddenly, the short one with glasses began to weep. An unmistakable odor filled the air. He had soiled himself in fright. "Yang Daifu, I don't truly wish to resort to violence. They force my hand. If you spare my life, I will serve you faithfully." Before he could finish, Zhao Feng delivered a sharp slap that left him dazed. "Are you a man or not? It's just death." Zhao Feng rebuked. Lao Ba then shouted, "Yang Laogo, if you have the guts, shoot me. I dare you. Yes, if you're brave enough, pull the trigger. Stop stalling like a coward." The three chose the first option, not wanting to be torn apart by the water ghosts. They preferred a swift execution over a fate like dew sands. Qin Taiping remained silent, contemplating the second option that might afford him a chance to live. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Yang Ming let out a chilling laugh. "Want to die quickly? Not a chance. Jump now." With a fierce command, Yang Ming kicked the short one over the edge without regard for his willingness. Seeing the situation unfold, Qin Taiping smirked and voluntarily turned to leap off the cliff, followed closely by Lao Ba and Zhao Feng. After the four had jumped, Lao Gui stepped forward, addressing Yang Ming. "Isn't it simpler to just execute them? This way they at least have a slim chance of survival. What if? What if what?" Yang Ming's tone turned icy, and he patted Lao Gui on the shoulder. "You overthink things. If I were to toss you into the sea, do you honestly believe you would survive?" Lao Gui opened his mouth, but found no words. After all, some of their companions had capsized in a lifeboat. What chance did Qin Taiping and his companions have, without even a raft? "That's right, let's go. Do not speak of this to anyone. If questioned, simply say that the water has gone missing." After Yang Ming finished speaking, he turned and walked back towards the camp. That night, the moonlight was shrouded in a veil, casting a dim gray hue. Though it was still summer, the temperature of the seawater at midnight was chilling enough to induce shivers. The mere thought of the water spirits lurking in the depths sent tremors through them. "We can't go on like this, we can't survive." The lament of the short one with glasses echoed across the sea, only to be followed by the sharp sound of a slap. "What are you shouting for? Do you want to summon them?" Zhao Feng chastised. "Woo-woo." Under the moonlight, the four of them floated atop the sea. "What should we do next?" Lao Ba looked blankly at Zhao Feng and Qin Taiping, hoping they would make a decision. "Shall we quietly go ashore?" Zhao Feng remained silent for a moment before proposing. "I think that could work. This island is vast. If we find a place to hide, Yang Ming may not find us." Lao Ba nodded in agreement. However, Qin Taiping shook his head. "I think that's unwise. Even if we go ashore unnoticed, we will eventually be discovered because Yang Ming controls the freshwater resources. The outcome will undoubtedly be worse than today. Upon hearing Chen Taiping's words, both men nodded in understanding. Then what do you suggest we do? Zhao Feng asked seriously. To the sunken ship. Chen Taiping's gaze was resolute as he looked towards the northwest, the direction of the wreck. What? Absolutely not. Lao Ba replied emphatically. Isn't that seeking death? The short one with glasses regained his senses at this point. Chen Taiping, have you lost your mind? Haven't you seen what lurks in that water? Lao Ba was furious, convinced that Chen Taiping had gone mad. Yang Ming's advantage lies in their possession of weapons. If we could arm ourselves, we wouldn't need to fear them. The wreck is not too deep. If we can reach it, we might find weapons, and, if lucky, some canned meat. At the mention of canned meat, the three instinctively licked their lips. Since arriving on the island, they had consumed a mere 3 steamed buns. Having seen no traces of oil or fresh meat, unlike Chen Taiping, who had enjoyed a meal of tomato scrambled eggs over rice at noon. Even if what you say is true, how do we get to the sunken ship? We can't swim there, can we? Zhao Feng asked, confusion etched on his face. They were currently exhausted and famished, lacking the strength to swim that distance. I have a boat. At this declaration from Chen Taiping, their eyes lit up as if invigorated. Really? When did you get a boat? Where is it? For them, although there were water spirits lurking beneath, having a boat would still give them a fighting chance. However, half an hour later, when they saw Chen Taiping's so-called boat, they couldn't help but curse. Are you kidding me? This is a boat? Lao Ba stared incredulously at Chen Taiping's makeshift sailboat, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chen Taiping, are you serious? The short one with glasses wore a face of dismay. Chen Taiping nodded. I came ashore on this boat with Miss Ren. If you don't believe me, you can stay here and wait for my return. He was unwilling to waste more words, quickly determining the direction before climbing onto the wooden plank and setting off with the oars. The remaining 3 exchanged glances, hesitating for a few minutes before following him onto the boat. They all understood that, as Chen Taiping had said, searching for the sunken ship might offer a glimmer of hope, while staying here meant almost certain death. Not long after the 4 set off, a formidable challenge emerged before them, the monsoon current. Chen Taiping had managed to catch up with the group using the current on the way here. But on the return journey, they faced headwinds. With no other option, they had to lower the sail and paddle towards the location of the wreck. By the time dawn broke on the horizon, they had managed to reduce the distance by 2/3, yet they were parched, exhausted, and famished to the point that even moving was a laborious task. Chen Taiping moistened his cracked lips, shielding his eyes to gauge the direction, then urged the others to paddle faster. I can't move anymore, let me die here. Lao Ba lay half reclined on the boat, his face pale, clearly at his limit. The short one with glasses, whose physical condition was the weakest, was gasping for air, exhaling more than inhaling, unsure of how much longer he could hold on. Zhao Feng, the oldest among them, was equally fatigued, yet his spirit remained somewhat intact. Chen Taiping looked at the 3 on the boat, fully aware that they might not endure long enough to reach the wreck, and he alone couldn't make it there either. Was this truly the end? Chen Taiping gazed out at the vast ocean, a sense of helpless despair washing over him. Chapter of bloodshed, deprived of water and food, compounded by a night of physical exertion. The 4 had reached the limits of their endurance. Any moment could spell their demise. Furthermore, with the rising temperature of the sea after sunrise, even lying still on the boat would lead to death by dehydration. Chen Taiping was acutely aware of this. They were akin to frogs in boiling water, needing to leap out or face inevitable death. Water, there's water. We have water. Suddenly, the short one with glasses exclaimed, prompting Lao Ba to sit up abruptly. Where's the water? Zhao Feng's eyes widened as he turned to the short one. Here, right here. Can't you see all this water? The short one leaned over the edge of the boat, scooping seawater with his hands and bringing it to his mouth. Slap. Chen Taiping swiftly knocked the seawater from the short one's hands, knowing that dehydration had caused him to hallucinate. If they did not reach the wreck soon, he would likely meet his end. Realizing this, a wild thought surged in Chen Taiping's mind. The short one quickly fainted again, and Zhao Feng and Lao Ba exchanged glances, both recognizing the despair in one another's eyes. Just then, the boat rocked violently. Water spirit, the water spirit is coming. Chen Taiping shouted, causing Lao Ba and Zhao Feng, who had been lying on the boat, to spring into action like startled birds, finding strength from somewhere to grasp the oars and paddle furiously. Even Short One, who had been unconscious, awoke in terror, eyes wide as he began to paddle, uncertain if his earlier unconsciousness had been feigned. Almost simultaneously, Chen Taiping noticed a change in the wind direction. It seemed as if the heavens were aiding him. Finally, after more than an hour, he spotted a white mast on the surface of the sea. The wreck should be right there. We've arrived. Chen Taiping's face was alight with exhilaration. The depth of this location was shallower than he had anticipated. He had initially believed that it would take some time to ascertain the position of the sunken ship, but fortune smiled upon him. However, He soon sensed that something was amiss. He expected that upon uttering his revelation, the few individuals beside him would share in his excitement. But an eerie silence enveloped them instead. Turning around, he discovered that all three had their eyes closed, seemingly unconscious. With a wry smile, Chun Taiping realized that his own condition was no better than theirs. He was also at the end of his strength. Were it not for a potent will to survive propelling him forward, he too would have succumbed. After a brief respite, he inhaled deeply and leaped into the water. The tranquil sea surface erupted in a flurry of splashes, and mere moments later, Zhao Feng and Lao Ba, who lay unconscious on the deck, seemed to have silently agreed to awaken. Lao Zhao, are you playing dead? Lao Ba's face flickered with a strange expression. Zhao Feng's face flushed crimson, feeling awkward. You're no different, are you? Coughing to mask his embarrassment, Lao Ba gazed at the now calm sea. What manner of creature is this fellow? How does he still possess the strength to dive after a night like this? Zhao Feng stared at the sea surface for a while before murmuring, it's faith. He possesses a conviction stronger than either of us. The sea breeze brushed by, and the water lay placid, as if everything were in perfect harmony. Yet at that moment, Chun Taiping beneath the waves felt as though he were on the brink of death. He had overestimated his capabilities. His weary body had little strength left to draw upon. The underwater pressure felt like a heavy hammer, relentlessly pounding against his chest, gradually squeezing the oxygen from his lungs. Enough. I must surface for air. Chun Taiping, now lightheaded from oxygen deprivation, realized that if he did not ascend soon, he would truly perish here. With a gasp, he broke through the water's surface, drawing in a long breath of salty air, and his dizziness began to subside. He then climbed onto the deck, hoping to rest for a moment. What is going on underwater? Lao Ba's voice broke through his thoughts. Chun Taiping, reluctant to move, replied with his eyes closed, the ship hasn't completely sunk yet. We can see the control room. Perhaps we can follow that to find a cargo hold and locate some supplies. Upon hearing that they might access the cargo hold, Lao Ba eyes then. Let us hurry then. I'm famished and exhausted. Chun Taiping shook his head. He had no strength left in his body, and his stomach was painfully empty. He could not possibly dive again unless he replenished his energy. The thought of a bowl of tomato, scrambled eggs over rice crossed his mind, and he vigorously shook his head to dispel the notion. He had nothing to eat, not even a morsel of bread, so where would he find tomato, scrambled eggs? The more he pondered, the hungrier he felt. At that moment, Zhao Feng, who had been silent, spoke up, Xiao Chun, you rest. I'll find something to eat. He then extended his wrist towards the sharp edge of the deck and made a swift cut. Lao Zhao. Chun Taiping struggled to rise, aware that Zhao Feng intended to attract some carnivorous fish with his blood. Xiao Chun, you can't bear the burden of taking care of us alone. It's time for us old men to step up. Zhao Feng's parched lips moved. Chun Taiping's eyes brimmed with tears at Zhao Feng's words. He wanted to stand, but his body was utterly devoid of strength, leaving him only able to sit up weakly. Suddenly, a pair of strong hands pressed down on his shoulders. Don't worry, we'll handle the rest. Just rest well. Lao Ba spoke, having been inspired by Zhao Feng. He extended his dark arm and made a cut across the deck. Be careful. You're losing too much blood. Lao Zhao, help me bandage this. Due to the seasonal currents, fish resources were plentiful, and within minutes, Zhao Feng and Lao Ba had caught a significant haul. Here, fresh sashimi. Lao Zhao quickly cleaned a few fish, removing their innards before handing them to Chun Taiping. At that moment, Chun Taiping could no longer concern himself with the fishy taste. He opened his mouth and bit down. After consuming 2 fish the size of his forearm, he finally felt a semblance of satiety, though he remained somewhat dehydrated. Half an hour later, apart from the slight fever in the short-sighted man's eyes, the others had regained half of their strength. Just as Chun Taiping prepared to dive again, Zhao Feng and Lao Ba insisted on accompanying him. You can come with me, but we must stick together. The situation on the ship is uncertain, and if we get separated, the consequences could be dire. The implication in Chun Taiping's words was clear. If they encountered those long-haired water ghosts while scattered, the aftermath was too dreadful to contemplate. We understand. Don't worry. I was an old sailor before becoming a mechanic. Lao Ba grinned, patting his chest. Chun Taiping glanced at Zhao Feng, who solemnly nodded in agreement. Very well, let us descend. The three of them plunged into the sea, leaving the short-sighted man to watch over the sailboat. As Chun Taiping had predicted, the passenger ship had not completely sunk due to the presence of the reef, and it continued to descend slowly, with the control room just 4 to 5 meters below the surface. The trio swam eagerly towards the control room, where they knew oxygen tanks awaited them. With minimal effort, they arrived at the control room and secured the oxygen tanks, but regrettably, they found no diving suits. The absence of diving suits significantly restricted their range of movement. Yet fortunately, the cargo hold was not far from the control room, allowing their original plan to remain intact. Just as Chun Taiping was about to enter the cargo hold through the passageway, Lao Zhao suddenly swam over and poked him. Chen Taiping frowned, perplexed by Lao Zhao's excited expression. To his astonishment, Lao Zhao pulled out a holster from his waistband, unfastened the clasp, revealing a handgun, which was fully loaded upon inspection. Without diving suits, Chen Taiping could not communicate verbally with Lao Zhao, so he gestured for him to head to the cargo hold first and collect supplies before regrouping. Lao Zhao nodded, and the three immediately swam towards the cargo hold. The cargo hold was located on the third level of the ship, containing not only ample food supplies, but also other essential items, such as waterproof tents and emergency medical kits. Discovering the cargo hold meant they would not have to worry about food for nearly a month, provided the sealed canned goods remained intact. The thought of those meat cans spurred the trio to quicken their pace, and they soon arrived at the most spacious area of the hold. Since they had only found 2 waterproof flashlights, Chen Taiping and Lao Ba each took one and headed toward the cargo hold. At that moment, Chen Taiping suddenly felt a tug on his arm. Turning around, he saw Lao Ba grasping him. Chen Taiping shone his flashlight on him, gesturing to ask what was amiss. But he noticed Lao Ba's expression was strange, his eyes wide as if he had seen something horrific. Lao Ba gestured, indicating that a shadow had just darted past them. Chen Taiping waved his hand, suggesting that it might just be a sea fish or some other marine creature, urging himself not to succumb to fear. He then swam toward the cargo hold. However, before he could swim 10 meters, he suddenly noticed a ghastly, bloated face staring at him with 2 blood-red eyes from the stairway. Chapter: The escape. Upon seeing this grotesque visage, Chen Taiping's body trembled, and his legs turned to jelly. Before he could devise a plan, the water ghost surged towards him with the swiftness of a released arrow. The thought of fleeing echoed in his mind. He quickly turned and swam back the way he came, abandoning the cargo hold. All he desired was to survive. He vividly recalled the horrifying image of his brother, who had his face ripped off by the water ghost by the lake. He had no intention of meeting the same fate, thus accelerating his escape. Feeling the surging waves behind him, Chen Taiping's heart raced. When he spotted Lao Ba, he initially thought he was saved, only to realize that Lao Ba stood frozen in fear, his eyes vacant. A sinking feeling consumed Chen Taiping as he saw the distance between himself and Lao Ba diminishing, the terrifying water ghost drawing near. Gritting his teeth, he spun around and delivered a powerful kick to Lao Ba's abdomen, propelling him away. As Chen Taiping drifted backward from force, he glanced back to see the water ghost barreling past him, crashing straight into the wall. Before he could react, Lao Ba, awakened by the pain in his abdomen, frantically swam towards a dark passageway. Without a second thought, Chen Taiping followed suit. The staircase led to the 4th floor of the ship. Upon reaching the corner, he spotted an open rosewood door, with the rosewood as a barrier. They should be able to distance themselves from the ferocious water ghost. Instinctively glancing back, Chen Taiping's pupils constricted. The water ghost was already close behind him. Its sharp claws lunged towards him, barely a meter away from his legs. With the rosewood door within reach, Chen Taiping tightened his legs and violently kicked towards the water ghost's face. A sharp pain coursed through his calf, leaving a vivid, ribbon-like trail of blood in the seawater. Despite his efforts, he had been grazed by the water ghost, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. 3 long gashes marred his skin, a shocking sight. Refusing to halt his frantic movements, Chen Taiping quickly approached the rosewood door using the railing for support. By now, Lao Ba stood beside the door extending his hand, his face a mask of urgency. Grabbing Chen Taiping, Lao Ba pulled him inside and promptly shut the heavy rosewood door. As the door closed, Chen Taiping felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, leaving him dizzy and disoriented, unable to discern whether he was in a dream or reality. The sharp pain in his calf jolted him back to focus. Turning to glance back, he noticed another door at the end of the corridor leading to the passenger cabin. He vaguely remembered that this door was another route to the cargo hold. Lifting his head, Chen Taiping intended to signal Lao Ba, but was met with a look of terror on Lao Ba's face as he stared at the door. Following Lao Ba's gaze, Chen Taiping saw a bloated, dark arm penetrating through the rosewood door. His heart raced anew, feeling as if it might leap from his throat. He patted the cowering Lao Ba and swiftly swam towards the door he had just seen. The desperate urge to survive compelled him to endure the searing pain and increase his speed. Instinctively glancing back, he saw clothing floating in the water, and the encroaching darkness obscured his vision. Shining his flashlight, he realized it was not the rosewood door he faced, but the water ghost looming close. Chen Taiping forcefully pushed Lao Ba aside as the ghost claws tore through the water, slicing down between them. Lao Ba, Banixtiken, grabbed the floating clothing and hurled it at the water ghost, hoping to distract it. Chen Taiping intended to intervene, but found himself frozen in place. The water ghost seemed momentarily dazed as the clothing landed on its face, causing it to thrash about, its claws clawing at its own visage. Seeing this, Chen Taiping quickly pulled Lao Ba closer. The newly awakened Lao Ba was equally astonished by the bizarre scene. Without hesitation, they decided to flee while the ghost was distracted. After sealing the rosewood door, Chen Taiping and Lao Ba did not pause to rest, but hastened towards the cargo hold, knowing that only the iron door there could potentially keep the water ghost at bay. Arriving at the cargo hold entrance, Chen Taiping cautiously peered around with his flashlight, relieved to find no sign of the water ghost, allowing him to fully expose himself in the corridor. He studied the heavy valve on the cargo door and gestured to the anxious Lao Ba to assist him in opening it. The valve was exceedingly heavy. They nearly collapsed from exhaustion as they managed to turn it halfway. Consequently, the cargo door opened just enough for one person to slip through. Glancing at Lao Ba, who seemed to have forgotten his fear, Chen Taiping followed him as he dashed into the cargo hold. However, the moment he entered, Chen Taiping felt an immense force push him from behind, sending him uncontrollably into the cargo hold, colliding with the shelves inside. As he steadied himself and turned around, he discovered the water ghost, which they thought they had evaded, had reappeared, half of its body wedged in the door. Its face bore alarming claw marks, and its eye sockets were hollow, the eyeballs having vanished. Chen Taiping suddenly recalled the eerie scene from earlier in the passenger cabin. Could it be that the water ghost lacked vision? Its body appeared larger than an average adult's, and the opening they had created was insufficient for the ghost to fully enter. Understanding the source of the water ghost's formidable strength, Chen Taiping observed its sharp claws flailing in the air, its gaping maw seemingly roaring. As he beheld the ghost's claws, a wave of dread washed over him, and he quickly turned to check the oxygen tank on his back. A small, nearly invisible puncture was bubbling. The oxygen tank was compromised. Lao Ba, noticing Chen Taiping's predicament, rushed over and also spotted the bubbling tank, his expression shifting dramatically. Chen Taiping swiftly grabbed the tank, flipped it over, and checked the gauge. The needle was visibly nearing the red line, indicating that he could only remain in the water for another 10 minutes at most. Raising his head, Chen Taiping looked at the water ghost blocking the doorway, his heart sinking. If he quickly gathered supplies, he might make it to the surface before running out of oxygen. Of course, that was contingent on many uncertainties. Chen Taiping shook his head, redirecting his gaze to the shelves within the cargo hold. Now is not the time for contemplation. Within 10 minutes, they must secure the supplies. The situation is dire, and it is better to take risks than to succumb to despair. The more critical the moment, the more Chen Taiping must remain composed, refusing to succumb to the helplessness of the past. Observing the flustered expression of Lao Ba, he waved his hand, signaling him to calm down, and swiftly swam to the shelf. Upon inspection, he discovered it was stocked with numerous cans of meat. Judging by a normal person's consumption, the provisions on this shelf would suffice for an extended period. Chen Taiping raised his hand, beckoning Lao Ba while pointing at a nearby black bag. Lao Ba quickly grasped the situation, casting wary glances at the water ghost trapped at the doorway, and cautiously began to stow the food into the bag. Chen Taiping intended to assist in hastening the process, but his peripheral vision caught sight of a ladder resting in the corner. It is worth noting that a portion of the cargo hold on ships is structured with 2 levels, designated for different types of supplies, including medical materials. The presence of a ladder suggested that there might be additional storage space either above or below, if medical supplies were indeed available. Their bargaining power in negotiations with Yang Ming upon returning to the island would significantly increase. A flash of inspiration struck Chen Taiping, prompting him to swim towards the ladder, illuminating the surroundings with his flashlight in search of a potential hatch. Fortune favored the diligent. He soon spotted a tightly shut hatch before him, causing a surge of joy within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the hatch and began to twist it vigorously. Compared to the valve he had just turned, this hatch was considerably lighter. In no time, it began to creak open, and a rush of water surged from above. Chen Taiping peered out with his flashlight, observing that the structure above differed from below. Fewer shelves were present, but there were many large, bulky instruments. His legs glided slightly as he entered the dim, shadowy space alone. The silence enveloped him, heightening his unease. Where the light reached, he noticed numerous white, circular objects floating in the water, intermixed with scattered medicine boxes. He pushed aside the remnants and swam directly towards the shelves. The medical equipment was too cumbersome to carry, so he focused on gathering smaller, more manageable items that would not hinder his movement. After navigating the sea for so long, Chen Taiping was well acquainted with the uses of these medications, and retrieving them felt instinctive. However, while he was swiftly collecting the supplies, he suddenly noticed a beam of light streaming in from the hatch. Following closely behind was a panicking Lao Ba, brandishing a white sack and frantically waving his flashlight. The blinding light disoriented Chen Taiping, who had spent an extended period in darkness. Before he could process his thoughts, he caught sight of a shadow trailing behind Lao Ba. Upon closer inspection, it was the water ghost. Before Chen Taiping could ponder how the water ghost had breached the iron door, Lao Ba and the water ghost had already approached him. Grabbing hold of a nearby shelf, he forcefully toppled it towards the water ghost, pinning it beneath. For a moment, it seemed trapped and unable to escape. Turning to glance at Lao Ba, he noticed him pointing wildly at the water ghost's face and blinking frantically, as if urging him to witness the water ghost's eyes. Confusion washed over Chen Taiping. What was amiss with the water ghost's eyes? Following the beam of light from the flashlight, he soon realized the gravity of the situation. This water ghost was not the same one that had been stuck at the door. Upon closer examination, this one appeared slightly smaller, with its crimson eyes intact. A chill gripped Chen Taiping's heart. There was more than one water ghost aboard the ship. Flee! This singular thought consumed him. One water ghost lurked on the second level, while another awaited them on the first. No matter where they turned, Chen Taiping and Lao Ba would find themselves surrounded. Time was of the essence. Chen Taiping had taken 3 minutes to gather the medications, leaving him with a mere 7 minutes remaining. He recalled the valve leading to the second-level cargo hold, having kept an eye on it earlier. Now, he directed Lao Ba towards the valve. Upon reaching it, he glanced back to find the water ghost struggling free from beneath the shelf, without pausing to gauge the distance between himself and the water ghost. Chen Taiping clutched the valve, gritting his teeth, and began to twist it fervently. The heavy valve finally yielded slightly, but before he could relish the moment, he caught sight of a shadow rushing towards him from the corner of his eye. With a sudden kick, he propelled himself backward, not taking the time to ascertain where his foot had landed on Lao Ba. Using the momentum, he narrowly evaded the shadowy claw that had lunged at him. The gaunt water ghost collided with the wall, much like the previous one. When Chen Taiping turned to look at Lao Ba, he noted that although Lao Ba's face was still filled with panic, he appeared considerably calmer, refraining from fleeing blindly. However, Chen Taiping did not assist him. Upon seeing the water ghost rebound off the wall, it immediately turned back towards him. Its bloated, grotesque face fixated on him, sending a jolt of fear through Chen Taiping, who swiftly swam towards the edge of the shelf. The second-level shelves were already sparse compared to the first, so Chen Taiping was not concerned about whether the shelf would topple again. He simply needed to wait for the water ghost to approach and execute the same maneuver once more. Yet, just as he prepared to enact his plan, he turned to find the water ghost had vanished. He saw Lao Ba frantically gesturing at him, even neglecting to open the door. Chen Taiping's expression tightened. Without a moment to spare, he quickly bent down. In that instant, a black claw, sharp as a scythe, pierced through the shelf, extending to where Chen Taiping had just been standing. When he looked up, he saw the claw was less than a centimeter from his head. With a powerful push, fear surged through Chen Taiping, propelling him forward despite the pain in his leg. Just as he began to swim, the sharp pain and muscle spasms radiated from his calf throughout his body. He barely had time to extend his leg before he felt the water behind him shift violently. Panic set in as he dared not relax his tense muscles. The pain in his calf was excruciating, but Chen Taiping gritted his teeth and endured it. The salt water only exacerbated his torment. At that moment, he spotted Lao Ba waving at him, revealing the hatch had been opened. Chen Taiping quickly navigated around the shelf, not daring to look back, and propelled himself towards the hatch. Upon reaching its edge, he grasped Lao Ba's hand, and that grip felt like a weight being lifted from his heart as he was yanked out forcefully. Once outside, Chen Taiping swiftly turned around, not pausing to check whether the water ghost had followed, and kicked at the door gap. Abruptly, he felt something soft, and a viscous liquid began to creep up his calf. He shuddered all over and hurriedly pulled the door shut. Lao Ba, anxiously watching from the side, found himself at a loss, unable to run or walk. Before he could resolve his inner turmoil, Chen Taiping had already secured the door. Bending down, Chen Taiping instinctively wanted to sit on the ground, but Lao Ba's hand caught him, turning and pulling him towards the outside. Chen Taiping patted his pocket to ensure the meager supply of medicine was still there. A faint sense of happiness, akin to resurrection, blossomed on his face. The injury on his calf had rendered him incapable of further movement. The oxygen in the tank was dwindling, nearing the red line. Chen Taiping took a deep breath and patted Lao Ba on the shoulder, signaling him to let go so he could swim slowly. Otherwise, their pace was too slow. If the water ghost caught up, both of them would perish. However, Chen Taiping noticed Lao Ba shaking his head vigorously, his face resolute, refusing to release his grip. A warmth spread through Chen Taiping's heart as he glanced back into the inky darkness, hoping the water ghost wouldn't close in too quickly. They pressed onward, with Chen Taiping guiding the way, swiftly approaching the spot where they had separated from Zhao Feng. Though he did not voice it, Chen Taiping could see the anxiety etched on Lao Ba's face, not from fear of the pursuing water ghost, but from a deeper concern. The appearance of a second water ghost indicated that there were more lurking within the vessel, posing a danger to Zhao Feng, who remained behind. This thought spurred Chun Taiping to begin moving his arms more vigorously, attempting to quicken their pace. As they passed the steering room, Chun Taiping swept the beam of his flashlight across the space, only to find it empty. Lao Ba's face turned pale, a sudden foreboding creeping into his heart. Just then, Chun Taiping felt a hand on his shoulder and, together with Lao Ba, turned abruptly. To their astonishment, it was Zhao Feng, beaming, waiting behind them. Zhao Feng gestured animatedly, and Chun Taiping quickly understood. Zhao Feng must have gone to search in a more visible area. The thought of Zhao Feng alone in that unrelentingly dark space sent shivers down their spines. Suddenly, Chun Taiping noticed a large iron box that Zhao Feng was carrying. It appeared hefty, and merely observing its exterior conveyed a sense of weight. Without time for extensive inquiries, Chun Taiping hastily patted their shoulders, indicating the oxygen tank behind him, which was perilously close to the red line, only 0.1 centimeters remaining, at most a minute. They needed to move quickly. With the support of both men, Chun Taiping traversed the corridor, leaving the steering room behind, bidding farewell to the terrifying area he never wished to revisit, swimming towards the faint light above. Along the way, his oxygen tank ran low. His gaze remained fixed on the red line, and with just 2 seconds to spare, he inhaled deeply, then removed the oxygen tank, holding his breath until he reached the surface. Hiss! Chun Taiping greedily inhaled the air above water. Gazing up at the moonlight, he suddenly realized how beautiful the night could be. Chapter, Companions Wow. The moment Chun Taiping surfaced, he heard a scream nearby. Without needing to turn around, he recognized it as the voice of the bespectacled shorty. Zhao Feng hurriedly tossed the heavy oxygen tank into the water, then climbed onto the wooden boat and turned to extend his hand to Chun Taiping. Xiao Chun, come. Grasping Zhao Feng's hand, Chun Taiping struggled to climb aboard the boat. Without the seawater to dilute it, blood began to flow down his calf. Under the moonlight, they noticed Chun Taiping's face had turned deathly pale, a clear sign of excessive blood loss. Eyeglasses, hurry, take off your clothes. What are you waiting for? Lao Ba shouted anxiously at the bespectacled man. Finally coming to his senses, Eyeglasses quickly removed his outer garment, tearing it and handing it to Zhao Feng next to Chun Taiping. Observing Zhao Feng preparing to bandage him, Chun Taiping shook his head, retrieving a sealed, unopened medicine box from his pocket. Use this. You and Lao Ba should tend to your wounds as well. Seeing Chun Taiping's bleeding injury, Lao Ba felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing those words. Had it not been for Chun Taiping, he might have perished in the water several times over. Now, even as Chun Taiping faced the imminent risk of fainting, he still cared for the wounds of Lao Ba and Zhao Feng. If that didn't warm one's heart, what would? At that moment, Chun Taiping could not afford a glance at Lao Ba's expression. As he was exposed to the air, the seawater on his wound began to slowly dissipate. The salt from the seawater clung to the injury, gritting his teeth and enduring the blurring of his consciousness. Chun Taiping saw Zhao Feng applying the medicine before he collapsed onto the boat. No, I cannot faint yet. A surge of determination coursed through Chun Taiping as he rubbed his temples. Though lying on the wooden boat, he kept his eyes wide open. The sea was too eerie. Danger could strike at any moment, and if he fell asleep, it would mean allowing Zhao Feng and the others to carry a corpse forward. Taking a deep breath, Chun Taiping sat up again amidst their astonished gazes. Lao Ba's face was one of admiration as he gave a thumbs up. Xiao Chun, you're truly formidable. Lao Ba, am completely convinced, from now on, whatever you say goes. Zhao Feng echoed his praise. If it were us in your position, we would have fainted from happiness by now. Who could hold on? Even the timid Eyeglasses wore an expression of admiration, nodding fervently in agreement with Lao Ba and Zhao Feng. In their hearts, Chun Taiping's indomitable will had utterly conquered them. To follow such a person, even if it meant perishing at the hands of a water ghost, Lao Ba would find it worthwhile. Chun Taiping took in the expressions of the three, offering a bitter smile and shaking his head. They only saw his decisive actions now, but the once weak Chun Taiping was a truth only he truly understood. It was precisely to prevent that past from resurfacing that he fought so fiercely. Turning to Zhao Feng, Chun Taiping shifted the conversation, directing his gaze towards the iron box beside them. Lao Zhao, what were you looking for earlier? Upon hearing Chun Taiping's question, the other's eyes instantly focused on the wet iron box, which bore a lock, seemingly containing something valuable within. The lock, however, was already open, and with a gentle pull, the box could be opened. Zhao Feng suddenly grinned, wiggling his eyebrows at them, and said, "You'll never guess what this is. Once you see it, you'll go completely crazy with joy." "What is it? Why so mysterious?" Lao Ba scoffed, turning to look at Chun Taiping, his eyes seemingly asking if Chun Taiping felt the same. Chun Taiping offered a wry smile instead of agreeing and inquired, "Is it something that can connect to the outside world?" "Damn!" Zhao Feng jolted. immediately looking at Chun Taiping with astonishment. Do you have X-ray vision? Really, Lao Zhao? Upon hearing Zhao Feng's unguarded admission, Lao Ba's face lit up with joy, eagerly rushing to open the box. Zhao Feng abruptly pushed him away, saying, "Don't rush, let's eat something first. I am famished." Yes, let's eat. The lingering panic still clung to the group, and had Zhao Feng not mentioned it, Chun Taiping might have forgotten that he hadn't eaten in a long while. Only Yin Jing, sitting in the corner, anxiously stared at the food bag, hesitant to make a move. He understood that he had done nothing to contribute and felt embarrassed to take food. As Chun Taiping opened a can of meat and inhaled its fragrant aroma, he noticed Yin Jing's reluctance to grab the food. He tossed a portion to him, saying, "Don't starve yourself. We will need you to row later. The three of us may be incapacitated for a while." Zhao Feng looked at Chun Taiping in surprise, but refrained from commenting. Lao Ba wore an unsatisfied expression, glaring at the astonished Yin Jing, muttering, "I almost wish he would go down and fight the water ghost, so this kid could understand our struggles." Upon hearing this, Yin Jing's eyes widened in panic as he turned to Chun Taiping, stammering, "Is there a water ghost?" Chun Taiping nodded, his lips parting to speak, when suddenly, Yin Jing caught sight of that pale, swollen head emerging from the water. "Yin Jing, run!" Chun Taiping shouted, discarding the can of meat and rushing toward him. But it was too late. Chun Taiping could only watch in horror as Yin Jing was dragged underwater, thrashing desperately and screaming for help. Ignoring the swelling injury on his leg, Chun Taiping attempted to leap in after him. However, a hand suddenly yanked him back. "Xiao Chun, we must go," Lao Ba hissed. Chun Taiping's eyes widened, his heart plummeting as he incredulously stared at Lao Ba's somber face. "Lao Ba, what did you just say?" Lao Ba took a deep breath, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "I said we need to leave." The thunderous roar echoed in his ears. Chun Taiping had thought it was merely a hallucination from being submerged for too long, but Lao Ba was serious. Gritting his teeth, Chun Taiping tried to push Lao Ba aside, only to find he could not budge him. Lao Ba stood firm, his strength waning. Yet he remained upright, due to sheer willpower, though his body betrayed him. After Chun Taiping exerted his effort, a wave of soreness coursed through him. "Lao Zhao!" He shouted to the man behind him, but when he glanced back, he saw Zhao Feng furiously paddling the boat, propelling them away swiftly. Chun Taiping felt as though a heavy weight had struck him in the chest, confusion swirling within, but his fury overshadowed it all. Just as he was about to shout, he was struck in the face by a punch. It was not forceful, even somewhat soft, as Lao Ba had not exerted himself. Yet, it was enough to send Chun Taiping sprawling. Looking up at Lao Ba, he saw blood seeping from the corner of Lao Ba's mouth, a profound guilt flickering in his gaze. "Chun Taiping, think carefully. Who among us can combat the water ghost?" Chun Taiping trembled, turning to Zhao Feng's pale face, then to Lao Ba's fatigued expression, finally resting his gaze on the blood-stained sea. The answer was glaringly obvious. None of them could withstand it. With a thud, Chun Taiping pounded the wooden boat, his weak fists failing to leave any mark. Yet, a deep sorrow enveloped the trio. In that moment, Chun Taiping realized that the selfish one was not Lao Ba, but himself. Had he truly jumped in to save Yin Jing, not only would he perish, but he would also drag Lao Ba and Zhao Feng into the abyss with him. What would become of the others on the island? What about Ren Yuan? But still, Chun Taiping's voice cracked, a man in his 20s, weathered by the tumult of the sea, now choked as he cried, "But he is our comrade." Silence fell over them, including Chun Taiping. He seethed with hatred and anger, yet his ire was not directed at Lao Ba or Zhao Feng, but at his own impotence. Simultaneously, a flame ignited within him, a fire that had smoldered for years, now blazing fiercely, just as on that day when his companions had rescued him, making him the sole survivor. This time he would not let go. The three of them drifted toward the original deserted island, with food and company. Chun Taiping's energy swiftly rejuvenated. As they neared the island, he instructed the others to change course toward a cliff on the opposite side, intending to rest there for the night before confronting Yang Ming the next day. The following morning, the trio quickly made landfall, refraining from recklessly seeking out Yang Ming. Although they possessed firearms, only Zhao Feng had one, and the ammunition was scant. Compared to the arsenal in Yang Ming's possession, they were at a significant disadvantage. Hence, Chun Taiping needed to create a fade, a deception that would instill fear in Yang Ming. That day, the deserted island was as tense and enraged as ever. Ren Yuan had not seen Chun Taiping for 2 days, a gnawing sense of foreboding settling in her heart. "Get up, you lot. It's time to work." Once again, Yang Ming, accompanied by his 2 lackeys, bellowed at the weary individuals, brandishing a gun. Ren Yuan furrowed her brows, a hint of unease crossing her otherwise disheveled face. None dared to defy Yang Ming. They were all coerced into labor. Whether scouting or fetching water, Ren Yuan sensed something amiss. Just then, a man emerged from the nearby woods, limping as he approached. When the people noticed him, they saw his tattered clothing and pale face, empty hands reaching toward Yang Ming. Chen Taiping? Ren Yuan exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise, quickly followed by a wave of concern. Yang Ming's expression shifted at the mention of the name. He turned abruptly, realizing that Chen Taiping, who had leaped off the cliff just days prior, was indeed alive. Chen Taiping, observing Yang Ming's astonishment, couldn't help but smile slightly, initiating the conversation. Well, Yang Ming, are you surprised that I survived? Chen Taiping, where have you been these past 2 days? Ren Yuan's words were cut short as she heard Chen Taiping speak to Yang Ming, causing her to shudder. Chen Taiping cast a glance at the lovely Ren Yuan, feeling a slight relief, yet he did not engage her. Chen Taiping, I didn't expect you to still be alive. What? Did Lao Ba, Zhao Feng, and Yin Jing perish? Upon seeing Chen Taiping, Yang Ming understood that the truth would soon unravel, so he dropped the pretense. Holding his gun, he showed no fear of Chen Taiping. Yang Ming then taunted, you didn't kill them to save yourself, did you? Ha ha! Chen Taiping, aren't you also someone who would do anything to survive? Chen Taiping remained silent, noting the astonished, confused, and even fearful glances from those around him. In a state of ignorance, events unfolded unbeknownst to them, resulting in the death of several individuals. This further shattered their already fragile spirits. Chen Taiping witnessed it all, and his simmering anger intensified. Yang Ming, I am not like you. I am a human being, not a beast. Just then, Yang Ming, in a fit of rage, was abruptly interrupted by the sound of a gunshot echoing from the woods behind him. The thunderous noise startled the crowd, leaving them in a state of panic, and after a brief silence, chaos erupted uncontrollably. Yang Ming's eyes widened as he turned to the 2 men beside him, shouting, who the hell fired that shot? The 2 lackeys exchanged glances, shaking their heads. The shot had clearly come from behind them. Chen Taiping regarded the furious Yang Ming with an impassive expression, replying, you need not search, it was Lao Ba who fired. Lao Ba? In that moment, Yang Ming realized he had been outmaneuvered by Chen Taiping. He abruptly raised his gun. Chen Taiping remained unfazed as Yang Ming and his 2 lackeys aimed their weapons at him, maintaining a calm demeanor, and said, Yang Ming, you may not fully comprehend your situation, but allow me to show you something that will elucidate it. What? Yang Ming instinctively glanced behind Chen Taiping. In response, Chen Taiping retrieved a white sack concealed behind him and poured its contents onto the ground. A cascade of canned meat spilled forth. Ren Yuan, standing nearby, was taken aback. What was this? Where did it come from? After consuming the same monotonous fare for 2 days, she longed for a taste of something different. She had never experienced such a constricted existence as a young lady of privilege. Were it not for her concern for her image, she would have dashed towards the tempting food for an indulgent feast. The onlookers, still lingering nearby, also caught sight of the food at Chen Taiping's feet. What was that? It was paradise. Even from a distance, Yang Ming and his companions could hear the sound of people swallowing hard. Some even dared to inch closer to the canned meat, but were met with Yang Ming's fierce glare, which sent them retreating in fear. Chen Taiping observed the scene with disappointment, shaking his head. Enough of your theatrics before me, Yang Ming. Given your condition that day, how could you possibly return to the shipwreck site? Yang Ming was not entirely foolish. He understood that these provisions could not have simply floated to Chen Taiping. Moreover, he had also acquired a handgun. Clearly, Chen Taiping and Lao Ba had returned to the site of the shipwreck to gather supplies. Bang! Another unexpected gunshot rang out. This time from behind Chen Taiping, in stark contrast to the previous shot's location. They had more than one firearm? This thought surged through Yang Ming's mind. And in an instant, Chen Taiping transformed in his perception into a colossal shadow, cloaked in mist, his true form obscured. Yet, before Chen Taiping could relish the moment, a look of arrogant mirth spread across Yang Ming's face. He threw back his head and laughed boisterously, as if Chen Taiping's intimidation was merely a game, having no effect on him. After Yang Ming finished laughing, 3 ominous gun barrels suddenly pointed at Chen Taiping. What is the purpose of this charade? Chen Taiping, do you truly believe I would fall for it? Yang Ming mocked. Impossible. If you truly possessed more than 2 handguns, you would not be standing here alone before me. Do you take me for a fool? Chen Taiping's expression subtly shifted, as if his scheme had been unveiled, and he appeared somewhat flustered. This scene incited a wave of anxiety among the onlookers who had been silently praying for Chen Taiping to overthrow Yang Ming, including Ren Yuan. With a grim expression, Chen Taiping fidgeted with the hem of his clothing, his gaze instinctively drifting towards the 2 lackeys beside Yang Ming. All of his movements conveyed a sense of impending doom. Ha ha ha. Chen Taiping, you think yourself clever, yet you remain oblivious to the lengths I've gone to survive. But now you comprehend, albeit too late. Yang Ming racked the slide of his gun, producing a crisp sound as he aimed it at Chen Taiping's forehead, stating, call out Zhao Feng and his 2 men, or I shall take you down with me. 3 guns, 3 barrels, all aimed at Chen Taiping. The atmosphere was charged with tension, as if a mere misstep from either side would lead to bloodshed. However, the chaotic scene Yang Ming had envisioned did not materialize. Chen Taiping suddenly lowered his head. A fleeting hint of panic froze on his face, transforming into a smirk as he said, "Yang Ming, why not turn your gaze behind you?" "Behind me?" Yang Ming furrowed his brow, hesitating, wary of a trap. But suddenly he felt a cold, hard object pressed against his head. One of the lackeys collapsed to the ground with a thud, blood streaming from his wound as Lao Ba seized his firearm, pivoting to aim at the other lackey. Lao Ba and Zhao Feng had stealthily positioned themselves behind them, having seized control of the situation without their notice. In that instant, Yang Ming realized that all of Chen Taiping's actions, expressions, and even the scattering of food were mere distractions to capture his attention. While Lao Ba and Zhao Feng lay in wait for the opportune moment, conceitedly oblivious, Yang Ming failed to recognize that the entire scenario had been orchestrated by Chen Taiping. Chapter: Dividing territory. Yang Ming gradually lowered his weapon, the intensity of Chen Taiping's gaze piercing him. Chen Taiping averted his eyes, meticulously gathering the scattered canned meat. His expression remained calm, for to him, the prospect of meat was insignificant compared to the will to survive. The trials faced in the sea had taught him that only by enduring could one possess everything. "What is it that you truly desire, Chen Taiping?" Yang Ming had been fixated on Chen Taiping from the outset, his gaze steely. Even as Chen Taiping bent down to retrieve the items, he refrained from firing. He dared not pull the trigger. 2 guns could easily end his life, and Yang Ming was not ready to die. In response, Chen Taiping, moving with deliberate calmness, finished collecting the items before standing upright. "I desire nothing," Chen Taiping replied, shaking his head. "Nothing?" Yang Ming squinted, countering. "Then what is the purpose of your actions?" "Quite simple. To overthrow you, that is all." In just 9 words, Chen Taiping's declaration pierced the hearts of the onlookers like a drill. He scanned the hopeful faces, nodding slightly as if to reassure them. Beside him, Ren Yuanyuan wore an expression of eager anticipation, hoping to catch Chen Taiping's attention. Yet, his gaze never strayed towards her. "Yang Ming, bring your people and lower your weapons, and I shall allow you to leave." Yang Ming felt a weight in his heart as he regarded the calm, inscrutable Chen Taiping, declaring, "That is impossible. I must retain my firearm, and we demand half of the food." "Chen Taiping, do you wish to watch us starve? Shut your mouth." With a fierce shout, Lao Ba kicked Yang Ming on the calf, scolding him, "Yang Ming, you heartless beast. Speak honestly here with everyone. Since we set foot on this island, how many lives have you taken? Do you think you deserve to share our food?" Yang Ming knelt on the ground, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes, yearning to vent his frustration. However, upon seeing the gun in Lao Ba's hand, he obediently closed his mouth and refrained from retorting. "Enough, Lao Ba," Chen Taiping interjected, casting a glance at Yang Ming, though he did not share Lao Ba's fury. Once a life is lost, it cannot be restored, and more importantly, there were pressing matters at hand. "I could spare you a gun." He raised a finger and continued, "But there is a rule. You will bring your own food. I have no need for yours. Leave this area, and let the center of the lake be your boundary. Do not cross it again." Fixing his gaze on the sullen-faced Yang Ming, Chen Taiping appeared composed and indifferent on the surface, yet internally, a tempest of emotions raged within him. He was terrified, deeply so, but even more so, he feared failure. Confronted by the ominous muzzle of a gun, he buried his dread deep within. At that moment, he could only hope Yang Ming would recognize the gravity of the situation and avoid the outcome he most dreaded. "Xiao Chun, I believe we should end him here to eliminate future threats." Lao Ba raised his gun, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. Yifun Yang Ming, no matter how composed, revealed a hint of panic on his face. Chen Taiping shook his head. "Lao Ba, if we kill Yang Ming, how do we differ from him and the beast he is?" Lao Ba paused, then burst into laughter, nodding in agreement. Right. How did I not think of that? This fellow is a beast, but I am human." Saying this, Lao Ba kicked Yang Ming's back again. While this act satisfied the onlookers' desire for vengeance, it also revealed a glimmer of apprehension in their eyes. Chen Taiping observed all this, sighed softly, and finally turned his attention to Ren Yuanyuan. "Ms. Heng, I have a matter to trouble you with," Chen Taiping said. Initially, Ren Yuanyuan felt apprehensive, wondering why this rogue had not greeted her. All her prior concerns for him seemed in vain, making her feel like a fool. However, upon hearing him call her name, a blush crept onto her cheeks as she hurried over, her bright eyes focused on him. "Ping, tell me what to do." "Ping?" Chen Taiping's cheeks flushed slightly. It was the first time a beautiful girl had called him by such a nickname. Yet, recalling the current predicament, the smile on his face faded quickly, and he adopted a serious tone. "This food is not all we have. Behind me, there are some medical supplies. Please check the quantity and tally the numbers. We will decide how to distribute them shortly." "Really?" Ren Yuanyuan's face brightened, her expression radiant with delight. Feeling her breath close by, Chun Taiping grew flustered, his gaze instinctively drifting elsewhere. Chun Taiping, can you not lose your composure? This is not the time for such distractions. Xiao Chun, these people. Before Lao Ba could finish, he felt Zhao Feng tug at his sleeve, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Zhao Feng subtly gestured to Lao Ba before turning to Chun Taiping. Xiao Chun, let us not rush the food situation. We should deal with Yang Ming and his group first. Agreed. Chun Taiping nodded, his gaze drifting toward a timid figure in the crowd. That individual was unforgettable to him. Their predicament of being forced to battle the water ghosts was entirely due to this traitor. Ma Laogui, since you have emerged, why hide? Chun Taiping called out flatly. In the crowd, Ma Laogui's expression shifted, and under the puzzled gazes of the others, he slowly stepped forward, a sheepish grin on his face. Ah, Xiao Chun. Long time no see. Indeed, it has been a couple of days. I nearly thought I would never see you again. Holding Lao Basa Sakastit Fimat. Annoyance flashed across Ma Laogui's face, but was quickly suppressed. Noticing Ma Laogui's silence, Chun Taiping waved his hand. You will join Yang Ming's group. Don't need to explain the reasons to everyone here. Startled, Ma Laogui quickly shook his head, forcing a smile and nodding in understanding, indicating he would not resist. Chun Taiping felt little emotional attachment to Ma Laogui. The two were not even friends, so even in the face of betrayal, he felt no significant anger. He simply worried that Ma Laogui, being cunning, might become an ally to Yang Ming if allowed to leave. However, keeping him here was not an option, so Chun Taiping dismissed the concern. Yang Ming did not resist further and complied with Chun Taiping's words, leaving only a single gun for them. Lao Ba, eager to seize it, was halted by Chun Taiping. The reasoning was straightforward. The crude guns they possessed could only hold 5 bullets at most, and using them against the water ghosts might offer a slim chance of survival. Using them against Chun Taiping's group will be the height of folly. As expected, Yang Ming did as Chun Taiping instructed, slinging the only gun over his shoulder. Before departing, he glanced back at Chun Taiping, saying, I will remember you, Chun Taiping. Before turning to leave, Chun Taiping pondered whether they might secretly return, a concern for the future. After ensuring Yang Ming and his group exited the area, he turned toward the anxious faces of those remaining. Some stared at Yang Ming's retreating figure, while others looked hopefully at Chun Taiping. Then, Chun Taiping called out, those willing to stay, come with me. Those who wish to leave may follow Yang Ming. A murmur rippled through the crowd as they exchanged glances, and soon, 30 individuals chose to depart with Yang Ming, leaving only 60 behind. At this moment, Lao Ba tugged at Chun Taiping's sleeve, pulling him aside. Xiao Chun, we do not have much food. Why are you insisting on keeping these people? Lao Ba's voice was low, revealing his reluctance to shelter them. They had fought for their food with their lives. How could they just share it with those of uncertain loyalty? Moreover, how could they know how many among them were close to Yang Ming or harbored ulterior motives? However, Chun Taiping was not overly concerned about this issue, as he understood better than anyone that survival on this desolate island was impossible with just a handful of people. After explaining his thoughts to Lao Ba and Zhao Feng, Lao Ba initially disagreed, but Zhao Feng nodded in agreement. Xiao Chun is right. We know nothing about this island. If we cast this group out and they encounter danger later, we will lose many potential allies. Surprised by Zhao Feng's words, Chun Taiping nodded in agreement. After a brief period of dissatisfaction, Lao Ba finally accepted the reality. Ren Yuan began counting as Chun Taiping had instructed. The quantity of food available is substantial. If only a few individuals were to partake, it could sustain them for an extended period. However, with the arrival of this new group, Ren Yuan calculated that their sustenance duration would diminish by at least threefold. This implies that, relying solely on this food, they could survive for a maximum of approximately 1 month, without exceeding this time frame significantly. Chun Taiping was somewhat astonished upon hearing this figure, not due to the considerable increase in consumption, but rather because he was impressed by Ren Yuan's remarkable accuracy in her calculations. Given their collective survival, Chun Taiping recognized the necessity to assign tasks to each individual on this deserted island as a cohesive unit. The lethargy of any one person could jeopardize the functionality and essential survival of the entire group. Chun Taiping had previously estimated that the food supply would sustain them for no more than a month. Although a month may seem lengthy, some individuals appeared relaxed upon hearing this figure, believing that perhaps the rescue team would arrive before the month elapsed, rendering future concerns unnecessary. However, Chun Taiping did not share their nonchalance. After surveying the group of individuals who had become noticeably indolent, he clapped his hands and stated, "There is something I wish to clarify with everyone." Chun Taiping had previously astonished the crowd with his composed demeanor even in the face of danger, indicating his extensive life experience. Thus, when his voice rang out, nearly 80% of the crowd reacted, while the remaining 20, despite their silence, listened intently. Chen Taiping discreetly noted the few individuals who remained indifferent, maintaining his composure as he continued. From now on, we shall all survive together. I trust you understand this. However, I must emphasize that while a month may seem ample, no one can guarantee that we will receive aid thereafter. To mitigate the risks of such an eventuality, I will assign tasks based on each person's contributions, distributing food accordingly. Upon hearing Chen Taiping's words, dissent arose within the crowd. I disagree, exclaimed a man with gold-rimmed glasses. Rising to his feet, the onlookers turned their gaze toward him. Judging by his attire and demeanor, he appeared to be a scholar. Adjusting his glasses, he addressed Chen Taiping. Comrade Chen Taiping, I cannot assert that your perspective is incorrect, but I cannot affirm its accuracy either. While we may not fully understand the circumstances surrounding you and Yang Ming, I can confidently state 2 points. The search team is actively looking for us, and this dense forest is perilous. The crowd nodded in agreement, endorsing the scholar's assertions. With a slight nod, the man's eyes sparkled with an imperceptible pride as he cast a glance at Ren Yuanyuan, who stood beside Chen Taiping, a smirk gracing his lips. As a PhD, I possess considerable knowledge regarding survival. I have watched many of Bear Grylls shows, therefore I am quite familiar with wilderness environments. As he spoke, the scholar surveyed those who gazed at him with admiration, a wave of vanity swelling within him. Therefore, I believe you should heed my advice. Let us patiently await rescue for a month. Even if the rescue team does not arrive, based on my experience, we can still survive. His rhetoric resembled a grand oration, and upon concluding, he even placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Were it not for their dire circumstances, Chen Taiping might have mistaken this for a presentation on a private resort. Applause erupted from the crowd, ignited by an unknown individual, followed by a chorus of agreement. Only a handful of individuals remained disdainful, seemingly adopting a watchful stance toward the unfolding events. Ren Yuanyuan, slightly exasperated, clicked her tongue before turning to Chen Taiping. Ah Ping, how do you intend to arrange things? At this, the crowd, which had been observing the bespectacled man, pivoted their attention toward Chen Taiping and Ren Yuanyuan. Chen Taiping's words may not have been particularly persuasive, or perhaps, having settled into a more comfortable environment, they were reluctant to continue struggling. However, due to Ren Yuanyuan's distinct status, the group inclined their ears to hear her forthcoming words. I plan to follow your lead. In the past few days, I have found this island to be rather peculiar. There is no wind at night, it is not particularly cold, and there are no sounds of seabirds, only an eerie silence. I believe we should organize a small team to explore. Upon hearing this, Lao Ba burst into laughter, the sound almost painful to Chen Taiping's ears. Miss Run, I did not anticipate your cleverness. My apologies for underestimating you earlier. Folata bilao basha gomlim. Ren Yuanyuan felt a flicker of pride, her gaze returning to Chen Taiping's face. In her heart, Chen Taiping was not merely a savior, but also a conversational partner. Perhaps due to Yang Ming's cold and domineering persona, Chen Taiping's gentle demeanor had profoundly resonated with Ren Yuanyuan. Chen Taiping glanced at the still bewildered crowd, nodding as if to convey that he had contemplated this matter before. Therefore, we shall first divide into groups and subsequently assign tasks. Hey. Why has it turned into tasks again? Do we not agree to quietly wait for a month? A plump woman, who had been previously affected by the situation, stood up. Her face bore the marks of affluence, and her fur coat was somewhat soiled, yet it could not mask her expensive aura. Xiao Chun, I see you as a good person, unlike Yang Ming. But how can you be so stubborn? Everyone's wish is to stay here peacefully for a few days and do nothing until help arrives. Moreover, we have plenty of food. What is there to worry about? Food. At the mention of this, Lao Ba immediately erupted. Before Chen Taiping could respond, he noticed Lao Ba stamping his foot and pointing at the plump woman, shouting, "Fatty, do you have water in your brain? On what grounds do you feel entitled to enjoy the food we procured with our lives? You, how dare you insult me?" The plump woman retorted angrily, pointing at Lao Ba as she scolded him. "No wonder you look like a thug. You must have been a delinquent." Following this tirade, the previously tense atmosphere among the crowd erupted. "Exactly. Why should we listen to you?" Someone chimed in. "I used to earn $1 million a year. Now I have to listen to a bunch of useless people on this island. How absurd. Forget them. Let's go and distribute the food. We'll establish our own authority." The crowd, fueled by indignation, voiced their dissatisfaction with Lao Ba. The plump woman, witnessing the unfolding scene, smirked coldly. Previously, when Chen Taiping and his companions confronted Yang Ming, they had observed Lao Ba's reluctance to harbor them. Now, seizing the opportunity, she was determined to retaliate. In times of difficulty, those lacking initiative and unwilling to exert effort often harbor jealousy towards those who possess something. Lao Ba, incensed, reached for his gun concealed behind him, but was restrained by Chen Taiping. Enough! Chen Taiping's sudden outburst reverberated, causing everyone to freeze, their gazes converging upon him. The man, who had previously appeared gentle and accommodating, was now exhibiting an unexpected fury. Ren Yuanyuan, equally astonished, noted that Chun Taiping had shed his usual demeanor, his dark eyes flickering with a fierce intensity. However, this fiery emotion was soon quelled by Chun Taiping. He glanced at the surprised expressions of the few individuals beside him and felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that he had never truly lost his temper before. Taking a deep breath, his gaze returned to the plump woman and the bespectacled man. While others may not have noticed, Chun Taiping had heard distinctly. The woman had disregarded the last words of Lao Ba during their argument. To them, perhaps the lives of the three individuals were not worth as much as a single meal. It appears that Chun Taiping's brothers harbor some prejudice against us. Lin Yu, the bespectacled man, suddenly interjected with an air of mystery. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it caught the attention of everyone present. The expressions of the crowd shifted slightly, their gazes falling upon the firearm behind Lao Ba. An unsettling atmosphere surged forth. Learning from previous lessons, Lao Ba chose to remain silent this time, allowing Chun Taiping to take the lead. Chun Taiping was acutely aware of Zhao Feng and the others' intentions. They aimed to elevate him to the position of leader, believing it would ensure compliance and prevent chaos. Yet, such a task was far from simple. Rubbing his aching temples, he gestured for calm among the group and fixed his gaze on Lin Yu. My friend, if you truly believe in your abilities, I suggest you demonstrate them now. With a slight pursing of his lips, Chun Taiping's eyes darted towards the dark, mysterious woods that seemed to stretch endlessly. Perhaps, you could venture into the forest to find something useful, thereby earning the respect of everyone. Lin Yu felt a flicker of annoyance at Chun Taiping's tone. Are you instructing me on what to do? Nevertheless, this was indeed an opportune moment to establish credibility, and Lin Yu found himself begrudgingly grateful to Chun Taiping. Furrowing his brows, Lin Yu adjusted his glasses, responding, Fine, since you are so unconvinced, I shall show you what knowledge truly entails. Chun Taiping merely shrugged, offering no retort, and turned to Lao Ba, instructing him to gather sturdy logs to delineate their area and create simple, identifiable markers. Excellent. Lao Ba promptly dashed off. Turning to Zhao Feng, Chun Taiping added, Lao Zhao, please assist Miss Ren in categorizing the supplies. Under no circumstances should we waste anything in this situation, as you understand. Indeed, rest assured. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Feng replied earnestly. Observing the two as they engaged in cryptic exchanges, Ren Yuanyuan paid no mind to Lin Yu, who had entered the woods, but instead focused curiously on Chun Taiping. Why are you looking at me? Chun Taiping asked in confusion. Touching his less-than-perfect skin, he raised an eyebrow, asking, Is there something on my face? Ren Yuanyuan giggled, her eyes scrutinizing Chun Taiping until she sensed something amiss. Ping, have you ever participated in wilderness survival training? Wilderness survival training? Chun Taiping shook his head. Then why do you seem so adept? Ren Yuanyuan probed insistently, embodying the essence of relentless inquiry. If you had not participated, you would not possess such knowledge. Why? Chun Taiping felt a weight in his heart, pursing his lips in silence. The sorrow radiating from him left Ren Yuanyuan perplexed. Everyone look at this. Just as Ren Yuanyuan was about to speak, Lin Yu scoffed from a distance, calling out to the group. His gaze was fixed on Chun Taiping, who was conversing with Ren Yuanyuan. Chun Taiping's thoughts were pulled back to the present. Following the sound, he noticed Lin Yu proudly pointing at a large tree. Everyone look, is there not moss on this tree? Lin Yu grinned. The crowd nodded. Indeed, there was moss on the tree, but so what? Noting Lin Yu's intentional suspense, Chun Taiping felt a headache coming on as he approached. Once Chun Taiping and Ren Yuanyuan drew closer, Lin Yu began to speak. You all should know that after our misfortune, we are unable to determine direction, correct? However, this moss can assist us in identifying our current orientation. Dr. Lin, how so? A man in the crowd raised his hand in agreement. Lin Yu adjusted his glasses, pleased with himself, and discreetly glanced at Ren Yuanyuan. Noticing her gaze was fixed on him, her smile widening. In wilderness survival, there are several critical points to consider. First, food and fresh water. Second, our location and direction. He pointed to the moss beside them, emphasizing, just remember this. Moss on trees only grows on the northern side. Wow, Dr. Lin, how philosophical. Indeed, I believe I have heard of this. It does indeed grow on the northern side. The crowd chimed in, their faces filled with admiration, while Ren Yuanyuan began to lose her patience. Hey, have you all had enough of this? And you call yourself a doctor, lacking even this basic knowledge? Right, Ping? Chun Taiping glanced at the trees nearby. Although he was somewhat irritated that Ren Yuanyuan had thrust this matter onto him, he nodded in agreement, stating yes. That piece of knowledge is incorrect. Is that so, Chun Taiping? Lin Yu, who had just moments ago appeared amicable towards Ren Yuanyuan, now turned his gaze upon Chun Taiping, his expression darkening. Chun Taiping shrugged, offering no direct response, his implication clear. If you wish to speak of me in such a manner, it is of no concern to me. Do as you please. Lin Yu was thoroughly enraged. Since earlier, Ren Yuan had remained by Chen Taiping's side, which irritated Lin Yu, intensifying the hostility in his gaze directed at Chen Taiping. Consequently, Lin Yu turned his ire towards Chen Taiping, declaring, Chen Taiping, you seem quite capable, do you not? Not at all capable, Chen Taiping replied, shaking his head as he cast a glance at Ren Yuan beside him, adding, at the very least, I would not flaunt my abilities in front of a girl, nor mislead others with erroneous knowledge. You. Despite his efforts to appear composed, Lin Yu's face flushed crimson. However, he maintained a semblance of calm. Upon hearing Chen Taiping mention Ren Yuan, he became even more convinced of Chen Taiping's feelings toward her. Of course, Chen Taiping remained oblivious to all of this and had no desire to know. Lin Yu's behavior was too conspicuous. Though Chen Taiping had never been in love, he could sense Lin Yu's interest in Ren Yuan, stranded on an isolated island with an uncertain future. Chen Taiping had neither the time nor inclination to engage in such matters, yet he would not tolerate being bullied. If Lin Yu insisted on belittling him to feel superior, Chen Taiping would stand his ground. All right, if you cannot find anything else useful, you will follow my lead from here on out. My words remain unchanged. Chen Taiping's voice was not loud, yet resonated with a firmness that sent shivers through everyone present. If you do not wish to follow me, you are free to leave. I assure you, food will not be provided. I am openly informing you, this island is not as you imagine. Peril lurks at every corner. Peril? Lin Yu's expression darkened further. The individuals surrounding him, some skeptical and others dismissive, began to whisper among themselves, casting furtive glances. Regardless, Chen Taiping had no time to waste on them. Half the day had already passed, and they had yet to accomplish anything. Chen Taiping gazed across the tranquil expanse of the woods, a sense of unease washing over him, accompanied by a foreboding premonition. It reminded him of the time he had been on a sinking ship, where silence enveloped everything, yet danger lurked in every corner. Rubbing his aching right leg, his gaze fell upon Ren Yuan beside him. Miss Ren, you must have undergone survival training, haven't you? From her earlier words, it was evident that she had experienced similar training. Her remarkable composure starkly contrasted with that of a typical heiress, who would likely be at a loss. Unsure of what to do, with this thought in mind, Chen Taiping spoke up, I have an idea. Do you recall the water ghost we encountered at sea? Upon mentioning the water ghost, a flicker of panic crossed Ren Yuan's face. It was the most terrifying thing she had ever witnessed. Suddenly, she recalled the days Chen Taiping had gone missing, and that he had supplies and a pistol. Her heart raced as she asked, Did you return to the sunken ship? Yes, we went back, Chen Taiping replied, omitting the details. He pointed towards the direction where Yang Ming had previously left. The lake over there is our only source of fresh water. However, the water ghost possesses immense strength and is highly adept in the water. They lack vision, likely relying on scent like certain fish. Before he could finish, he noticed Ren Yuan grasping his arm, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an intense light. Chen Taiping found it difficult to discern whether her expression was one of fear or excitement. Ping, have you encountered a water ghost? Ren Yuan's voice was soft, yet resonated enough for the others to hear. Chen Taiping smacked his forehead, realizing he had made a grave mistake. As he observed Ren Yuan's panic-stricken expression, covering her mouth in shock, he rubbed his aching temples. Am I feeling unwell, or is it just the stress? Chen Taiping, did you just say water ghost? Someone finally dared to inquire. After a brief hesitation, he nodded, having no intention of keeping it a secret for long. Indeed, there is. Chen Taiping continued I Lao Ba, Zhao Feng and the glasses wearer. The image of their panicked faces flashed in his mind, and a shadow of gloom crossed his eyes. Initially, Yang Ming compelled us to undertake perilous tasks. When we decided to resist, he discovered our intentions and forced us to jump into the sea to perish. But we managed to find a glimmer of hope. Wait, Chen Taiping, you mentioned 4 people, leaving 1 unaccounted for, someone pointed out. Chen Taiping fell silent, his expression betraying a sense of dread that began to unsettle those who had been idle moments before. Everyone, do not heed Chen Taiping's nonsense. He is merely trying to frighten you into obedience. Lin Yu, who had suddenly stood up, glared coldly at Chen Taiping. Are you serious? You expect us to believe in such a fairy tale as a water ghost? You might as well be trying to fool a 3-year-old. Ren Yuan had long been displeased with Lin Yu, who had been leering at her with unwelcome intent, just as she was about to unleash a tirade. Chen Taiping pulled at her arm, observing the panicked, angered, and furrowed brows of the crowd. Chen Taiping pressed his lips together. Come. I will take you to see the water ghost. Once you witness it, you will understand my intentions, but you must not approach too closely. Huh, brothers? Do not listen to this fool, Chen Taiping. He is just like Yang Ming, attempting to manipulate us for his own respite. A scoff escaped Lin Yu's lips. I have never encountered such foolishness. Claiming to have seen a water ghost is absurd. He wouldn't even scare a toddler. As he suggested they go see this so-called water ghost. Others began to guffaw, eager to mock him. Rin Yuan Yuan felt a surge of anger at the ignorance displayed by those around her. Why could they not see that Chun Taiping was trying to protect them? Of course, had she not witnessed those peculiar entities herself, she might have doubted as well. Chun Taiping paid little heed to their derision, his steps unsteady as he made his way towards the lake. After approximately half an hour, following the route established by Yang Ming and his group, they emerged through the thicket to behold a vast lake before them. Lin Yu surveyed the serene surface of the water, sneering as he redirected the conversation towards Chun Taiping. Where is this water, ghost you mentioned? With a mocking tone, he added, in such a large freshwater lake, where could a water ghost possibly be? Chun Taiping sighed and shook his head at the group before him. They were not the same individuals he had encountered during their previous visit for water. As he turned to speak, he noticed some had already rushed forward, and his expression shifted dramatically. Come back, quickly. Chun Taiping instinctively prepared to dash forward, but agony shot through his calf, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Chun Taiping, stop your theatrics. Lin Yu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at him before beckoning his companions. Brothers, let's go and enjoy a refreshing dip. Unbeknownst to them, Chun Taiping's face had turned ashen. Seeing his distressed expression, Rin Yuan Yuan felt a tremor run through her body, her gaze fixated on the figures approaching the water. Just as she caught sight of them, those who had bent down to drink emitted piercing screams. Rin Yuan Yuan's legs buckled, and she plopped down beside Chun Taiping. Not only her, but even Lin Yu, who had rushed forward, the plump woman standing still, and those who had previously been dismissive, all stared in horror at the blood-curdling scene before them. The three who had plunged into the water moments ago had their necks unnaturally twisted, grotesque faces emerging from the lake's surface as they were dragged beneath the water. A crimson tide began to spread from the depths of the lake. Before anyone could scream, the pallor of their faces was palpable. Damn it! Chun Taiping's gaze fell upon the spreading blood, and a chilling realization gripped him. This time, it was not fear, but regret that consumed him. Lin Yu's legs turned to jelly as he stared at the lake, now eerily calm again, unable to suppress the scream lodged in his throat. Ghost! In an instant, chaos erupted among the crowd. Chun Taiping, battling through the pain, rushed forward shouting, "Stay calm." Yet, no one was willing to heed his words. Those with even the slightest trepidation were already paralyzed with fear. Suddenly, Chun Taiping felt a shove from behind, and the world around him began to spin. A ping. Rin Yuan Yuan snapped back to her senses and rushed towards Chun Taiping, but he was already tumbling towards the lake. With a loud splash, he grasped a nearby tree branch, glancing back to see the bloodied lake looming ominously behind him. Do not come any closer, Chun Taiping shouted to Rin Yuan Yuan. But when he turned back, he realized the wound on his calf had reopened, staining his shoes and the ground beneath him with red. A ping behind you. Suddenly, a loud shout startled Chun Taiping, causing his heart to sink as he grasped the tree trunk with all his strength. A chilling sound of something piercing the ground reached his ears, and he hurriedly turned to look back. The black claw was alarmingly close to his legs. Quick move. A delicate white hand appeared before him, and Chun Taiping seized it, hastily rising to his feet and fleeing alongside Rin Yuan Yuan. They ran until exhaustion nearly overtook them, and when Chun Taiping glanced back, he found nothing behind them. The water ghost had not pursued them. Wait, Miss Rin, stop. The water ghost isn't following us. Rin Yuan Yuan was visibly flustered. After Chun Taiping had saved her last time, she couldn't afford to hesitate. Upon witnessing Chun Taiping fall, her only thought was how to help him escape. Hearing his shout, she finally steadied herself, turned around, and let out a sigh of relief. Both of them collapsed onto the ground. Chun Taiping was drenched in sweat from the pain. Had he not grown accustomed to such agony underwater, he would have screamed in despair. Ah Ping, are you all right? Rin Yuan Yuan noticed his injured leg. A jolt of concern surged through her as she asked, "Did the water ghost grab you?" Chun Taiping shook his head with a bitter smile. "No, this happened when I was at the sunken ship." Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and he gasped in pain while clutching his calf, his face pale. "What are we going to do?" Rin Yuan Yuan appeared slightly anxious, but soon composed herself. Having undergone survival training and possessing some knowledge of the wilderness, she firmly gripped her pants and pulled hard. With a swift motion, she revealed her pristine thigh, yet Chun Taiping had no mind to appreciate the rare sight. "Quick, tie this up. We need to stop the bleeding." Rin Yuan Yuan squatted down and began to bandage his calf with skilled hands. Chun Taiping gritted his teeth, despite the alluring sight before him. His mind was plagued by the image of that grotesquely contorted human face. He regretted not asking Zhao Feng to leave him a gun, which could have intimidated that group, rushing towards the lake. All done. Rin Yuan Yuan tightened the knot. Just as Chun Taiping was about to lament his misfortune, He suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure, and the pain that had momentarily subsided surged back to life. His body seized as if struck by lightning, and he cried out. Seeing the look of guilt and regret on Run Yuanyuan's face, Chun Taiping quickly covered his mouth, shaking his head vigorously. MMM. After a moment of surprise, Rin Yuanyuan couldn't help but chuckle, her heart warming at Chun Taiping's resilience. However, before she could utter any apologies, both of them suddenly heard an enraged roar behind them. Chun Taiping, you bastard! Turning to the sound, Chun Taiping saw Lin Yu charging towards him, his face ablaze with fury. What do you mean, Lin Yu? Lin Yu seized Chun Taiping by the collar and hoisted him off the ground, surprising him with his unexpected strength. What are you doing, Lin Yu? Rin Yuanyuan's urgent cry pierced the air as she tugged at Lin Yu's arm. Let him go. Lin Yu turned to face her, the arrogance in his eyes replaced by impatience. He shoved Rin Yuanyuan away, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground with a pained cry. Chun Taiping frowned, about to speak when a sudden sharp pain shot through his abdomen. Lin Yu had punched him in the stomach. Bastard, trash, I'll make you pay for pretending. He cursed Chun Taiping while continuing to rain down blows. Chun Taiping's groans of pain gradually diminished. Is there a water ghost? Why didn't you say so earlier? You thought it was funny to scare us, didn't you? Seemingly exhausted from his outburst, Lin Yu tossed the weakened Chun Taiping to the ground and spat on him, indifferent to the alarmed expressions of those around them. Overwhelming fear had driven Lin Yu mad. He trembled all over, venting his terror, frustration, and dread of the unknown onto Chun Taiping. Just as Chun Taiping collapsed, he heard Rin Yuanyuan's furious shout as she charged at Lin Yu. You scoundrel! A sharp slap echoed through the air, leaving everyone stunned, including Chun Taiping. A bright handprint appeared on Rin Yuanyuan's face. How dare you? I was being nice to you. Yet you refuse. Is Chun Taiping better than me? Why don't you go die with him? Faced with Lin Yu's menacing expression, someone finally spoke up, trembling. Lin Yu, isn't this too much? How can you hit a woman? What? Do you have a problem with it? Lin Yu gasped for breath, pointing at the forest as he shouted. Haven't you all realized? We're doomed. What was that? A water ghost. Do you really think such things exist? Do you think we're still in the real world? A thunderous crash reverberated as if lightning had struck, shocking everyone into stillness. Panic surged through the crowd. Even those who had been idle now bore expressions of terror. Yes. Why would there be a water ghost? Aren't we in the real world? It can't be. I must be dreaming. Some stared blankly, collapsing to the ground, while others raved and screamed. Chun Taiping watched in astonishment as those unable to accept reality began to unravel. Yang Ming had long arrived on this island and was aware of the water ghost's existence. He chose to reveal the truth to a select few while stabilizing the mental defenses of the majority. This way, he could ensure his own survival and maintain control. The cold sand stuck to his face, and Chun Taiping suddenly felt as though Yang Ming had imparted a lesson to him. Yet, he would never force anyone in the manner Yang Ming had. A stubborn resolve blossomed within him. He quickly rose to his feet, his face pale, but he gritted his teeth and shouted, Do not be afraid. I survived the water ghost's grasp. His thunderous roar resonated in people's ears. Noticing their wide-eyed gazes fixed on him, he continued, I, Zhao Feng, and Lao Ba, we snatched food and medicine from the water ghost. If we know how to fight, why should we fear? Initially, Chun Taiping seemed an easy target for Lin Yu, devoid of persuasive power. However, the supplies he possessed, including a firearm and even medicine, were undeniable evidence. The man swaying before them had indeed battled the water ghost. Lin Yu glared at Chun Taiping, fury etched across his face. As Chun Taiping watched Lin Yu approach step by step, an unexplainable calm washed over him. Chun Taiping, do you really think you can compete with me? Bang! A gunshot rang out, and fear flickered across Lin Yu's volatile expression. Moments later, Lao Ba and Zhao Feng burst forth from the woods. Lin Yu, you bastard! With a sullen expression, Lao Ba charged at Lin Yu, delivering a fierce kick that sent Lin Yu flying across the ground. Chun Taiping had scarcely processed the event when he witnessed Lin Yu crash heavily to the earth. Lao Ba pursued him, pressing his foot against Lin Yu's chest while aiming his shotgun at Lin Yu's head. Lin Yu, do you still consider yourself human? Are you the only one who feels fear? Have you ever thought about whether Chun Taiping can handle this? What kind of emotions do you think he felt while leading you? Can you use your brain for a moment and think? Zhao Feng approached, quickly supporting Chun Taiping, and spoke in a low voice, Xiao Chun, are you all right? Chun Taiping shook his head. How did you all return? Lao Ba explained. We thought it wise to leave a gun for you, worried these people might rebel. Upon our return, and finding you missing, we knew something was amiss. Zhao Feng's expression darkened, his gaze shifting to the confused crowd. Lao Ba's concerns were justified. Xiao Chun, you are still too soft-hearted. Following Zhao Feng's gaze, Chun Taiping managed a bitter smile. Everyone is human. I can understand their fear. Lao Zhao, thank you for coming back to save me. Please, just restrain Lao Ba. I fear he might act impulsively. Understood. Zhao Feng nodded, then called out to Ren Yuanyuan, "Miss Ren, please take care of Xiao Chen for a moment." Ren Yuanyuan snapped back to reality and rushed to Chen Taiping's side. "Ping, are you all right? Are you feeling dizzy? Let me help you rest." Chen Taiping shook his head, realizing that moving away at this moment would be the most perilous decision. Observing Lao Ba being persuaded by Zhao Feng, who glanced back at him, Chen Taiping felt a wry smile form. He knew Lao Ba would inevitably turn his ire towards him again, but it was certainly preferable to watching Lao Ba kill Lin Yu. "Everyone, I understand you have many questions. If you're willing to trust me, please sit down and let me explain everything." Chen Taiping addressed the crowd, exhaling softly as he surveyed the panicked faces before him. He too felt fear, as the appearance of the water ghost was unsettling for anyone. Yet, Chen Taiping gritted his teeth, determined to survive. This was imperative. Observing the weary figure before them with steadfast resolve, the crowd began to understand why both Zhao Feng and Lao Ba wielded guns but chose to follow Chen Taiping. As Zhao Feng had previously remarked, it was faith. Chen Taiping possessed a belief stronger than that of any of them. Whether voluntarily or involuntarily, everyone, including Lin Yu, gathered together, their eyes fixed on Chen Taiping, who had now become their focal point. "Ladies and gentlemen, I know you have many uncertainties. However, let us address matters one at a time." Chen Taiping began. Over an extended period, he recounted everything he had experienced, witnessed, and the actions of Yang Ming, sharing every detail without reservation, even the encounters with the two water ghosts during their time in the sunken ship. The crowd's emotions shifted from panic and fear to admiration. Even the previously confrontational woman had fallen silent. After finishing his account, Chen Taiping observed the quiet crowd, recognizing they needed time to digest the information. Minutes passed before the first voice broke the silence. "Chen, Brother Chen, I wish to follow you." A timid young man clad in black, named Xiong Kong, expressed his desire. Chen Taiping nodded, a smile gracing his face. "Thank you for your trust." With Xiong Kong as the first to raise his hand, several others soon followed suit. In total, 16 individuals, 12 of whom readily indicated their willingness to heed Chen Taiping's guidance. Only Lin Yu, the stout woman Su Tsong, a gaunt man Su Yi, and an unassuming girl Luo Yi remained silent. The chapter of nightmares unfolded as the crowd's gazes turned toward Lin Yu and his companions. Initially, they had placed their trust in Lin Yu, dismissing his actions and their fear. However, as calmness returned, their disdain for Lin Yu grew, repulsed by his earlier behavior. Chen Taiping, noticing Lin Yu's isolation, shook his head and approached him. The sudden appearance of Chen Taiping's foot brought Lin Yu back to reality from his stupor. He looked up at the pale-faced Chen Taiping, momentarily taken aback. "What do you want?" Chen Taiping extended his hand, addressing the astonished onlookers. "I know you harbor resentment toward me, but before we secure our escape, I hope we can help each other. At the very least, we can survive together. Brother Chen is so kind. Indeed, Chen Taiping has treated us well. We had misjudged him before. I feel quite guilty now," the crowd murmured, while Lao Ba, gun in hand, appeared displeased. However, Lin Yu suddenly pushed Chen Taiping's hand away. With a resounding slap, Lin Yu yelled, "Get away. I don't want your pity. You worthless fool. Do you think you have any right to speak to someone like me? You aren't even worthy to polish my shoes. Lin Yu, you bastard." Lao Ba seethed with rage, yet before he could react, he saw Chen Taiping shake his head. A jolt ran through Lao Ba as he gritted his teeth, restrained by Zhao Feng's grip. Observing Lao Ba's menacing glare, Lin Yu's arrogance began to wane. The adage that a villain requires another villain to contend with proved true. Realizing Lin Yu had no intention of conversing, Chen Taiping turned to Su Yi, Luo Yi, and Su Kong. Su Tsong stepped forward, extending her hand. "Chen Taiping, while I may look down on you, I must admit that without you on this deserted island, I cannot survive. As our leader, I hope you do not disappoint us." Her demeanor remained haughty, as she considered herself superior. Yet, Chen Taiping did not show any signs of discontent, responding with gratitude. "Thank you for your trust." Following her, Su Yi and Luo Yi made their appearances. Su Yi, towering over the group at nearly 2 meters tall, had a slender frame. If he could become an ally, Chen Taiping felt he would be a valuable asset. However, Su Yi's demeanor was cold. Sitting on the ground, he did not even glance at Chen Taiping, stating, "You needn't approach me. I do not wish to associate with you. Only the weak seek to band together for survival. I can fend for myself." Chen Taiping refrained from pressing further. Everyone had their own ambitions. Besides, he lacked the confidence to gain the endorsement of all present. How many of those who claimed to follow him genuinely believed in him? Finally, there was Luo Yi, the younger girl, who appeared even more anxious and helpless. Chen Taiping turned to Ren Yuanyuan, feeling somewhat awkward. Miss Ren, I'm not very skilled at communicating with girls. Could you assist me?" Ren Yuanyuan covered her mouth with a light chuckle, gently rubbing her still aching cheeks. She did not cast a glance at Lin Yu and instead approached Luo Yi. Upon Ren Yuanyuan's arrival, The anxious expression on Luo Yi's face began to soften a little. Indeed, in such moments, girls are often the best companions for one another. Chen Taiping paid no heed to their conversation and wandered off on his own. After a few minutes, Ren Yuan, holding Luo Yi's small hand, approached Chen Taiping and playfully announced, "Hey, Ah Ping, what do you think? Our team has gained another little cutie." Little cutie? The others followed Ren Yuan's gaze. Noticing that Luo Yi's cheeks had turned crimson as she lowered her head, her small hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of her white dress, resembling a cute little creature. This sight lightened the heavy atmosphere, bringing smiles to everyone's faces. Really? That's wonderful. Chen Taiping sighed with relief. When people see children, they often instinctively offer a bit more patience. Luo Yi, seemingly just 18, was at the most sensitive age of her youth. Chen Taiping spoke cautiously, then turned his attention away from the shy girl to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng understood. They had previously made arrangements. Given Chen Taiping's poor physical condition, it was inappropriate for him to take the lead at this moment. However, among the three, only Chen Taiping was suited for such roles. Thus, once everyone was unified, Chen Taiping would temporarily delegate the task to Zhao Feng. As for Chen Taiping himself, he was assisted by Ren Yuan and Lao Ba to return to their previous campsite. Lao Ba waved his hand at Ren Yuan, saying, "Miss Ren, you should head back. I can take care of little Chen here." After setting Chen Taiping down, Ren Yuan noticed the cold sweat on his face and felt a pang of worry. "Miss Ren, you have outdoor survival experience and knowledge. You are our most vital asset right now. Do not fret over me. Go help everyone." Chen Taiping shook his head. This elicited a hesitant expression from Ren Yuan. "All right, I will go ahead, but if you encounter any difficulties, call for me. Ah Ping, you cannot exert yourself further. Just rest and leave the rest to us. Thank you." Listening to the footsteps gradually fading outside the tent, Chen Taiping observed Lao Ba turning back slowly, his eyes filled with reproach and dissatisfaction. "Little Chen, what you're doing will lead to your own demise." Lao Ba looked at Chen Taiping's pale face, momentarily a loss for how to voice his discontent. Chen Taiping managed a bitter smile. "Lao Ba, if we do not act this way, we will perish just the same. You should understand that on this island filled with uncertainties, if we separate, we will have no chance of survival. Miracles do not happen twice. But that Lin, you must not be allowed to remain. Little Chen, you saw how he treated you and Miss Ren. He is nothing but a beast." As he spoke, Chen Taiping could see the fury etched on Lao Ba's face, resembling someone ready to tear Lin Yu apart. Chen Taiping smiled faintly and remained silent, the fatigue, coupled with pain, making it difficult for him to speak. Drowsiness washed over him like a tidal wave, and his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. "Lao Ba." Chen Taiping's voice was barely a whisper. Lao Ba jolted slightly, noticing Chen Taiping's nearly sleeping visage, sighed, "I understand. I will heed your words, all right, sigh." Hearing this heavy sigh, Chen Taiping's worries finally dissipated, and he fell into a deep slumber. Watching Chen Taiping's breathing grow steady, Lao Ba's eyes flashed with a hint of darkness. Though he agreed, how to proceed was ultimately up to him. Chen Taiping had saved his life. Without Chen Taiping, both he and Zhao Feng would have perished at sea, falling victim to Yangming. After making sure Chen Taiping was covered with a blanket, Lao Ba slowly exited the tent, taking a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. In his dreams, Chen Taiping felt an overwhelming heaviness enveloping him. Everything appeared hazy, with only a sliver of light filtering through a crevice. He attempted to crawl out, straining with all his might. Yet it felt as if countless hands were gripping his feet, preventing him from escaping. From the darkness behind him, he could even faintly hear familiar voices calling. Yang. Abruptly jolting awake in shock, Chen Taiping was drenched in cold sweat. He looked up at the sky and realized it was night. Had he slept an entire day? Sitting up, Chen Taiping still felt weak, but it was an improvement. At least he could move. Crawling out of the tent, he discovered that no one was nearby. The surrounding tents and belongings appeared undisturbed, and even the fire pit before him had not been lit. Were they still out exploring? A wave of fatigue washed over him once more, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. He grabbed a piece of clothing nearby, draping it over himself. Despite the lack of wind, he still felt unbearably cold. Following the path he had taken earlier, Chen Taiping suddenly realized the ground was soaked with bright red liquid. Sitting up abruptly, Chen Taiping wiped the sweat from his forehead, finally comprehending the dream within a dream. He exhaled deeply, feeling as though since arriving on this island, not only had the world changed, but he had become somewhat strange as well. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he felt the damp, clingy fabric against his skin, uncomfortable all over. Pulling back the tent flap, he discovered it was not night, but rather a blindingly bright day, the light painfully intense. Slowly emerging from the tent, Chen Taiping found that everyone was not in the vicinity. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a small note and bent to pick it up. brushing off the dirt to read the elegant handwriting. This place is familiar to Yang Ming. Zhao Feng and Lao Ba are concerned he might approach from another direction. So, just in case, we are taking everyone to find a suitable location. You stay at the camp and wait for us. From the handwriting alone, it was clear it was written by a girl, and there was even a small doodle of an anime girl sticking out her tongue at the bottom. By the way, Ping, there are canned meat and disinfectant under your pillow. Remember to treat your wounds after eating. It seemed to be from Ren Yuanyuan. She was the only one in the group who referred to him as Ping. A smile crept onto Chun Taiping's face, lifting his spirits significantly. After setting the note down, he reached under his pillow and indeed felt two hard objects, confirming their presence. He heard a commotion nearby and turned to see a group of shadows approaching through the trees. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhao Feng and Lao Ba along with others. Little Chun, you are awake. Zhao Feng waved from a distance. Chun Taiping squinted and smiled, estimating the number of people in the group. Excluding Lao Ba and Zhao Feng, there should be 14 individuals. Lin Yu and Su he had indeed not followed, but where could they be? Little Chun, are you feeling better? Lao Ba stepped closer and patted Chun Taiping's shoulder. Feeling the weight on his shoulder, Chun Taiping managed a wry smile. If you keep patting like that, I fear I might be finished. Upon hearing the words, Lao Ba was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, appearing quite pleased. Seeing the joy on Lao Ba's face, Chun Taiping couldn't help but smile as well. The bond he shared with Lao Ba and Zhao Feng could be described as a friendship forged in the depths of peril. Especially during their resource-gathering endeavors, they had clawed their way back from the brink of death together. Under ordinary circumstances, such experiences would inevitably deepen their camaraderie. Yet, Lao Ba harbored an undercurrent of doubt within. In truth, Chun Taiping had long perceived that Lao Ba feared he might be looked down upon. Why was that? The incident involving the glasses loomed like a mountain. At that time, they were teetering on the edge of death, leaving no room for sentiment. Now that the environment had changed and they found themselves temporarily safe, emotions surged like a tide, and feelings erupted in that moment. Observing the delight radiating from Lao Ba's face, the dark cloud that had settled over Chun Taiping's heart gradually lifted. But what about Lin Yu and Sui? Although they were unwilling to follow them, they couldn't allow those two to wander off elsewhere. Chun Taiping suddenly inquired. Immediately, he noticed the expressions of those around him shift slightly. Furrowing his brows, Chun Taiping sensed something was amiss and asked, "What is it?" Lao Ba shook his head grimly. "Those two have likely gone to seek out Yang Ming. They didn't return last night, and we haven't seen them this morning." Upon hearing this, Chun Taiping looked at Zhao Feng, whose face was solemn, seeking confirmation with his gaze. Zhao Feng nodded, his eyes shifting to Ren Yuanyuan, who had raised this concern earlier. "We only want to check after Misra mentioned it. Those two may have gone to align themselves with Yang Ming." "Indeed, they were absent when we went to look today," Ren Yuanyuan affirmed, her eyes filled with worry, hoping they wouldn't encounter any misfortunes on their journey. Mentioning those two cast a shadow over everyone's mood. Chun Taiping chose not to press further. Each had their own aspirations, and if they desired to ally with Yang Ming, it was simply a case of divergent paths. Setting aside his concerns, Chun Taiping felt a pang of guilt. For a fleeting moment, he had harbored the thought that it was Lao Ba's doing. Now, he felt somewhat embarrassed to look at Lao Ba. "Shout, Chun, quickly gather your things. We must prepare to move to the new camp," Lao Ba encouraged, patting Chun Taiping's shoulder. Chun Taiping recalled the note Ren Yuanyuan had left him and nodded slightly, retrieving the items he intended to carry. The new campsite was not far from their current location, but was more concealed. Although the likelihood of encountering venomous creatures and dangers in the woods was considerably high, Chun Taiping preferred facing those perils over the treachery of water ghosts. It was a far superior situation compared to being by the sea. As they journeyed, Chun Taiping noticed Ren Yuanyuan leading the way, frequently glancing around. This sight eased his mind considerably. Ren Yuanyuan had indeed learned a great deal during survival training. The surrounding environment and the path beneath their feet required keen observation. And at this moment, she was employing her memory to navigate the area. Of course, relying solely on memory was insufficient. Along the way, Chun Taiping also observed several distinct markings on the trees. However, some of these markings were overly conspicuous, prompting him to obscure the more obvious ones. After walking for approximately half an hour, fatigue set in, and Chun Taiping felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he found Lao Ba beside him, offering support. "Take it slow, I know the way. Let them go ahead, you can take your time." Chun Taiping felt warmth in his heart at these words and smiled gratefully at Lao Ba. "What are you being polite for? We're friends," Lao Ba chided with a laugh, then glanced at the distance growing between them and the others, lowering his voice. "Xiao Chun, do you remember that iron box Zhao Feng brought earlier?" A green iron box flashed in Chun Taiping's mind, and he nodded. "Yes, what about it?" "That box is an old radio." Lao Ba et Gulim. Chen Taiping quickly covered his mouth, trying to suppress his voice to a whisper. An old radio? Can it still work? I don't know, Lao Ba replied, shaking his head. Before Chen Taiping's face could betray disappointment, Lao Ba added with a grin, but with a bit of repair, it should work. Don't forget what I used to do, right? Chen Taiping smacked his forehead, almost forgetting Lao Ba's background. Lao Ba was originally a mechanic for passenger ships. No one understood machinery better than he did. While feeling elated, Chen Taiping also recognized the gravity of the situation. Just as he was about to remind Lao Ba, he heard Lao Ba say, "Rest assured, I haven't mentioned it to anyone else. This is no trivial matter. Just a mere stash of food has driven these folks to madness. I, Lao Ba, am not foolish enough to reveal the existence of the radio." Chen Taiping exhaled a long breath, the weight on his heart gradually lifting. The rest could be left to Lao Ba to experiment with. The group finally reached the campsite, and with Ren Yuanyuan's assistance, they began to set up the tent anew. When Chen Taiping was ready, Ren Yuanyuan dashed over, puffing her cheeks in surprise upon seeing Chen Taiping's tent already erected. "A ping! How did you finish so quickly?" Chen Taiping was taken aback for a moment, turning back to respond. "Isn't it quite simple?" Ren Yuanyuan shot him a glare, then turned to find Luo Yi. Chen Taiping was left puzzled, but seeing the smile gradually forming on Luo Yi's face, he felt a sense of relief. Among this group, it would be ideal if Ren Yuanyuan could play a role in providing psychological support. For Chen Taiping himself was uncertain. If they were to encounter water ghosts again, or face unforeseen circumstances, would the fragile alliance they had formed be shattered by fear once again? After setting up camp, it was finally time for the meal that everyone had eagerly anticipated. The meager rations consumed over the past 2 days had driven those accustomed to comfort nearly to the brink of madness. The stark contrast was hard for them to accept. Now that they had the chance to indulge, spirits were naturally high. "Take your time eating. No one is competing with you," Zhao Feng advised as he distributed food to everyone. He then approached Chen Taiping, who had set a can of meat by his feet. "Why aren't you eating?" Zhao Feng inquired, picking up the can and tossing it into Chen Taiping's hands. Chen Taiping observed the others devouring their food with fervor, chuckling softly as he shook his head. "No, I'm not very hungry." Nevertheless, he opened the can of meat and began to eat slowly. To be honest, the taste was rather unremarkable, yet to Chen Taiping, it was incredibly flavorful. It still pales in comparison to tomato, scrambled eggs," he murmured to himself, suddenly feeling a pat on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Ren Yuanyuan. "Hey, you remember that, huh?" Her expression suggested she had overheard him, causing Chen Taiping's face to flush as he struggled to find a suitable response. It was indeed Ren Yuanyuan who had secretly brought him food during that time, managing to keep it hidden from Yangming. If it were not for the lingering aroma of that meal, Chen Taiping believed he might not have been able to endure in the sea. After satisfying their hunger, Chen Taiping began assigning tasks to everyone. Since they had just changed their camp, it was imperative to familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment. Chen Taiping personally led the team, which comprised Xiong Kong, who was the first to express his desire to follow Chen Taiping, followed by the stout woman Su Tsong, then Guo Exen, and finally, a somewhat unruly youth named Long Yang. The others, Ren Yuanyuan and Zhao Feng, formed their own teams, while Lao Ba remained behind to guard the camp. Turning to Lao Ba, Chen Taiping nodded and was about to lead his team away when Lao Ba approached and handed him a gun. "Take this for protection on the way," said Lao Ba. Chen Taiping was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head, insisting, "You stay at the camp, leave the gun here. I have a wooden dagger that Lao Zhao made for me." As he spoke, he revealed a sharp wooden dagger from his pocket, its edge appearing remarkably keen. Though Chen Taiping could not ascertain how Zhao Feng had crafted it, Lao Ba seemed ready to say more, but Chen Taiping interrupted him, whispering, "Yangming will not let us off easily. The supplies at the camp are crucial. You have other responsibilities, so keep the gun." Once back to his original position, Chen Taiping observed Lao Ba pursing his lips before smiling and waving the group onward. Throughout their journey, silence enveloped them, with Chen Taiping occasionally breaking it to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere. Although it was deemed a deserted island, the vegetation was lush, evidenced by the waist-high weeds surrounding them. After half an hour, Chen Taiping glanced back, noting their progress seemed minimal. This was primarily due to him being the sole individual clearing the underbrush which slowed their pace, particularly when his legs ached. Before he could ponder how to hasten their search, Su Tsung suddenly collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, sweat beading on her forehead. "I can't go on. I feel like I'm dying. This is exhausting." Guo Xin and Xiong Kong exchanged glances at Su Tsung's corpulent figure, but remained silent, while Long Yang scoffed. "People like you are accustomed to comfort. It is during times like these that you become a liability." Su Tsung, her chest heaving, shot a glare at Long Yang. "What does my condition have to do with you? In any case, you are only physically stronger than I am. If we were not stranded on this island, what would you have over me? Wealth? Power?" Long Yang, unfazed by Su Tsung's taunt, shrugged and glanced at Xiong Kong and Guo Xian, his gaze resembling both appraisal and subtle threat. However, it was unclear what he intended to threaten them with. It was merely the demeanor of someone accustomed to the rough edges of the outside world. Coughing lightly to regain their attention, Chun Taiping remarked, "There is no need for negativity. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. We have been walking for quite some time, and we are all fatigued. Let's take a moment to rest." Once seated, Chun Taiping noted that Guo Xian and Xiong Kong joined him, albeit at a respectful distance. Su Tsong shifted closer, while Long Yang sat opposite, creating an atmosphere akin to an interrogation directed at Chun Taiping, causing him to frown slightly. "Brother Chun, how long do you intend for us to wander aimlessly?" Long Yang suddenly inquired, his tone dripping with sarcasm, grating on the ears of all present. Yet, Chun Taiping remained composed, nodding in response. "We are not wandering aimlessly. Currently, we cannot ascertain our position or direction. Thus, moving in a fixed direction is our means of seeking a recognizable coordinate. Ascertain our position?" Long Yang raised an eyebrow, amusement flickering in his eyes as he surveyed the surroundings. Moments later, Chun Taiping observed him slowly lifting his wrist, revealing a watch. With a smile, Long Yang offered it to Chun Taiping. "It has a compass. Why didn't you mention it sooner?" Shaking his head, Chun Taiping refrained from inspecting the watch. "The compass is ineffective." "How could it be ineffective?" Long Yang retorted, puffing out his chest as if ruffled, causing Xiong Kong to shrink back slightly. Noticing Xiong Kang's reaction, Chun Taiping replied, "Ren Yuan has a watch too, and her phone possesses a compass. However, since we entered this island, disregarding any signal issues with her phone, her quartz watches also exhibited time discrepancies. Therefore, instruments are useless here." These details were confirmed with Ren Yuan before their departure, and now, recalling the erratic quartz watch, Chun Taiping found it hard to believe. Even water spirits exist. Mechanical devices are of no use. Su Tsong interjected, a statement that resonated with the others, who nodded in agreement. Long Yang, appearing dissatisfied, fixated on the compass of the watch. True to his prediction, moments later, the compass needle began to move erratically before halting. "Damn it!" Long Yang bellowed, flinging the watch to the ground, where it splattered mud. The group's already fragile morale plummeted further with his outburst. Chun Taiping frowned, contemplating addressing Long Yang, but the words stuck in his throat. "Let us focus on locating our position for now. Arguing among ourselves would be counterproductive." After a brief respite, Chun Taiping called for everyone to resume their journey. Typically, during daylight, one could determine direction by the sunlight, but ironically, since entering the island, the weather had remained overcast, with no stars visible at night. Thus, Chun Taiping was compelled to explore the forest in search of orientation. It was eerily quiet. Chun Taiping squinted. Having walked for so long, he had heard nothing but the footsteps of his companions and the rustling of weeds, void of any other sounds. Even the chirping of insects or the calls of wild animals were absent. In such a lush jungle, it was hard to believe there were no insects at all. Yet that was the stark reality. Throughout their trek, Chun Taiping had been vigilant, scanning the ground, his body, and the surrounding trees and bushes. Yet not a single insect graced his sight. Suddenly, a faint rustling noise reached his ears, prompting Chun Taiping to whip around, his companions becoming instantly alert. Anxiety gripped their hearts. Ever since encountering the water spirit, they had grown suspicious of every sound. After a swift glance at the others, Chun Taiping subtly shifted his position, seemingly shielding them behind him. The sound grew closer, and Su Tsong, Xiong Kong, and Guo Xian trembled in fear, wondering if the water spirit had emerged from the depths. Chapter Chun Taiping's passed with a swift motion. Chun Taiping spotted a green object darting past him. Moments later, he heard Xiong Kong scream, a venomous snake. Guo Xin, positioned beside Xiong Kong, shouted as she lunged to grab the snake. Su Tsong and Long Yang were both startled, hastily retreating. "Grab it by the 7 inches. Chun Taiping shouted urgently, quickly retrieving a wooden dagger from his pocket. He then noticed that Guo Xian seemed startled by his shout and was about to let go. "Don't let go." With a jolt, Guo Xian appeared to be pulled back to her senses, her hand that had just loosened immediately tightening again. The snake was caught by its 7 inches, its fangs releasing from Xiong Kang's thigh. "Don't release your grip, whatever you do," Chun Taiping exclaimed, swiftly removing his clothing and tearing it into strips to bind around Xiong Kang's thigh. After attending to this, Chun Taiping realized the immense constriction of the snake and immediately turned toward Guo Xian and the serpent. Guo Xian's face was ashen, her legs trembling. Yet, as she observed Chun Taiping approaching step by step, she clenched her teeth, suppressing her fear. Upon reflection, the snake seemed almost endearing compared to the water ghost. The snake flicked its tongue, hissing, which caused Guo Xian to shut her eyes again, finding it far from adorable. Chun Taiping plunged the dagger forcefully into the snake's head. Though it was merely wooden, the dagger's sharpness remained undiminished. Having dispatched the serpent, he tossed the venom-coated dagger aside and produced another identical one from his pocket. Su Tsong and Long Yang, now composed, were momentarily taken aback by this sight. Don't be afraid. Bear with the pain. I will make an incision on the wound, Chen Taiping instructed. Xiong Kong was drenched in cold sweat, and Chen Taiping's demeanor only intensified his anxiety, causing his heartbeat to quicken. Guo Xin, Su Gong, Long Jiang. You must help me hold Xiong Kong still. Chen Taiping waved to the others. Su Tsong and Long Yang exchanged glances, having previously been at odds, but now reached a consensus. The three of them firmly grasped Xiong Kang's limbs, and once he was immobilized, Chen Taiping exhaled sharply and swiftly made a small incision on Xiong Kang's calf. Xiong Kong cried out in pain, instinctively struggling, but was firmly held down by the other three. Chen Taiping gritted his teeth, ignoring Xiong Kang's pale and pained expression, skillfully opening 2 blood orifices, then rapidly massaging Xiong Kang's thigh. Blood gushed forth as if it were free. Chen Taiping's hands ached, but he felt a wave of relief as the dark blood gradually turned red. All right, let's bandage it up. He handed the torn cloth to Guo Xin, his forehead slick with cold sweat. Despite the seemingly simple steps, this method of countering snake venom was highly effective but also consumed a great deal of his own energy. Observing Xiong Kong gradually calming down, Chen Taiping smiled and patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't worry, the venom has been entirely expelled. We will clean your wound shortly." Su Tsong, Long Yang, Guo Xin, and Xiong Kong exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of surprise in the other's eyes. Before Chen Taiping could tidy up the wooden dagger on the ground, he heard Long Yang's voice. "Chen Taiping, you seem quite capable. You appear very skilled at this." Turning to look, Chen Taiping saw their astonished faces and chuckled, shaking his head. "It's nothing, just a precautionary measure, haha." They all understood the subtlety in his tone and knew it was not the right moment to inquire further. Yet, someone oblivious to the atmosphere blurted out, "Come on, stop joking around. Tell me what you did before." Before Chen Taiping could respond, he felt Long Yang's arm around his shoulder, curiosity written all over his face. Frowning slightly, Chen Taiping replied, "It's merely basic first aid, nothing significant, no need to pry." Shaking off Long Yang's arm, he disregarded his bewildered expression and extended his hand towards Xiong Kong, asking, "Can you stand?" "Yes, I can." Grasping Xiong Kang's outstretched hand, Chen Taiping hoisted him up and offered support. Once they adjusted their positions, just as Chen Taiping was about to say they should depart, Xiong Kong spoke, "Brother Chen, thank you. There's no need for gratitude. We all help each other here. None of us can afford to be without the other," Chen Taiping replied, unknowingly warming the hearts of Guo Xin, Su Tsong, and Xiong Kong with his words. The feeling of being valued and cared for was indeed wonderful. Moreover, Chen Taiping remained humble after saving someone, maintaining his usual demeanor, which was quite comforting. "What are you doing?" Su Tsong suddenly asked as he noticed Chen Taiping scanning the surroundings with curiosity. Chen Taiping nodded, his gaze sweeping through the grass. "I am searching for the snake from earlier. Its gallbladder would be highly beneficial for us, a great tonic, once properly processed." Upon hearing this, Su Tsong and Guo Xin immediately began to bend down and search. Guo Xin, with a puzzled expression, exclaimed, "Where did I throw the snake?" Just as they were all unable to locate the serpent, Chen Taiping suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Long Yang holding a snake. "Here it is. I thought you didn't want it, so I went to retrieve it." Surprised by Long Yang's expression, Chen Taiping initially assumed he might be displeased with him after the earlier incident, but it seemed otherwise. "Thank you, Long Yang." Chen Taiping expressed his gratitude. Long Yang merely nodded, his demeanor neutral, lacking the previous enthusiasm. After processing the gallbladder, Chen Taiping tucked it into his pocket, glanced at the sky, and declared, "Let's call it a day. Xiong Kang's wound needs prompt attention. We should head back." Watching as the group made their way back in the direction they came, Chen Taiping cast a glance at the seemingly endless forest, letting out a slight sigh. It was only when Xiong Kang's voice broke the silence with a question that he snapped back to reality. "Let's go." Upon returning to the camp, Chen Taiping resolutely utilized a share of drinking water to clean Xiong Kang's wound. Finally, after re-bandaging it, the group's anxiety was finally alleviated. "Xiao Chun, how did it go?" Chen Taiping noticed Lao Ba sitting beside him. Shaking his head, he replied, "Not much to report, just retrieved a snake gallbladder." Lao Ba followed Chen Taiping's gaze and smiled. "That's something. It's only the first day, and we have plenty of time ahead." Nodding, Chen Taiping looked toward the direction Zhao Feng and Ren Yuanyuan had departed, inquiring, "Has anyone come by earlier?" In response, Lao Ba shook his head. "I was busy with the radio and didn't pay much attention. But Zhao Feng and Ren Yuanyuan are taking their time." Indeed, they were slow. Chen Taiping observed the sky, noting that over an hour had passed since their return. According to the original plan, Zhao Feng and Ren Yuanyuan should have been back by now. Before he could ponder further, A rustling sound reached his ears. Lifting his head, he saw Zhao Feng and Ren Yuanyuan's group gathered together, looking concerned. What happened? A sense of unease washed over Chun Taiping as he sensed something was amiss. Ren Yuanyuan appeared quite upset, and Zhao Feng's expression was far from pleasant. Two groups of individuals approached, and while the former showed little change, Zhao Feng and Ren Yuanyuan, however, avoided each other's gaze and made their way to Chun Taiping's side. Observing the palpable tension between them, Chun Taiping chuckled and inquired, "What seems to be the matter between you two?" Beside him, Lao Ba wore a curious expression, pondering why Zhao Feng would be quarreling with a young girl. Ren Yuanyuan puffed her cheeks in indignation and shot a glare at Zhao Feng, declaring, "You should ask him whose fault it truly is." Zhao Feng rolled his eyes and retorted, "What nonsense, Miss Ren. We have safely returned, so how could I possibly be at fault?" He showed no signs of yielding. "Ah, it appears these two are truly at odds," observed Lao Ba. "Aping, you arbitrate this matter," Ren Yuanyuan insisted, pointing at Zhao Feng with palpable frustration etched on her face. "Do we not separate initially?" Then unexpectedly encountered Zhao Feng on the road. I had a hunch they must have taken a wrong turn. Yet Zhao Feng refuses to admit it. Why must he be so prideful? We are in a survival situation, not playing games. Can't he take this seriously? Before Chun Taiping could interject, Zhao Feng interjected with a discontented sneer. "Huh, I wonder who truly got lost. We followed our original route without deviation. Surely it was you who miscalculated? Really, must you persist in this? Are you a woman?" Ren Yuanyuan placed her hands on her hips. Zhao Feng wore an even more displeased expression, scoffing. "Humph, women. All right, Lao Zhao, cease your argument with Miss Ren. It is unbecoming for a man to be so obstinate." Lao Ba chuckled, wrapping an arm around Zhao Feng's shoulders. "I suggest you both abandon this dispute. Everyone shares a fault and none are blameless. Get lost." Ren Yuanyuan shot a fierce look at Chun Taiping, demanding, "Aping, you tell us who is at fault, for I am certainly not. Clearly, I am in the right, correct?" Xiao Chun. Chun Taiping felt caught in the middle, unsure of whom to support as the two exchanged barbs. It was evident they were vying for his favor, and aiding one would certainly offend the other, while he recognized that neither would truly be angered by his words. The curious onlookers made him acutely aware that siding with either party would yield unfavorable consequences. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he glanced at the intrigued crowd, landing on Zhao Feng and Ren Yuanyuan. "So, you encountered each other along the way?" "Yes, indeed," Zhao Feng replied, momentarily taken aback but nodding nonetheless. Chun Taiping then shifted the conversation, asking, "Did you discover anything during your journey?" "Discover?" Seizing the opportunity to redirect their focus, Chun Taiping continued, "Although we did not venture far, we obtained a snake gall, which could prove invaluable for medicinal supplies. I wonder if this isolated island harbors any wild medicinal herbs. If so, it would greatly assist us." Ren Yuanyuan nodded thoughtfully, stating, "For us, medicine is always a scarce resource. Although we have the supplies you brought from the ship, they mostly suffice for minor injuries and ailments. In the event of a major crisis, they may prove inadequate. What say you?" Chun Taiping turned to Zhao Feng, who stood momentarily stunned. Zhao Feng eventually nodded, conceding, "That is an unavoidable reality. The best course of action is for us to avoid injury. If we can support each other through this period, perhaps we will see improvement." "Ah, it seems you are not foolish," Chun Taiping remarked lightly, causing both Zhao Feng and Ren Yuanyuan to shudder, suddenly aware of their own shortcomings and feeling a wave of shame wash over them. Seeing their reaction, Chun Taiping addressed them, "At this juncture, if any discord arises among us, it could lead to unforeseen and irreparable consequences. We might find ourselves trapped in a vicious cycle. What do you envision our state would be then?" The crowd exchanged glances, pondering Chun Taiping's words, and soon began to envision the dire straits they might face. Each person lay on the ground, witnessing the demise of their companions. Such a scene of despair quickly jolted everyone back to reality. The astonishment in the eyes of the onlookers deepened as they regarded Chun Taiping, marveling at his composure. "Apologies," Zhao Feng scratched his head, his face flushing in embarrassment, struggling to articulate his thoughts, ultimately settling on 3 simple words. Ren Yuanyuan, as a young lady of privilege, exhibited no airs, lowering her head in acknowledgement. Although she remained silent, her demeanor spoke volumes. Suddenly, Chun Taiping felt a hand drape over his shoulder. Turning, he found Lao Ba gazing at him with admiration. "Xiao Chun, I never realized you possessed such depth." As soon as the words left his mouth, Chun Taiping sensed numerous eyes upon him, and to his surprise, he found admiration reflected in their expressions. Feeling a flush of warmth across his cheeks, he pushed Lao Ba away, stammering, No, stop it. I must go procure the snake gall." Laughter erupted at the contrast in Chun Taiping's demeanor, and the group found him rather intriguing. "By the way, Lao Zhao, did you truly see nothing on your journey?" After the laughter subsided, Lao Ba suddenly recalled something and leaned closer to Zhao Feng, whispering. Zhao Feng slightly nodded. Why would I deceive you? We left markers along our path. Even if we had encountered something, I would not have recognized it. At most, I cleared the path for future exploration. Rin Yuan, upon hearing this, felt the urge to mock him but caught sight of Chen Taiping and withheld her words. After gathering her thoughts, she said, I possess some knowledge in this area. While medicinal herbs are also part of survival training, so I have some understanding. Is that so? The group perked up, directing their attention toward Rin Yuan, and even Zhao Feng regarded her with newfound respect. One could not afford to dismiss the importance of survival. Stealing glances at the others, Chen Taiping quietly exhaled in relief. He then shifted his gaze back to the snake gall in his hand. While it could indeed be used medicinally, a pressing concern loomed: how to eliminate the toxins from the gall. The snake gall was a precious resource, especially in the vast wilderness where temperature fluctuations could lead to ailments such as fever and colds, conditions for which the gall would serve as a significant remedy. Just as he contemplated the matter, a voice echoed in his mind, and before he could deliberate on the processing of the gall, he heard a familiar sound. Snake galls typically contain toxins and should be boiled in fresh water to eliminate the poison. Yanga, startled, Chen Taiping turned to see a familiar face, momentarily bewildered. His rising emotions, akin to a tide, suddenly receded into the depths of uncertainty. Before the perplexed Luo Yi could speak, Chen Taiping queried, Miss Luo, have you studied this before? Holding out the snake gall, he extended it toward Luo Yi. To his astonishment, she displayed no fear of the seemingly repulsive object. Luo Yi gently nodded, and the two of them paid no heed to the clamor behind them, engrossed in their discussion. I used to study medicine. I am a student from the medical school. Medical school? Chen Taiping thought he had stumbled upon a treasure, as he lamented the lack of knowledge regarding the handling and properties of these substances. However, upon noticing a hint of fear in Luo Yi's expression, he quickly suppressed his excitement and inquired at a measured pace, Are you familiar with the other medicinal materials? Yes, most of them. Most is sufficient. Chen Taiping rejoiced, clutching the snake gall in his hand, eager to experiment. Yet, after glancing around, he realized there was no pot available for boiling water, which posed a dilemma. Chen Taiping had a habit of biting his thumb when troubled, a quirk he had maintained since childhood, now an ingrained behavior. At this moment, Luo Yi caught sight of him and couldn't help but smile at his endearing expression of distress. What's wrong? Hearing this subtle laughter beside her, Chen Taiping turned around and was startled to find a pair of small legs bound in fabric before him. Chingu, we have something we wish to discuss with you. Guai Xin supported Xiong Kong, both of them hesitating, their expressions troubled. Chen Taiping was momentarily taken aback. What is it? However, Guai Xin and Xiong Kong did not respond immediately. They exchanged glances with Luo Yi, as though reluctant to involve her in the matter. This scene caused Chen Taiping to furrow his brow slightly, wondering what was afoot. Chingu, I'll step aside for a moment. Luo Yi seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere and attempted to leave, only to feel someone grasp her hand. Miss Luo, there is no need for reservations. We will all live together in the future. If we form cliques at this juncture, it will set a precedent for our team. Stunned, Luo Yi glanced at Chen Taiping, her eyes filled with astonishment. Following this, Chen Taiping turned to the pair, his brow furrowed. If there is something to say, then say it. Upon hearing this, Guai Xin's hesitation did not dissipate, while a flicker of guilt crossed Xiong Kong's face as he addressed Chen Taiping. Chingu, it's really nothing serious. I just wish to take a break for a while. I didn't want to bring it up myself, so I asked Guai Xin to accompany me. Please don't misunderstand. Chen Taiping was taken aback. It was merely this matter. Internally relieved, he glanced at Xiong Kang's leg and nodded. It's all right. You should rest. Although the snake venom has been cleared, your wound will still swell for some time and will be painful. Bear with it. Once I prepare the snake gall, it should alleviate much of the pain. Xiong Kong nodded gratefully and, after exchanging a glance with Guai Xin, turned toward a nearby tent. Chen Taiping paid no mind to their demeanor, focused instead on how to handle the snake gall. Although beneficial, obtaining it would require an arduous task of killing another snake, which he pondered with apprehension, recalling the incident involving Xiong Kang's bite. If they were to hunt snakes, it could very well cost them more lives. A prospect that was far from optimistic. As he contemplated, he turned to pose a few questions to Luo Yi, only to be startled by her suddenly close visage. A sharp cry escaped her lips, causing everyone to turn their attention towards them. Seeing Chen Taiping and Luo Yi seated on the ground, Zhao Feng and Lao Ba rushed over, alarmed. What happened? Chen Taiping, jolted back to reality by Lao Ba's fierce gaze, quickly waved his hands. It's nothing. Miss Luo simply tripped, and I was startled. Noticing the lingering confusion on Lao Ba's face, Chen Taiping swiftly changed the subject. Lao Ba, could you help me find something that can serve as a pot? We need to figure out a way to fetch some water from the lake and stockpile freshwater resources. Fetch water from the lake? Upon hearing this, Lao Ba shuddered, hugging himself and shaking his head vehemently. No, that is too dangerous. Xiao Chun, Have you forgotten about those sinister creatures? Zhao Feng, however, did not hastily dismiss the idea and instead inquired, Xiao Chun, do you have a plan? I do have a plan. Chun Taiping nodded. But it requires experimentation and also necessitates a pot for fetching water. As for the hemp rope, he surveyed the surroundings and his gaze landed on some old clothing, suggesting, we could tie the clothes together and use them as rope. The group brightened at this suggestion, realizing they could fetch water without approaching the lake directly. However, they pondered if they needed to cast the pot into the water like fishing. Setting aside the question of whether the water ghost would surface, it was exceedingly rare for anyone to throw a pot that far. Chun Taiping considered this problem and pointed to a large tree nearby. I recall there are some sturdy trees by the lake. Let us see who can climb up. If we can manage that, we might be able to draw a significant amount of fresh water. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. Zhao Feng nodded slightly, placing his arm around Lao Ba's shoulder, declaring, we will take care of this. Xiao Chun, do you wish to join us? Chun Taiping, upon catching Zhao Feng's glance, realized that only the three of them had experience dealing with water ghosts. They would undoubtedly resist venturing to the lake's edge. So it was better for the three of them to take the initiative on this task before they made a fuss. Just as he resolved this, before he could even rise, Ren Yu interjected, I'll go. Ping has a wound on his foot, and if any danger arises, he wants to be able to escape. Chun Taiping opened his mouth to respond, but Lao Ba quickly nodded earnestly. Indeed, Miss Run should accompany us. We want to be too close. All right. The group discussed among themselves, leaving Chun Taiping with no opportunity for rebuttal. Observing the cunning glimmer in their eyes, he could only smile ruefully and scratch his head. You all go ahead. It's as if I would compete with you for the chance. Huh. Even if you wanted to compete, you wouldn't stand a chance. Lao Ba chuckled mockingly, eliciting laughter from the others. After the three departed, Chun Taiping slung Lao Ba's gun over his back and began to patrol the surroundings. Staying within the camp was uneventful, and finding a pot was proving futile. If worst came to worst, he would have to use some backpacks or bags to collect water from the lake. Gazing up at the sun above, he silently mused about plastic bags, small stones, and containers for water. As he pondered, he considered that if it were truly impossible to extract fresh water from the lake, he might have to resort to more extreme measures. While deep in thought, he suddenly halted in his tracks, his gaze drawn to a patch of unusually disturbed weeds. Chun Taiping mused to himself that typically, weeds should stand upright unless someone had deliberately trampled them or lain atop them for an extended period, causing such an unnatural appearance. As he turned back towards the campsite, he confirmed his position and distance, growing increasingly perplexed. The direction they had gone to explore was completely opposite to where he stood. Two opposing fronts. In other words, aside from Lao Ba within the camp, it is improbable that anyone else could appear here. Yet, why would Lao Ba come to hide in such a place? After a moment of contemplation, Chun Taiping pondered whether Lao Ba had concealed the radio here. Thus, he seemingly nonchalantly lowered his gaze towards the soil beneath the grass. Footprints? A sense of unease washed over him as Chun Taiping hastily crouched down, brushing aside the weeds to uncover the footprints in the earth. Whose footprints could these be? Following the trail, Chun Taiping soon discovered that amidst the underbrush, other erratic footprints extended outward, some even appearing to have been deliberately obscured, as if to conceal one's tracks. Had he not noticed and crouched down to clear the weeds, it would have been nearly impossible to spot these hidden footprints. Could it be Yongming? The thought flashed through his mind, taking root and refusing to dissipate. After driving Yongming away, Chun Taiping had anticipated that he would certainly not let the matter rest. If Yongming found the opportunity, he would undoubtedly strike without mercy. Quietly returning to the camp, Chun Taiping remained silent, biding his time. He could not ascertain how long had passed when, even in his drowsiness, he suddenly heard Lao Ba's voice, distant yet filled with excitement. The others were also drawn to the sound, and upon following it, they beheld Lao Ba's figure rapidly bounding through the woods, his face alight with exhilaration as he waved towards the camp. Xiao Chun, good news. There's good news. Good news? The term resonated loudly in everyone's ears, and even Chun Taiping felt a surge of joy, hastily rising to his feet. Once Lao Ba returned to the camp, Chun Taiping glanced behind him and inquired, where are Miss Run and Old Zhao? Why haven't they returned? Just as he posed the question, he noticed Lao Ba panting heavily, as though he had run all the way back. After taking several deep breaths, he finally regained his composure and placed a hand on Chun Taiping's shoulder, urging him, quick, come with me, there is something good by the lake. Something good? What is it? Not only Chun Taiping, but the others too cast their inquiries towards Lao Ba, even those who had feigned sleep now sitting upright. However, Lao Ba continued to breathe heavily, uttering not a word but incessantly pointing towards the direction of the lake, insisting, come, follow me, we need manpower. On the way, Chen Taiping finally heard Lao Ba explaining as they walked. They had discovered several stainless steel barrels floating near the lake's edge. Zhao Feng and Run Yuan were attempting to retrieve the barrels while Lao Ba had returned to gather people. Just as he finished speaking, Lao Ba suddenly felt a hand grip his shoulder. Turning around, he saw it was Chen Taiping. "Xiao Chun, what is wrong?" Chen Taiping felt a sinking feeling in his chest, uncertain how to convey the gravity of the situation given Lao Ba's bewildered expression. After much deliberation, he finally spoke. "Never mind. Let us hurry. Ren Yuan and Old Zhao are in danger." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lao Ba trembled with shock, and the others around them wore expressions of alarm. Could it be that the water ghosts would come ashore? But Miss Run and Old Zhao were by the water's edge. Not approaching the lake itself, those water ghosts should. Before he could finish, Lao Ba suddenly noticed a look in Chen Taiping's eyes. Their prior experiences by the sunken ship had fostered a significant understanding between them. Seeing the urgency in Chen Taiping's gaze, Lao Ba's heart raced, and he immediately turned to the others, shouting, "Quick, everyone, pick up the pace." A few among them hesitated, but seeing the rest of the group follow suit, they gritted their teeth and pressed on. Chen Taiping, disregarding the pain in his leg, stayed close behind. Given those footprints, he feared that Yang Ming and his group had already concealed themselves, putting Run Yuan and Zhao Feng in peril. Finally, as they neared the water's edge, a woman's piercing scream and the sound of gunfire echoed from the woods. "Damn!" Lao Ba shouted angrily, charging towards the source of the gunfire. Chen Taiping reached out, but before he could grasp Lao Ba, he called out, "Lao Ba, come back." Yet Lao Ba, driven by impulse, ignored Chen Taiping's cries and rushed ahead, even without a weapon in hand. Taking a deep breath, Chen Taiping cast aside his concerns and followed closely behind Lao Ba. As for the dozen or so individuals, he had not considered bringing them along. Parting the underbrush, Chen Taiping suddenly heard a rustling sound in the grass. Before he could react, Lao Ba shouted, "Damn it! Xiao Chun, run! Run? What is it?" Chen Taiping, unable to discern the sheer terror in Lao Ba's voice, felt more astonished than afraid. He then witnessed Lao Ba, who had been standing before him, grab him and pull him backward. "What is it, Lao Ba? Wait!" The injury on his calf began to throb painfully from the sudden movement, and blood began to seep from the wound. Lao Ba, oblivious to Chen Taiping's condition, shouted to those following, "We'll take a detour." Old Zhao and the others must have fled. "There's a snake den over there." "Snake den?" The familiar sound echoed in Chen Taiping's mind, reminiscent of the moment Xiong Kong was bitten by a snake. Moreover, it seemed that there were not just one, but many. "Hurry!" Realizing they had stumbled into a snake den, Chen Taiping urgently called out to those nearby. The group had not been closely following Chen Taiping from the beginning, and upon hearing his warning, they wasted no time in fleeing, not even considering helping him. However, it was the physically exhausted Luo Yi who noticed the blood seeping from Chen Taiping's calf. Before she could utter a word, she saw Chen Taiping fleeing past her, followed closely by the panic crowd. Suddenly, Luo Yi realized something, her legs giving way beneath her. Although she was indeed a medical student, having joined the crews precisely for her studies, she often engaged in dissections. Yet upon witnessing human remains, she would feel overwhelming fear, unable to speak, breath short and quick. In severe cases, she would even faint. In an attempt to overcome this weakness, Luo Yi had decided to take a breather, but unexpectedly, she encountered something far more terrifying than corpses, the water ghosts. The image of the water ghosts flashed repeatedly in her mind, and, as her legs buckled, she collapsed to the ground in despair. The rustling sounds grew louder in her ears, her heart raced, her face flushed, and her vision blurred as she felt herself on the verge of fainting. Just then, Luo Yi felt a pair of hands catch her, pulling her into an embrace. The relentless shaking made her stomach churn. The intense urge to vomit gradually brought her back to her senses. When she looked down, she saw a familiar face. Gritting his teeth, sweat pouring from his forehead, carrying her as he ran. "Xiao Chun, are you out of your mind? Why are you running back?" Lao Ba, gun in hand, fired a shot into the grass behind Chen Taiping, not daring to fire more, then turned his gaze to the Luo Yi whom Chen Taiping was holding. Chen Taiping gasped for breath, the wound on his calf now tormented, likely to swell by tomorrow. Yet, he could not dwell on such concerns any longer. He halted, taking a deep breath, and exchanged a glance with Lao Ba before sprinting again. Chen Taiping dared not run towards the camp, as generally, such groups of snakes possess a defined territory. Should they fail to catch their prey within that range, they do not pursue further. Uncertain of the extent of this territory, he opted to run in the opposite direction. The thought of inadvertently leading the snakes to the camp filled him with dread, making him shudder at the hardships that would ensue. After a considerable distance, Chen Taiping glanced back to discover Su Tsong, Long Yang, and a few others he did not recognize trailing behind him. The rest must have scattered. "Xiao Chun, we need to hurry." Lao Zhao and Rin Yuan are still in the woods. Chen Taiping nodded, breathless, stammering, I understand. Just give me a moment. Just as he spoke, he felt an overwhelming fatigue and wished to sit down. However, before he could rest, a faint groan emanated from his shoulder, sending a jolt through him. Turning, he realized that Luo Yi, who should have been in his arms, had somehow ended up draped over his shoulder. The exhaustion nearly made him forget she was there. My apologies. Chen Taiping quickly set Luo Yi down, only to see her face flushed, her eyes wide with a look that filled him with unease. Suddenly, a strong, acrid odor assaulted his senses, compelling him to cover his face as Luo Yi began to vomit. Meanwhile, Lao Ba and Su Tsung instinctively recoiled, pinching their noses and retreating a safe distance. Once Luo Yi finished, Chen Taiping noticed that the snakes seemed to have lost interest in their pursuit and breathed a small sigh of relief. "I am sorry," came a weak voice. Looking down, he saw Luo Yi had released his clothing, now spattered with her vomit. Her pale face expressed deep remorse as she averted her gaze, repeatedly apologizing. Chen Taiping glanced at his attire and then at Luo Yi, reaching out a hand. At this gesture, she instinctively protected her head, akin to a child fearing reprimand. Even Su Tsung and the others were taken aback. While they would have surely lost their temper, was Chen Taiping truly going to strike Luo Yi? Just when everyone anticipated an explosion of anger, Chen Taiping simply ruffled her hair gently. It's all right, he chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to comfort the young girl before him. Was he angry about being vomited on? Certainly, but the frightened expression Luo Yi wore lingered in his mind, reminiscent of someone from his past, making it hard to dismiss. Thus, the following scene unfolded. Chen Taiping was oblivious to the expressions of those around him until he felt a hand on his shoulder, snapping him back to reality. "We should move. This place feels eerie," Lao Ba advised. Chapter 1. The first attempt, Chen Taiping had never estimated the size of the isolated island. Since setting foot on it, he realized that this desolate isle was far larger than they had initially surmised. Leaning on Lao Ba's shoulder, he limped forward, while Luo Yi trailed behind, her face a mask of guilt, incessantly apologizing. Chen Taiping felt as though his ears might wear raw from her apologies, eventually choosing to remain silent. "Lao Ba, will we be able to find Lao Zhao and Miss Rin?" After walking for a while, Chen Taiping observed that the deeper they ventured, the denser the woods appeared to become. Their path was even obstructed by thickets and towering trees. Lao Ba furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings before pointing in a direction. "That way should lead to the lake. When we found the barrels, we intended to look for something to catch. I believe I remember well." Nodding, Chen Taiping acknowledged that while he could not see the lake, Lao Ba was unlikely to mislead them. "Let us proceed in that direction and quicken our pace. I fear for their safety should the snakes bite them." "All right." After taking a detour, the group swiftly followed Lao Ba's lead, uncertain of how long they had walked. Chen Taiping began to feel increasingly fatigued when he suddenly noticed bloodstains on the ground. "Xiao Chun, those can't be." Lao Ba's face paled slightly. Chen Taiping nodded gravely, turning to Su Kong. "Ms. Su, can you find your way back? Ahead may prove perilous, so it would be best if you departed." Seeing the hesitation on Su Tsung's face, Lao Ba waved his hand impatiently. "Just follow this path. You'll see markings on the tree trunks that will guide you back." "All right," Su Tsung replied reluctantly, as she and the others slowly turned to retrace their steps. Chen Taiping felt a weight lift from his chest. The fewer people present when facing the snakes, the better. Casting a glance at Luo Yi, he noticed she remained steadfastly by his side. "Miss Luo Yu, Chen Chenggu, let me assist you. I believe I saw a snake's corpse earlier. I have some experience dealing with them." Luo Yi swallowed nervously, her expression determined despite her anxiety. "Very well," Chen Taiping considered for a moment before nodding. Having Luo Yi, a medical student familiar with handling snakes, would indeed be a significant asset. The trio followed the trail of blood, encountering no further snakes but discovering numerous snake corpses instead. Chen Taiping removed his shirt, the remnants of vomit now dried, and fashioned it into a makeshift net for Luo Yi to collect the snakes. "Xiao Chun, can the snake meat be eaten?" Lao Ba hasket, eyeing the accumulating snakes with trepidation. Chen Taiping glanced at the pile and nodded. "It can be consumed, but it depends on one's constitution. However, I'm not collecting these snakes for consumption. I have other intentions." "What intentions?" Lao Ba inquired curiously. Before Chen Taiping could respond, two familiar figures emerged from the dense foliage. Upon seeing the look on Chen Taiping's face, Lao Ba followed his gaze and his expression brightened. Lao Zhao, Rin Yuan. The two had been scanning their surroundings anxiously, appearing quite disheveled, likely having stumbled their way to this spot. Bloodstains marred their clothing, leaving one to wonder whether it was their own or that of the snakes. Upon hearing Lao Ba's voice, Rin Yuan and Zhao Feng jumped, startled. only to be met with the relieved expressions of Lao Ba and Chun Taiping. Damn, Lao Ba, Xiao Chun, I thought I'd never see you two again. Zhao Feng's smile was more pain than joyful, yet the joy in their eyes could not be concealed. Rin Yuanyuan felt a pang in her heart and collapsed to the ground. Although she did not weep aloud, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Just moments ago, they had nearly perished at the jaws of a venomous serpent. Had it not been for Zhao Feng's ingenuity in crafting a wooden sword, they would have surely met their demise here. Luo Yi, being the closest to Rin Yuanyuan, hurried over to comfort her upon witnessing her tears. Chen Taiping and Zhao Feng exchanged a firm clasp of their fists, devoid of grandiose declarations. A mere glance sufficed to convey their mutual understanding. Survival was all that mattered. After a thorough examination confirmed that neither of the two individuals had been bitten, Chun Taiping let out a slight sigh of relief. Xiao Chun, what purpose do you have for carrying so many snake carcasses? Upon hearing the words, Chun Taiping followed Zhao Feng's gaze and, upon observing the lifeless serpents, chuckled. Weren't you seeking a bucket? This constitutes an exquisite bait. Blood? Lao Ba and Zhao Feng exclaimed in unison. Earlier, at the sunken ship, they had discerned that the water ghosts seemingly did not require vision, suggesting they relied on scent to locate their targets, much like fish. However, before their elation could linger, Chun Taiping swiftly doused their excitement with a dose of reality, cautioning them not to rejoice too prematurely, as it remained uncertain whether the water ghosts would even show interest in these snakes. Should this prove ineffective, they might need to contemplate alternative strategies. Very well, let us proceed to test this theory. Zhao Feng nodded and turned to the side, addressing Miss Rin Yuanyuan. Will you accompany us? Rin Yuanyuan paused for a moment, glancing at the lifeless bodies of the snakes, and then at Chun Taiping and his companions. With a resolute determination, she exclaimed, let us proceed. A line of 5 individuals cautiously skirted the previous snake's den, slowly approaching the water's edge. Following the directions indicated by Zhao Feng and Lao Ba, Chun Taiping gazed in the direction of their fingers. Indeed, he spotted several barrels by the lakeshore. Once mere refuse, they now appeared as treasures to them. Let us first cast a snake down to test the waters, Chun Taiping remarked, as he effortlessly hurled the venomous serpent into the air. The snake traced a graceful parabolic arc before landing precisely at the water's edge, with half of its sinuous body submerged in the lake. With a determined grit of his teeth, Chun Taiping let out a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on the snake and the tranquil surface of the lake. Initially, he had paid little heed to the water, but now, as he followed the expanse of the lake with his eyes to the opposite shore, he beheld a thick thicket of foliage. Swallowing hard, Chun Taiping's heart plummeted to the depths. Where exactly was this place? As the thought briefly crossed his mind, Chun Taiping suddenly felt someone grasping his arm. Turning around, he saw Luo Yi and Rin Yuanyuan, both with expressions of anxiety as they gazed intently at the surface of the lake. Lao Ba and Zhao Feng also wore looks of excitement. Having encountered the water ghost before, their anticipation of catching it outweighed any fear of its presence. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, bubbles emerged from the surface of the water, creating a stark contrast against the eerily tranquil lake. Chun Taiping instinctively grasped his thigh. Splash! In what seemed like the blink of an eye, that fearsome and grotesque visage emerged from the depths, swiftly grasping the venomous serpent and dragging it beneath the water with astonishing speed. The few individuals concealed behind the tree stood frozen in place, bewildered. It was uncertain how much time had elapsed when Chun Taiping drew in a sharp breath, exclaiming, "What in the world is going on here?" The last time, the water ghost did not possess such rapid speed. This time, its velocity has increased by more than just 1 or 2-fold. Could it be that these scoundrels become even more formidable after consuming human flesh? With a sudden thud, Ing found himself collapsing onto the ground, a wave of dizziness washing over him as despair spread through his chest. The sound echoed sharply. Uncertain of the origin of his newfound strength, Chun Taiping raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to his own face. The sharp sound of the impact jolted everyone from their state of fear. Moments later, they beheld Chun Taiping rising to his feet, discarding the snake with an exclamation of disbelief. "What on earth, Xiao Chun? Have you lost your mind?" Zhao Feng immediately grasped Chun Taiping, gritting his teeth. "Calm yourself." Chun Taiping shook his head. "It was the same last time we ventured to the sunken ship. Trust me. Stay right where you are." This time, Lao Ba refused to yield. He grasped Chun Taiping's hand firmly and exclaimed, "Last time we could resist those water ghosts, but just look at the current situation. Can you possibly evade that speed?" A jolt of unease coursed through Chun Taiping as he observed the gravity etched upon Lao Ba's countenance. In truth, he too was engulfed in uncertainty. Just as Chun Taiping found himself torn between indecision and the necessity to step forward, the voice of Luo Yi suddenly pierced the air. Chun, brother Chun, look by the lake. By the lake? What is it? Chapter. Calmness upon witnessing the genuine joy upon Luo Yi's countenance. Chen Taiping promptly turned his gaze away. Zhao Feng and Lao Ba could not help but direct their attention towards the direction indicated by Luo Yi. Upon closer inspection, a wave of elation surged within Chen Taiping's heart. Just moments ago, the water ghost astonishingly regurgitated half a snake it had consumed, resembling how a person instinctively rejects something unclean from their body. Before Chen Taiping could comprehend the situation, a faint and trembling voice from Luo Yi broke the silence. Brother Chun, these water ghosts possess human forms. Do you think they share the same anatomical structure as humans? The same structure? Upon hearing Luo Yi's words, Chen Taiping's mind was suddenly flooded with the image of the water ghost that had snatched away his own eyes. He shook his head and remarked, there may be some similarities, yet there might also be differences. Water ghosts are capable of moving within the water, and they are presumably devoid of sight. Devoid of sight? Ren Yuan, her face brimming with curiosity, eagerly inquired, Ping, how did you come upon this discovery? After Chen Taiping briefly recounted the incident of the sunken ship and the water ghosts, he pondered for a moment and said, Miss Ren, do you recall what I mentioned upon my return? At that time, due to circumstances beyond my control, I was unable to provide you with a thorough explanation. At this point, Ren Yuan remembered and quickly nodded, acknowledging, indeed. If that is the case, then these water ghosts must also be unable to consume toxic substances? It is premature to make such an inference. Chen Taiping could not suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he contained his excitement and remarked, if our conjecture proves accurate, then dealing with the water ghost will become considerably simpler. A few individuals exchanged glances, each witnessing the exhilaration reflected in the other's eyes. This was indeed a monumental discovery, far more thrilling than obtaining a mere bucket of water. They had been persistently attempting to evade the water ghost. Yet now they entertain the audacious notion of vanquishing it. It must be said that this is quite bold, yet it is a venture that must be undertaken. One cannot possibly live in perpetual trepidation, retiring each night consumed by anxiety and fear. Although Chen Taiping had grown accustomed to it, he did not wish to continue living such a life. Casting a glance around, he noticed several pairs of eyes fixed upon him. He beckoned to them to approach and said, I need someone to stand guard nearby. Previously, I discovered footprints near our camp, which are likely those of Yang Ming and Ma Lao Gui. What? Suddenly, Lao Ba exclaimed in astonishment, prompting Chen Taiping to quickly cover his ears and glare at him, urging him to lower his voice, unaware of whether others were nearby. Observing Lao Ba covering his mouth and cautiously surveying the surroundings, Chen Taiping whispered, this matter should remain known only to us. Although Yang Ming has lost his authority due to our machinations, given his temperament, he will undoubtedly seek us out. I fear that if any issues arise, Yang Ming will not hesitate to eliminate us. As the words fell, the figure of Luo Yi beside me trembled slightly, her bright eyes brimming with terror. The notion of murder was an unfathomable concept for her, a mere student. The mere sight of a corpse would render Luo Yi weak, making the very thought of taking a life utterly incomprehensible to her. However, Luo Yi was not a fool. One could discern from Yang Ming's gaze towards Chen Taiping and his companions that something was amiss. Moreover, it was clear that Chen Taiping and his group had previously been together. So why did they suddenly venture to the sunken ship? Yang Ming's astonishment at Chen Taiping's survival indicated a troubling narrative. The signs pointed to one undeniable conclusion. Chen Taiping and his associates had been pursued by Yang Ming. As Luo Yi gradually regained her composure, Chen Taiping gently patted her shoulder. Miss Luo, I apologize for discussing this matter while you were present, but the situation is peculiar, and I hope you can understand. He had witnessed the extreme panic etched on Luo Yi's face, and in that moment, he comprehended that she was indeed a very timid girl. Although Ren Yuan was shocked, she quickly accepted the harsh reality of survival. After all, Yang Ming's arrogant demeanor was inherently off-putting. I'll keep watch over here, Lao Zhao said. You and Xiao Chun, be cautious and avoid any mishaps. Lao Ba brandished his gun, his expression grave, eyes filled with a fierce determination. He had nearly fallen victim to Yang Ming's wrath before. If Yang Ming dared to approach again, he would not let that scoundrel escape. Chen Taiping and Zhao Feng nodded in unison and immediately set their plan into motion. If they were to investigate whether the water ghost would be affected by toxins, the simplest approach would be to toss another snake into the water and observe the water ghost's actions. With a swift motion, Chen Taiping hurled a venomous snake into the depths, ensuring that half of it submerged. As soon as he did, he noticed Zhao Feng and the others gazing at him with wide eyes. Xiao Chun, how did you throw that so accurately? Zhao Feng inquired, draping an arm over Chen Taiping's shoulder. Chen Taiping scratched his head. I practiced before, haha. What did you practice? Baseball? No, Chen Taiping shook his head. Let's not discuss that. Let us focus on the water ghost. At this, he shifted the topic, directing his gaze intently upon the surface of the lake. The others understood it was not the time for idle chatter and suppressed their curiosity. Only Run Yuan seemed unable to contain her inquisitiveness, casting furtive glances at Chen Taiping. Her words caught in her throat. Something's happening, Zhao Feng suddenly exclaimed. Chen Taiping's body tensed, narrowing his eyes as he concentrated on the lake's surface, eagerly anticipating even the slightest change. With a sudden splash, the water ghost's speed remained impressive. Yet this time, it brought joy to Chen Taiping and his companions. The creature's pace had slowed significantly. Their hypothesis had proven correct. Quick, toss some more. Zhao Feng could not restrain himself, reaching for another snake. However, Chen Taiping immediately grasped Zhao Feng's arm, urging, Lao Zhao, don't panic. Have you forgotten how the water ghost accelerated before? We cannot speculate on whether they might develop resistance. So let us remain calm. It was akin to a person overdosing on medication. The effects would eventually diminish. Chen Taiping could not ascertain the extent of the similarities between the water ghost and humans. Therefore, patience was paramount. Zhao Feng pursed his lips, but nodded in agreement, turning his attention back to the lake. Minutes passed, and like before, a half-eaten snake was expelled from the water. Chen Taiping could hardly contain his excitement, seizing another snake to cast into the depths. Back and forth they went, and after the water ghost consumed 2 or 3 snakes, Zhao Feng could no longer remain seated. Its speed is sufficiently slow now. I'm unharmed. I'll retrieve the bucket. He tossed his handgun to Chen Taiping. But Chen Taiping quickly seized Zhao Feng, saying, just one more time. Don't rush. Let us test it again. Zhao Feng glanced at the diminishing light. Nightfall was approaching. If they did not act swiftly, they would risk losing their way in the dark and becoming vulnerable to snake attacks. Chen Taiping shared this concern. Without waiting for Zhao Feng to speak, he exclaimed, I understand the urgency, but let us take our time. I still feel something is amiss. Look closely at those snakes. At his words, everyone followed Chen Taiping's pointing finger to where the snakes lay on the shore, reduced to mere halves. Ren Yuan and Zhao Feng wore expressions of confusion and disbelief. Only Luo Yi appeared to have noticed something, her eyes widening in realization. The snakes, their venom sacs and gallbladders are still intact, she exclaimed, pointing at the remnants. Chen Taiping glanced at Luo Yi, relieved to have a medical student present to elucidate the situation. Noticing the gravity on Run Yuan and Zhao Feng's faces, he proposed, for the final attempt, let us extract the venom sacs and gallbladders separately and toss them in. All right, Zhao Feng sighed, returning to Chen Taiping's side. Xiao Chun, you remain the calmest among us. Thank you. Reflecting on his earlier impulsiveness, Zhao Feng felt a lingering dread. Had he ventured down there and been captured, it would have spelled disaster. Chen Taiping nodded slightly, the image of the person whose face had been torn off by the water ghost still vivid in his mind. He dare not take unnecessary risks. In the face of such terrifying entities, his strategy was clear, continual experimentation until certainty was attained. Drawing a small knife, Chen Taiping, with Luo Yi's guidance, meticulously removed the venom sacs and gallbladders, tossing them into the lake. This time, a transformation occurred. After waiting for over 10 minutes, the water ghost had yet to appear, nor did it approach the venom sacs or gallbladders. It seemed disinterested or perhaps fearful of these items. Regardless, it was now evident that the venom sacs and gallbladders could serve as a means to counteract the water ghost. No longer hesitating, Chen Taiping swiftly collected the remaining materials, binding them to his body. With over a dozen snakes, he could detect a pungent odor emanating from himself. The others nearby pinched their noses, but Chen Taiping remained unfazed, glancing down at his burden and declaring, I'll give it a try. If anything seems wrong, you must flee immediately. Don't worry. I won't let you face danger alone. Zhao Feng waved dismissively at Chen Taiping, exuding impatience, but warming their hearts nonetheless. After a brief smile, Chen Taiping inhaled deeply, the air filling his lungs and releasing a slight alleviation of his burdened spirit. He then turned, stealthily approaching the lake's edge. Each step felt as if weighed down by lead, and he recalled the anxiety of his first encounter with the water, akin to his current state. Yet at that moment, he had been coerced by Yang Ming, gun in hand, and now he looked back at Zhao Feng and Ren Yuan. Their anxious and concerned gazes ignited a fire within him. Damn it, how can I survive without taking risks? Gritting his teeth, Chen Taiping felt his resolve strengthen, though the ominous aura from the lake persisted. Taking several strides closer to the water, he spotted the bucket tantalizingly near the edge, feeling as if it were the farthest distance in the world. Heaven help me, he muttered, inhaling deeply before grasping the bucket and bolting backward, teeth clenched and eyes shut, fleeing as if from a nightmare. In Chen Taiping's mind, the entire episode transpired in an instant. his thoughts blank as he remained oblivious to the chaos that might have unfolded behind him. As he instinctively attempted to resist when he sensed someone grasping him, he discovered that he seemed to have returned to the side of Zhao Feng and the others. Observing Zhao Feng gripping his arm, his heart gradually calmed, and after finding tranquility, a surge of exhilaration washed over him. Xiao Chun, the water ghost, did not appear. Zhao Feng exclaimed with excitement, embracing Chun Taiping as if he were reuniting with a beloved lost to death. He laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. How could you be so astute? My heavens. I was sweating bullets for you. You scared me to death. This is fantastic. Ren Yuan and Luo Yi also excitedly clutched each other's arms, their eyes brimming with exhilaration and relief. Just moments ago, when Chun Taiping had seized the water bucket, they had felt cold sweat trickling down their backs, as if they were the ones retrieving the bucket. Chun Taiping exhaled deeply, feeling his legs weaken. Even without witnessing the water ghost, he had been thoroughly frightened. It was indeed somewhat embarrassing. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he turned to gaze at the still and calm surface of the lake, an uncontrollable joy swelling in his heart. It seemed he had succeeded. After making 2 trips, Chun Taiping counted the 3 buckets he had brought back, sufficient for fetching water or storing things in the future. Now that is settled, let us hurry back, he said, glancing at the distant Lao Ba and waving in his direction. Noticing Lao Ba responding to his gesture, Chun Taiping then lifted the buckets and ran towards the campsite with the others. Upon their safe return with the water buckets, Chun Taiping raised the buckets in triumph as he saw the astonishment and shock on the faces of the gathered crowd. Brothers, we made it back unscathed. We can now boil water and cook. Brother Chun is so fierce, someone remarked. I told you, those 3 came back from the sunken ship. How could anything have gone wrong? My goodness, that was terrifying. Hearing the crowd's exclamations, Chun Taiping felt a wave of emotions, despite appearing formidable now. Who knew how flustered he had been when confronted by the water ghost? Su Tsung's eyes sparkled with amusement as he saw Chun Taiping return, a slight smile gracing his lips as if lost in thought. Meanwhile, Long Yang merely cast a neutral glance before resuming his slumber. Excitement faded quickly as everyone recognized the gravity of their situation. Chun Taiping, however, was not disheartened. He touched the snake gallbladders and poison sacks he had stowed in his pocket, organizing them before rising to find a few leaves to fashion himself some clothing. Before he could tear off the leaves, a hand in a white short-sleeved shirt suddenly appeared before him. Here, put this on, Lao Ba said, holding a few leaves in his mouth while grinning as he assessed Chun Taiping's upper body. I had seen noticed before, but you have quite the physique. Chun Taiping was momentarily taken aback, glancing down at his abdomen, where 6 subtle abdominal muscles had formed. Scratching his head, he accepted the shirt, but before he could react, he felt a chill against his stomach. With a slap, he saw Zhao Feng wrap his arms around his neck, laughing, You little rascal, do you work out often? Chun Taiping let out a bitter smile, patting his belly as he sat on the ground. He then looked at Zhao Feng and Lao Ba, asking, What about you two? Haven't you been exercising? Lao Ba and Zhao Feng exchanged glances, pondering something before Lao Ba finally asked quietly, Xiao Chun, have you been through something in the past? Chun Taiping's body stiffened at the question. His eyes twitched slightly as he feigned calmness, shaking his head. What could have happened? I'm just an ordinary person. Hey, that's your own admission. We asked if you've encountered trouble, and you claim to be an ordinary person. That's quite the slip, Zhao Feng said, putting his arm around Chun Taiping's shoulders, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Noticing their inquisitive expressions, Chun Taiping sighed inwardly. The 3 of them had survived together through life and death. Although their time together had not been long, they had become brothers in arms. Lao Ba and Zhao Feng must have sensed something amiss to inquire further. Just drop it, Lao Ba, Lao Zhao. Let us pretend this never happened, Chun Taiping said, patting their arms. Besides, this isn't something you want to hear. It's not a pleasant tale. All right, we aren't particularly eager to know. But it's clear something is off, Zhao Feng replied, his smile fading slightly as he pointed to a corner opposite Chun Taiping, adding, But those 2 girls seemed quite interested. He chuckled. Following Zhao Feng's gaze, Chun Taiping noticed Ren Yuan and Luo Yi glancing at them intermittently. Upon realizing Chun Taiping was looking their way, they quickly turned their bodies, appearing rather guilty, quite the act of burying their heads in the sand. Lao Ba raised an eyebrow, a sly grin appearing on his face. Xiao Chun, you must tell us. After you saved Luo Yi last time, did she say anything about owing you her life? That girl seems quite remarkable. You might have a bright future ahead. At that moment, Chun Taiping felt a wave of nostalgia, as if he had returned to the ship. Before the disaster, they had engaged in similar banter, though those with whom he had shared laughter may not have been as sincere as his current companions. He had never imagined he would now be troubled just to survive. Ignoring the 2, he chuckled and retreated into the tent, shutting out the banter of Zhao Feng and Lao Ba. With a smile, he closed his eyes, embracing a moment of peace. The next day, as anticipated, the wounds inflicted by the fruit had swollen. Fortunately, there were anti-inflammatory medications among the supplies salvaged from the ship. After cleaning the wound, Chun Taiping poured the medication onto it. The excruciating pain made him break out in cold sweat, yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. After enduring for a while, as the pain in his foot gradually subsided, he slowly wrapped the bandage around his leg. The cold sweat drenched his clothes, as if he had just taken a bath. Yet, what Chun Taiping did not expect was that although he had not cried out, a piercing scream erupted from outside the tent. Upon opening the tent, Chun Taiping was met with chaos. Lao Ba and Zhao Feng stood at the forefront of the crowd, shouting about something. Having been dazed by pain, Chun Taiping rubbed his eyes for clarity and was instantly jolted. Yang Ming had seized Ren Yuanyuan, brandishing a gun aimed at her head, while a subordinate stood nearby, wielding a wooden club, glaring menacingly at the crowd. Everyone, get the hell away, or I'll pull the trigger. Ren Yuanyuan's face flushed red as Yang Ming choked her neck with his arm, making it hard for her to breathe. Chun Taiping quickly crawled out, pushing through the crowd with urgency. Yo, Chun Taiping, I thought you were frightened and hiding, Yang Ming sneered as he saw Chun Taiping rushing over. His face twisted in a grimace. Taking in Yang Ming's dusty and bloody clothing, Chun Taiping frowned and asked, Yang Ming, what is your issue with me? What does binding a woman achieve? What does it achieve? Yang Ming scoffed, and Chun Taiping suddenly noticed the bulging veins on Yang Ming's arm, tightening around Ren Yuanyuan's neck. Ren Yuanyuan let out a painful cry, her eyes rolling back as though she might faint at any moment. Yang Ming, Chun Taiping shouted angrily, his heart racing with urgency. Yet at this moment, Lao Ba and Zhao Feng were nowhere to be found. He quickly extended his hand, striving to keep his voice calm. Yang Ming, I understand you harbor resentment towards me. Do as you wish. Truly, I will leave with you right now. But first, please release Ren Yuanyuan. The more he spoke, the more anxious he became, as Ren Yuanyuan's eyes threatened to fully roll back, her face growing increasingly pale. However, Yang Ming showed no intention of letting go. As Ren Yuanyuan appeared to be on the verge of losing consciousness, Chun Taiping shouted vehemently, Yang Ming, I command you to release Ren Yuanyuan. Come at me instead. Almost simultaneously, Yang Ming's grip on Ren Yuanyuan's neck suddenly loosened, and he seized her pale face, grinning as he looked at Chun Taiping. This scene resembled a cruel game, inciting fury within Chun Taiping. Chun Taiping, I hadn't expected you to be so fond of Ren Yuanyuan, Yang Ming said, his hand lightly brushing Ren Yuanyuan's face. His expression brazen. To be honest, I never intended to harm Ren Yuanyuan. After all, if I treat her well in the future, might she not express gratitude? At this revelation, the onlookers finally understood. They had previously thought Yang Ming was merely assigning Ren Yuanyuan tasks that weren't too harsh. It turned out he had such ulterior motives. Chun Taiping, however, did not focus on Yang Ming's words, but fixated on the hand gripping Ren Yuanyuan's face, feeling as if his chest would burst into flames. Then Yang Ming's tone shifted as his hand ceased caressing Ren Yuanyuan's face and tightened around her neck. His expression contorted as he roared. This wretch not only forgets my kindness, but grows excited upon your return. Huh? Yang Ming, please calm down. Chun Taiping reached out, attempting to grasp Yang Ming's arm, but the gun pointed at Ren Yuanyuan's head made him hesitate. Taking a deep breath, Chun Taiping implored, let's sit down and discuss this. If you need food, I can provide it. If you require water, I can offer that too. Will you release Ren Yuanyuan? I beg you. In a final desperate shout, he lifted his gaze to meet Yang Ming's eyes, vowing that if he detected even the slightest abnormality in Yang Ming's gaze, he would rush forward and fight to the death. However, this time, Yang Ming seemed intrigued. After glancing at Chun Taiping, he looked back at Ren Yuanyuan. Chun Taiping, do not think you can stall. Zhao Feng and Lao Ba have likely been sidetracked by old Ma. If you intend to wait for them, your hopes may be in vain. A shiver ran through Chun Taiping, struggling to suppress the turmoil within him while striving for calmness. Yang Ming, state your conditions. What must I do to have Ren Yuanyuan released? Upon seeing the compromise in Chun Taiping's expression, Yang Ming's eyes glimmered with derision. Chun Taiping, you wish to play with me? You are a century too early. With that, Yang Ming surveyed the group standing behind Chun Taiping. As they noticed, they averted their gazes, unwilling to meet Yang Ming's eyes. The current situation mirrored the moment Chun Taiping had returned, albeit with the roles reversed. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Ming grinned. How about this, Chun Taiping? I shall grant you a chance. If you survive, I promise not to kill you. What say you? A chance? Chun Taiping's heart quaked, narrowing his eyes at the mischievous glint in Yang Ming's gaze. How could Yang Ming possibly be so benevolent? Nevertheless, Chun Taiping gritted his teeth and inquired, speak, and I shall comply. Haha, splendid. Yang Ming nodded in satisfaction. I shall give you a chance, shortly. Before Yang Ming could finish, Chun Taiping was still calculating how Yang Ming might deal with him when he suddenly heard two gunshots from behind. 2 bullets whizzed past Yang Ming's feet. Damn it. Yang Ming, I will kill you. Lao Ba shouted, his gun trained on Yang Ming. Zhao Feng hastened his steps, eager to rush forward. Yet, Chen Taiping suddenly heard Yang Ming bellow, everyone stand down, or I will open fire. Lao Ba, Zhao Feng, do you recognize who I have here? Farther away. Lao Ba and Zhao Feng halted, their expressions shifting. Chen Taiping narrowed his eyes at Yang Ming, inhaling deeply. Speak quickly, what do you want? Yang Ming, unhuriyat, regarded Chen Taiping, initially intending to intimidate him, but now deemed it unnecessary. In a bit, you will come alone to the lakeside, to the spot where we drew water last time. Do you remember? Yang Ming appeared relaxed, using Ren Yuan to shield himself. I will be waiting there, and your Miss Ren will be at the lakeside waiting for you. Ha ha ha. As he finished, Yang Ming squinted at Lao Ba and Zhao Feng, retreating while saying, remember, you must come alone. Watching Yang Ming gradually distance himself, Chen Taiping clenched his teeth, nearly grinding them to dust at the sounds of Zhao Feng and Lao Ba yelling behind him. Yet, what could he do? Ren Yuan was on the verge of losing consciousness under Yang Ming's torment. He could not allow her to perish in Yang Ming's clutches. Xiao Chun, let's organize a pursuit. I will circle around from behind for a pincer attack. Yang Ming only has one gun. He cannot react in time. Zhao Feng, filled with anxiety, seized Chen Taiping's arm, shouting, Xiao Chun. Chen Taiping's thoughts were abruptly pulled back by this furious cry. He glanced at the handgun in Zhao Feng's grip and stated, I will go. You are insane. How can you confront Yang Ming alone? That scoundrel has surely set a trap for you. Zhao Feng stared at Chen Taiping in disbelief, astonished at his impulsiveness. Even Lao Ba, who had just arrived, looked taken aback, staring incredulously at Chen Taiping. However, before Zhao Feng could respond, Chen Taiping snatched the handgun from his grasp and declared solemnly, I will go. You. Zhao Feng began, but at that moment, Su Tsong approached with a furrowed brow. Zhao Feng, Yang Ming has already stated that Chen Taiping must go alone. If you both go, Miss Ren will be in danger. Once Su Tsong finished speaking, Chen Taiping grasped Zhao Feng's arm tightly, raising his gaze to lock eyes with him. I will go. Cold sweat dripped down Chen Taiping's forehead. Pain in his calves made each step feel immensely arduous. After what seemed like an eternity, a lake came into view. Pushing aside the underbrush, Chen Taiping scanned the lakeside but found no sign of Yang Ming. Instead, he heard an abrupt, muffled groan. Following the sound, he spotted a frail figure tied to a large tree by the lake, not too far away. The girl was thrashing about wildly, seemingly attempting to break free from her bonds. Chen Taiping's heart leaped. It was indeed Ren Yuan. However, a cloth was stuffed in her mouth, rendering her unable to speak. Only blinking frantically at him. Do not be afraid. I am coming to save you. Chen Taiping glanced around to ensure there was no place to hide, then took 2 or 3 steps toward her. However, as he approached and gradually discerned the expression in Ren Yuan's eyes, he realized she was not pleading for help, but rather warning him behind him. Chapter: The Death of Yang Ming. With a resounding thud, Chen Taiping felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, followed by a dizzying whirl of his surroundings, his body uncontrollably collapsing and rolling on the ground. Only when he collided with a tree did he come to a halt, his vision blurry and his head throbbing painfully. Laughter erupted as Chen Taiping recalled the treachery he had once endured. Did he truly believe that he would ambush him from the sidelines? Yang Ming's voice echoed in his ears as Chen Taiping struggled to rise from the ground. Shaking his head, the scenery before him gradually came into focus, and a jolt of realization coursed through him. He had somehow rolled to the edge of the lake, mere 3 meters from the water's edge. A closer inspection revealed that Ren Yuan was only about 2 meters from the shore, bound to a tree trunk, suspended approximately half a meter above the ground. Muffled cries reached his ears as Ren Yuan pleaded for help. Chen Taiping turned to Yang Ming, who was smiling at him, gesturing towards the ground near his feet. Looking down, Chen Taiping noticed fresh bloodstains on the earth beside his ankle. A wave of dread washed over him as he touched his head, realizing it was covered in blood. Almost instantly, a wave of dizziness struck him, and he staggered backward. In a desperate moment, he seized a sturdy tree to steady himself. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to reach for the firearm at his waist, only to find it missing. Glancing back at the spot where he had fallen, he saw his pistol lying a few meters away, obscured by fallen branches and leaves. Chen Taiping, do you see what this is? The voice beckoned, and as Chen Taiping turned towards its source, his expression shifted dramatically. Yang Ming had somehow approached Ren Yuan, brandishing a dagger, and he made a swift cut across her delicate calf. Ren Yuan was unable to scream, tears streaming down her face as her body convulsed in agony. A surge of anger and resolve surged within Chen Taiping, and without hesitation, he charged at Yang Ming. Let Ren Yuan go. Yang Ming appeared unfazed, having anticipated this moment. Moreover, in comparison to Chun Taiping, who was missing a leg, Yang Ming's speed allowed him to distance himself effortlessly. He then casually pointed at the lake's surface, saying, "You may pursue me, Chun Taiping, but don't forget that Ren Yuan is at the water's edge. If her blood spills into the lake, what do you think will happen?" A tremor coursed through Chun Taiping as he turned to see Ren Yuan's calf, now stained crimson. The wound flowed like an open faucet, blood cascading down uncontrollably. "Ha ha! Chun Taiping, what are you hesitating for? You are a hero, destined to save the damsel in distress. I'm merely facilitating your reunion with this lady." The corners of Chun Taiping's mouth began to bleed, droplets trailing down as he suppressed his fury and rushed towards Ren Yuan. In just a few strides, he reached her side and drew a wooden sword, attempting to sever the ropes binding her. Yet, the wooden blade proved ineffective after only a few cuts, becoming dull and useless. Frustrated, he discarded it and retrieved another, but it too succumbed to the same fate after a mere few attempts. In a moment of desperation, Yang Ming's mocking laughter reached his ears. "Chun Taiping, look behind you." Instinctively, Chun Taiping turned to see bubbles rising from the lake's surface. "Opale!" Bloated face emerged from beneath the water. Ren Yuan gasped in terror, her eyes wide with fear and regret, her voice tinged with sobs. Chun Taiping seemed oblivious to the face behind him, his muscles straining as he manically sliced at the ropes with the now dulled wooden sword. "Hurry up and break free." The pressure in his hands intensified, and as his grip faltered, panic enveloped him, yet his legs refused to allow him to flee. Gritting his teeth, cold sweat mingled with blood trickled down his forehead. In mere seconds, a splash erupted behind him as the water ghost lunged from the lake's depths. Simultaneously, Chun Taiping discarded the wooden sword, flinging the snake meat he had clutched towards Yang Ming while hurling the venom sac at the water ghost. With a piercing pain, Chun Taiping let out a muffled grunt, but the ghost's claws shifted direction, no longer aimed at him, but instead piercing Yang Ming's chest. Before he could utter a word, Yang Ming trembled violently, blood spraying from his mouth as his gaze fixated on the gaping wound. 5 dark claws pierced his torso, and before he could even scream, the water ghost dragged him into the depths, leaving only a pool of blood upon the surface. Ren Yuan stared in horror, witnessing the entire gruesome scene. Upon glancing down, she noticed the concealed venom sacs and snake gallbladders hidden beneath Chun Taiping's clothing. Finally, the ropes were severed, and without a moment's hesitation, Chun Taiping scooped up the terrified Ren Yuan and dashed away, disregarding the fallen firearm. He allowed the underbrush to scrape against his wounds and the blood to flow freely as he fled without looking back. He was uncertain how long he had been running, evading both the water ghost and Yang Ming's accomplices. Yet, since the earlier commotion, he had heard no gunfire from behind. What could this mean? "Chun Taiping, please put me down." Suddenly, Ren Yuan's voice pierced through his thoughts, prompting him to release her. As soon as he did, he noticed her face flushed, resembling a ripe apple, her eyes glistening with unspoken emotions. "What is wrong?" Chun Taiping inquired. Ren Yuan trembled slightly, shooting him an indignant glare. "It's nothing." Confusion clouded Chun Taiping's mind as he processed her sudden change in demeanor. Nevertheless, he observed that the immediate danger had passed. Taking a deep breath, he was about to speak when he noticed Ren Yuan limping back. "What are you doing? Yang Ming's men are still behind us." He rushed forward, grasping her arm. What was this woman thinking? He had just saved her, and she offered no words of gratitude. Yet now she seemed intent on putting herself in peril. To his surprise, Ren Yuan abruptly shook off his grip, causing him to wince as pain shot through his arm. "Ah, Ping, are you all right?" Her face shifted from anger to worry, her cheeks flushed with concern. Chun Taiping was momentarily taken aback. The phrase about women's moods changing swiftly certainly held truth. Although he was unclear about the reason for her initial anger, witnessing her distress alleviated some of his own frustration. "I'm fine," he quickly reassured her, his expression turning serious. "We don't know where Yang Ming's men are. What are you doing returning?" Upon hearing this, Ren Yuan puffed out her cheeks, appearing somewhat aggrieved, her eyes glistening as if she might cry. I just wanted to help you retrieve your gun. I didn't do anything wrong." Observing her distressed expression, Chun Taiping felt a wave of irritation wash over him. How could she be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation and yet still feel wronged? Before Chun Taiping could utter a word, Ren Yuan spoke again, stating that Yang Ming and his companions had exhausted their ammunition. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to striking Chan with the gun, but upon his arrival. As she spoke, tears began to flow uncontrollably from her eyes. Fear and grievance intertwined, causing her petite frame to tremble incessantly, her appearance resembling that of a weeping pear blossom, which made Chun Taiping feel an overwhelming sense of guilt. Chun Taiping felt a pang of remorse and wished to slap himself for being overly anxious. completely forgetting that Ren Yuanyuan was not someone who would disregard her safety out of spite. If that were the case, he would never have allowed her to lead a team alone in the first place. The pain radiating from his arm only heightened his agitation, and perhaps he was unaware that his expression towards Ren Yuanyuan was somewhat fearsome. Now, upon witnessing the tears on her face, he opened his mouth to apologize, but before he could utter a word, he was startled by a rustling sound nearby. Xiao Chun. Just then, Chun Taiping saw Zhao Feng emerge from the bushes. Before he could react, he heard Ren Yuanyuan's shrill scream. Almost immediately, he felt a massive object barreling towards him. The pressure against his chest made him nearly spew blood. He quickly extended his hand toward the stunned Zhao Feng, exclaiming, "Quick, pull me up." Ren Yuan, also startled, regained her composure, looked up at Chun Taiping, her cheeks flushing slightly, and hastily pushed him away. "I am sorry." Hearing Ren Yuanyuan's apology, Chun Taiping grasped Zhao Feng's outstretched hand and gradually stood up. He said little else, merely extending his hand towards Ren Yuanyuan. "I apologize." Huh. Ren Yuanyuan was momentarily taken aback, and so was Zhao Feng. After a prolonged silence, Chun Taiping felt his cheeks heat up as he stammered, "I misunderstood you earlier, and I wanted to apologize." Oh. Seeing that Ren Yuanyuan finally responded, Chun Taiping felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Let us hurry and leave." Gazing at the dimming sky, he still felt a lingering sense of trepidation. Additionally, the pain for his wound was intense, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. "I'll go retrieve the handgun," Ren Yuanyuan said, glancing back before deciding to retrieve it. As Chun Taiping was about to say something, he noticed Zhao Feng gesturing to Ren Yuanyuan, saying, "Ren Yuanyuan, you help Xiao Chun while I go look for the handgun." "But you..." Before Ren Yuanyuan could finish, Chun Taiping suddenly saw Zhao Feng walk away, waving his hand without looking back. "You two hurry back. Xiao Chun is injured. And you know better than I do." Chun Taiping glanced at his injury and sighed softly, sensing that Zhao Feng seemed troubled. However, everyone harbors their own thoughts. Just as he did with matters he wished to keep unspoken. After a moment's contemplation, he advised, "Be cautious. You'll see a rope ahead, and the handgun is likely nearby." "All right." Watching Zhao Feng move further away, Chun Taiping sighed and turned to Ren Yuanyuan, saying, "Shall we go?" With Ren Yuanyuan's support, Chun Taiping finally returned to the camp. Upon seeing the two safely back, the crowd exhibited a mixture of excitement and anxiety, with some even inquiring about Yang Ming's whereabouts. The image of Yang Ming's demise flashed through Chun Taiping's mind, and he shook his head in silence, asking, "Where's Lao Ba?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. A figure dashed to his side. "Xiao Chun, something has happened." "What is it?" Seeing Lao Ba with a firearm in hand caused Chun Taiping's heart to leap. "It can't be about Lao Zhao, can it?" Before he could finish his thought, Lao Ba waved his hand dismissively. "No, it's not Lao Zhao. It's that Ma Lao Gui and his gang." Lao Ba li ni kulo to Chun Taiping. His tone grave and somber. "That rascal Ma Lao Gui has learned of Yang Ming's death. He has inexplicably become the leader of that group. When Lao Zhao and I were searching for you, we overheard one of them. Are you saying it's Ma Lao Gui?" Chun Taiping, uncertain, asked once more. Upon receiving a nod from Lao Ba, his heart sank entirely. This was indeed troublesome. Having spared Ma Lao Gui previously, Chun Taiping had sensed an ominous premonition. Now that premonition had come to fruition. Ma Lao Gui had taken in Yang Ming's men, and given Ma Lao Gui's treacherous nature, it was certain that he would seek revenge. Turning to observe the gathered crowd, Chun Taiping's mood grew increasingly grave. While having such a multitude offered advantages, it also posed significant risks. Chun Taiping recalled that Lin Yu and Su Yi should still be on the island. After a moment of thought, he quietly inquired, "Are Su Yi and Lin Yu with Ma Lao Gui?" "Ah, yes, I believe I saw them, but I didn't get a clear look," Lao Ba replied, seemingly recalling the encounter. Chun Taiping sighed, realizing they had indeed joined Ma Lao Gui's ranks. He chose not to dwell on it further. It remained true that divergent paths should not converge. If mutual understanding was unattainable, it was best to avoid interference, hoping that neither party would entangle themselves with Ma Lao Gui too deeply. After all, having conversed a few times, Chun Taiping wished to avoid any unfortunate events in the future. "I initially intended to locate their hideout, but that rascal Ma Lao Gui is rather cunning. I lost track of him after following for a while," Lao Ba lamented, pounding the ground in frustration. As Chun Taiping contemplated offering a word of caution to Lao Ba, he caught sight of Ren Yuanyuan approaching from the corner of his eye. "Ah Ping, extend your hand. Let me apply some medicine." Following closely behind her was Luo Yi. Observing Chun Taiping's injury, her face was etched with concern. Only then did Lao Ba notice the wound on Chun Taiping's hand, pausing in surprise. "Was it the water ghost that got you?" Hearing this, Chun Taiping managed a wry smile as he extended his swollen leg to compare it with the wound on his hand. "What do you think?" "Ah, you rascal. I can't decide whether to commend your recklessness or to admire your audacity. But it's a relief that you saved Ren Yuan, Lao Ba remarked. Lao Zhao. Suddenly hearing Zhao Feng's name ignited a flicker of curiosity in Chun Taiping. However, before he could inquire further, Lao Ba fell silent. Seeing Lao Ba scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly, he said, I meant to say Lao Zhao was worried about both of you along the way. He wanted to follow, but feared that Yang Ming might be monitoring, which could have endangered you both. Thank you for your hard work. Chun Taiping smiled faintly and wrapped an arm around Lao Ba's shoulder, feeling a warmth in his heart. I owe my survival to both of you. Come on, Xiao Chun. You're being too formal. After exchanging pleasantries with Lao Ba, Chun Taiping extended his hand for Luo Yi and Ren Yuan to assist him in bandaging his wounds. Along with Su Tsong, these three women were among the few allies he had. Once his wounds were tended to, Chun Taiping remembered Xiong Kong and Gua Xian, who had been staying in the tent during this time. Gua Xian was fine, occasionally peeking out, only to return with canned meat to care for Xiong Kong. Had they known each other previously? Shaking off his thoughts, Chun Taiping approached their tent and knocked gently. Gua Xian, Xiong Kong, is it convenient? The tent zipper was pulled open, and Gua Xian's head poked out. Chingu, what is the matter? It is of no concern. I merely wish to ascertain the condition of Xiong Kang's injury, and whether the swelling has subsided, Chin Tianping inquired. He then turned his gaze towards the interior of the tent, discovering Xiong Kong gesturing toward him. Chin Tianping reciprocated the gesture and cast a glance at Xiong Kang's calf. Although it remained somewhat swollen, it was indeed much improved compared to the previous 2 days. We brought back a water bucket earlier. Chun Taiping pointed to the bucket placed not far away and continued, Tomorrow, we shall find a way to procure some fresh water. I will boil some for you, so that you may cleanse the wound and prevent infection. Understood, Brother Chun. Thank you, Xiong Kong replied, his complexion appearing normal. Although his voice carried a trace of weakness, Chun Taiping felt a sense of relief. Turning to the crowd, Chun Taiping prepared to discuss the actions for the following day. However, before he could approach, a shadow stealthily seized him, pulling him aside. Hey! Chun Tianping exclaimed, springing onto his toes and jumping, nearly losing his balance if not for the grip of his assailant. After a few steps, he found himself drawn into a thicket, where he steadied himself to discover that it was Su Tsong who had apprehended him. Su Tsong, what is the meaning of this? Chun Tianping asked, observing the serious expression on her face, leaving him perplexed. Yet, Su Tsong did not respond immediately. Instead, she scrutinized him intently after ensuring there was no one around. Su Tsong, what troubles you? Chun Taiping inquired, noticing the appraising look in her eyes, which prompted him to glance down at his attire. The white short-sleeved shirt he wore was the same one given to him by Lao Ba, albeit now sullied and turned a shade of black. Just as Chun Taiping pondered whether something was amiss with his clothing, Su Tsong suddenly asked, Do you know where Lin Yu and Su Yi have gone? Lin Yu and Su Yi? Chun Taiping recalled having just spoken about them with Lao Ba. They should be with Lao Ma Gue, he replied. Should be? Su Tsong's eyes narrowed, her plump figure inching closer to Chun Taiping, startling him with her imposing presence. Despite her previously volatile temperament and disdainful attitude, Su Tsong was undeniably a formidable woman. Chun Taiping recalled hearing rumors about her. How? Due to her appearance and physique. She had never pursued romance and instead devoted herself entirely to her career, ultimately achieving success. Though he had dismissed such gossip, her intense gaze now stirred those thoughts within him. Please, do not become agitated. Chun Taiping raised his hands in a gesture of peace, gradually pushing back against Su Kong. Once she ceased her advance, he asked, Do you suspect that I harmed them? Su Tsong remained silent, her gaze unwavering, seemingly affirming his question. A heavy sensation settled within Chun Taiping. He had hoped to earn her trust over the past few days, but it appeared he had been overly optimistic. After a moment's contemplation, he queried, Why do you say that? Su Tsong stood still, appearing to struggle for words. After a prolonged silence that left Chun Taiping filled with questions, she finally spoke. I know Sui well. He may not fit in, but he would never ally himself with someone like Yang Ming. Acquainted with Su Yi, Chun Taiping was taken aback. He had expected Su Tsong to be familiar with Lin Yu, given that Lin Yu was a doctoral student, a status that seemed more aligned with Su Tsong's own. It appeared he had misjudged the situation. After a brief deliberation, Chun Taiping replied, I am uncertain as well. Lao Ba just informed me that he saw Lin Yu and Su Yi among Lao Ma Gue's group, since they did not accompany us. It seems they have chosen to side with them, especially given their lack of food. Chun Taiping was forthright about this. He had always made it clear that resources were limited, and he could not afford to harbor potential adversaries. Adversaries? A jolt coursed through Chun Taiping at the thought. Realizing that after engaging with Yang Ming, many uncertainties had infiltrated what should have been a united group. Even Chun Taiping found himself subconsciously viewing humanity as a threat. Taking a deep breath, he shook his head. If you are concerned, We shall likely have another opportunity to meet. What do you mean? Su Tsung was perplexed. Chen Taiping briefly explained his relationship with Lao Ma Gue, clenching his fists as he continued. If Lao Ma Gue does not seek trouble, I will refrain from conflict. However, if circumstances change, noticing Su Tsung's expression darken, Chen Taiping boldly placed a hand on her shoulder. Do not worry. I promise you that when we meet again, I will speak to Su Yi. If you can persuade him, our team will gain an additional strength. Upon saying this, Chen Taiping noticed Su Tsung's gaze fixated on his arm resting on her shoulder, a flicker of something unusual crossing her features. He quickly withdrew his hand. I apologize. I may have been too casual. Surprisingly, Su Tsung did not seem angered. She shook her head. It is nothing. The grave expression on her face dissipated, and she shifted the conversation, extending her hand to pat Chen Taiping's shoulder. I must admit, you are indeed a commendable leader. I had underestimated you. Before Chen Taiping could ponder the sudden compliment, he watched as Su Tsung turned and strode toward the camp, entering her tent without a backward glance and without exchanging words with anyone. Scratching his head, Chen Taiping felt increasingly puzzled. He chose not to dwell on the matter further. After engaging in light conversation with the others, he returned to his tent and quietly drifted into slumber. The following morning, Chen Taiping gathered everyone before him and recounted the plans for procuring water. However, he did not assign them the task, but rather took it upon himself, along with Zhao Feng and the sturdily built, daring Long Yang. The remaining members were divided into smaller teams. Some were tasked with collecting branches, others with searching for stones, while the rest accompanied Ren Yuan and Luo Yi to continue exploring the forest. Old Zhao, did you retrieve the handgun? Chen Taiping turned to Zhao Feng beside him. After a brief pause, Zhao Feng seemed to regain his senses and nodded. I found it. That is good. Please hand the handgun to Miss Ren. We likely will not need it while fetching water. Chen Taiping felt reassured, having prepared poison sacks and snake gall in his pocket. With proper utilization, they could secure an endless supply of fresh water. Be cautious, he cautioned as Zhao Feng handed the handgun to Ren Yuan. Just then, he heard Long Yang's languid voice from the side. Captain Chun, must I go? Perhaps I could switch places with someone from Ren Yuan's team and explore the forest instead? Long Yang? Chen Taiping looked at him, puzzled. He noticed Long Yang was lying on the ground, staring up at the sky, declaring, I am inherently lazy and timid. If you send me, I will only hinder you. Timid? Chen Taiping faltered, recalling how Long Yang had shown no signs of fear when confronted by a venomous snake. From the tone of Chen Tianping, it is evident that he is someone who frequently mingles in the outside world, and such individuals are never short of audacity. Just as Chen Taiping was lost in thought, Su Tsung suddenly interjected, Long Yang, when we first followed Chen Taiping, we all agreed on this. You're not having second thoughts now, are you? Long Yang turned his head to glance at Su Tsung and snorted lightly. Su Tsung, weren't you quite disdainful of Chen Tianping at first? Why are you defending him now? Have you, the wealthy lady, taken a liking to him? You. Su Tsung trembled with rage. Long Yang, however, remained unfazed. Enough. Zhao Feng, standing nearby, suddenly interjected in a low voice. The force of his breath erupted from his chest. Although his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Chen Taiping turned to see Zhao Feng clenching his fist before he could speak. Zhao Feng shook his head, saying, Su Tsung, refrain from speaking too much. After this, Zhao Feng looked towards Long Yang and added, I do not wish to reprimand anyone at this moment, nor do I possess the authority to do so. The thoughts of Xiaocheng, Lao Ba, and I are quite simple. On this isolated island, mutual assistance is essential, for only then will our hope of survival increase. TCH, hypocrite, Long Yang muttered under his breath, so softly that almost no one heard. Noticing Long Yang's lips moving, Zhao Feng chose not to continue and proceeded to grab the water bucket, pulling the bewildered Chen Taiping along to the side. What has gotten into Zhao Feng? Why does he seem so irritable? The others glanced at Long Yang, but no one spoke. They all busied themselves as if Long Yang did not exist. After Chen Taiping took a few steps, he turned back to glance at the camp where only Lao Ba and Long Yang remained, letting out a faint sigh. This is how a group functions. Once someone becomes a misfit, the others tend to distance themselves. No one can escape this rule, not even Chen Tianping himself. To say that Long Yang's attitude did not provoke anger would be a lie even Chen Taiping could not believe. However, what good is anger? This team was merely cobbled together temporarily. Chen Taiping was only trying to maintain it, never having aspired to be its leader or captain. Casting a glance at the now composed Zhao Feng, Chen Taiping weighed the water bucket in his hand. Forget it. Some problems cannot be resolved immediately, and overthinking them would serve no purpose. Following the earlier narrow path, Chen Taiping and Zhao Feng intentionally steered clear of the previous snake den. After a long detour, they finally arrived at the lake's edge, but Chen Tianping's expression suddenly shifted. The lakeshore appeared pristine. devoid of any trace of blood or the corpses of the poisonous snakes they had previously left behind. It was as though these things had evaporated into thin air. Chen Taiping turned to his side, recalling that, if memory served him right, his handgun had fallen not far from the spot. Zhao Feng seemed to sense the oddity as well, standing transfixed, staring at the lake's water. Before Chen Taiping could observe any longer, he heard Zhao Feng mumble, "Could someone have been here? How could that be?" Chen Taiping felt a jolt. Both seemed to have arrived at the same unsettling possibility. Taking a deep breath, Chen Taiping quickly discarded the unrealistic notion from his mind. How could there be anyone else in this forest apart from them? Moreover, this is the lakeshore. What would a human want with the items they had discarded? The thought flashed past, and Chen Taiping patted Lao Zhao's shoulder, saying, "It must be the water ghost's doing. Do not dwell on it. If there were indeed someone, our camp is not particularly far from the lake. We should have heard them, or at least attracted their attention. Besides, they drifted here from sunken ship." This last statement went unspoken, but Zhao Feng had already grasped his meaning. With a soft gulp, Chen Taiping swallowed hard, forcing himself to take a step forward. Despite having encountered the water ghost several times and having escaped, he still found it impossible to remain entirely calm. Being caught would mean death, and he did not wish to perish so easily. Step by step, the leaves and branches beneath his feet crunched, the sounds echoing in his ears like a rallying cry. Finally reaching the lake's edge, Chen Taiping felt his chest heaving slowly as he extended his hand, clutching the water bucket and the venom pouch, towards the surface of the lake. With a splash, the bucket fell into the water, and Chen Taiping felt his hand stiffen. Yet he gritted his teeth and nearly filled the bucket. Soon, as the water rose to about halfway, his anxiety began to subside. Could it be that the water ghost sensed the presence of the venom pouch and snake gall on him, and thus refrained from approaching? The thought flashed through his mind, and Chen Taiping swiftly retrieved the bucket, which was now 2/3 full. Just as he straightened his arm and began to stand, he suddenly felt a tremendous pulling force from the bucket. Looking closely, he saw a putrid, decaying face lurking beneath the lake's surface, its bloodshot eyes fixed on him, sending chills down Chen Taiping's spine. Run! The thought raced through his mind, but the water ghost exhibited an extraordinary strength. As he realized he should let go of the bucket and flee, he stepped on something round and slippery beneath his feet. He lost his balance and found himself tilting towards the water. The sight of that putrid face drawing nearer filled him with dread as he envisioned being swallowed whole by its gaping maw. However, at that moment, a pair of hands suddenly yanked him back, halting his body just in time. Following that, an intense survival instinct erupted into a scream from Chen Taiping's throat. He grasped a nearby tree fiercely, ignoring the sinking bucket as he bolted backwards. When he glanced back, he saw that it was Lao Zhao who had grabbed his shirt, and now Zhao Feng was frantically running alongside him. They fled without looking back, covering a considerable distance before Chen Taiping finally slowed down due to the sharp pain in his calf. "Lao Zhao, stop running. It hasn't followed us." Chen Taiping turned to see Zhao Feng leaning against a tree, sitting down and clutching his calf. Not only his calf, but the hand that had grasped the tree trunk was also bleeding, clearly having torn the wound. As Zhao Feng gradually came to a halt, glancing back nervously, he returned to Chen Taiping's side. Chen Taiping remarked, "This complicates matters. When I went to fetch water, the water ghost could have grabbed the bucket from my hand." He then looked at Zhao Feng, who had just settled down, and added, "The water ghost did not directly attack me, which is likely due to the venom pouch and snake gall." After uttering these words, Chen Taiping began to breathe heavily, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Zhao Feng, too, was in a similar state, panting as if he had just completed a 10-kilometer obstacle course, which caused Chen Taiping's anxious mood to dissipate, replaced by an urge to laugh. After a while, once Chen Taiping had nearly recovered, Zhao Feng's voice reached his ears. "This venom pouch is indeed effective, but this cannot continue. We have already lost one bucket and cannot fetch more water." Hearing his fragmented words, Chen Taiping patted Zhao Feng's shoulder. Standing up, "I will head back to check. You rest for now." "No." Suddenly, Chen Taiping felt a firm grip on his arm as Zhao Feng stood up beside him. "I'm going with you," Zhao Feng declared. "You nearly got into trouble just now, and I can't help but worry." A warmth spread through Chen Taiping's heart, and he exchanged a knowing bump of elbows with Zhao Feng before they set off towards the lakeside once more. Upon reaching the shore, Chen Taiping noticed that the bucket he had discarded earlier was nowhere to be found. Clearly, due to the earlier tugging, the bucket had filled with water and sunk. He surveyed the surroundings, but found nothing suitable to replace the rope. His gaze then fell upon his own white short-sleeve shirt. "Lao Zhao, take off your shirt," Chen Taiping instructed. As he spoke, he removed his own shirt, revealing his torso covered with snake gallbladders and venom sacs, and looked at the bewildered Zhao Feng. Noticing that Zhao Feng was still in a daze, Chen Taiping pointed to the bucket in his hand. "What are you thinking? Hand me the bucket first." Zhao Feng came to his senses and quickly passed the bucket to Chun Taiping before starting to remove his own shirt. After Zhao Feng had taken off his top, Chun Taiping tied their two shirts together, creating a makeshift rope approximately 6 feet long, which he then secured to the bucket. Lao Zhao, you hold on to me from behind. I'll toss the bucket into the water, and when it's full, pull it back. Remember to use some strength. With that, Chun Taiping prepared to throw the bucket, but noticed that Zhao Feng was fixated on his injured arm. Looking down, Chun Taiping chuckled at the sight of his wounded limb. Don't worry, it's just a scratch. When the time comes, just grip my palm. No need to pull on my arm. Should I do it instead? Zhao Feng suggested. Chun Taiping shook his head. Let me handle it. I have a bit more strength. Just in case if it comes to it, I can simply let go. Worst case, we'll lose one bucket, and we still have another one back at the camp, right? All right, just be careful. If things get dire, you must let go, Lao Zhao advised, extending his hand to clasp Chun Taiping's palm. After firmly gripping Zhao Feng's hand, Chun Taiping swiftly hurled the bucket into the lake, ensuring it landed perfectly to fill with water. As the veins in Chun Taiping's arm bulged, he dared not relax, uncertain when the water spirit might seize the bucket. Both men anxiously anticipated a repeat of their earlier encounter, but as the bucket filled, the water spirit did not appear. When they finally pulled the bucket up, they looked down to see it brimming with water, their expressions shifting from confusion to elation in mere seconds. Wow, hurry back. We'll finally have fresh water to drink, Zhao Feng exclaimed, unable to contain his joy as he danced around. Although Chun Taiping did not share Zhao Feng's exuberance, a smile crept onto his face nonetheless. Upon returning to the camp, Chun Taiping noticed that those gathering branches and stones had already returned, and a small fire pit had been fully constructed. When they saw Chun Taiping and Zhao Feng returning with a bucket of water, their faces lit up with uncontainable joy. The freshwater crisis had been resolved. Casting a glance at Long Yang, Chun Taiping hesitated before choosing not to approach him, instead walking over to Lao Ba. How is it going? Chun Taiping whispered, wondering about the condition of the old radio after so many days. Lao Ba glanced at Long Yang, who lay on the ground with his back to them, and nodded. The old radio should still work. I checked the equipment inside. Although it took in some water, it has sustained significant damage and can be repaired. That's wonderful. Chun Taiping clenched his fist, filled with excitement. If the old radio could be fixed, their rescue would be on the horizon. However, before he could inquire about the repair timeline, Zhao Feng suddenly called out anxiously from behind, where Ren Yuan. Why Haven Tea they returned. Chapter, Disappearance Xiao Chun, Ren Yuan and the others Haven Tea returned. As Chun Taiping approached, he saw Zhao Feng looking at him with a worried expression. Don't panic, Chun Taiping said, patting Zhao Feng on the shoulder while gazing up at the sky. Since entering this maritime area, the clouds had hardly dispersed, making it difficult to gauge the time. However, Chun Taiping estimated that they had spent about 2 to 3 hours by the lake. They had set off around 9 in the morning, and it was now likely around noon. Judging by this, it seemed Ren Yuan and the others had indeed ventured quite far. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Taiping said, let us not worry just yet. We'll follow this path. Ren Yuan has wilderness survival training and knows how to leave markers. We'll catch up with him. All right. Zhao Feng nodded. Chun Taiping scanned the group, finally fixing his gaze on Long Yang. Long Yang, you're coming with us, right? As soon as he spoke, everyone turned their attention to Long Yang, their eyes filled with curiosity. After a pause, Long Yang turned to face them, his expression seemingly assessing Chun Taiping. Let us go, Long Yang said after a moment of silence as he slowly rose to his feet. Chun Taiping let out a sigh of relief. It was time to break the stalemate. Had Long Yang refused to agree, it would have been challenging to restore the atmosphere. Yet, before he could gather his thoughts, he felt a tug on his arm and turned to find Zhao Feng looking concerned. Xiao Chun, why are you calling him? Seeing Zhao Feng frowning, Chun Taiping shook his head. Lao Zhao, the more people we have, the stronger we'll be. Besides, Long Yang is brave and strong. If anything happens, he can lend us a hand. Help us. Zhao Feng looked skeptically at Long Yang, but did not pursue the matter further. Let us go. Chun Taiping beckoned to Long Yang, turning to head in the direction Ren Yuan and the others had departed. Once they entered the forest, Zhao Feng immediately began searching for markers on the tree trunks, while Chun Taiping and Long Yang followed closely behind. Zhao Feng was familiar with these markers, as they had been implemented to prevent confusion and ensure clarity of the path. As Zhao Feng quickened his pace, Chun Taiping called out, Lao Zhao, slow down. Hearing the voice, Zhao Feng turned back. I'm not going fast. We need to hurry. If they wander too far, it might be dark by the time we return. Chun Taiping agreed. He had only estimated the time. If his estimation was inaccurate, darkness would fall faster than anticipated. Let us move, Long Yang. We need to pick up the pace. Chun Taiping urged Long Yang. However, upon glancing back, he noticed that Long Yang still moved leisurely, while he had quickened his own pace. Slightly taken aback, Chun Taiping grasped Long Yong's arm, hastening to catch up with Zhao Feng. After walking for about an hour, feeling the strain in his legs, Zhao Feng suddenly halted. Xiao Chun, we've lost the markers. Hearing Zhao Feng's voice, Chun Taiping quickly approached, frowning. Lost what? The markers are gone. A slight tension gripped Chun Taiping's heart as he turned to survey the surrounding trees, which had become denser. Just as Zhao Feng had said, there were no markers on these trunks, and they searched extensively but found nothing. Chun Taiping glanced back towards the direction they had come from. According to the markers on the trees, they should have been heading this way. I'll check elsewhere, Zhao Feng suggested. Chun Taiping had not yet managed to intervene when he saw Zhao Feng hurriedly push aside the underbrush and head off to the side. Observing this, Chun Taiping refrained from wandering about. The deeper he ventured into the forest, the more he noticed the trees' appearances becoming increasingly similar, even in their thickness. It was unclear why this was the case, but one thing was certain. If they did not leave a conspicuous marker here, it was highly likely that all three would become lost upon venturing out. After waiting for a while, Chun Taiping grew anxious as Zhao Feng had still not returned. Old Zhao, he shouted in the direction Zhao Feng had departed. Can you hear me? After calling out for some time, without receiving a response, he frowned and patted Long Yang on the shoulder, saying, Long Yang, could you help me shout as well? Seeing Long Yang's reluctance, Chun Taiping added, consider it a favor. I owe you one, how about it? I don't need any favors. What is the use of them on this island? Long Yang waved his hand impatiently, but eventually complied, calling out, as Chun Taiping had done. Zhao Feng, feeling a flicker of hope, Chun Taiping joined in the call. Their voices were undoubtedly loud, yet within the dense forest. The distance their voices could carry remained uncertain. Just as Chun Taiping's unease began to intensify, he suddenly heard Zhao Feng's voice from behind. Xiao Chen, I'm here. Upon hearing this, Chun Taiping's face lit up with joy as he turned to see Zhao Feng emerging, covered in branches and leaves, his expression fraught with alarm. He rushed over to Chun Taiping's side and, still shaken, said, Damn it, I got lost. If I hadn't remembered a route and heard you calling, I would have found my way back. With that, Zhao Feng glanced at Long Yang, muttering a reluctant thanks before falling silent. Chun Taiping nodded slightly, turning his gaze to the surroundings, and inquired, Old Zhao, did you feel like you were walking in a straight line? Zhao Feng nodded, yes. I felt like I was walking straight, and then somehow I ended up back here. Furrowing his brow, Chun Taiping suddenly understood why Zhao Feng and Run Yuan's groups had collided that day. Reflecting on it now, the dense forest provided the answer. The part of the forest they were exploring differed significantly from the edge of the lake. There, the trees varied in shape and were scattered, while here, the trees were denser, almost as if they were obstructing passage. Of course, this was merely a metaphor. After pondering for a moment, Chun Taiping stated, Miss Rin must have also gotten lost. They likely encountered some issue along the way, which led to their dispersal, resulting in the absence of a continued marker and making it impossible to find their way back. What should we do? Zhao Feng asked, his face anxious as if time were of the essence. Chun Taiping hesitated for a moment. Then, after a brief reflection, his eyes brightened. He turned to Zhao Feng, asking, Do you have a wooden knife with you? Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng quickly produced 2 small wooden knives from his chest. These knives had been available for a while, but Zhao Feng had been using his handgun, leaving them unutilized. Chun Taiping's own knives were nearly destroyed, but one blade remained usable. He retrieved it from his pocket and handed the spare knife to Long Yang, instructing, We will split into 3 groups. Remember to mark your path as you go. If you feel something is amiss, or if you stray too far, return following your marks. With these words, Chun Taiping gripped his wooden knife and began to carve marks into the surrounding trees. Soon enough, a series of clear markings appeared before him. We will reconvene in no more than half an hour, he declared. All right. Zhao Feng tightened his grip on the small wooden knife and promptly chose a direction. Heading straight off, Chun Taiping turned to Long Yang, who appeared lost in thought while staring at the wooden knife, and asked, Which way are you going? This way, Long Yang replied. Pointing, Chun Taiping nodded slightly. Be careful. Make sure to return within half an hour. Long Yang's face bore a hint of confusion, but Chun Taiping paid it no mind and proceeded in a direction entirely different from those taken by Zhao Feng and Long Yang. As anticipated, the deeper he ventured, the denser the forest became, with the underbrush seeming to rise higher. After estimating that he had walked for about 10 minutes, he still had not spotted Ren Yuan and the others. Could it be that they had wandered too far? While Chun Taiping pondered this, he instinctively looked up at the dimming sky, his expression shifting slightly. It was too late. He had miscalculated the time, and darkness was descending. Chapter: Journey into the dark night. The surrounding environment gradually darkened. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Taiping resolved to return for the time being. If he waited until nightfall, they would only have their flashlights in the forest, which could easily lead to trouble. With this thought, Chun Taiping quickened his pace, retracing his steps following his marks. Before long, He arrived at a large tree where he had made a mark, feeling a slight sense of relief. It seemed the markers were somewhat effective. However, once he calmed himself, Chen Taiping realized the area around him was eerily empty. Neither Zhao Feng nor Long Yang had returned. The colors of the surroundings had faded significantly, and the visible range continued to shrink. Anxiety crept in as Chen Taiping stamped his foot and looked in the direction the two had departed, frowning as he decided to follow after them. Just as he took a step forward, he suddenly heard a sound from the direction Long Yang had gone. He turned sharply, and to his surprise, Long Yang emerged from behind a tree, his face ashen. What happened? Chen Taiping asked hurriedly. The moment he finished speaking, he saw Long Yang stumble and lean against a nearby tree. Chen Taiping's heart raced as he rushed over to support him, and upon looking down, he noticed two distinct marks on Long Yang's arm. I encountered a venomous snake. Damn it, Long Yang stammered. Taken aback, Chen Taiping quickly examined Long Yang's arm. Were you bitten? He inquired. Long Yang shook his head. No, I killed it. I even extracted its gallbladder. As he spoke, Chen Taiping observed Long Yang pulling a gallbladder from his pocket. This thing nearly got me killed. Seeing the lingering fear on Long Yang's face, Chen Taiping gritted his teeth and asked, Can you still walk? Old Zhao hasn't returned. I'm planning to check on him. He couldn't have gone far, right? Long Yang chuckled lightly. Chen Taiping failed to discern the meaning behind his laughter, but now was not the time to dwell on it. The darkness was enveloping swiftly. In the brief time spent conversing with Long Yang, the surroundings darkened further. Chen Taiping quickly turned on the flashlight he had taken from the sunken ship, illuminating the forest instantly. What do you think? Are you coming with me? Chen Taiping turned to ask. Just as he finished speaking, he intended to leave, not expecting Long Yang to accompany him. Based on Long Yang's previous demeanor, he would likely refuse. However, before that thought had fully formed, Long Yang unexpectedly replied, Sure, let us go together. I was just a bit tired earlier. Long Yang unsteadily rose to his feet, grasping Chen Tianping's shoulder for support. Observing that he was still able to move, Chen Tianping nodded, suppressing his surprise, and then proceeded in the direction Zhao Feng had previously departed. As the two progressed, a heaviness weighed upon their hearts. It was only upon further exploration that they realized Zhao Feng's path mirrored the one Chen Tianping had just traversed. If not for the differing markings on the trees, he might have believed he had taken a wrong turn. After another 10 minutes, Chen Tianping noted that the markers continued. Yet there were also signs of trampling among the weeds, which caused him to furrow his brow. Zhao Feng was not typically a reckless individual, yet these traces suggested a hasty flight. Moreover, the tree markings had become increasingly sparse. Previously, there was a marker for every 2 or 3 trees. But now Chen Tianping struggled to find even a single one after considerable searching. Chen Tianping, your brother might have a fondness for Ren Yuan. Long Yang suddenly remarked in his ear. Chen Tianping paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Why do you say that? Long Yang grinned, gesturing to his own head. Intuition. Did you not notice how anxious Zhao Feng was when Ren Yuan went missing? That same anxiety is evident in him now. It's quite unusual. As images from the camp flashed through his mind, Chen Tianping could discern nothing particularly remarkable, and his perplexity deepened. However, Long Yang seemed to possess some insight, glancing at him before stating, Chen Tianping, you are commendable in many aspects, but you lack the ability to discern the thoughts of others. While your character may attract assistance from many, it won't leave a lasting impression, nor will anyone follow you earnestly. Should any rift arise in these relationships, the consequences could be dire. Do you understand? Chen Tianping's lips twitched slightly. While anyone could voice such sentiments, it felt somewhat misplaced coming from Long Yang. What qualifications did someone who could not even read the atmosphere possess to critique him? Yet, as his thought emerged, he swiftly quashed it, for he knew well the nature of his relationships with those around him. Even his bond with Long Yang was precariously balanced. Should he falter in any way or fail to care for everyone, that equilibrium could shatter in an instant, widening the rift. With a heavy heart, Chen Tianping felt his legs grow heavier. However, no matter how he pondered, the issue at hand was insurmountable. Moreover, he had never aspired to be a leader. He merely wished to survive. Long Yang, I appreciate your words, but first, let us locate Lao Zhao and Miss Run, and then we will discuss survival, he declared, turning to find Long Yang gazing intently at him. After a prolonged silence, Long Yang shook his head with a smile. You will regret this. With a light chuckle, Chen Tianping dismissed Long Yang's words and continued onward. After approximately 10 more minutes, the markers had completely vanished, and night had fallen, casting a shadow over Chen Tianping's face. It appeared trouble was brewing. Long Yang's expression grew increasingly grave. Scanning the surroundings, Chen Tianping observed that the weeds had ceased to grow. Previously, he had noted that the deeper they ventured, the taller the weeds became. Yet, at around waist height, it seemed the growth had stagnated, or perhaps they had yet to reach the areas of denser foliage. Should we continue searching? Long Yang sighed and shook his head. I believe hope is lost. A shiver ran through Chun Tianping. He was reluctant to entertain such bleak thoughts, yet the darkness enveloped them, and the markers had vanished. He felt certain of the markers behind him pointing to this place, yet even after a thorough search, he found no signs of recent passage or any markings on the trees. This is problematic, Chun Tianping murmured, his expression one of uncertainty. I think we should turn back. If we keep going, we might not find our way back ourselves, Long Yang cautioned. Chun Tianping hesitated. Despite his desire to press on, he recognized the wisdom in Long Yang's words. In such pitch-black conditions, with only a single flashlight, they could easily become lost. Raising his gaze to the ink-black sky devoid of stars, despair filled his heart. Just as Chun Tianping was about to concede defeat, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. The chilling sound reverberated through the stillness of the night, startling them both. Chun Tianping's scalp prickled, visions of water ghosts flashing through his mind, yet he quickly realized something was amiss. That scream resembled Luo Yi's. Hurry, Chun Tianping urged, instinctively moving toward the source of the scream. However, before his foot could touch the ground, he felt Long Yang grip his arm, pulling him back. You. Before Chun Tianping could finish, Long Yang covered his mouth and snatched the flashlight from his grasp, extinguishing the light. Darkness enveloped them, and Chun Tianping heard Long Yang whisper, "Shh." The urgency in that single word sent a tremor through Chun Tianping. Had Long Yang perceived something? In the absence of the flashlight, he could discern little, merely perceiving a pair of eyes glimmering in the dark nearby. What do you see? Chun Tianping inquired. Long Yang's response sent a jolt of panic through him. There's a ghost. Ghost? Chun Tianping's feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground, immobilizing him. A water ghost? He asked, reasoning that water ghosts should not venture ashore. Otherwise, why did they not pursue them when they fled from the lakeside? Long Yang did not elaborate. As he uttered those two words, the only sound Chun Tianping could hear was Long Yang's faint breathing. He wished to remain hidden. Yet the earlier scream from Luo Yi filled him with dread. Long Yang, what did you see? Chun Tianping whispered, anxiety coursing through him. Long Yang remained silent, merely patting Chun Tianping's hand as if to signal him to remain calm. Then, Chun Tianping felt Long Yang rise from beside him, stepping cautiously forward. What are you doing? Panic surged in Chun Tianping's chest as he reached out to grasp Long Yang, but found only emptiness. No, this could be disastrous. Gritting his teeth, Chun Tianping disregarded the surrounding darkness, stepping out to seize Long Yang. Just then, he saw Long Yang flick on the flashlight, followed by a thunderous shout from him. Die. With a dull thud, Chun Tianping barely had time to react as he beheld a colossal creature, covered in branches, collapsing to the ground under the beam of the flashlight. Emitting a muffled groan, in a frenzy, Long Yang lifted his foot and began to stomp on the creature, cursing, "Die, you bastard, just die. Stop. Please stop." The creature emitted a human-like voice. However, Long Yang appeared to be in a frenzy, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, excitement and fear. Chun Tianping suddenly sensed something was amiss and rushed towards Long Yang, exclaiming, "Stop. Please stop, Long Yang. It's Lao Zhao, Zhao Feng." Just as he was about to explode in anger, Long Yang froze upon hearing Chun Tianping's words. Both turned their heads, illuminating the creature with their flashlight. Soon, a disheveled face, bruised and battered, emerged from a tangle of grass and branches. It was indeed Zhao Feng. What the heck? Why are you two attacking me? Zhao Feng fumed, his nostrils flaring and eyes wide, covering his face and sucking in cold air. Chun Tianping stood up and approached him quickly, asking, "Lao Zhao, what happened to you?" Upon a closer inspection, Chun Tianping noticed that Zhao Feng was covered in leaves, weeds, and branches, making him appear larger than life. A sight that could easily frighten anyone in the dark. Hearing footsteps behind him, Chun Tianping saw Long Yang approaching, handing over his flashlight, and then addressing Zhao Feng. "Zhao Feng. My apologies, I thought you were a ghost, haha." Both Chun Tianping and Zhao Feng's faces darkened. If you thought he was a ghost, why would you rush at him? Quite impressive indeed. However, Zhao Feng realized he did look a bit terrifying, and while he felt furious at Long Yang's cheerful demeanor, he hesitated to express his anger. "Forget it," he muttered. Chun Tianping chuckled and patted Zhao Feng's shoulder, then furrowed his brow. "Since you were here, where are Miss Rin and Luo Yi?" "Oh right." Zhao Feng suddenly recalled, and swiftly stood up, shouting towards the direction of the earlier screams. "Rin Yuan. Luo Yi. We are here. Could it be them?" Chun Tianping and Long Yang exchanged glances, both standing up to join Zhao Feng and calling out. Their voices resonated loudly, yet after a prolonged silence, there was no response. Before Chun Tianping could shout again, he noticed Zhao Feng barreling toward that direction. "Hey Lao Zhao!" Chun Tianping shouted urgently. Seeing Zhao Feng ignore him, he frowned, clicking his tongue, and turned to Long Yang. "Long Yang, wait here for me. I'll be right back." "Sure, go ahead," Long Yang readily agreed. Nodding, Chen Tianping hurriedly followed Zhao Feng's lead, observing as Zhao Feng sidestepped a large rock, prompting him to quicken his pace to catch up. After navigating past the boulder, Chen Tianping directed his flashlight ahead and spotted several people trembling on the ground, gazing at Zhao Feng with sheer terror as he wildly waved his arms. Some had fainted, laying unconscious on the ground. Upon seeing two pale-faced girls in the crowd, Chen Tianping's heart leaped with joy. Miss Ren, Miss Luo. Hearing his voice, the crowd turned. And upon recognizing Chen Tianping, Ren Yuanyuan cried out, "Ah Ping, save me." Chen Tianping almost burst out laughing, quickly approaching and noticing Zhao Feng's awkward position, unable to move forward or retreat. With a chuckle, he began to brush off the debris clinging to Zhao Feng, gradually revealing his true appearance, which alleviated the fear on Ren Yuanyuan and the others' faces, replaced by confusion. "Ren Yuanyuan, I've been chasing you for ages. Why'd you run? I called out to you several times, but you didn't respond." Zhao Feng's face was full of bitterness. But upon seeing that Ren Yuanyuan and the others were unharmed, he let out a slow breath. Ignoring Zhao Feng, Chen Tianping turned his attention to the fainted individuals and asked, "Is everyone all right? Are there any injuries?" After speaking, he glanced up at Luo Yi and Ren Yuanyuan, and with the illumination, he noticed their faces were covered in dust, making them appear somewhat charming despite their disheveled state. As this thought crossed his mind, he noticed Ren Yuanyuan pointing to Luo Yi's calf, saying, Yi is hurt. "Ah Ping, where have you been? I thought I was going to die of fright." Scratching his head, Chen Tianping turned to Luo Yi, noticing her reddened eyes, suggesting she had been crying. He quickly approached, crouching down to examine her calf. Yet, before he could assess the injury, Zhao Feng approached and asked Ren Yuanyuan, "Are you all right?" I'm fine," Ren Yuanyuan replied, shaking her head. Then, she turned away from Zhao Feng, addressing Chen Tianping. "Ah Ping, please check on Yi first. Everyone else is fine. They just fainted from Zhao Feng's scare." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng opened his mouth, but the words were swallowed back, his expression souring. Chen Tianping paid little mind to Zhao Feng, focusing on Luo Yi's injury. Her fair calf bore some bruises, likely from fall. "Yi, please bear with it," Chen Tianping said gently as he reached out to touch her leg. Before he could proceed, he felt her calf tremble slightly. Looking up, he noticed Luo Yi's face flushed red, and as he glanced in her direction, she quickly turned away, gripping Ren Yuanyuan's arm tightly. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Chen Tianping felt a wave of heat rise to his face. "Can't you be indifferent? Now I'm conscious of it too." Taking a deep breath, Chen Tianping set aside his embarrassment and carefully squeezed her ankle and knee, asking, "Does it hurt here and here?" Luo Yi's face turned even redder as she quickly shook her head. Relieved, Chen Tianping's worry dissipated, and he released her leg, turning to Luo Yi. "Come on, I'll carry you back." But, hearing Luo Yi's voice, Chen Tianping noticed she was staring at her calf. "It's fine, hop on. It's just a minor injury," he reassured her with a smile. Luo Yi opened her mouth, but eventually climbed onto Chen Tianping's back with Ren Yuanyuan's assistance. "All right, let's go," he said, lifting her effortlessly, a smile of ease on his face. As he had anticipated, Luo Yi was light, making it easy to carry her. Ren Yuanyuan instinctively wanted to follow Chen Tianping, but halted mid-step, turning to Zhao Feng. "Zhao Feng, come help me carry the fainted ones." Zhao Feng nodded eagerly and jogged over, putting in great effort. Noticing everyone following behind, Chen Tianping led the way back to where they had come from. However, upon reaching the spot, he shone his flashlight and discovered Longyang was nowhere to be found. Chapter Suspicion. Chen Tianping meticulously scanned the surrounding area, ensuring he was not mistaken or lost. It was unmistakable. Longyang's previous location was now vacant. "Ah Ping, what is wrong?" Ren Yuanyuan approached, a look of confusion on her face. Chen Tianping shone the flashlight on that spot, saying, "Longyang came with us, but now he has disappeared." He glanced around, noting the pitch-black surroundings. Longyang had no flashlight, so he shouldn't have wandered off aimlessly. This thought crossed his mind when he suddenly noticed Zhao Feng beside him. Hadn't Zhao Feng also been without a flashlight? How had he navigated through the darkness? "Lao Zhao." Chen Taiping turned to Zhao Feng and inquired, "When you left, did Lao Ba give you the flashlight?" Zhao Feng hesitated for a moment before nodding. He did, but suddenly, an awkward expression crossed Zhao Feng's face as he scratched his head. "You saw my pitiful state earlier. I accidentally fell and lost the flashlight." "Lost the flashlight?" Sweat beads rolled down Chen Taiping's forehead, and he pressed his lips together, filled with helplessness. There was no point in dwelling on Zhao Feng's mishap. The pressing concern was how to locate Longyang. Just as Chen Taiping was deep in thought, Ren Yuanyuan remarked from behind, "Zhao Feng, you managed to lose the flashlight?" Zhao Feng's mouth twitched in embarrassment, and he chose not to retort. After a moment of silence, he explained, "It's not my fault. I was walking when I suddenly felt someone push me. I was on a slight slope. So what could I do?" Ren Yuanyuan shot him an incredulous glance and fell silent. It was clear that he was the only one responsible. Who could have possibly pushed him if he had paid attention to his footing? After a brief contemplation, Chun Taiping thought, having lost the flashlight, it was possible that the handgun was also missing. He then turned to Ren Yuanyuan and asked, Miss Ren, what about the handgun? Oh, right, the handgun. Ren Yuanyuan quickly retrieved the handgun from her waist and handed it to Chun Taiping. Upon seeing the handgun, Chun Taiping felt a slight relief. It's fine. No need to hand it to me. Let's return first. Long Yang is quite astute. When he came looking for you earlier, he encountered a venomous snake and even killed a few. No one objected, given the current environment and the presence of injured individuals. It was indeed quite perilous to be wandering about. Upon returning to the camp, Chun Taiping scanned the area, and as expected, Long Yang was nowhere to be found. You finally returned. Su Tsong was the first to approach. With one person coming forward, others soon followed. Chun Taiping gestured for everyone to calm down before swiftly placing Luo Yi beside the tent. Miss Luo, let Miss Ren assist you in getting some warm water. It shouldn't be too hot. Miss Ren has experience in this regard. Having said that, Chun Taiping turned to Ren Yuanyuan. Miss Ren, I leave Miss Luo in your care. I will go look for Long Yang. He may still be nearby, worried that we might not see him. And it is too dangerous to be alone in the forest at night. All right, Ren Yuanyuan nodded, handing over the handgun. Take this for self-defense. We won't need it in the camp. As Chun Taiping picked up the handgun and prepared to leave, he suddenly heard Lao Ba and Zhao Feng calling out to him from behind. Xiao Chun, wait a moment. Turning around, Chun Taiping saw Lao Ba and Xiao Pao approach. Lao Ba leaned in and whispered, Are you going to find Long Yang? Yes, Chun Taiping confirmed. Noticing the expressions on Lao Ba and Zhao Feng's faces, he frowned slightly. Lao Ba, Lao Zhao, I understand what you're thinking. However, Long Yang had also exerted effort to find Ren Yuanyuan, and now he is missing. We cannot simply abandon him in the forest. As his words fell, Chun Taiping turned to leave, but his arm was immediately seized by Lao Ba. Xiao Chun, wait a moment. It's not that we want to stop you from searching, but there is something you need to know. What is it? Chun Taiping asked, puzzled. Zhao Feng, standing beside Lao Ba, spoke quietly, Xiao Tian. Remember when I said I felt someone push me? Yes, Chun Taiping nodded, recalling Zhao Feng's earlier comment, initially dismissing it as mere bravado, but now sensing there was more to his words. Just now, with so many people around, I couldn't confirm it until we returned. I found it strange. Zhao Feng squinted slightly. It seems that some food in our camp has gone missing. What? Chun Taiping immediately covered his mouth. Glancing at those surrounding Ren Yuanyuan and Luo Yi, he whispered, Are you certain? Absolutely certain, Lao Ba chimed in, leaning closer. I always keep an eye on the food distribution, so I know exactly how much is left each day. Today, I noticed a discrepancy. Impressed by Lao Ba's attentiveness, Chun Taiping realized that someone had indeed been stealthily tampering with their supplies. So you suspect Long Yang may have taken the food? Understanding their implication, Chun Taiping pondered the situation. It was peculiar that Long Yang disappeared just when the food went missing. Just then, Zhao Feng nodded and added, Didn't you mention he encountered a venomous snake? Think about it, given the tall grass around us. What kind of vision would one need to spot a snake before being bitten? A chill ran down Chun Taiping's spine, and he remained silent, waiting for Zhao Feng to continue. I thought about it, and the only possible explanation for Long Yang not getting bitten is that while he was hiding the food, he cleared the grass, and that is when he noticed the snake. Zhao Feng continued, And you must know how powerful that snake can be. The person who pushed me had considerable strength. Before Chun Taiping could respond, Lao Ba nodded in agreement. When Lao Zhao told me earlier, I too had my suspicions. When you all went to fetch water, Long Yang was asleep. I didn't think much of it, but when I returned from fixing the radio, I saw him still sleeping and didn't check the food bag. Indeed, it is quite strange, Chun Taiping mused for a moment before nodding. He then shifted the conversation. But if we are to speculate, isn't it true that in the camp today, both Xiong Kong and Guo Xin also have their share of suspicion? I considered that too, Lao Ba replied, stroking his chin and shaking his head with a wry smile. But they were both in their tents, and their tents are the zippered kind. You know, once opened, there will certainly be noise. I would have heard it. Furrowing his brow, Chun Taiping acknowledged this point. Moreover, Xiong Kong was an injured person. It seemed unlikely they would have any motive to commit such an act. This made Long Yang's disappearance even more puzzling. Chun Taiping recalled instructing Long Yang to wait in place before he left. In such darkness, could Long Yang possibly leave alone? Clearly he could not, unless under a singular circumstance, that the one who pushed Zhao Feng was indeed Long Yang, and the flashlight lost by Zhao Feng had been picked up by Long Yang. Contemplating this, Chun Taiping bit his lip and asked, Since you suspect it was Long Yang, have you checked his tent? Lao Ba shrugged. How could we check? It was only after Zhao Feng mentioned it that I thought to look into the food, and I only found out then. We can't search right in front of that group of people, can we? Chun Taiping understood who Lao Ba was referring to. although they appear to be a team. The only genuine connections were among the three of them, perhaps extending to Run Yunyuan and Luo Yi. If they openly searched Long Yang's tent now, regardless of whether they found something or not, it would yield no favorable outcome. If they found evidence of Long Yang's betrayal, it would only incite further unrest and distrust among the group. Conversely, if they found nothing, how could they explain their suspicion of Long Yang? Would they be accused of orchestrating a self-directed performance? Would they be seen as framing Long Yang? In either case, the three of them would lose the trust of the others. Even the most cautious individuals begin to feel apprehensive, fearing that incurring the wrath of the three would lead to false accusations. Once that occurs, there would be no turning back. Chapter: The Disappearing Flashlight. Very well. I shall take heed. Nodding slightly, Chun Taiping lifted his gaze towards Zhao Feng and Lao Ba, entrusting the camp to the two of them. Ma Laogue is an undying spirit. He sneaked here last time, and I believe we shall need to relocate our camp in a couple of days. Indeed, do not wander too far. If you cannot find him, so be it. Long Yang is quite suspicious, Lao Ba advised. After heeding their warnings, Chun Taiping swiftly made his way back to the spot where he had parted ways with Long Yang. During the day, it takes about 10 to 20 minutes to walk, but at night, it requires significantly longer. Chun Taiping, unsure of how long he'd been walking, found himself preoccupied with the words spoken by Lao Ba and Zhao Feng. Forget it, he thought, shaking his head. It is futile to dwell on it now. I should first see if I can locate him. If I find him, I shall address it then. If not suppressing his thoughts, Chun Taiping groped around for a long time before finally returning to the place where he had separated from Long Yang. He felt both weary and exhausted, with his leg injury causing immense pain. However, Chun Taiping did not wish to harbor doubts about an individual. At the very least, Long Yang did not leave him with an overwhelmingly negative impression. He did not seem capable of committing such acts. He felt it necessary to ascertain the truth. Nevertheless, after searching the forest throughout the night, he found no trace of the person. His voice had grown hoarse from calling out, and before he knew it, dawn began to break, casting a faint light in the once impenetrable darkness of the forest. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Chun Taiping, burdened by fatigue, returned to the camp. He had no idea what time it was. Upon his return, he noticed that everyone was asleep, and not a single soul had emerged from the tents. It seemed they had been worn out from the previous night's disturbances. Taking a deep breath, Chun Taiping felt drowsy as a heavy wave of sleepiness descended upon him, causing his eyelids to droop as if he could fall asleep at any moment. As he walked, he suddenly noticed that Long Yang's tent remained unzipped with no one inside. Unsure what compelled him, Chun Taiping approached Long Yang's tent. Upon lifting the flap, he was taken aback to see the neatly arranged bedding inside. Did Long Yang possess such a habit? Just as Chun Taiping pondered this, he was startled by someone approaching from behind, who inquired, "A ping? What are you doing?" Startled, Chun Taiping's already scattered thoughts immediately sharpened, and he leapt as if electrified. This sudden movement disheveled the bedding inside Long Yang's tent. Whirling around, he was relieved to see it was Run Yuanyuan. "You weren't sleeping?" Ren Yuanyuan did not respond, instead bursting into laughter at Chun Taiping's reaction, stifling her giggles while her shoulders shook. After a while, she extended her hand to pull Chun Taiping up from where he had fallen. "I couldn't sleep. I lay down for a bit. When I heard footsteps, I figured it must be you returning." Chun Taiping, slightly perplexed, looked at Ren Yuanyuan and asked, "Why can't you sleep? Aren't you tired?" Yet, for some reason, as he gazed at her, he noticed her cheeks had turned crimson. "Why are you staring at me? Do you think I was waiting for you? Dream on." With a mock glare, Ren Yuanyuan playfully slapped Chun Taiping on the shoulder, feigning irritation. Chun Taiping, unable to evade in time, recoiled slightly, only to feel something in the palm of his hand. "Never mind, I'm feeling sleepy now, too. Stop bothering me and go to bed." Ren Yuanyuan waved at him before jogging back to her tent, sticking her tongue out at him as she entered. With a wry smile, Chun Taiping raised his hand to examine the square, yellowed photograph resting in his palm. Upon retrieving it, he realized his hand was clammy with sweat. Could have been inadvertently picked up from Long Yang's tent? He had been so exhausted and distracted that he likely overlooked the photograph's presence. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the figure in the photo as Long Yang, standing beside another individual whose head appeared to be burned beyond recognition. Strange. It seemed as though this photograph had been deliberately damaged, specifically in that area. This fleeting thought crossed his mind as Chun Taiping returned the photograph to Long Yang's tent. After tidying up the disarray, he finally made his way back to his own tent to sleep. The moment he lay down, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion engulfed him. He barely had time to contemplate Long Yang's situation before he succumbed to a deep slumber. "What gave you the right?" In his dreams, Chun Taiping saw a familiar face yelling at him. Confused, he wondered what he had done. Yet, before he could ponder further, he gradually opened his eyes and, upon recognizing the familiar interior of his tent, realized it was merely a dream. Huh, what does this have to do with me? Don't point your finger at me. Get lost. The quarrel continued to echo in his ears, and Chen Taiping, momentarily stunned, quickly unzipped the tent to see outside. A faint light streamed in. It was still daytime, indicating he had not slept long. Perhaps due to just waking, his vision was somewhat blurred as he rubbed his eyes. The sounds of the argument growing more intense. Eventually, he discerned the identities of those arguing. Long Yang? Chen Taiping paused, surprised to see him back. A ping. You're awake? Rin Yuanyuan's voice suddenly reached his ears. Turning around, he saw her supporting Luo Yi as they approached slowly, quickly climbing out of the tent. Chen Taiping observed the heated argument between Long Yang and Zhao Feng and asked Rin Yuanyuan, when did Long Yang return? Just now, she replied, her expression somewhat peculiar. Following Chen Taiping's gaze, she continued, Zhao Feng said that some food was missing. Knowing you searched all night for Long Yang and then seeing him back for some reason, it seems like he's blaming Long Yang. Chen Taiping nodded slightly, feeling puzzled. Hadn't Zhao Feng mentioned he wasn't sure if it was Long Yang? Why were they now arguing? Just as this question arose, Chen Taiping's attention was drawn to what Long Yang was holding. Was that a flashlight? Upon checking his own pocket, Chen Taiping confirmed his flashlight was still with him. There had only been 2 when they went to the sunken ship. Clearly, the flashlight in Long Yang's possession belonged to Zhao Feng. Suddenly enlightened, Chen Taiping hurried over without hesitation. Then why the hell is my flashlight in your hand? As he approached, he saw Zhao Feng shouting at Long Yang, pointing at the flashlight. Old Zhao, Chen Taiping called out from behind. Upon hearing his voice, everyone turned to him, their gazes fixated on Chen Taiping. Xiao Chun, you're awake. Zhao Feng and Chen Taiping exchanged greetings before turning their attention to the sullen-faced Long Yang. What's the matter? Lost your voice? Lao Ba stood nearby, cradling his gun. Although he did not point it at Long Yang, the intimidation was still palpable. Lao Zhao, calm down. Chen Taiping hastily approached and patted Zhao Feng's shoulder. Noticing Zhao Feng's puzzled gaze, Chen Taiping nodded reassuringly before focusing on Long Yang. Hee, Chen Taiping, are you here to demand an explanation as well? Long Yang sneered at Chen Taiping, wearing a mocking grin that revealed a sense of arrogance. He was evidently different from the Long Yang of yesterday. His clothes appeared worn and tattered, suggesting he had been through quite an ordeal, and he seemed utterly disheveled. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Taiping refrained from questioning or approaching Long Yang. Instead, he felt a slight sense of relief. After a prolonged silence, while everyone was puzzled about Chen Taiping's intentions, he spoke, Everyone, there may be some misunderstandings regarding this matter. I would like to have a private conversation with Long Yang, if that is agreeable. He gestured to the ground beneath him, speaking with conviction. Chapter, I believe in you observing the 3 individuals before him. Chen Taiping pressed his hand down to calm them before settling cross-legged on the ground. The surrounding people had already dispersed. Noticing that Lao Ba and Zhao Feng hesitated, he urged Lao Ba, Lao Zhao, please sit down. All right, Lao Ba complied, prompting Zhao Feng to follow suit. Fixing his gaze on Long Yang's face, Chen Taiping chose to ignore the flashlight in his hand and looked directly into his eyes. Those eyes seemed to radiate disdain, anger, and a nonchalant attitude. Sit down. Long Yang, you must realize that I do not intend to interrogate you. As his words fell, Chen Taiping noticed Long Yang hesitating briefly before finally lowering himself to the ground. A sudden image of the photograph he had seen that morning flashed through his mind, revealing that Long Yang had indeed matured significantly since then. So what do you want to ask? Long Yang scoffed. Your 2 companions believe I am a traitor. Upon hearing this, Chen Taiping opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by Zhao Feng's cold laughter from his right. Aren't you? Hee. That's why I despise conversing with someone like you. Long Yang retorted. Hey. Chen Taiping grabbed Zhao Feng's arm and turned to face him. Anzai, Lao Zhao. Just because Long Yang is holding a flashlight doesn't mean he is a traitor. But Xiao Chun, this guy didn't return all night. Zhao Feng exclaimed, pointing at Long Yang in haste. Taking a deep breath, Chen Taiping shook his head. Lao Zhao, I'll say it once more. Let us sit down and have a proper discussion. After saying this, he noticed Zhao Feng slowly closing his mouth, allowing him to exhale in relief. Suddenly reminded of Long Yang's earlier words, Chen Taiping felt as if a heavy stone was pressing on his chest, making it hard to breathe. Chen Taiping, if you have something to say, just say it. If you don't welcome me, I can leave at any time. Snapping back to the present, Chen Taiping observed Long Yang's indifferent expression and sighed lightly. Long Yang, where did you go last night? Where did I go? Didn't your brother say it all? I want to hide food. Long Yang replied with a cold snort. Before Chen Taiping could respond, Lao Ba squinted, his voice low and serious. Long Yang, I advise you to adjust your attitude. Xiao Chun spent the entire night looking for you, without a moment's rest, and he is still carrying injuries. Is this how you choose to behave? Chen Taiping opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from explaining. It was simply the truth, with nothing to conceal. Just as Lao Ba finished speaking, Chen Taiping heard Long Yang's mocking laughter. So what? What does it have to do with me? I'm free to go wherever I please. You. Even Lao Ba was visibly angered at this point. Chen Taiping cast a glance at Lao Ba. Under his influence, Lao Ba's temper seemed to have stabilized somewhat, while Zhao Feng grew increasingly agitated. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Taiping shook his head and said, Long Yang, I'll speak candidly. I find it hard to believe Lao Zhao's words. Noting Zhao Feng's intense stare, Chen Taiping raised a hand to silence him before continuing to fixate on Long Yang. In my opinion, you are not a cold-blooded individual. I am unaware of your actions last night, and you need not explain them to me. I only require one affirmation from you. Extending his finger, Chen Taiping spoke deliberately. Regardless of your response, I will unconditionally believe you. Xiao Chun, do you truly intend to trust him? Zhao Feng could no longer contain himself and inquired. Chen Taiping nodded slightly, maintaining his gaze on Long Yang's eyes. Those dark pupils resembled a still pool of water, devoid of life. Yet, somewhere deep within, there seemed to flicker a faint glimmer of light. If the roles were reversed, Chen Taiping suspected he might wear a similar expression. The atmosphere was thick with silence, and Chen Taiping could feel the weight of curious gazes surrounding him. Although everyone had retreated to the sidelines as per their own requests, Zhao Feng's earlier words had clearly impacted many. At this moment, the eyes were not only fixed on Long Yang, but also on him. Taking a deep breath, as Chen Taiping sought a way to break the silence, Long Yang spoke up. What Zhao Feng said, I did not do at all. Before Zhao Feng could finish, Chen Taiping firmly held him back, smiling. All right, I believe you. What? As soon as he spoke, Chen Taiping felt a grip on his hand, a searing pain shooting through his arm. It seemed that Zhao Feng had just noticed his demeanor. He quickly released his hold, though his expression remained unchanged. Xiao Chun, are you serious? Chen Taiping nodded, affirming, I am serious. Zhao Feng opened his mouth, but refrained from further comments. His gaze towards Chen Taiping tinged with confusion, revealing an indecipherable emotion. With a soft sigh, Chen Taiping patted Zhao Feng's shoulder. Lao Zhao, just consider this a moment of my whim, all right? Trust me. After a prolonged silence, Chen Taiping felt a flutter of anxiety within him. Fortunately, Zhao Feng seemed genuinely willing to trust him. After a while, he sighed and nodded, conceding, all right, I trust you. Just as Chen Taiping felt a sense of relief, Zhao Feng's voice interrupted. He shifted the tone of his statement, but Xiao Chun, don't blame me for not warning you. If anything goes awry, I want to take responsibility. As his words fell, Chen Taiping watched Zhao Feng, in a huff, stand up and walk away, his face reflecting helplessness. Lao Ba also patted Chen Taiping's shoulder, leaving without uttering a word. What significance does your action hold? Long Yang's voice resonated. Chen Taiping paused for a moment, smiling faintly as he shook his head. What significance could it have? I simply do not wish to wrongfully accuse an innocent person. Do you genuinely believe I am an innocent person? Chen Taiping, you are becoming increasingly like a hypocrite. Long Yang narrowed his eyes, his face devoid of any sign of joy. A hypocrite? This term had previously been used by Long Yang to describe Zhao Feng. Chen Taiping never imagined it would now be directed at him. Rubbing his head, he supported himself with one hand on the ground and gradually rose to his feet. Sometimes, I find myself pondering. Chen Taiping lowered his head to gaze at Long Yang, who sat alone on the ground. An image of solitude that evoked the truth behind the saying, the appearance reflects the heart. With a soft chuckle, he turned to leave, choosing not to say more to Long Yang. This matter was concluded, and he wished for it to remain unspoken. When it came to the stolen food, Chen Taiping narrowed his eyes in silence. Although he had openly expressed his trust in Long Yang, the dwindling supplies and Zhao Feng's incitement had stirred unease among many. Old Ba, how long can we sustain ourselves with the current food supply? Chen Taiping inquired as he approached Old Ba. After a moment of contemplation, Old Ba shook his head gravely. I had warned you earlier not to bring such a large group. Our food is depleting rapidly, and we are short on supplies. At most, we can last for half a month. Half a month may sound ample, but with the ongoing thefts in the camp yet to be resolved, that time could shrink to a mere week or even vanish entirely. Even if they had a full half month, each day would pose a daunting challenge for them. Particularly now, exploration of the forest had yielded almost nothing, with the only bounty being fresh water. Until the food shortage was addressed, they remained under the constant threat of starvation. Very well, I shall devise a plan, Chen Taiping stated. We ventured quite a distance last time, and I noticed we began to ascend, indicating we were drawing closer to the center. Xiao Chun, this island is vast. How could we reach the center so swiftly? Old Ba frowned. Chen Taiping licked his lips and nodded. I understand. My point is that we are making progress, and our route seems correct. Therefore, I wish to continue along that path to see what we might discover. Moreover, wasn't he had decided we would relocate the camp today? I believe we can postpone that for a few days and see if I yield any results after a couple of days. Chapter: A formidable presence having made a decision. One must act decisively. Chun Taiping had longed to organize a small team for exploration, initially considering Zhao Feng and himself, with the potential addition of Ren Yuan. However, Zhao Feng was evidently sulking, and since Chun Taiping intended to bring Long Yang along, he decided against inviting Zhao Feng to avoid conflict between the two. There was another crucial factor. Zhao Feng and Ren Yuan were tasked with guarding the camp while Old Ba repaired the old radio. These responsibilities could not be neglected, as only he could leave at any moment. After some contemplation, Chun Taiping approached Zhao Feng, who was deliberately ignoring him. With a wry smile, Chun Taiping said, "Old Zhao, please don't be angry. I know you're concerned for everyone's safety. I have no concern for anyone." Zhao Feng retorted, glaring at Chun Taiping and pointing a finger at him. "I'm worried about you. You're getting too close to Long Yang, and he is acting so strangely. Who knows what might happen?" "Ha! All right, I understand, dear brother. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer, shall we?" Chun Taiping smiled, and seeing that Zhao Feng had calmed, he quickly added, "I plan to venture out in the next couple of days, so the camp will rely on you." "Where do you intend to go?" Zhao Feng asked, brow furrowed. After briefly outlining his plans, Chun Taiping patted Zhao Feng's shoulder. "I will ascertain whether Long Yang is responsible for the food shortage, and, as I mentioned before, anyone in the camp could be implicated. Just trust me this once, and keep a watchful eye. I have a feeling this situation is far from over." "Fine." Zhao Feng hesitantly nodded, which relieved Chun Taiping. His greatest fear was internal strife. Regardless of the reasons, such discord must be avoided under the current circumstances. Thankfully, the bond between Zhao Feng and himself remained strong. After addressing these matters, Chun Taiping visited the tents of Ren Yuan and Luo Yi, ensuring Luo Yi's injuries were not serious before turning to find Long Yang. However, he suddenly noticed the tents of Xiong Kong and Gua Xian, who had not emerged during their earlier argument. He wondered how Xiong Kang's injuries fared. After a moment's thought, Chun Taiping approached and knocked on the tent. As before, Gua Xian unzipped the flap and peered out. "Chingu, everything is fine. I just wanted to check on Xiong Kang's condition," he replied, shifting his gaze to Xiong Kong, who lay with his back turned, obscuring his injuries. "Chingu, Xiong Kong has been unusually drowsy lately. He is asleep," Gua Xian explained. "Excessive sleepiness?" Chun Taiping nodded in understanding. Given the severity of Xiong Kang's injuries, his body would naturally exhibit reduced vitality during the healing process, making drowsiness a normal occurrence. "That is good. If you need anything, please inform Old Zhao, Old Ba, or Miss Ren. We'll soon need to relocate the camp," he advised. "Thank you, Chingu," Gua Xian expressed gratefully. After leaving the tent, Chun Taiping turned toward Long Yang's tent. This exploration would involve just the two of them. The fewer the participants, the less likely they were to encounter trouble or become separated. "Long Yang, we are ready to depart." Chun Taiping crouched down, looking at Long Yang lying within the tent. As Long Yang turned to face him, Chun Taiping pointed toward the forest behind him and smiled, off to explore. Long Yang did not refuse, nor did he agree. He merely followed Chun Taiping silently into the forest. They carried various packages and the water bottles they had brought, all filled with fresh water. With a source of fresh water at hand, igniting a fire would be much simpler. Thus, the emptied bottles were repurposed to hold fresh water. "Do you remember the place we visited last time?" Chun Taiping walked ahead, focusing on the grass beneath his feet. Without turning back, he spoke to Long Yang. "I intend to delve deeper. I have a feeling there is something beyond that point, and this outing is also to seek edible food." Long Yang remained silent, and Chun Taiping, undeterred, continued. "This forest feels rather strange. The further we venture, the more uniform everything appears. Have you noticed there are no insects here?" As he spoke, Chun Taiping halted, bent down to part the grass, and laboriously dug into the soil beneath. "Look, the soil here is very compact. Generally, this area would be teeming with insects. While the surface appears firm, normally, some of the soil beneath should be relatively easy to excavate, but this place is different." Standing up, Chun Taiping turned around only to be startled by Long Yang, who stood close behind him. "What do you think?" Chun Taiping pointed to the soil at his feet. Yet, the look in Long Yang's eyes reflected only boredom. "All right, let us move on. It seems you have no interest." Chun Taiping shrugged. The two continued walking for quite some time, perhaps over an hour, until Chun Taiping felt a twinge of pain in his calves and gradually leaned against a tree to rest. They had passed the intersection from their last visit, but Chun Taiping had marked their path along the way, ensuring they did not stop. In order to prevent the recurrence of past events, Chun Taiping meticulously marked each step, ensuring a clear linear path ahead, so as not to lose their way amid the surrounding similarities. "Have some water," he said, tossing a bottle to Long Yang. After witnessing Long Yang catch it unexpectedly, Chun Taiping slowly retrieved another bottle for himself and took a sip, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. He felt the weight of the large pack he carried, realizing how exhausting their long journey had become. Did you come out here to avoid them? Long Yang suddenly inquired. Chen Taiping glanced at him sideways, swallowed the water in his mouth, and nodded decisively. Keeping Long Yang in the camp only caused discomfort. It was better for them to explore the forest together. Noticing that Long Yang was merely staring at him instead of drinking, Chen Taiping gestured with his chin, urging him to hydrate, reminding him that even though the sky was overcast, the day was still hot. Are you trying to extract information from me? Long Yang pressed, refusing to drink. Chen Taiping raised an eyebrow, countering with, do you think so? He was uncertain, but the purpose behind Long Yang's demeanor was evident. Long Yang, gripping the water bottle tightly, narrowed his eyes, fixating on Chen Taiping. The tension in the air was palpable, and Chen Taiping heard the bottle crinkle under Long Yang's grip. Be careful. You might spill it, he cautioned. Answer my question, Chen Taiping. Long Yang insisted, disregarding Chen Taiping's words. With a slight sigh, Chen Taiping hesitated to address the matter, but the intensity in Long Yang's expression suggested some issues require clarification. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, the sound of heavy footsteps approached, accompanied by labored breathing. Both men recognized the alarming truth. The sound could not possibly belong to a human. Get down, Chen Taiping commanded urgently. They quickly concealed themselves in the tall grass, which reached higher than their waists. The ground trembled with each heavy step, as if a great weight pressed upon their hearts, rendering them too fearful to raise their heads. Chen Taiping focused on the earth beneath him, its scent making him lightheaded. The grass seemed to sway ominously. Wait, it wasn't an illusion. The grass was indeed moving. The heavy, giant-like footsteps drew nearer, and cold sweat trickled down Chen Taiping's nose. The earth quaked, and a fierce wind seemed to rush over him. Boom. Chapter. The truth Chen Taiping himself could not fathom how he survived. It felt as if the thing had merely passed over him. When he gradually regained his senses, the colossal sound had vanished, and the source of it was nowhere to be seen. Rising slowly, he realized his clothes were damp with cold sweat, and his face was smeared with dirt and grass. He turned to Long Yang, who was still trembling on the ground, and hurried over. Long Yang, get up, he urged, patting Long Yang's shoulder. But Long Yang seemed deaf to his calls. Long Yang. Chen Taiping raised his voice, and Long Yang suddenly sprang up, moving so quickly that Chen Taiping nearly got hit in the jaw. What was that just now? Long Yang asked, his face drenched in cold sweat. Chen Taiping shook his head. Uncertain. Could it have been a black bear? He glanced at the surrounding trees, noticing the destruction in their wake. The once thriving forest lay in tatters, and Chen Taiping realized how naive his words were. A black bear could not have caused such devastation. What on earth is this island? Long Yang shouted, clutching his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot rage as he gritted his teeth, seemingly enduring something profound. Furrowing his brow, Chen Taiping approached and crouched beside Long Yang, gently patting his shoulder. Calm down, we're still alive. Slap. Just as he spoke, Long Yang seized Chen Taiping's arm and yelled, Chen Taiping, are you out of your mind? It's no longer a question of survival. It's whether we are still in our original world. At that, Chen Taiping fell silent. The recent tranquility had made many forget this fact. No, it wasn't forgetfulness. It was a reluctance to confront the reality. Even Chen Taiping himself hesitated to consider whether they remained in their former world. The water ghost, this unnatural forest, and the immense shadow they had just escaped. Long Yang's outcry flooded Chen Taiping's mind, overwhelming him. After a while, he regained his composure, glancing at the gradually calming Long Yang in surprise. Let us hurry and leave, Chen Taiping urged. Long Yang took a deep breath, remaining seated and staring at his feet, lost in thought. Moments later, Long Yang slowly stood, shaking his head. Chen Taiping, do you truly believe we can survive? Hearing this, Chen Taiping turned to Long Yang and noticed the fear in his eyes, causing him to frown. I'm not sure. You don't know either, Long Yang replied, drawing another deep breath. The enormous shadow that had passed above them earlier left Chen Taiping devoid of the courage to even look up. The sensation of the earth trembling felt akin to witnessing a tsunami approaching without the ability to escape. This was not mere fright. It was the realization that fleeing would be futile. Long Yang, can we still move? Chen Taiping inquired this time. The forest before them had transformed into a realm imbued with the essence of death. Just looking at it filled Chen Taiping with a suffocating dread. Let us go. Yet Long Yang's reply took Chen Taiping aback. Observing Long Yang's face twisted in suppressed terror, he asked, Are you sure? Are you afraid now? Long Yang retorted with a semblance of a smile. Chen Taiping chuckled softly. Let us go, who is afraid? If we don't, we might starve to death anyway. If we encounter that thing, there's no escaping it. We're bound to die, so we might as well take a chance. Just don't embarrass yourself, Long Yang scoffed. You're the one who should be worried. Long Yang, previously quiet, had become quite talkative after the ordeal. Chun Tai-ping suppressed his panic, forcing a smile as they ventured deeper into the forest. The place where the shadow had passed now bore an irreparable scar upon the landscape. Gazing around, Chun Tai-ping beheld a scene of utter devastation. The once densely clustered trees had now become sparse. Just as Chun Tai-ping had surmised, they were ascending a slope. Although the incline was gentle, it became perceptible to the eye after a degree of destruction had befallen the forest. Moreover, Chun Tai-ping spotted in the distance what appeared to be a mountain peak, shrouded in a misty obscurity. How could it be so far away? The voice of Long Yang reached his ears, who raised an eyebrow and remarked with a furrowed brow, "If we proceed like this, it may take us over a month to reach there." Indeed, Chun Tai-ping nodded in agreement. That faint outline of a hill was certainly beyond their current reach. "Let's make a rough mark of it for now. Perhaps when we find food later, we can ascend to take a closer look," Chun Tai-ping suggested. Long Yang paused for a moment and asked, "Do you not wish to be rescued?" Upon hearing this, Chun Tai-ping could not help but chuckle. "Of course I wish to." He then swiftly changed the subject. "But it is futile to dwell on that, Long Yang. You must have also sensed that the predicament we face on this isolated island is quite severe." Noticing Long Yang's silence, Chun Tai-ping continued, "Initially, I believed we were merely stranded on an isolated isle. However, upon further reflection, have you ever observed the sun here? Or felt the wind on this island?" "Wind?" Long Yang's body jolted at Chun Tai-ping's words, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Recognizing this, Chun Tai-ping nodded and said, "We are surrounded by the vast sea. Do you truly believe there would be no wind? We have been here for many days without so much as a breeze, and there are no insects in this forest. Or at least I have not encountered any." As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Tai-ping noticed Long Yang gazing intently at the ground, the gravity in his expression becoming palpable. "I must admit, I have not seen what you described. It is quite peculiar," Long Yang murmured. Nodding slightly, Chun Tai-ping glanced at the sky. They had ventured far from their camp, and afternoon had likely arrived. After taking a breath, he tossed a can of meat to Long Yang, saying, "Let's eat something to conserve our strength." All right. The taste of the canned meat was not particularly delightful. It was merely palatable when consumed occasionally. However, if one were to eat it throughout the day, or for an entire meal, the flavor would quickly become tiresome. Yet for Chun Tai-ping and the others, this food had become a luxury. At times, Chun Tai-ping would even indulge in a lesser portion, saving some for later. "Are you not curious about what I was doing that night?" Long Yang suddenly inquired. With a gulp, Chun Tai-ping's throat dry. He replied, "Of course, I am curious. How could I not be?" After saying this, he raised his head and took a generous sip of water, feeling considerably better. He then looked at Long Yang and asked, "So, do you wish to share?" Just taking a break, engaging in idle chatter, Long Yang replied, unable to resist. Setting aside his water bottle, Chun Tai-ping straightened up, listening intently. "After you and Zhao Feng left that night, I initially planned to lie on the ground and wait for your return. After all, it was pitch dark around me, and I dared not wander." Long Yang began, his gaze fixed on the earth as he recalled the events. "I watched as you and Zhao Feng vanished, lying still and waiting for your return. But just as I lay down, I saw something right behind you. This creature was entirely green and emitted a glow. I could not discern what it was and was too frightened to move. You must have been mistaken, perhaps mistaking the light from Zhao Feng for a ghost." Chun Tai-ping furrowed his brow. Zhao Feng, who had been submerged in the water before him, did indeed resemble a ghost, glimmering green. Yet as soon as Chun Tai-ping finished speaking, he noticed Long Yang's eyes widening, his expression contorting as he slowly responded, "No, it was not Zhao Feng. Do not forget, this entity appeared only after you vanished from my sight. At that moment, your flashlight had already gone out." The mere thought of Long Yang's words sent shivers down Chun Tai-ping's spine. Behind him, Zhao Feng, and he had been followed by a glowing green entity. Moreover, he had neglected to ask Ren Yuan and the others why they had gotten lost. Witnessing Ren Yuan and her companion's fright, Chun Tai-ping had refrained from probing further. Could it be that Ren Yuan and the others had also witnessed something strange? And then, Chun Tai-ping inquired. He saw Long Yang clutching his head, his eyes filled with terror reminiscent of their earlier encounter with that monstrous shadow. I'm not certain if it was merely my illusion, but as I stared at that creature, I noticed it remained stationary. Something felt amiss. Then, as if it had noticed me, I suddenly realized it had closed the distance between us to mere meters. Suddenly, before Chun Tai-ping could react, Long Yang seized his shoulders, startling him and rendering his limbs numb. Long Yang, his bloodshot eyes fixed on him, spoke in a low tone. "It pursued me for quite some time. I stumbled multiple times, my back and chest covered in scratches. I cannot afford to stop. I felt that creature was right behind me." Chun Tai-ping's gaze instinctively shifted to the empty forest behind Long Yang, which appeared eerily tranquil. In the next moment, he felt Long Yang's grip on his shoulders gradually loosen as he gently returned to the ground, lifting his shirt to reveal several fresh scars that had yet to scab over. "Later, I tripped over something and fell," losing consciousness for an entire night. When I awoke, dawn was approaching, Longyang recounted. Chen Taiping was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow as he asked, "The object you tripped over was the flashlight?" "No," Longyang shook his head. "I'm unsure what I tripped over." Upon regaining consciousness, I sought the path back to the camp, where I discovered the flashlight still lit, buried beneath a tangle of weeds. Had it not been for the lingering darkness, I would not have noticed it among the foliage. Observing Longyang's pallor, Chen Taiping understood the terror of a situation where stopping meant certain death. He had experienced that very feeling when trapped in a shipwreck. We cannot stop. Halting equates to demise. In that moment, Chen Taiping felt that same aura emanating from Longyang. "I am genuinely pleased that you trust me," Longyang said, his expression gradually returning to normal. He then stood and walked over to Chen Taiping, extending his hand. In response, Chen Taiping firmly grasped Longyang's hand and rose to his feet, only to hear Longyang say, "However, the circumstances are such that even I cannot refute Zhao Feng's claims. I am curious as to why you still believe in me." Chen Taiping. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Taiping turned to Longyang, observing his face, which appeared slightly more mature than in the photograph, though lacking in smiles. "Perhaps it is due to that photograph," Chen Taiping replied. "Photograph?" Longyang was momentarily taken aback before asking, "Have you seen the photograph beneath my bed?" "Yes, I have," Chen Taiping replied candidly, nodding. "I went to find you that night and return to the camp at dawn. You may find it hard to believe, but I stumbled upon your tent and, almost instinctively, entered, only to discover that photograph." "I believe you," Longyang affirmed, nodding at Chen Taiping. Witnessing this scene, Chen Taiping was momentarily astonished before Longyang embraced him. "Only hearing Longyang's words, regardless of your intentions, I must say, in light of the many who doubt me, your ability to trust me is commendable. I must admit, Chen Taiping, I have underestimated you. You are truly fit to be a leader." Upon hearing this, Chen Taiping scratched his head and replied, "I have little interest in such titles. My sole desire is to survive." Though he spoke thus, a sense of joy stirred within him. Not only was Longyang willing to share the events of that fateful night, but he also chose to believe in him. "Let us proceed, for our time is limited. And I hope we will find what we seek," Chen Taiping declared. Initially, he had planned for a 2-day journey. However, after nearly a day of walking, their legs grew weary, and they had yet to discover anything that might bring them happiness. There was no food, nor any medicinal herbs to be found. Unease began to creep into Chen Taiping's heart. Yet, the devastation wrought by that colossal creature had inadvertently provided them with a well-defined path and a broader view. From this vantage point, they could see much more than before. As night fell, Chen Taiping gathered the twigs and dry leaves he had collected during the day, piled them up, and secured them with stones to create a small fire pit. He then ignited the fire, and he and Longyang settled down to rest. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Chen Taiping awoke to find the surroundings eerily empty. The fire pit before him appeared to have long since extinguished. "Longyang?" he called out, but the tranquil forest echoed with silence. After calling for some time, Chen Taiping realized that Longyang had vanished. Once again, Longyang had disappeared before his eyes, taking with him all the food and water. The small camp was now utterly deserted, leaving Chen Taiping with nothing. Cradling his head in disbelief, he grappled with the harsh reality. Had he truly misjudged someone? Striving to calm himself, he resolved to wait. Chen Taiping recalled that when he had mentioned the photograph the day before, a flicker of melancholy crossed Longyang's face, coupled with the bright smile captured in that image. He could not believe that Longyang would engage in such betrayal. Though human nature is often selfish, such tendencies usually manifest only in desperate times, not during moments of trust. Taking a deep breath, Chen Taiping attempted to soothe himself, though anxiety gnawed at him. Suddenly, a voice broke the stillness. "Chen Taiping, you are exceedingly naive." "Longyang?" Chen Taiping looked up, his face lighting with joy. He soon saw Longyang approaching, bearing a large bag. It was his own backpack. Longyang set the bag down and, with a serious expression, admonished Chen Taiping, "You are putting yourself in danger. Seeing that I was gone, you foolishly waited here for me? You are being quite foolish." Chen Taiping forced a smile and replied, "I merely trusted my instincts." "Ah, enough of this. Open the backpack and see for yourself," Longyang urged. Hastily, Chen Taiping approached and opened the bag. Before him lay a collection of dry, round, or oddly shaped seeds. "This is..." A shock coursed through Chen Taiping as he turned to Longyang. "Where did you find these?" "I woke up this morning and decided to explore the area, and this is what I discovered. I had no way to carry them, so I took your backpack," Longyang replied nonchalantly. "Seeds, these are indeed seeds." While he could not identify all of them, some were familiar. Finding seeds in this place meant that if they could cultivate the land properly, they would have a continuous source of food. Though it may not provide immediate benefits, in the long run, it represented their greatest hope for survival. "Let's move on. There are more to be found. I worried you would be anxious upon waking." So I returned. Long Yang pointed in a direction. Following Long Yang's gesture, Chen Taiping observed that a large tree in that area had collapsed, leaving a chaotic scene, clearly ravaged by that monstrous creature. However, untouched areas appeared more lush, and he could vaguely discern some rocks. Long Yang, is there a cave entrance over there? Chen Taiping inquired, pointing. Long Yang paused, then nodded slightly, suggesting, let us investigate. I'm not sure, but it feels peculiar. Very well. Although it did not seem far as they walked, Chen Taiping realized it was indeed quite a distance from their previous location. After approximately 10 minutes, they slowly approached the dense forest. Once inside, as they beheld the rocks obscuring their view, they both halted, staring in shock. How could this be here? A sharp pain shot through Chen Taiping's thigh. He inhaled deeply, realizing he was not dreaming. Is this an airplane? He murmured. Long Yang remained silent for a moment, gazing up intently at the dark green wreckage, disbelief flickering in his eyes. This is a fighter plane, a Japanese aircraft from World War II. A fighter plane? At this revelation, Chen Taiping's heart raced as he followed Long Yang's gaze. Among the vines obscuring their view, he spotted an unclear red circular emblem. Was this not the insignia of the Japanese flag? Where are you going? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw Long Yang frantically climbing the rocks towards the plane. Chen Taiping hurried to follow. The surface of the rocks was exceedingly smooth, and despite his efforts, he struggled to ascend. Looking up, he saw Long Yang swiftly scaling the heights, effortlessly reaching the plane. How could it be so quick? Astonished, Chen Taiping continued to make his way to Long Yang's side. Extending his hand under Long Yang's direction, he grasped a slippery vine and pulled it to the side. Soon, the enormous red circular emblem came into view. How could this be here? Confusion enveloped Chen Taiping. Based on his years of experience at sea, he was certain they were still within their homeland. Yet this aircraft before them belonged to Japan. This is a World War II fighter. I'm quite certain of it. Suddenly, Long Yang's voice broke through Chen Taiping's thoughts. So this plane has remained here since the war? Perhaps, Long Yang nodded. However, Chen Taiping noted the grave expression on Long Yang's face. Let us set aside these thoughts for now. Clear away the vines. I wish to see what remains of this plane, Long Yang instructed. Chen Taiping nodded and began to pull at the vines. However, with each tug, the vines caused pain in his hands. After a couple of painful attempts, he took out a small wooden knife and started cutting through the vines. After breaking 2 knives, they finally cleared the vines from the cockpit. Following closely behind, he observed Long Yang skillfully opening the cockpit and leaping inside. Chen Taiping hurried to follow and approached to see Long Yang searching for something within the cockpit. From his demeanor, it seemed he was quite familiar with the cockpit structure. Long Yang, have you seen this contraption before? Chen Taiping inquired. Generally, one would not exhibit such proficiency with these devices unless they had witnessed them firsthand. Indeed, Long Yang nodded and turned to reply, I served in the military previously, so I have some understanding of the structure of World War II aircraft. No wonder. Nodding thoughtfully, Chen Taiping realized why Long Yang exuded such a reliable aura. Furthermore, his earlier climbing actions were now elucidated. So, have you found anything of note? From Chen Taiping's vantage point, the interior was shrouded in darkness, the cramped cockpit in a state of disrepair, with many items obscured by Long Yang. After a moment of silence, Long Yang suddenly raised a small bag. The bag appeared somewhat damp and wrinkled, seemingly containing something within. What is this? Chen Taiping asked. Long Yang's face radiated joy as he grinned widely, then opened the small bag, leaning closer. Chen Taiping suddenly detected a peculiar odor. Upon closer inspection, he found a collection of seeds inside. Are these the seeds we found earlier, dropped from this aircraft? Chen Taiping felt a jolt of astonishment. Yet, a series of questions immediately flooded his mind. Wait a moment, Long Yang, according to you, this is a World War II aircraft. Thus, these seeds must be decades old, right? How could seed from so long ago not have rotted or germinated? The earlier sight of those seeds in the soil intensified Chen Taiping's confusion. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Long Yang shake his head. I am uncertain as well, but this aircraft is indeed from World War II. Just look at the operational systems and instruments inside. They are unmistakably from that era. Hearing Long Yang's unwavering tone, Chen Taiping glanced at the red circular emblem, swallowing hard. This forest is truly peculiar. They rummaged through the aircraft and collected all the items they could find, placing them into their backpacks. Once they descended from the aircraft, they discarded the items onto the ground. Following this, the two made their way toward the aircraft's bomb bay. According to Long Yang, the bomb release mechanism had been modified, so the contents of the bomb bay should not consist of bullets or airdrop munitions. Perhaps there were discoveries to be made. Chen Taiping, adhering to Long Yang's instructions, found a piece of wood, and together they pried open the sealed bomb bay. Applying all his strength to this endeavor left Chen Taiping utterly exhausted. Feeling the ache in his arms, he turned to Long Yang, who was exploring the bomb bay, and asked Long Yang, why don't you just open the bomb bay from the cockpit? There should be buttons up there, right? Before long, Long Yong's voice reached him. Do you think I wouldn't want to? As he spoke, it seemed Long Yong had grasped something particularly heavy, slowly dragging it out. Upon setting it down, he turned to say, I attempted to do that from the cockpit, but the structure inside this aircraft seems to have rusted or corroded. This was the only method I could employ. Hearing this, Chen Taiping let out a long breath and walked over, focusing on what Long Yong was holding. It was a metallic water inlet, equipped with some simple gauges and instruments. Though not large, it appeared remarkably precise. Is this a water purification device? Chen Taiping felt a surge of joy. Long Yong nodded, his expression equally jubilant. Although this model is somewhat outdated and not as advanced as contemporary equipment, this simple purification device does not require electricity. It merely needs to be filled with water. Splendid. If we can bring in lake water, we will no longer have to worry about freshwater resources. The two swiftly relocated the water purification device to the spot where they had previously placed their findings. As for the remaining items, Chen Taiping had checked earlier and found them to be moldy and foul-smelling. Many of the crates had corroded, so they refrained from disturbing those contents. Let us see what we have. Chen Taiping sat on the ground, surveying the assorted goods. Seeds, water purification equipment, clothing, notebooks. As he rummaged, he suddenly noticed a small notebook buried beneath the other items. This notebook was speckled with red stains, the origin of which was unknown. After wiping it clean with leaves and grass, he slowly opened it. Is this in Japanese? Chen Taiping was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend it. Long Yong approached and glanced at the Japanese script, his expression mirroring confusion. I can't understand it either. After pondering for a while, Chen Taiping could discern a few characters resembling their own language, but overall, the text appeared disjointed and completely incomprehensible. Forget it. I will ask about it when we return to the camp, Chen Taiping said as he tucked the notebook away. Once they had organized their findings, they suddenly noticed the light had dimmed. It's getting dark. We should head back, Chen Taiping remarked. We don't have time to gather firewood now. We should be able to find a few branches on the way. Long Yong nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the camp, night had fully descended. Chen Taiping lay on the ground, taking out the notebook, his brow furrowed. He had encountered Japanese individuals before and had even learned a bit of Japanese, but that knowledge seemed inadequate for this context. Moreover, many years had passed, and he had forgotten much. Even if he could recall some aspects now, he was unable to translate the phrases completely. After some contemplation, Chen Taiping decided to put the notebook away for later examination at the camp. The following morning, Chen Taiping awoke and set off toward the camp with Long Yong. Their food supplies had dwindled, and continuing forward would only lead to greater danger without a guarantee of finding sustenance. They had acquired seeds, but to germinate them would require considerable time. It was impossible to resolve their food crisis before depleting their current supplies. On the journey back, both moved swiftly. The path they had traveled previously was clear, and holding so many items urged them to hasten back to inform everyone at the camp. However, Chen Taiping harbored concerns regarding Long Yong's situation. After all, Long Yong's position within the camp was rather precarious. Yet Long Yong's response to Chen Taiping was straightforward. You need not worry about me. I do not care about their opinions of me. Ultimately, no one is indispensable in this world. I am indifferent. Although Chen Taiping felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing this, he nodded and assured, rest assured, I will clarify this matter with Lao Zhao and the others. Some misunderstandings cannot persist. The journey back transpired smoothly, and Chen Taiping did not encounter the monstrous creature they had previously encountered. Although this event is undoubtedly a positive occurrence, Chen Taiping has been plagued by an unresolved doubt. Throughout his journey, he has witnessed numerous forests ravaged by that colossal entity. Yet he has not encountered a single footprint left by it. Could it be that he has overlooked something? Upon returning to the campsite, Chen Taiping observed a gathering of individuals seated together. His arrival caught their attention. Aping, Xiaochun. The crowd surged towards him, their faces radiating joy, particularly Ren Yuan, Zhao Feng, and Lao Ba, who appeared most exhilarated. So what have you discovered? Zhao Feng approached, clapping Chen Taiping on the shoulder. In response, Chen Taiping turned to look for Long Yong, only to find that he had mysteriously vanished, leaving a pile of belongings at his feet. Quickly, he glanced towards Long Yang's tent and, indeed, saw Long Yang heading towards it. Long Yang, Chen Taiping called out. However, Long Yang ignored him, entering the tent and lying down to sleep without any further action. The surrounding individuals exchanged glances, their expressions varied. What happened to that kid on the way? Zhao Feng squinted, fixated on Long Yang's tent. Chen Taiping shook his head, saying, Lao Zhao, we misunderstood Long Yang. After noticing Zhao Feng's frown and silence, he decided not to elaborate further. There's no point in discussing this now, as Zhao Feng's thoughts seemed rather obstinate. Long Yang and I managed to retrieve some seeds. We will have a means to address our food situation moving forward. Turning away, Chen Taiping retrieved his backpack and emptied its contents onto the ground. Hey Ping, what is this metal object? Rin Yuan inquired, her curiosity piqued by the water purification device. Chen Taiping smiled, replying, this was discovered by Long Yang. It is a set of water purification equipment. Discovered by Long Yang? Zhao Feng echoed, astonished. Chen Taiping nodded, then handed Zhao Feng some seeds and extra clothing, saying, Lao Zhao, please store these for now. We can address any questions later. With that, Chen Taiping turned to Rin Yuan and instructed, Miss Rin, please gather Miss Luo and ask if anyone here has studied foreign languages. After that, assemble everyone. I have something important to discuss. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Taiping noticed Rin Yuan momentarily taken aback before she nodded and began organizing the tasks he had outlined. Exhaling deeply, Chen Taiping had not yet had a moment to rest when Lao Ba draped an arm around his shoulder. Xiao Chun, where on earth did you find all this? Seeing Lao Ba's intense curiosity, Chen Taiping pondered briefly before responding. Long Yang and I discovered a Japanese warplane from World War II in the forest. All these items were retrieved from it. What? A warplane? From World War II? Lao Ba's eyes sparkled with excitement, fixated on Chen Taiping. Under different circumstances, Chen Taiping could sense that Lao Ba wished to accompany him on a visit to the site. Don't look at me. We will have opportunities to go back in the future. I feel there might be more undiscovered items along that path. Perhaps we can find food as well. After exchanging a few words with Lao Ba, Chen Taiping noticed Rin Yuan approaching with 3 or 4 others. Hey Ping, they all have studied foreign languages, but they're unsure which language you meant, so I brought them all here, Rin Yuan explained. Among the group was Luo Yi, who, despite her injured leg healing, still found movement challenging and was being supported by Rin Yuan. Upon hearing this, Lao Ba seemed to recall something, casting a quick glance at Chen Taiping but remaining silent. Chen Taiping nodded and then asked, have any of you studied Japanese? Japanese? The group exchanged looks, shaking their heads in unison. Among the 4, 2 had only studied English, while the other 2 had learned French and German. None had knowledge of Japanese. Hearing this, Chen Taiping felt a wave of concern wash over him. He strongly suspected that the contents of the diary pertained to this isolated island, and the owner of the aircraft must have once lived here. Lost in thought, Chen Taiping pondered whether he would need to forcibly recall the Japanese he had once learned. Just as his frustration mounted, a soft voice interrupted. Tian Yi. I've studied it. Luo Yi raised her hand. Oh, you have? Chen Taiping exclaimed as he sprang to his feet. He soon saw Luo Yi nodding. I went to Japan before as an exchange student, so I have some exposure to the language. That's wonderful. Chen Taiping's face lit up. After thanking the others, he quickly handed a small notebook to Luo Yi, saying, Miss Luo, could you help me translate the contents of this? Is this in Japanese? Luo Yi asked, a hint of confusion evident on her face. Realizing his oversight, Chen Taiping slapped his forehead. This was an isolated island, and prior to encountering the aircraft, he had never considered the possibility of other people being involved. It was understandable that Luo Yi would be puzzled. Therefore, he promptly shared with her what he and Long Yang had discovered before handing her the notebook. I believe this contains significant information. Perhaps it pertains to the island, which would be invaluable to us. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi nodded eagerly, taking the notebook and beginning her translation. Of course, the process proved to be somewhat cumbersome, requiring someone to jot down notes. Initially, Chen Taiping struggled to grasp the nuances, but as Luo Yi explained, he began to understand. Lacking a pen, they could not record ambiguous terms, as many Japanese words require context to convey their meanings. Realizing that further discussion would be futile, Chen Taiping settled beside Luo Yi to assist her in noting down important words. It was a sunny and pleasant morning when I bid farewell to my wife. Truthfully, I was reluctant to do so, but the decisions of my homeland left me with no choice. Chen Taiping listened intently as Luo Yi translated. The initial entries primarily chronicled the daily thoughts of this Japanese man, reflecting on international relations and his personal sentiments, all meticulously recorded in the notebook. Several pages contained such reflections, followed by expressions of longing for his wife. These entries were spaced out, often recorded once every month or 2. The notebook was thick, gradually filling with content. As they worked together, Chen Taiping found himself increasingly captivated by the man's emotional state. He was a patriotic individual, yet also a proponent of peace. He did not wish for such events to transpire, yet he was forced to accept this harsh reality. The man's confessions in the diary, along with his yearning for his wife, moved Chen Taiping and the others deeply. However, before they could fully contemplate the essence of this man, Luo Yi's voice shifted in tone as she translated. I crashed, the plane malfunctioned, and I found myself in a very terrifying forest. Chapter: The collapse arrives on November 4th, under a gloomy sky. It was the 2nd day since my plane crash. I attempted to communicate with my companions, but they remained unresponsive, as if my communication device had malfunctioned, which greatly troubled me. On November 7th, still under the same dreary sky, I relinquished hope for my partner. He was already deceased. The oil had leaked and the propeller was utterly destroyed. In this forest, I could do nothing and find no means to repair it. Even if I managed to fix it, I would not be able to escape. On November 15th, the sky remained overcast. I could hardly fathom how I had survived thus far. Yesterday, I encountered a venomous snake and was bitten. I administered first aid and returned to the aircraft to retrieve the antidote. Thankfully, we had undergone training, and I must strive to survive. On November 17th, with the sky still gray, Wheezy, do you know? I dreamt of you last night, and our child, Gulu. I truly miss you both. When will I see you again? On November 28th, I discovered many terrifying things on this island. The compass was useless, and the communication device had failed. There are neither insects nor food in this forest. Were it not for the provisions in the plane, I doubt I would have survived this long. I am genuinely frightened. I have not seen sunlight in ages. On December 3rd, I felt as though death was imminent. I stumbled upon a lake and saw Kappa. Its face was horrifying. It grabbed me, and my left hand was utterly incapacitated. The pain and fatigue are overwhelming. As a translator, Luo Yi could vividly sense the contents recorded in this journal. Particularly the latter pages, stained with blood, conveyed the image of this man documenting his experiences, having severed a hand and gritted his teeth to write these lines. What is a Kappa? Upon hearing this, Chun Taiping felt a wave of confusion. Could the Kappa be a child? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he heard Luo Yi's voice tremble. Brother Chun, a Kappa is a Japanese spirit with a leaf-like structure atop its head, a beak-like mouth, and a greenish body. Essentially, in our country, it signifies a water ghost. So he encountered a water ghost as well? Rin Yuan involuntarily shuddered. The dread of witnessing a water ghost alone was something Chun Taiping could empathize with. The sensation of one's heart racing to the point of bursting is not something most can endure. Luo Yi, quickly check what else has been recorded about the water ghost. Old 8 implored. Chun Taiping also turned to Luo Yi, his mind fixated on one question. There was much more to this journal, and this man could not have perished at the hands of a water ghost. The more he pondered, the more unease enveloped him, as if this sentiment clouded his reasoning. Suddenly, Chun Taiping felt the ground tremble, akin to when that immense shadow had appeared. I will continue translating. Brother Chun, please help me jot down some words. Came Luo Yi's voice, pulling him from his thoughts. Chun Taiping nodded and began to note down the words. On December 12th, I have not died. I have survived. Although my left hand is severed, I do not wish to perish. I long to return home, to embrace you, Wheezy, and hold our son. He must have grown. I truly wish to see you both. Images of the several boxes of supplies in the aircraft flashed through Chun Taiping's mind. He could now ascertain that they must contain medical supplies, albeit rendered useless. On December 14th, I have survived in this forest for a month. This place is exceptionally peculiar. I have not seen a single poisonous insect or plant typical of a forest, only countless towering trees, weeds, and venomous snakes. What is this place? On December 24th, I discovered a cave. This forest is vast. This cave is the strangest place I have encountered aside from the lake. Inside the cave are many peculiar statues, resembling offerings or perhaps manifestations of fear. On January 3rd, I saw a monster in the forest. It was a creature covered in green fur, chasing after me. Where am I? Someone save me, please. The green-furred monster. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Taiping suddenly heard Ren Yuan's voice. Ah Ping, have you seen this monster? The expressions of everyone shifted, and if this island harbored more than just water ghosts, what were they to do next? Merely pondering this sent chills down their spines. Chun Taiping felt a cold sweat break out on his back, for he knew this situation might indeed be real, as Long Yang had encountered it. Brother Chun, I will continue reading. Luo Yi's voice quivered. Chun Taiping swallowed hard and nodded. Proceed. On January 14th, I fled back to the cave. It is eerie within. However, the monster did not pursue me inside. I dare not venture out. I am so frightened, cold, and in pain. On January 17th, I have not gone outside for several days. Today, I stealthily ventured out to check. The green-furred monster has vanished. I must leave this place. I cannot endure it any longer. On January 27th, Wheezy, I have returned. Do you know? I saw many strange things on the way. Walking smiley-faced statues, enormous elephants with tusks, and a green-furred monster that sought to harm me. On February 2nd, my leg is broken. Wheezy, I truly cannot hold on any longer. I am in agony. Wheezy, save me. Please come to my aid. Why do you not rescue me? Wheezy, you're my wife. Why do you not come to my aid? I implore anyone, please save me. Chun Taiping felt his scalp tingle, drenched in cold sweat. As the handwriting in the journal grew, increasingly frantic and chaotic, almost deranged. For reasons unknown, Chun Taiping discerned a profound sense of desperate madness within the scrawl, as if the emotions were being conveyed directly to him. He turned to Luo Yi, whose condition was no better. Her lips were pale, and she breathed feebly. Water ghosts, green-furred monsters, an inescapable forest, smiling stone sculptures. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed nearby, and Chen Taiping's body jolted. He glanced at Old Eight, the sensation of numbness intensifying within him. Chen Taiping inhaled deeply and remained silent. Luo Yi began to translate the final entry of the journal. Huizi, I cannot return. I truly cannot. I long for you, and I feel I can see your shadow. I am coming to find you. Wait for me, you and our child. Wait for me. Damn it. Where on earth is this place? Old Eight's furious shout reverberated. Luo Yi, frightened, covered her ears and rushed towards Chen Taiping. He grasped Old Eight, uncertain of his own expression. Yet he felt the cold sweat cascading down his forehead and body. Old Eight, calm down, Chen Taiping bellowed, sensing Luo Yi trembling in his embrace. Chen Taiping felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. What is the smiling stone sculpture? What is the green-furred monster? Is a water ghost not enough? Are there other monsters lurking in this forest? Yet Chen Taiping understood that shouting was futile. Chen Taiping parted his parched and cracked lips. The dryness in his throat felt as if it were a cork obstructing his airway. In a hoarse voice, he uttered, Lao Ba, we are all terrified. Your shouting is futile. However, before he could finish a sentence, Chen Taiping suddenly felt a grip on his shoulders, Lao Ba's face mere inches away. He inquired, Chen Taiping, tell me, where exactly is this place? Are we still on Earth? Are we still over that same sea? Are we still in that original world? A buzzing echoed in his ears as Chen Taiping gritted his teeth. The sound were not just Lao Ba's furious shouts, but also Luo Yi's choked sobs. A man who had endured the storms of the sea for years could barely withstand this, let alone the fragile girl in his arms. Chen Taiping bit down on his lower lip. Even aware that blood was seeping out, he dared not release his grip. For once he did, he too would be unable to suppress a scream. What on earth is happening in this world? Chapter: Benevolent Concealment. After gradually calming down, Chen Taiping gazed at the pale faces of those around him, opening his mouth yet finding himself at a loss for words. The tearing dryness in his throat was quite uncomfortable. Chen Taiping, can we really get out of here? Lao Ba sudeli asket? Chen Taiping shook his head. To be honest, he too did not know if they could still escape. The moment they set foot on this island, there was no turning back, unless they returned to the sea. But the waters were still plagued by water ghosts, not much better than the forest they currently found themselves in. A ping, what should we do next? Came Ren Yuan's voice. Chen Taiping turned to see her sitting on the ground, clutching her legs, her eyes shimmering with fear. What'll we do? Just wait to die? Lao Ba said weakly, then struck the muddy ground with a heavy fist. He had lost count of how many times he had done this. Chen Taiping sighed slightly, casting a glance at the diary, uncertain whether finding it was a blessing or a curse. The group fell into a long silence, none willing to speak or move first. Even Chen Taiping felt a sense of despair. This forest seemed to be far more complex than they had imagined. Just as Chen Taiping began to lose himself in thought, a male voice suddenly broke through the silence. What are you doing? Upon turning to look, the group discovered that it was Long Yang. Why does each of you look so lackluster? Long Yang approached, and, upon seeing the diary lying on the ground, paused in surprise. Has the content been translated? Chen Taiping watched as Long Yang picked up the diary and brought it close to him. What does it say? However, before he could speak, Chen Taiping heard Lao Ba rising beside him. With a tone tinged with schadenfreude, he spoke darkly. There are other monsters in this forest. This is no longer our original world. We will all die here. None will survive. Are you satisfied now? Lao Ba, Chen Taiping called out, only to see Long Yang turning to face the grim-faced Lao Ba. A moment later, Long Yang said, so you all plan to lie here doing nothing? Just waiting to die? Is that right? Upon hearing this, not only did Lao Ba find it jarring, but Chen Taiping too felt a surge of irritation. Long Yang, on what grounds do you speak so casually? Do you know what we are facing? Lao Ba shouted, gripping Long Yang by the collar. So you came here to mock us, thinking you could take charge? Let go. Long Yang forcefully shrugged off Lao Ba's grip. Seeing this, Chen Taiping quickly intervened, pulling the two apart. You both need to calm down. Stop arguing. However, to Chen Taiping's surprise, the usually trusting Lao Ba pushed him aside and pointed an accusatory finger at Long Yang, saying, Long Yang, you are nothing but a fool. You know nothing of the pressure we are under. Your careless words could nullify all our previous efforts. Look at Xiao Chun's wounds. Those were inflicted by water ghosts, all in the struggle to survive. You suggest we just sit back and wait for death? Aren't you the ones doing just that? Chen Taiping shook his head in frustration, fearing that either Long Yang or Lao Ba might lash out in anger. But the outcome was not as he expected. He observed Long Yang's silent expression, then watched as Long Yang slowly picked up the diary, seated himself on the ground, and looked up at Lao Ba. So, now that you've vented, can we discuss how to proceed? Lao Ba's eyes widened, his furious expression gradually solidifying. Chen Taiping noticed the suppressed rage on Long Yang's face. It was not directed at Lao Ba, but rather reflected a shock he too felt towards the contents of the diary. Lao Ba, seek Dao, Chen Taiping uget, tugging at Lao Ba's arm. Every individual's spirit was taut, and any misstep could lead to their collective collapse. Chen Taiping endeavored to calm himself, pulling Lao Ba to sit down, and then glanced at Luo Yi and Ren Yuanyuan, saying, Long Yang is right. Now that we've expressed our frustrations, we must thoughtfully consider how to survive. As he spoke, Chen Taiping exhaled deeply, noticing the grave expressions on the faces around him. He began recounting the encounters he and Long Yang had faced. The green ghost Long Yang encountered at night, and the massive shadow Chen Taiping and his companion had encountered. Upon hearing these accounts, the initial reaction from the group was, unsurprisingly, fear. But Chen Taiping understood that this was their only opportunity to confront this reality. Long Yang and I survived. We are here together. We are not without hope. That Japanese man was alone, while we are a collective. We possess tools and food, and our survival experience in the wilderness surpasses his. I realize that stating these encouraging words may provoke your disdain, but we must acknowledge that we currently hold the advantage. Once he finished speaking, Chen Taiping noticed the group slowly lifting their heads. I intend to explore the path previously traversed by that Japanese man. He must have found something to eat along the way. Generally, one person cannot carry a month's worth of provisions. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a faint voice from Luo Yi beside him. Turning to look, he noticed her lips were somewhat pale. Brother Chun is right. This person must have discovered something edible along the way, but it wasn't documented in the diary. If we can find those resources, we can temporarily alleviate our food concerns. Patting Luo Yi on the head, Chen Taiping felt a surge of admiration for her bravery. Long Yang beside them nodded in agreement. Let Chen Taiping and I go. We have experience and have previously encountered that green-haired creature. If I am not mistaken, it should be documented in this diary. So that night, you were chased out? Lao Ba suddenly inquired. Before Long Yang could respond, Chen Taiping nodded, explaining. Long Yang told me that the green-haired creature trailed behind me and Lao Zhao that night. It seemed to have discovered Long Yang and then turned to chase him. He fell on the way back and found a flashlight while returning to the camp. As Chen Taiping spoke, he turned to Long Yang, giving him a nod of understanding. He seemed to grasp Chen Taiping's intention and slowly remove his upper garments. Countless scars adorned his skin, along with some relatively new scratches. How come one have so many wounds? Ren Yuanyuan covered her lips in astonishment. Chen Taiping nodded slightly, confirming, Long Yang has previously served in the military. I can attest to that. He is quite familiar with Japanese World War II aircraft and possesses remarkable agility. Old Ba. Chen Taiping turned his gaze towards the astonished Old Ba and added, let's refrain from discussing the past misunderstandings regarding Long Yang until the truth is revealed. We can never truly know who is responsible for what. For us now, everyone is an essential member. All right, fine. Seeing Old Ba gradually nod in agreement, Chen Taiping felt relieved. He glanced outside at Zhao Feng, who was occupied with a water purification device. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided against informing Zhao Feng. With tensions rising between Zhao Feng and Long Yang, coupled with the emergence of new threats, it was uncertain how Zhao Feng might amplify his animosity towards Long Yang. Ping, do you have any good ideas? Ren Yuanyuan tugged at his arm. Chen Taiping turned to see her, her fiery red waves striking against her pale face. Still etched with fear. If we don't come up with a plan, I fear for tonight. Her words trailed off, but Chen Taiping understood her meaning. Although they had been relatively safe these past few days, Long Yang's first-hand encounter with the green-hair monster heightened the credibility of the notes. The thought of potentially being attacked by that terrifying creature at night made sleep an elusive luxury. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Taiping surveyed the group and declared, I do have an idea. The next morning, Chen Taiping, weary but resolute, began to gather everyone. As the crowd gradually formed around him, he was interrupted by Zhao Feng's low inquiry. Little Chun, why do you all have dark circles under your eyes? You, Old Ba, and Ren Yuanyuan all look the same. Dark circles? Chen Taiping instinctively reached for his phone, intending to check his reflection on the screen, only to remember that he had lost it to the sea long ago. Rubbing his eyes, he swallowed hard, widening them and replied, I didn't rest well last night. I'm a bit fatigued. Fatigued? What were you all doing last night? Zhao Feng asked, puzzled. Before he could finish, Ren Yuanyuan gestured for silence. Zhao Feng paused, closing his mouth, with a slight exhale of relief. Chen Taiping began outlining his plan. Previously, he and Long Yang had collected numerous sturdy vines from the aircraft. If they could find some large stones or thicker branches, they could use these vines to create a perimeter around their camp. Chen Taiping, why do we need to set up a perimeter when everything seems fine? Su Tsung's head popped up from the crowd. Many shared his sentiment, thinking it unnecessary to complicate matters. Chen Taiping had anticipated this inquiry and responded, I spotted some venomous snakes and wild animals outside with Long Yang. I fear they might wander into our camp, so it is prudent to establish a barrier. Moreover, before he could finish, Chen Taiping shifted his tone to a serious note. Everyone is aware of the water ghost's existence, although it has yet to come ashore. We cannot guarantee that at 1T in the future, it is safer to fortify our camp. Is it really that serious? I think we should heed Chen Taiping's advice. Someone chimed in. Yes, Chen Taiping and Old Ba have faced the water ghost before. We can trust their judgment. As murmurs of agreement filled the air, Chen Taiping felt a wave of relief wash over him. The most terrifying aspect would be if this group lacked motivation in the face of the water ghost threat. Just as he began to relax, Su Tsung posed a question filled with uncertainty. Chen Taiping, if there are wild animals, does that mean we need not worry about our food supply? Indeed, perhaps wild boars or even tigers and lions could provide us with meat, someone else suggested. Really? Do you think you could handle those? Su Tsung dismissed the chatter around him, fixing his steady gaze on Chen Taiping, as if seeking some hidden truth in his eyes. Chen Taiping simply shook his head. Those creatures are elusive, and so far, we've only encountered one deep in the forest. Attempting to capture it without proper tools would be perilous. Is that so? Su Tsung murmured, squatting down and sitting on the ground, ignoring the others. A ping. Can this really work? Rin Yuanyuan leaned closer to whisper in Chen Taiping's ear. He glanced at the eager group and nodded slightly, rest assured. This is better than revealing the truth to them. You know how they react when they learn such things. Noticing a flicker of fear on Rin Yuanyuan's face, Chen Taiping felt a pang of discomfort. He was not deliberately concealing the truth, but if the existence of other monsters besides the water ghost were to be disclosed, it could very well lead to internal chaos. Chen Taiping understood that once a person loses hope for survival, nothing they do would seem amiss. They may even feel justified in their actions. What are you all talking about? Zhao Feng's voice suddenly broke through, pulling Chen Taiping from his thoughts. He shook his head. Nothing much. Mr. was just asking where we might find stones. I told her I'm not sure, and we'll just have to search gradually. It's no big deal. Leave it to me. I'll take a team out to scout. Zhao Feng exclaimed, patting his chest. Chen Taiping opted not to say more, turning to accompany Long Yang in gathering vines. Within just 2 hours, a group returned, carrying stones. Chen Taiping and Long Yang, both familiar with the task, swiftly tied the materials together. They began to plan the camp's layout, arranging stones and branches. As the day slipped away, they had completed a third of the camp as construction. The sight of their progress filled the group with joy. Thank you all for your hard work today. Tomorrow, please do not venture too far. The deeper forest is easy to get lost in. Until we have explored a safe perimeter, refrain from wandering. All right, Chen Taiping. You should rest as well, they urged. You worry too much, they laughed. After exchanging light-hearted banter, Chen Taiping approached the tent where Long Yang had brought fresh water. He knocked on the tent and called inside. Xiong Kong, Guoxian, how are you two faring? With a swift motion, the zipper was pulled down, revealing Guoxian. Cheeks puffed, as if she had been eating. What is up, Chingu? She asked. Chen Taiping paused, smiling as he placed the heavy water bucket down. How is Xiong Kang's leg? By the way, why are you eating so late? Why didn't you eat earlier? As he spoke, he turned to see Xiong Kong grinning and waving at him from within the tent, remaining silent. Chen Taiping waved back, not thinking much of it. Alas, let's not dwell on it. This afternoon, Xiong Kong, in a desire for activity, inadvertently tore his wound, causing him considerable pain. I attended to his injury, which when I missed my meal. Observing the bittersweet smile on Guoxian's face, Chen Taiping followed her gaze and noticed some bloodstains on the ground. Is everything all right? Shall I fetch some bandages for you? Chen Taiping inquired. However, Xiong Kong shook his head, assuring him, it's nothing serious, Chun Ge. It merely reopened slightly. I am somewhat sensitive to pain. Very well then, Chen Taiping replied after a moment of contemplation, nodding in agreement. From his vantage point, he could indeed see some blood on Xiong Kang's leg, but it had already dried. At that moment, Chen Taiping remembered his purpose for visiting. He quickly stepped aside and pointed to the water bucket at his feet, saying, everyone should prepare to take turns bathing. We have discovered a water purification device, and this water is drinkable. You may also use it to wash yourselves. Feel free to decide how to utilize it. Is this bucket all ours? Xiong Kong asked in astonishment. The bucket, though not large, held precious water under the current circumstances. Even if one were to use a vine to fetch water, it would be perilous. A careless moment could lead to losing the bucket entirely, and then there would be no fresh water left for bathing. Seeing Xiong Kang's surprise, Chen Taiping smiled and lowered his voice. Originally, there was only a small amount, but since you were injured, I took the liberty of gathering a bit more for you. Observing the excitement and gratitude on Xiong Kang's face, Chen Taiping said nothing further. After handing the bucket to Guoxian, he bid farewell to the two. However, just as he was about to turn and leave, he noticed 2 cans at Guoxian's feet. one empty and the other seemingly in use. A fleeting moment of curiosity passed as Chun Taiping shrugged it off, concluding that Xiong Kong must have finished one can, which was quite normal for the two of them. Dismissing his curiosity, Chun Taiping returned to his tent, intending to rest. Having engaged in little physical activity that day, he only felt some pain in his arm, while the injury on his calf had scabbed over. He estimated that in about a week, he would regain full mobility in his calf. Although he could still run when necessary, it would place an irreversible burden on his leg and affect his speed. With such thoughts, Chun Taiping gradually closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. In his dreams, a man was speaking beside him, but Chun Taiping could not discern the words. As he attempted to listen more closely, a rustling sound reached his ears, startling him awake. What is that sound? Chapter. The fainted one upon opening his eyes. Chun Taiping instinctively reached for his wooden sword. He usually slept lightly, and the unsettling thoughts from the previous diary had kept him on edge. So the sound elicited a strong reaction. Utilizing the faint light from outside and the subtle noises, he could vaguely hear something passing nearby. After waiting for a while, the external disturbance showed no signs of intrusion, and silence enveloped the area. Was it merely my imagination? With that thought briefly crossing his mind, Chun Taiping slowly lay back down, closed his eyes, and focused on the sounds outside. Time passed, and, as drowsiness overcame him once more, he heard the sound of a zipper. Following that, two individuals were whispering nearby, though their words were indistinct. Hesitating, Chun Taiping peeked out his tent, but saw nothing. Only the shadows of tents within the camp. Even the deep night had vanished. How strange. Could it truly have been my imagination? After observing for a while, his eyes grew weary, and he lay back down, gradually succumbing to sleep once more. The following morning, just as Chun Taiping awoke, he noticed Lao Ba approaching with a grim expression. Xiao Chun, something has happened. Chun Taiping's heart skipped a beat, instantly recalling the sound he heard the previous night. Could it be that the visitors were the group from Alaogaway? What has transpired? He queried, scrambling out of his tent. He then saw a gathering of people surrounding a tent, their faces filled with confusion and alarm. This morning, someone fainted and has yet to regain consciousness. Their face is pale, and their lips are blue, Lao Ba explained. We must hurry and check. Chun Taiping quickly made his way toward the crowd. Excuse me, everyone. Please make way, he called out as he approached. The crowd parted, allowing him to enter and find Ren Yunyuan, Zhao Feng, and Luo Yi present. Miss Luo, what has happened to this brother? Chun Taiping inquired as he approached, noticing Luo Yi examining the individual lying in the tent. After a moment, Chun Taiping saw Luo Yi shake her head, her expression grave. Chunge, this person is somewhat anemic, suffering from malnutrition. The island's climate is peculiar. There has been no wind or sunlight, and while it remains hot, it is perpetually overcast. Although we had canned meat and water, which should sustain him for a while, the heat accelerates bodily depletion. Is there any remedy for this condition? Chun Taiping asked. However, as the words left his mouth, he already had an inkling of the answer. Indeed, Luo Yi shook her head in response. I just checked our food supplies, and there is nothing available to replenish his blood. Only the canned meat can provide iron. But he mentioned that he normally eats enough and has not been skipping meals. It appears to be a case of nutritional imbalance. Alas, what shall we do now? How could this happen so suddenly? What are we to do? Panic began to grow among the people. Anemia may seem trivial, but countless individuals succumb to it annually. Especially now, on this deserted island, nutritious provisions are scarce. Chun Taiping searched his mind for solutions, but found none. Chun Taiping, we must set out, came a sudden voice from behind. Turning to face Long Yang, Chun Taiping paused, noticing the backpack in Long Yang's hand. Gritting his teeth, he nodded in agreement. He swiftly turned to Luo Yi, asking, Miss Luo, how long do you think this brother can hold on? Luo Yi bit her lip, reluctantly replying, perhaps a week, but ideally within 5 days. Very well, Chun Taiping responded, then turned to leave, just as Long Yang approached, tossing the backpack in front of Chun Taiping. After securing the backpack, Chun Taiping quickly donned it and said to Luo Yi, we will venture outside in search of food. For the next few days, we will boil some water for him and ensure he eats well to see if there are any improvements. I will give him my share, and I can manage with Long Yang's portion. Observing the man lying on the ground, Chun Taiping paid little heed to his own hunger, turning instead to follow Long Yang into the depths of the forest. However, just as he took his first step, his body suddenly lurched backward. He glanced over his shoulder to discover Run Yuanyuan grasping his backpack, preventing his departure. Hey Ping, I want to go with you. Your injuries are severe. You must eat. Ping Yuanyuan insisted. At her words, Chun Taiping opened his mouth to respond, only to hear Su Tsung's voice rise from the crowd. Miss Ren is correct, Chun Taiping. Your injuries are no less severe than this man's, and you have already done enough for everyone. There is no need to take such risks. Chun Taiping was somewhat taken aback, He had not expected Su Tsong to speak up on his behalf. He was acutely aware of the gravity of his injuries. Missing a meal or two would hardly make a difference he could endure. Yet, the situation of the person before him was quite different, and he understood the weight of the matter. Before he could voice his thoughts, Ren Yuan called out, "Hey Ping, this time you must listen to me. You absolutely cannot go. Your injuries are serious enough, and even if one is anemic, they can still consume fish and fish soup. We are by the sea, and I noticed when we drifted over from the ocean that there are plenty of fish. We will find a way." Staring at Ren Yuan in a daze, Chun Taiping suddenly noticed Zhao Feng also watching him from the crowd, though he remained silent. At that moment, Lao Ba approached. "Xiao Chun, Miss Ren is right. Let me and Lao Zhao go catch fish. You should rest well at the camp." Before he could finish his sentence, Chun Taiping saw Lao Ba leaning closer, whispering, "Both you and Long Yang are injured. What if you encounter trouble?" It was then that Chun Taiping understood Ren Yuan's agitation. He caught a glimpse of the concern flickering in her eyes and hesitated. "Fine, Chun Taiping," he conceded. "Miss Ren is right. Perhaps we should fish. Bringing back more would benefit everyone." Long Yang seemed to abandon his plan to enter the forest. He approached and put an arm around Chun Taiping's shoulders. "All right, I was just thinking, after all these years, is there a chance that seeds might take root along that path?" Setting down his backpack, Chun Taiping noticed Ren Yuan and Luo he guarding it like two guardian spirits, not allowing him to touch it, which elicited a wry smile from him. They were perhaps being overly cautious. Had those things truly been so easy to find, he and Long Yang might not have returned the last time. Nevertheless, Chun Taiping felt immense gratitude. It had been a long time since anyone had cared for him in such a manner. "Xiao Chun, I have something to ask you." Zhao Feng's voice broke through Chun Taiping's thoughts. Lifting his gaze, he saw Zhao Feng's solemn expression. Chun Taiping shifted slightly, patting the ground. "Go ahead, what is it?" As he spoke, he noticed Zhao Feng hesitating before slowly sitting beside him. He opened his mouth, then paused as if struggling to articulate his thoughts. With a playful pat on Zhao Feng's shoulder, Chun Taiping grinned. "What are you thinking? Is there anything we cannot discuss?" "Xiao Chun, those are your words." Zhao Feng replied, suddenly serious. Seeing this, Chun Taiping nodded. "Ask away. Are you hiding something from me? I noticed how excited Ren Yuan was when you were about to leave. Is there something you haven't told me?" Upon hearing Zhao Feng's words, a bittersweet feeling washed over Chun Taiping, but he maintained a composed expression. "What can I possibly hide from you? You know well that Miss Ren owes me her life. Perhaps she is merely grateful." "Really?" Zhao Feng inquired skeptically. Chun Taiping nodded slightly, suddenly recalling what Long Yang had said to him. Thus, he shifted the conversation. "Lao Zhao, you don't harbor feelings for Miss Ren, do you? What nonsense are you spouting? I merely think you all are hiding something from me. Why does it suddenly involve me and Ren Yuan?" Zhao Feng exclaimed, smacking Chun Taiping on the head. Chun Taiping rubbed his head, a wry smile crossing his face. That made sense. After all, Zhao Feng was 8 years older than Ren Yuan, and such a notion seemed implausible. Besides, wasn't Zhao Feng concerned about everyone in this manner? I was just guessing. I noticed how you and Ren Yuan used to argue fiercely, but now you seem to have reconciled." Just then, Chun Taiping saw Zhao Feng stand up, brushing off his pants and smiling at him. "What am I thinking? It would be shameful for a grown man to quarrel with a woman, especially in our current situation." "Well, if that's how you feel, I can breathe easier," Chun Taiping replied, relieved. Ever since that argument, he had been worried the two might clash again. After exchanging pleasantries, Chun Taiping stood up, noticing that Ren Yuan and the others had finished packing their belongings, so he walked over. "Miss Ren, count me and Zhao Feng in. We will also go fishing." Chun Taiping draped an arm over Zhao Feng's shoulder, grinning as he led him forward. However, Zhao Feng suddenly said, "Xiao Chun, I won't be going to fish." "Huh?" Chun Taiping was momentarily taken aback. Before he could inquire further, Zhao Feng continued, "Isn't Lao Ba trying to fix the radio? I will stay at the camp to keep watch, and you won't be far away. It would be right to leave the injured person alone." "Lao Zhao, that injured person is being looked after by Miss Luo. You, come on. How can you trust a young girl alone?" Chun Taiping opened his mouth, but Zhao Feng waved him off and walked towards Luo leaving him puzzled. Zhao Feng had always been quite proactive about such matters. "Hey Ping, is Zhao Feng not going?" Ren Yuan's voice reached him from behind. Chun Taiping quickly turned around. "Yes, not going. I will join you all." "All right." The group had no objections, and Long Yang also approached. "Chun Taiping, I will go with you. Keep your hands and feet out of the water. If you get an infection, don't blame me for not warning you." "Haha, understood. I will just collect what you catch," Chun Taiping replied with a nod. As for any changes in Long Yang, there were none of great significance. However, after some conversation with Chun Taiping, he seemed to have softened his attitude towards him considerably. Everything else remained unchanged. When the group arrived at the seaside, gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean, no one felt joyful. In the forest, they could force themselves to avoid thoughts of their predicament, but here, The harsh reality struck them. They were on a desolate island in the ocean. Would the rescuers truly find them? Surely there are no water ghosts in this sea. Someone suddenly inquired. The group looked at the ocean in terror. The memory of the water ghost from the lake was vivid in their minds, and none wished to encounter such a creature again. It was utterly terrifying. Chen Taiping quickly shook his head at the group. Water ghosts in the sea are relatively dispersed. Moreover, that day, Miss Run and I drifted for quite a while without encountering any. At least within a certain safe distance, we should not see them. That is truly a relief. The group sighed in unison. Everyone is increasingly trusting you, Ren Yuanyuan remarked, having approached Chen Taiping without him noticing. Chen Taiping turned to look and was surprised to find Ren Yuanyuan clad only in a t-shirt, still wearing the same pair of hot pants beneath. However, the t-shirt was tied in a knot at the hem, forming a delicate bow at her chest, subtly revealing more than just fabric. This was indeed a sight to behold. Before he could utter a word, he heard Long Yang's voice nearby. Long Yang unabashedly gazed at Ren Yuanyuan, appraising her striking figure before teasingly exclaiming, "Miss Ren, your figure is truly remarkable. Do take care. I might just have to pluck out your eyes." Ren Yuanyuan shot him a fierce glare. Yet her expression bore no trace of embarrassment. Chen Taiping could comprehend Ren Yuanyuan's bold demeanor. After all, she was a young lady accustomed to the sea and often wore revealing attire. He also recalled the last time Yang Ming had coerced him into the water. Ren Yuanyuan had rushed over in a bikini to protect him. The thought flashed through his mind, and he quickly shook his head, urging, "All right, enough of the banter. Let us commence fishing." With Long Yang and Ren Yuanyuan's playful jibes, the mood of the group lightened considerably. Leading the charge into the sea, Long Yang began spearing fish with sharp branches. Ren Yuanyuan, not to be outdone, worked diligently alongside him. Chen Taiping remained at the shore, gathering the fish they caught. Although he couldn't join them in the water, the occasional exchange of banter between Ren Yuanyuan and Long Yang lightened his heart. However, when Chen Taiping noticed Ren Yuanyuan drifting further from the shore, a wave of dread washed over him, and he shouted, "Miss Ren, come back quickly." Following his gaze, the others realized she had indeed strayed too far, with half her body submerged in the water, almost reaching her chest. Yet, to his shock, Ren Yuanyuan turned back, waving at him with a carefree smile, assuring him, "Don't worry." Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly saw her sink beneath the waves. Panic gripped him, and despite his injuries, he stripped off his clothes and plunged into the sea. "Long Yang!" Chen Taiping cried out. Long Yang, realizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly tossed his branch to Chen Taiping and called out to the others to hurry back to shore. "Help me! Glub, glub!" Ren Yuanyuan's hands flailed at the surface, crying out, but she was quickly dragged back under. Chen Taiping was frantic. Why did this girl seem to attract the attention of the water spirits, while others remained unscathed? Ren Yuanyuan had been ensnared multiple times. Even earlier, in the bed, these water spirits had seemed fixated on her. "Ren Yuanyuan!" Chen Taiping shouted towards her. His eyes could only catch glimpses of her hands thrashing on the water surface. Occasionally, her head would surface, but before she could utter a word, she was pulled down again. "Damn it!" Chen Taiping growled, gritting his teeth as he braved the stinging pain from the seawater against his wounds and quickened his pace. Yet the water's resistance felt like an invisible hand, hindering his every effort. As he waded deeper, he noticed Ren Yuanyuan's hands sinking beneath the surface, and he could no longer hesitate. He leapt into the water. Even as he approached the seabed, he frantically maneuvered his body, realizing that this was faster than swimming. As he opened his eyes, his blurred vision caught sight of a struggling figure, behind which loomed a horrifying, pale visage. With a powerful kick, Chen Taiping summoned all his strength to reach Ren Yuanyuan, grasping her flailing hands. He attempted to swim back, but the water spirit's grip was astonishingly strong. He could not possibly pull her free alone. Glancing at Ren Yuanyuan, her eyes shut tight with fear, he steeled himself and swam towards the water spirit. If he couldn't pull her away, he would strike first. Although he intended to use his fists, upon reaching the water spirit, he found himself employing his feet instead. It was then that he noticed the spirit's claws appeared to be broken. A flicker of hope ignited within him, but without further contemplation, he kicked the spirit's hands. Yet the force of his kick proved futile. The spirit clung to Ren Yuanyuan's calf, as if it were an iron chain. At that moment, Ren Yuanyuan's eyes began to roll back. Her lips parted in a desperate gasp for air. Determined, Chen Taiping bit into his own lip, allowing his blood to mingle with the sea. He recalled how Yang Ming had previously used this tactic to attract the spirits. Sure enough, as the blood flowed, he witnessed the water spirit loosen its grip on Ren Yuanyuan's leg and charge towards him. Just as Chen Taiping turned to divert the spirit's attention, he was startled to see a shadow appear behind him. When he recognized the figure, his body trembled. Long Yang approached, wielding a wooden blade. Before Chen Taiping could react, Long Yang pushed him away. With a swift motion, he seized the water spirit's wrist, his muscles bulging as he twisted its arm, contorting it grotesquely. What immense strength! Realizing the urgency, Chun Taiping quickly grasped Ren Yuanyuan's arm and swam towards the surface. He glanced back at Long Yang, who landed a powerful kick to the spirit's face, sending it flying 2 meters away. The force of the kick propelled Long Yang forward, catching up with Chun Taiping. Chun Taiping extended his hand, gripping Long Yang as they swam frantically towards the shore. Fortunately, the water spirit did not pursue them. When they finally reached the surface, the others quickly gathered around. Quick! Long Yang, help me out! Chun Taiping's arm throbbed with pain, rendering him unable to exert any force. Yet, with Ren Yuanyuan still partially submerged, he could not abandon her in her unconscious state. Soon, he saw Long Yang approach, lifting Ren Yuanyuan, and together they carried her onto the beach. Chun Taiping, are you all right? The exhausted trio was surrounded by concerned friends, who scanned the water for any sign of the spirit before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Chun Taiping shook his head, urgency overriding his need to tend to his lacerated wounds. He crossed his hands over Ren Yuanyuan's chest. With a gentle push, he watched as water gushed from her mouth. After several attempts, he grew anxious as Ren Yuanyuan remained unresponsive. Perform mouth-to-mouth. Just then, Long Yang's voice pierced through his thoughts. What are you hesitating for? Hurry, or she might die. Yes, mouth-to-mouth. Chun Taiping snapped back to reality and scrambled to comply. After several attempts, he finally heard Ren Yuanyuan cough. Ren Yuanyuan. A surge of joy filled him as he shook her gently. A paying few, thank goodness. Seeing her open her eyes and speak normally, he felt utterly drained and collapsed onto the ground. The pain that had been disregarded in a moment of anxiety suddenly intensified. Gritting his teeth, Chun Taiping managed to suppress his cries, then nodded toward Long Yang beside him before retreating to the back of the crowd. Collapsing onto the ground to rest. The sensations of pain, exhaustion, and dizziness overwhelmed him as the world around him spun wildly, prompting him to slowly close his eyes. The surrounding silence enveloped him, and his body felt increasingly weightless. A lifetime of fatigue seemed to dissolve in that instant. Ping! Chun Taiping, wake up! The voice nearby grew clearer, and Chun Taiping began to sense the pain once more. Yanga, just before he could open his eyes, he felt a sharp slap across his face. His foggy mind snapped to attention. You idiot! Wake up, don't sleep! Long Yang shouted angrily. Chun Taiping abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself surrounded by a group of people, with Ren Yuanyuan, who had fainted moments earlier, now grasping his hand. The voice that had called his name did not belong to the person he remembered, but was instead Long Yang. Turning his head, Chun Taiping noticed that his arm was stained crimson with blood. Damn it! Hurry up and come back with me. You've lost too much blood. Without hesitation, Long Yang hoisted Chun Taiping onto his shoulder and headed toward the camp. Chun Taiping felt heavy and utterly drained of strength. How could this be happening? He had never felt this exhausted during the shipwreck. His will seemed to have diminished. But now, as he regained consciousness, he was drenched in cold sweat. He had nearly slipped into shock. If he truly could not wake up, it would likely spell his end. Upon returning to the camp, the sight of Chun Taiping being carried back elicited astonishment among the crowd. Zhao Feng, Lao Ba, and Luo Yi hurried over. Xiao Chen, what happened? How did it come to this? Zhao Feng exclaimed, his eyes wide as he took in the sight of Chun Taiping's blood-soaked limbs, his voice hoarse. Chun Taiping hurriedly waved his hand, about to speak, when he suddenly saw Zhao Feng seize Long Yang by the collar, shouting, Long Yang, is it your fault? Zhao Feng. Ren Yuanyuan quickly intervened, shoving Zhao Feng away, exclaiming, it was me. I caused Ping to end up like this. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Long Yang not only saved me, but also saved Ping. You have no right to scold him. Zhao Feng's expression was one of disbelief. Chun Taiping's throat felt parched, and he was too weak to muster the strength to speak. Chingu, let me disinfect your wounds first. Bear with it. Luo Yi's voice reached his ears. Chun Taiping managed a faint smile, glancing at Luo Yi beside him, grateful as he nodded. Taking a deep breath, he finally found the strength to speak and turned to the clenched-fisted Zhao Feng, saying, Lao Zhao, don't be rash. It was indeed Long Yang who saved us. After speaking, he observed Zhao Feng remaining silent for a long moment before slowly unclenching his fists, murmuring, Right, I'm sorry, Long Yang. Turning to Long Yang, Chun Taiping noted the indifference on his face. Just as he was about to offer a word of comfort, he heard Long Yang flatly state, No need. The person I saved is Chun Taiping. What you think of me is inconsequential. Observing the dynamics among these individuals left Chun Taiping feeling helpless. Unable to voice his thoughts, Zhao Feng had once misjudged Long Yang, nearly causing him to leave the camp. If the issue of the lost supplies remained unresolved, their relationship would only deteriorate further. Even if they appeared to have reconciled on the surface, privately they would not truly regard each other as allies. Chun Taiping had no intention of addressing their conflict at that moment. As the thought crossed his mind, he was suddenly met with a reprimand. Stop talking. Chinga needs to rest. Luo puffed her cheeks, unable to hold back her words. The group fell silent, surprised by her scolding, yet no one felt angered. This was mainly due to the adorably flushed cheeks of Luo, who appeared irresistibly cute, making it hard for anyone to remain upset. Thank you, Miss Luo, Chen Taiping said with a gentle smile. Luo, he shot him a glare, not sparing even Chen Taiping. Chinga, look at your condition. If you keep this up, she trailed off, puffing up her cheeks and falling silent. Yet everyone understood her unspoken concern. Chen Taiping was acutely aware, having already walked back from the brink of death once. I'm sorry for worrying you. He suddenly felt the girl before him to be exceptionally endearing. When he first met her, she had been timid, lacking the courage even to speak to strangers. Now, she was scolding him alongside others, filling him with guilt. Luo nodded, resuming her careful bandaging of his wounds. After observing his hands and feet expertly wrapped, Chen Taiping glanced at the used antiseptic supplies on the ground, a wave of concern washing over him. Their stock of antiseptics had already been limited, and now one person had collapsed due to health issues. If more were to follow, they would face an uncontrollable situation. Long Yang, I think we need to head out tomorrow, Chen Taiping declared. The group turned their heads abruptly, and before Long Yang could respond, Chen Taiping noticed Luo and Rin Yuan jogging over. The two girls, in perfect sync, swiftly took away Chen Taiping's small wooden knife and belongings, simultaneously asserting, "You're not going anywhere." "Oh dear, this isn't my fault." Long Yang shrugged, teasingly glancing over. Chen Taiping could only smile wryly. However, he knew he couldn't disregard the girl's words. Even Lao Ba and Zhao Feng were fixated on him, their expressions clearly signaling, "If you dare move an inch, we will tie you up." All right, I want to go. Chen Taiping raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Though he spoke those words, his heart did not share the same sentiment. Chapter change, why do I feel like a criminal? Chen Taiping mumbled softly. Observing the bustling individuals in the camp who occasionally glanced his way, he felt a deep sense of bitterness. At that moment, Long Yang approached, and upon noticing him, Chen Taiping waved. However, before Long Yang could draw near, Rin Yuan suddenly walked over. Their meeting felt akin to two criminals converging, leaving him with a sense of suspicion. Chen Taiping couldn't help but chuckle as he watched Long Yang disdainfully walk away, leaving him to remain in place. Chen Taiping, your injuries are indeed detrimental to your mobility. A woman's voice suddenly resonated from behind him, just as he felt completely helpless. Turning to see Su Tsung had somehow approached him, he responded, "I understand," but as he spoke, Chen Taiping glanced at the busy individuals nearby, unable to suppress his words. "I'm so used to being busy that when I'm idle, it feels incredibly uncomfortable." Ever since childhood, he had enjoyed finding tasks to occupy himself. Although he hadn't applied himself in school, he never sat idly. He would always seek out extracurricular books to read, whether it be novels or more specialized literature. Chen Taiping has perused a fair share. He certainly would not permit himself to languish in idleness. As he matured, the nature of Chen Taiping's work kept him perpetually occupied, thus shaping his present habits. Just as he contemplated expressing something further, he overheard Su Tsung's voice beside him, inquiring, "Do you know what we would call someone like you in our vernacular?" Intrigued, Chen Taiping asked, "What would that be?" "A laborious soul," Su Tsung replied. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Chen Taiping's face, although he understood that Su Tsung's words were devoid of malice and grounded in truth. Being labeled in such a manner left him somewhat discontented. "Chen Taiping, you must recognize that even if you lack aspirations to be a leader, you are in fact one now. In any group, a leader is indispensable. Without one, the group becomes a mere scattering of sand." Su Tsung's gaze bore down on him, his eyes casting an unsettling glow, akin to being laid bare under the sun. Such exposure was profoundly discomforting. He continued, "The lower ranks toil with their hands, the middle ranks with their intellect, and the upper ranks with their influence. To be clear, you are undoubtedly an upper-tier individual. Yet you lack the awareness of this and fail to utilize the resources at your disposal effectively." Listening to Su Tsung's words, Chen Taiping cast a glance at their current encampment. It had been over a week since they had plunged into the sea, yet progress remained elusive. At most, they had discovered a water purification device and a few seeds. But what of food? What of safety? None of these issues had been resolved. This realization stirred a sense of guilt within Chen Taiping. He shook his head with a bitter smile, stating, "Su Tsung, I have never considered myself a good leader. From the outset, I intended to work in unity with everyone, believing that this would." Before he could finish, he observed Su Tsung nod impatiently. "Chen Taiping, your habitual mindset forms a closed loop. Any task left unfinished is perceived as your shortcoming rather than that of others. Remember, you're the leader of this team now. It is not your responsibility to do all the work. It is the responsibility of those around you. But if that is the case, Does it not render me incapable of doing anything? That seems unjust, Chen Taiping retorted, shaking his head. He was then met with Su Tsong's exasperated sigh. Do you believe this world to be fair, Chen Taiping? Taken aback by the question, Chen Taiping opened his mouth, but no words came forth. Fairness? It was evidently lacking. The world was rife with injustice. Yet, was not the perception of fairness merely a matter of one's mindset? Chen Taiping's singular desire was to survive by contributing more. He believed he could enhance their chances of survival. It was that simple. However, Su Tsong appeared to hold an opposing view. Chen Taiping discerned that Su Tsong was a natural leader. Were she to guide the group with her mindset, efficiency might surpass his own. As this thought flitted through his mind, he suddenly noticed Su Tsong regarding him with utmost seriousness. After a brief pause, she spoke. Are you contemplating whether I should lead this group? Startled, Chen Taiping felt a tremor in his heart. Could Su Tsong truly discern his thoughts? Before he could gather his thoughts, he heard her resigned murmur. That is not the case, Chen Taiping. An environment can shape a person, but it can just as easily destroy one. If you genuinely think this way, you are not far from your own downfall. Understand this. There exists no individual capable of navigating every circumstance effortlessly. If you were to equate this island to a business, I could clearly articulate our needs. But the situation is different now. What we require is not me, but you, Chen Taiping. We need someone with both courage and wisdom like you. Yet, your kindness constrains your capabilities. I can see your fervent desire to survive, along with your meticulous care for your companions. You have visited Xiong Kong multiple times, have you not? Chen Taiping nodded, not denying it. Su Tsong suddenly let out a sardonic laugh, then shifted her tone. But have you seen anyone else visit him? Aside from you, have Ren Yuan, Zhao Feng, Lao Ba, Long Yang, or even the little girl Luo Yi gone to see him? No, Chen Taiping managed to respond. Acknowledging Su Tsong's assertion, he realized that during their time at the camp, he had never witnessed anyone else showing concern for the injured Xiong Kong and Xian. Were they indifferent? Certainly not. Their concern for themselves was evident, and Chen Taiping was not blind. Perceiving his confusion, Su Tsong smiled, as if it were self-evident. They will not go, for this team revolves around you, not Xiong Kong or Xian. Do you believe your kindness and tolerance have garnered this group? No. It is because you appear formidable before them, and your decisions are resolute. Yet, it is also because of your folly that they choose to follow you. I'm no exception. Me, foolish? Chen Taiping swallowed hard, suddenly feeling an overwhelming dryness in his throat, rendering him speechless. The retorts he had prepared vanished before they could escape his lips. You may not yet perceive the cracks. But today's incident with someone suffering from anemia is merely the spark. Chen Taiping, you will soon witness this team fracture. If you do not make decisive choices and discard your naive notions, you will inevitably reap the consequences of your actions. Su Tsong's words carried a weight of certainty, as if she had foreseen the future that awaited Chen Taiping. These words echoed in Chen Taiping's mind, and when he finally snapped back to reality, he found Su Tsong had seamlessly reintegrated into the crowd, her expression remaining impassive. Chen Taiping yearned to inquire why Su Tsong had shared such insights with him. But the question died on his lips, partly due to a lack of opportunity and partly because he recalled a saying from an old friend. Everyone has their motives. Even the best of friends will harbor a certain purpose in their interactions, whether good or ill. In the absence of such motives, or should they vanish, they will inevitably drift away. It was a harsh truth, yet undeniably real. Chen Taiping began to grasp Su Tsong's intent, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the tent housing the ailing patient, silently gritting his teeth as clarity dawned upon him. As afternoon approached, the group, having toiled throughout the day, finally reached mealtime. The unpalatable canned meat was met with shared glances of resignation. However, today was marginally better. They had caught several fish, yielding a meager fish soup. Yet upon tasting it, the foul odor overwhelmed them. Some could not bear it and poured the soup onto the ground. What is this? It tastes dreadful, one exclaimed, grimacing in agony. Most shared his sentiment, their faces reflecting an indescribable suffering, just as they prepared to abandon the fish soup in favor of the canned meat. Chen Taiping suddenly appeared before them. When all eyes turned to him, he proclaimed, everyone, starting tomorrow, we will no longer provide canned meat. The crowd responded with perplexed expressions, gazing at Chen Taiping in confusion. However, Chen Taiping's expression remained unchanged as he reiterated, starting tomorrow, we will no longer provide canned meat to you. The canned meat will be temporarily sealed as reserve food. Sealed? Zhao Feng's voice came from behind. Chen Taiping turned to see Zhao Feng's puzzled expression. Xiao Chun, what's going on? Why this sudden decision? Lao Ba, Ren Yuan, Luo Yi, and Long Yang also looked at Chen Taiping. Some wore calm faces, others appeared confused, while some frowned. Chen Taiping glanced at each of them before finally fixing his gaze on Lao Ba, saying, Lao Ba, please inform us of our remaining canned meat reserves. About 14 days' worth, Lao Ba replied with difficulty. Nodding slightly, Chun Taiping addressed the crowd, stating, "This 14-day supply will serve as our team's food reserves and will be sealed for the time being, unless there are exceptional circumstances. These canned meats are not to be touched." Chun Taiping did not linger on the expressions of those exchanging glances. Instead, he turned to Zhao Feng and the others, saying, "Lao Zhao, Lao Ba, I need to reorganize the team in the next few days. Our exploration of the forest cannot fall behind. At the same time, I need to allocate a team to ensure future food supplies." "Xiao Chun, what is wrong with you?" Zhao Feng inquired, puzzled. "You seem different today." Shaking his head, Chun Taiping did not respond. Instead, he turned to Luo Yi and Rin Yuanyuan, saying, "Miss Rin, Miss Luo, our medical supplies are also running low, and many illnesses cannot be treated with our current supplies." Before he could finish, a sharp sound interrupted him. A man in the crowd stood up and shouted, "Chun Taiping, what do you mean? Clarify your intentions." People turned their attention to the man who had thrown the canned meat. His expression was displeased as he glared at Chun Taiping, saying, "If you have something to say, just say it. Do you think having an injured person will be a burden? What are you trying to accomplish? Do you want us to starve?" As anticipated, Chun Taiping narrowed his eyes. What he had predicted had come to pass. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he scanned the crowd, spotting Su Tsong, who was also watching him, his expression unchanged. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Taiping shook his head and stated, "I have already mentioned that I will send out a team to secure food. It has been proven that we can catch plenty of fish along the coast, sufficient to fill our stomachs. Thus, canned meat has become an unnecessary consumption." "Damn you, Chun Taiping," the man shouted furiously, expletives escaping his lips. The crowd's faces shifted in response. The man yelled, "You say you will ensure supplies. But who do you think you are? And you want us to eat this unpalatable food? Why don't you let us starve?" "Exactly. It would be better to starve." Suddenly, voices of agreement arose from the crowd. In the next moment, the number of dissenting voices increased, with half a dozen individuals expressing their discontent. They even smashed the cans of fish soup they held onto the ground, spilling the steaming soup everywhere. "Brothers, Chun Taiping thinks we are a burden. Now that he is injured, he fears we will take his food. Look at his face." The man shouted, inciting the thoughts of the crowd. Zhao Feng and the others also exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Was Chun Taiping truly that kind of person? The answer was evidently no. Rin Yuanyuan quickly approached. "Ah Ping, what are you trying to say? Hurry up and finish, otherwise everyone shut up." Suddenly, Chun Taiping bellowed, his voice exploding from his chest like thunder, deafening. The moment he shouted, the discontented voices fell silent, and an eerie stillness enveloped the camp. Even the sound of nearby breathing was audible. The man stared wide-eyed at Chun Taiping, filled with disdain, opening his mouth to speak. "Let me ask you, are you here to survive, or are you on vacation?" Without allowing the man to finish, Chun Taiping interrupted him. "I ask you again, how much do you truly know about this deserted island? What makes you so comfortable?" Chun Taiping's voice was not loud, yet each word resonated with gravity, akin to a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the listeners. The man's expression changed slightly, his mouth agape, hesitating to speak. Seeing this, Chun Taiping did not mock or reprimand him. Instead, he spoke calmly, almost indifferently. "Currently, our food supply is limited, and we have no idea when the rescue team will arrive. The forest is fraught with dangers, yet you speak so comfortably about not wanting to eat unpleasant food? I am curious, if the canned meat runs out and food cannot be secured, how will we survive?" But the rescue team," the man attempted to retort. Chun Taiping let out a cold laugh. "Rescue team? Think carefully. How many days has it been since we arrived on this island? Where's the rescue team? There isn't a single soul on this deserted island. Where will you find a rescue team?" As he spoke, Chun Taiping became increasingly agitated, his tone growing more volatile. "What makes you think this is a given? Do you not understand? Without food to eat and water to drink, we will die. We will become corpses." The crowd fell silent. Chun Taiping's chest heaved as his loud cries drained his strength. The wounds on his body ached from the tension in his muscles. Yet, Chun Taiping was acutely aware that if he did not act this way now, what awaited them would be a fate more horrific than death. A fractured team, mutual hatred, and even murder. "You, why do you have to say that? What qualifications do you possess?" The man still seemed unconvinced, gritting his teeth defiantly. Someone grasped his arm, concern etched on their face. They were all dependent on Chun Taiping for survival. What if they angered him at this moment? Yet the man did not care. He retorted, "So what if I speak back? Go ahead and kick me out of this team." When a person's spirit reaches a certain threshold, they become heedless of the consequences. This man was in such a state. Chun Taiping observed everything, even noticing Luo Yi's gaze upon him, as if she were looking at a stranger, which stirred discomfort within him. However, Chun Taiping neither shouted nor mocked. He simply spoke calmly, even indifferently. 3 years ago, the Donghui cargo ship vanished without trace. 3 months after its disappearance, The wreckage of the Donghui was discovered 300 nautical miles from the mainland, and sailors found a deserted island not far away. Later, a helmsman from the Donghui was found alive, and after 3 months of trials, he finally returned home. What are you talking about? The man trembled internally. At this moment, Qin Taiping appeared somewhat ominous. Qin Taiping did not answer, but continued to speak to himself. There were 24 people on the Donghui: Captain Zhang Dong, First Officer Xiao Yang, Chief Engineer Xiao Chong. Is he reciting the death list? Someone noted the names Qin Taiping mentioned. The crowd shuddered involuntarily. How could Qin Taiping know this so clearly? Did it mean Zhao Feng and the others felt an unsettling foreboding rising from deep within them? As members of the sea, how could they possibly be unaware of this incident? The Donghui ocean freighter is renowned as a monarch of the seas, having weathered countless storms. Yet, each time, they returned unscathed, marking every journey with a miraculous reunion. However, that fateful disappearance cast a cruel shadow over this extraordinary crew. No one could establish contact with the Donghui ocean freighter, and no one knew their whereabouts. They vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated from the mortal realm. In the ensuing 3 months, the search parties scoured the waters, ultimately locating only one of the 24 crew members. As this realization settled in, Qin Taiping's tone plummeted to a somber low. His hoarse voice echoed throughout the camp. The sole survivor of the Donghui Ocean, the second mate, Qin Taiping. Chapter: Amulet. How could one survive alone on a deserted island for 3 months? No one could fathom the answer. Yet Qin Taiping's unwavering will and determination compelled all to believe he was indeed the last survivor. The voice of Zhao Feng reached his ears. Before Qin Taiping could turn, he felt a pair of hands clasp his shoulder. Moments later, Zhao Feng declared, "Let's follow what Xiao Qian suggests. Who among us possesses survival skills that can rival Xiao Qian's?" The camp fell into a profound silence, and the man who had been shouting at Qin Taiping gradually settled onto the ground. "Xiao Qian, you are the second mate of Donghui?" Upon hearing the voice, Qin Taiping turned to see Lao Ba gazing at him in astonishment. A bitter smile crept onto his lips as he nodded slightly. "Yes, I'm the second mate, but I was merely responsible for steering the ship." "Wow, you are impressive. No wonder that scoundrel Yang Ming failed to notice the deviation. You spotted it ahead of time," Lao Ba exclaimed, thumping Qin Taiping on the chest. Qin Taiping quickly covered his chest, shaking his head with a sense of guilt. "I still noticed too late. Had I detected it earlier, our ship would not have sunk, and we would not have found ourselves on this island." "That is not your fault," Rin Yuan chimed in, hands on her hips, her striking red waves of hair drawing attention. "If it weren't for that scoundrel Yang Ming, would we have ended up in this wretched place?" "Enough. Enough, the dead are gone. Discussing a deceased person brings misfortune," Long Yang jested. Observing the light-hearted expressions on their faces, Qin Taiping felt a warmth in his heart. He understood that this decision weighed heavily on everyone. It signified that each person would face the peril of being taken by water ghosts, much like Rin Yuan had experienced that day. However, Qin Taiping was acutely aware that this was unavoidable. Too many unknowns loomed over this desolate island. If they did not make a decisive choice now, the danger would only multiply once their food supplies dwindled. "Qin Taiping, let's organize into teams. Since we have made this decision, we might as well divide ourselves accordingly, as no one desires to perish." Su Tsong suddenly stood up. Upon hearing this, Qin Taiping regarded Su Tsong with a deep gaze, nodding as he began to form the groups. Counting the numbers, Qin Taiping noted that there were 18 individuals, including himself. Originally, there should have been 20, but Lin Yu and Su Yi had not accompanied them, leaving them short by 2. Adding in the injured Xiong Kong and the caretaker Guo Exen, only 16 remained. Qin Taiping divided them into 4 groups. "Lao Zhao, the fishing group is entrusted to you," Qin Taiping said, turning to Zhao Feng. "This group has a considerable number of members. Ensure that not too many descend for fishing, leaving a few onshore to watch for safety. Anyone encountering trouble should immediately provide assistance. And remember to share your methods for dealing with water ghosts with everyone." Zhao Feng nodded, readily agreeing. Qin Taiping then looked toward Rin Yuan, saying, "Miss Ren, you have previously undergone training and explored the forest with us. Therefore, I assign you to one of the forest exploration teams, alongside Miss Luo. Please remain vigilant for your safety. Remember, at any moment, life is paramount. Even if you find food or herbs, if safety cannot be assured, discard them without hesitation." Rin Yuan nodded earnestly. "Rest assured." Next, Lao Ba. Qin Taiping continued, glancing at Lao Ba, who was attentively watching him. "The task of collecting water is the most perilous. However, we now possess some extra vines. See if you can find other materials for water collection. I entrust the freshwater gathering group to you. Xiao Qian, you can rest easy." Lao Ba thumped his chest confidently. "Leave this to me. I guarantee no mishaps will occur. I have faced water ghosts before, huh?" "Ah, that person is untrustworthy," the others silently scoffed. Qin Taiping inclined his head slightly, fully trusting Lao Ba's words. although Lao Ba had been terrified by the water ghosts in the ocean. His understanding of their behaviors and prior encounters made him the most suitable leader for the water-gathering task among the group. Moreover, the freshwater gathering team would frequently remain in the camp, allowing Lao Ba ample time to repair the radio. Finally, two individuals remained unassigned, Long Yang and the man who had previously been shouting at Chen Taiping, Chung Feng. The final group, Chen Taiping mused for a moment before continuing, is critical for exploring the forest. We are still unclear about what resources lie within. Hence, apart from Miss Ren's team, I will personally lead the remaining two individuals with me. No. Before Chen Taiping could finish, Ren Yuanyuan shouted. Following suit, Luo Yi raised her hand, saying, Chun, brother Chun, your condition cannot handle further excursions. You are putting yourself at risk. Indeed, Xiao Chun, your injuries are severe, Lao Ba remarked, his brow furrowing. Do not forget about the creatures documented in that diary. They are all from the forest. Do you wish to perish? Recalling the diary, Chen Taiping remembered the route taken by the man from the Showa era. If he could find the path he initially traversed, perhaps they could locate food. Rest assured, I am aware. Chen Taiping expressed gratefully to the others. However, it is not just I who am injured. If we lose even one person's strength at this juncture, it would hinder our team. But Ren Yuanyuan hesitated, wanting to argue but ultimately falling silent. Chen Taiping shook his head, interrupting her. Miss Ren, I am aware of my current physical condition. Trust me, I will not overexert myself. Besides, Long Yang and Chung Feng will be by my side to assist. Upon hearing this, Chen Taiping turned to Long Yang and Chung Feng, noticing Long Yang's resigned smile, followed by Chung Feng's guilty gaze cast downward. Ren Yuanyuan found herself at a loss for words to counter Chen Taiping. She could only lower her head and remain silent. Seeing that Ren Yuanyuan no longer opposed him, Chen Taiping felt a pang of guilt for the concern shown by the others, but circumstances necessitated that he could not relax. After assigning their respective tasks, everyone returned to their tents, each lost in their thoughts. The following morning, the group set out according to the assignments Chen Taiping had previously outlined, each leader guiding their respective teams. Ultimately, Chen Taiping led a small team of 3, including himself, toward the location where they had discovered the diary. Before departing, Chen Taiping noticed Ren Yuanyuan placing a small, pink object resembling a delicate pouch into his hands. This is a talisman left to me by my mother. You must keep it safe, Ren Yuanyuan said. As Chen Taiping opened his palm to examine the tiny amulet, he instinctively began to shake his head, only to see Ren Yuanyuan's fingers clasp around his, forming a tight fist. There's no need to return it to me. Our paths won't diverge too far. I understand your destination. It is wiser for you to keep it, as the route you take is fraught with greater peril. With that, she turned and walked back to her group without waiting for Chen Taiping's response. As he watched her retreating figure, a profound sense of guilt washed over him. After all they had endured together, Chen Taiping and his companions had become irreplaceable friends. He recalled how Ren Yuanyuan had once secretly brought him meals, and now he felt he was abandoning her. Let us hasten our departure. Survival is of utmost importance, Long Yang said gravely as he approached. If we do not act swiftly, we may soon be the ones facing death. Chen Taiping nodded slightly, fastening the small talisman around his neck and tucking it beneath his clothing before following Long Yang and the others. This time, the trio quickened their pace. Although Chung Feng struggled with fatigue along the way, he gritted his teeth and kept up with Chen Taiping and Long Yang. Within half a day's time, they discovered the remnants of the fire they had left behind. Upon seeing the broken tree, Chen Taiping glanced at Long Yang, and after their eyes met, he began to slow his steps. It was in this vicinity that they had encountered that enormous shadow last time. Who knows if they would face it again? Fortunately, they reached the vicinity of the massive rock without any incident. Relieved, they hurried toward the crash site. However, upon arriving near the rock, Chen Taiping was taken aback. Where's the airplane? The aircraft appeared to have vanished in a thin air. No, it had indeed disappeared without a trace. Chen Taiping rubbed his eyes in disbelief, but the emptiness before him remained unchanged. He turned to Long Yang. Where's the airplane? Can you see it? Then he looked at Chung Feng, who shook his head. Are you sure there was an airplane here before? Chen Taiping nodded, glancing back at Long Yang, whose face was filled with astonishment. He realized that neither his eyesight nor his memory was at fault. Do you think the airplane could have flown away on its own? Long Yang suddenly asked, sounding somewhat whimsical. Chen Taiping shook his head, but then paused, a wave of doubt washing over him. In this inexplicable forest, the notion of an airplane disappearing seemed almost plausible. With water ghosts, green-haired monsters, and everything documented in that diary, the disappearance of the plane became less difficult to accept. Taking a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions, he said in a low voice, "Let us search the area for any signs." The two nodded, their expressions varied. The trio separated, and Chen Taiping proceeded in one direction. However, after half an hour of searching, he found no visible traces. It was as if the airplane had truly evaporated into the air, leaving no evidence behind. After considering the time, Chun Taiping decided not to continue searching. Upon returning to the campsite, it was evident that Long Yang and Chung Feng would soon return. "What did you find?" Chun Taiping inquired as he looked at them. Chung Feng approached and shook his head. Long Yang's expression was somewhat dazed. After a moment, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "How can this be? It has disappeared into thin air?" Clearly, Long Yang had found no traces either, just like Chun Taiping. The airplane had indeed vanished. A thought flashed through Chun Taiping's mind as he patted Long Yang's shoulder and said, "Forget about it for now. There's still signs of the airplane on the ground. Let us determine our next course of action. We do not have time to dwell on this." Seeing Long Yang and Chung Feng nod in agreement, Chun Taiping took out the diary and, following the clues left by Luo Yi, confirmed their direction before leading them deeper into the forest. According to the route documented in the diary, they still had a considerable distance to cover. As he spoke, Chun Taiping cleared away the underbrush beneath his feet. Although time was limited, they now possessed several tools, and their experience in navigating the forest had improved significantly. Thus, they could move much faster than that showman. "Chun Taiping, be mindful of your wounds. Let me lead the way." Long Yang's voice reached his ears. Chun Taiping glanced at the injuries on his hands and feet and nodded. It was essential for him to conserve energy should they encounter any dangers. He would not want to be a burden. Furthermore, he understood that Long Yang was certainly more adept at clearing the path than he was. It was unclear how long they had been walking, but Chun Taiping could distinctly feel that the pathway beneath their feet was narrowing and the trees seemed to grow denser, resembling a tangled thicket. Marking their route required careful measurement before they could proceed. "By the way, how did that show a man find his way back?" Long Yang suddenly asked. Upon hearing his voice, Chun Taiping's thoughts sharpened, and countless questions flooded his mind. He quickly pulled out the diary, flipping through the pages for translations, and frowned. Indeed, it did not mention how he had returned after venturing out. The more he read, the more he sensed something amiss. However, he reasoned that decades had passed. Even if the Zhao man had left a mark, it would likely have been obscured by the ever-growing trees. "Hey, what is that?" Before he could ponder further, Chun Taiping suddenly heard Chung Feng's voice. He turned to look and felt as if the heavens were playing a trick on him. He saw a symbol resembling writing etched into the bark of a tree. "What is this?" he asked, astonished. The symbol appeared to be carved into the surface. Long Yang approached to examine it as well. As Chun Taiping gazed at the emblem, it felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow. "How can this be?" "Chun Taiping, do you recognize this symbol?" Long Yang inquired. Chun Taiping opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. He stepped closer to the tree, a surge of terror rising within him. What was happening in this forest? "Chun Taiping, what are you thinking?" Long Yang seemed to sense something was amiss as he grasped Chun Taiping's shoulder. Chung Feng swallowed hard. Could this be a symbol of some cult? After a prolonged moment, Chun Taiping finally managed to catch his breath. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Long Yang, weren't you asking me how that show man made his way back?" "Yes." Long Yang nodded. Taking a deep breath, Chun Taiping pointed at the symbol on the tree and said, "This is the mark of his return." "This?" As Chun Taiping's words fell, Long Yang and Chung Feng turned to look at the symbol. Following closely behind, Chun Taiping heard Long Yang suddenly exclaim, pointing at the sign on the tree, "Indeed, this resembles the text in that diary. Is this Japanese?" Chun Taiping nodded, a male figure flashing through his mind. "I had studied Japanese for a brief period, and I still recall such fundamental vocabulary. This phrase translates to over here." After speaking, Chun Taiping rubbed his temples, feeling a dull ache in his head. How could something from decades ago appear so fresh? Long Yang initially did not comprehend the situation, but upon seeing Chun Taiping's expression, he suddenly understood. Chun Taiping then muttered to himself, "Long Yang, it seems this place has remained unchanged for decades." At that moment, even Chun Taiping felt a pang in his heart. His muscles tensed, and his scalp tingled. After regaining his composure, he noticed Chung Feng sitting on the ground. Reaching out, he grasped Chung Feng's arm and pulled him up before addressing Long Yang. "Let us follow this sign. At least we haven't strayed off course." Reinvigorated, Chun Taiping ventured into the forest along the delicate Japanese kana. However, to his surprise, the trail abruptly ceased. Seeing Long Yang glance over, Chun Taiping's expression turned bitter. "Look around. I am as perplexed as you are. This diary does not record anything about it." Yet, despite their extensive search, they could not find the marker, which seemed to have vanished entirely. "Forget it. Let's continue forward and see what lies ahead," Chun Taiping decided, dismissing the thought of searching further. Just as he lifted his foot, the earth trembled violently. The surrounding trees began to sway, and the underbrush rustled chaotically. Chun Taiping turned sharply to Long Yang, his heart racing in alarm. "Get down." Even as he spoke, he yanked Chung Feng, who looked bewildered, down to the ground. Immediately, a massive shadow swept overhead with a deafening rush. The force of the wind was akin to a typhoon, nearly sweeping them off their feet. This time, it was much closer. Chen Taiping clenched his teeth, his heart racing uncontrollably, glancing at Cheng Feng, who was already pale with fear. They had no idea how long they remained on the ground until they confirmed the enormous shadow had vanished. What was that? What was it? Chen Taiping began to inquire, but was abruptly interrupted by Cheng Feng's panicked shout, his voice laden with despair. Meeting Long Yang's gaze, Chen Taiping could empathize with Cheng Feng's current state. He and Long Yang had felt similar terror and panic upon encountering that shadow. Grasping Cheng Feng's shoulder, Chen Taiping growled, "Calm down, Cheng Feng. This is the truth of this island. Remain composed." "Calm? How can I be calm?" Cheng Feng's face flushed, his eyes wide with terror, as a frenzied light flickered within them. At that moment, a resounding slap echoed, drawing Chen Taiping's attention to Long Yang's grim expression. "Shut up." After receiving the slap from Long Yang, Cheng Feng finally settled down. Chen Taiping observed the silent Cheng Feng and rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He did not regret bringing Cheng Feng along, as these experiences were essential and would eventually become their reality. However, this approach was not sustainable. Thus, Chen Taiping produced some food, distributing it to Long Yang and Cheng Feng, saying, "Let us eat something first." Long Yang accepted it with an indifferent demeanor, but Cheng Feng remained motionless. Glancing at Cheng Feng, who was crouched on the ground, Chen Taiping hesitated before approaching, patting Cheng Feng's shoulder. "You must eat something. We can't afford to starve, can we?" Afterward, seeing Cheng Feng finally reach for the food, Chen Taiping breathed a quiet sigh of relief. After finishing their meal, Chen Taiping regained some strength and stood up, preparing to lead them onward when he suddenly heard Cheng Feng speak. "Chen Taiping, aren't you afraid?" "Afraid? Only cowards fear such things," Long Yang scoffed, curling his lip. Chen Taiping smiled wryly. This soldier was indeed tough. He turned to Cheng Feng, nodding of course. "I'm afraid. Then why do you seem so composed? Was there also a monster on the deserted island you were on?" Cheng Feng asked incredulously. Chen Taiping paused, shaking his head. "No, my deserted island was just an ordinary one with no supernatural elements, and I am not composed." As he spoke, Chen Taiping slowly sat on the ground, the coldness beneath him jolting his mind awake. Pressing his lips together, he continued, "Cheng Feng, both Long Yang and I are afraid. When we came here searching for clues, we encountered that creature. We are acutely aware of how insignificant we are in the face of such things. But the crux of the matter is, we do not wish to die." "Not wish to die?" Cheng Feng stared at Chen Taiping, his mouth opening and closing as if he struggled to find words. Nodding in affirmation, Chen Taiping reiterated, "Yes, we simply do not wish to die." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Long Yang interjected, "Cowards will only ever worry about their own demise. They will never understand that rather than fret over such futile concerns, it is far better to contemplate how to survive, instead of living in constant fear, dying with a sense of grievance." With that, Long Yang struck a nearby tree trunk with his fist, yet the tree remained unyielding. "I only want to survive. Both Chen Taiping and I share this sentiment. As long as we survive, that is sufficient. Even if I die with grievances, I want to do so after struggling. At least then, I will understand where my shortcomings lie, rather than simply cowering in fear." Chen Taiping nodded slightly, fully endorsing Long Yang's words. Rather than being consumed by fear, it is better to ascertain how one might meet their end, at least to struggle before succumbing. Everyone fears death. Chen Taiping fears it deeply. After all, why else would he be so terrified upon seeing the water ghost? If one were not afraid of death, what merit would the water ghost hold? Observing Cheng Feng gradually clench his jaw, his cheeks puffing out, Chen Taiping approached and extended his hand, smiling. "Let us treat this as an adventure. We still have hope for survival. Everything remains uncertain. No one can declare our fate is sealed." Cheng Feng hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and reaching out to grasp Chen Taiping's hand. Witnessing this, Chen Taiping felt a surge of joy. Nothing was more compelling than standing together in this moment. Reinvigorated, Chen Taiping meticulously made his mark, and the three ventured deeper into the forest. The first day concluded as the sky darkened gradually. The following morning, Chen Taiping awoke with an unsettling feeling. While they had slept, they had initially cut down some grass to use as blankets. However, when Chen Taiping arose, he discovered the grass was gone, and a chill enveloped him. "Brr," he shivered, shaking Long Yang and Cheng Feng beside him, who quickly roused from their slumber. Both were trembling, their bodies shaking from the cold. "What on earth? Why is it so cold?" Cheng Feng wrapped his arms around himself, his teeth chattering as he glanced at the nearby fire, hurriedly rekindling it. Chen Taiping turned his head to Long Yang and said, "When I awoke, the weeds had already vanished." Noticing Long Yang scanning the surroundings, Chen Taiping understood that he must have discovered some clue. However, Chen Taiping had already surveyed the area earlier. There were no traces of the weeds they had previously cut down, only those growing from the ground. As for the areas they had cleared, there had been no changes. The flames rose, and only then did Chun Taiping feel significantly warmer, extending his hand above the fire for warmth. If I recall correctly, when we arrived here, it was still the scorching summer, right? Chun Feng, curled up, inquired. Upon hearing this, Chun Taiping nodded, acknowledging that it had indeed been summer. Though the sudden drop in temperature was perplexing. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he would hardly have believed it. Aside from deserts, where day and night temperatures vary greatly, where else could it be this frigid? Moreover, this situation was not sustainable. Chun Taiping glanced at the two individuals warming themselves and furrowed his brow. Their clothing offered little defense against the penetrating cold, and there was no telling how long this weather would persist. If they encountered any physical issues due to the cold at this juncture, it would lead to numerous complications. The primary concern at this stage was that this chill had become their greatest hindrance in continuing to explore the forest. What should we do next? Chun Feng asked. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Taiping surveyed the seemingly endless forest and replied, "Let's wait a while to see if the temperature rises. If not, we will have to devise a way to return." After speaking, Chun Taiping noticed Long Yang rummaging through his pack and then stating, "We only have 4 days' worth of food left. Time is running short." Chun Taiping acknowledged, beginning to ponder their next course of action. If their direction was correct, they should discover something within 2 days of travel. Yet, this was a data point no one could confirm. Previously, they could ration their food to extend their time, but given the current temperature, the most rational course of action would be to return to camp rather than continue exploring. "No, that's not acceptable. We've come this far. I still wish to press onward," Long Yang protested. Chun Feng's expression changed slightly. "Are you mad? Continuing like this could lead to freezing to death. This isn't about cowardice. Our clothing provides no warmth, and our bodies cannot withstand it. Just look at Chun Taiping's injury." Hearing Chun Feng's words, Chun Taiping instinctively glanced down at his wound. With such an injury, it would indeed be challenging to continue in the cold. "I'm not too concerned," Chun Taiping shook his head. "The main issue is that even if we proceed, our speed will be sluggish, and encountering anything in this weather puts us at a disadvantage. So you won't give up too?" Long Yang retorted. Chun Feng's face brightened. Observing the expressions on their faces, Chun Taiping couldn't help but smile wryly before shaking his head. "Certainly not. Progress is imperative. However, we need a strategy. Moreover, Long Yang, I have a feeling that the creature that took the weeds from us last night might be some kind of animal." "An animal?" Chun Feng's eyes lit up. "Could it be a rabbit?" Meeting Long Yang's gaze, Chun Taiping nodded, stating it's uncertain, but regardless of whether it's a rabbit or not, the presence of animals guarantees us a food source. Therefore, we must first establish a timeline. Blindly searching could lead to dire consequences. "All right, you have a point," Long Yang conceded, nodding. "I'll look around for any animal tracks." With a plan for food reserves in mind, Chun Taiping calculated the time. They had spent a day reaching this point and had approximately 4 days' worth of provisions left. Advancing further would leave them with at most a day and a half or 2 days, should the cold persist. However, if the chill subsided, they would have additional time. Contemplating this, Chun Taiping glanced at Long Yang, who was crouched in the grass, searching for traces, when suddenly he caught sight of Chun Feng, who was staring behind him with a face full of terror, trembling all over. "There's a ghost!" Chun Feng shouted. A jolt ran through Chun Taiping, and his mind flashed with countless faces of water ghosts, even conjuring unspeakable entities of his imagination. Yet, none of that mattered now. Upon hearing Chun Feng's exclamation, he grasped Chun Feng's arm and shouted, "Long Yang!" Then, he dashed in Long Yang's direction. As he reached Long Yang, he saw him brandishing a wooden knife, turning back. Initially believing Long Yang was preparing for battle, Chun Taiping suddenly noticed Long Yang shuddering, his face etched with fear. A statue. Following the sound, Chun Taiping turned to glimpse the shadow, and in that instant, he was struck with dread. A stone statue, carved with a grotesque smile, was approaching them step by step. Its round, bald head revealed not just a singular face. My goodness! Chun Feng's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Chun Taiping seized his arm once more, bellowing, "Get up, run!" Perhaps the urgency of his shout brought Chun Feng back to his senses, for immediately after, he scrambled to his feet and fled into the depths of the forest. "Hurry!" Chun Taiping shouted at Long Yang. A wooden knife against stone, any sane person knew they stood no chance. The sound of rustling filled his ears as Chun Taiping sprinted forward. His mind a blank slate. He could no longer discern whether the sounds were from Chun Feng and Long Yang beside him or the stone statue behind. Yet, the overwhelming fear and that eerie, grinning visage imprinted in his mind urged him to continue fleeing. Through countless trees and weeds, Chun Taiping lost track of time until he heard a terrified cry from Chun Feng, who had fallen. Turning back, he was astonished to find that the stone statue was no longer in sight. Longyang, we can stop running. Chen Taiping gasped, calling out. Longyang responded quickly. Upon hearing his voice, he turned back and gradually halted. Chen Taiping hurried over, regarding Cheng Feng, who was curled up on the ground, trembling and clutching his head. Cheng Feng. Ah, don't eat me. Please, let me go, I'm not tasty. With that, the previously tense atmosphere shattered, and Chen Taiping couldn't help but chuckle. Cheng Feng, it's me, Chen Taiping. He called out again. Eventually, Cheng Feng slowly regained his composure, raising his tear-stained face. Chen Taiping, it's really you. My goodness, I thought I was going to be eaten. You scare me to death. The feeling of surviving a calamity was peculiar. Chen Taiping exhaled a sigh of relief, asking, what exactly was that statue? The visage of the smiling statue from the diary of the Showa man flickered through his mind, filling Chen Taiping with both fear and the realization that they seemed to have entered some kind of realm. At least, they were headed in the right direction. I have no idea. That face was too strange, Longyang replied, taking deep breaths. Even he, a former soldier, felt utterly exhausted. Chen Taiping sat down heavily on the ground, his gaze fixed intently on the direction from which he had just come. Noticing that the gargoyle had not pursued him further, he finally felt a sense of relief. However, before Chen Taiping could utter a word, he felt a pair of hands grasping at his pant leg. Chen Taiping, you all should return, I beg you. This place is too terrifying. I can't bear it any longer, Cheng Feng cried out in desperation. Chen Taiping pressed his lips together. He had also been quite frightened, and at that moment, it was difficult for him to provide comfort to others. If one were to judge purely by the level of horror, the water ghost was undoubtedly more terrifying than the gargoyle. Yet, in terms of peculiarity, the gargoyle had undeniably added a profound layer to Chen Taiping's worldview. Have you ever seen a stone sculpture that can laugh and even walk? Even though he was already aware of these entities from his diary, witnessing them firsthand made it challenging for Chen Taiping to calm his emotions. The mere thought that they could be ambushed by such a creature while sleeping at night sent shivers down his spine. We should head back, Longyang suddenly suggested. Before Chen Taiping could respond, Cheng Feng shouted, Longyang, are you out of your mind? Did you not see that ghastly creature? You still dare to go back? Longyang ignored Cheng Feng and turned his gaze directly toward Chen Taiping. Chen Taiping glanced at Longyang, then at Cheng Feng, and instantly understood. Our backpacks are still near that fire pit, and our food is inside, Chen Taiping remarked. How could this happen? Seeing the look of dread on Cheng Feng's face, Chen Taiping could empathize with his fear. He then turned to Longyang and proposed, how about we go back, just the two of us? Cheng Feng is too frightened to run. I'm indifferent, Longyang shrugged, showing little concern. Gently tapping Cheng Feng's arm, Chen Taiping said, Cheng Feng, you wait here for us. We'll retrieve our belongings and return shortly. No, that is not possible. Cheng Feng's head shook vigorously. Absolutely not. What if that gargoyle comes after us? Hey, why are you being so unreasonable? Before Longyang could lose his temper, Chen Taiping intervened, gesturing for him to hold his tongue, then looked at Cheng Feng and said, then you must come with us. Chen Taiping did not rush him, but rather watched quietly for Cheng Feng to make a decision. After a long pause, Cheng Feng finally nodded slowly, agreeing to Chen Taiping's suggestion. Longyang, observing this, curled his lip and remarked, I didn't see you so cowardly when you were arguing with Chen Taiping earlier. With a bitter smile, Chen Taiping signaled to Longyang to refrain from continuing, and then he led Cheng Feng back along the path they had come. In their earlier fright, they had almost completely forgotten about the cold. Reflecting on it now, Chen Taiping recalled the diary in which the man from Showa expressed feeling cold. Perhaps it was not merely due to his declining health, but rather a consequence of the weather. This thought caused Chen Taiping to furrow his brow. Could it be that the weather on this island was indeed different? However, when Chen Taiping and the others slowly returned to the fire pit, they found not only that they had not encountered the gargoyle along the way, but also that the chilling weather had surprisingly warmed. This is truly unbelievable, Longyang exclaimed, baring his teeth in a low growl. Chen Taiping glanced around, ensuring there was no sign of the gargoyle, before slowly picking up the backpack from the ground. So, shall we continue? He asked, turning to Longyang and then to Cheng Feng. We must move forward, otherwise, our venture outside will hold no meaning. Alrig, Longyang nodded. But Cheng Feng clung desperately to Chen Taiping's arm, exclaiming, no, continuing onward will lead to death. I refuse to go. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Taiping sighed and retrieved some food from the backpack, handing it to Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng stood frozen in place, bewildered. What does this mean? Cheng Feng, take this food and head back first. The campsite is only a day's journey away, and the weather has warmed. If you leave now, you can return before dark. After speaking, Chen Taiping hoisted the backpack again, exchanged a glance with Longyang, and prepared to depart. However, before Chen Taiping could take a step, he felt someone tugging at his pant leg. Chen Taiping, are you abandoning me? Cheng Feng's face was one of disbelief. The courage he had mustered was utterly shattered in the face of terror and his expression twisted in anguish. Opening his mouth to explain, Chen Taiping was interrupted by Long Yang's shout, "Yes, we are abandoning you. What of it? You're afraid of this and that. How long do you expect us to wait to comfort you? Do we have that much time to squander?" Cheng Feng trembled at Long Yang's words, slowly closing his mouth. With a resigned sigh, Chen Taiping reached out to clarify, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his palm as it was pushed away. Cheng Feng glared at him with resentment, clutching the food he was given and stepping back. "Chen Taiping, you have truly disappointed me. You are actually abandoning me." "That is not the case, Cheng Feng. Please calm down," Chen Taiping urged urgently. Yet Cheng Feng shouted back, "I don't believe you, you bastard. I will return and tell everyone. You heartless monster, you beast." Cheng Feng. Chen Taiping attempted to say more, but Cheng Feng had already turned and sprinted towards the campsite. "Let him go," came Long Yang's voice from behind. Looking back, Chen Taiping saw the coldness etched on Long Yang's face. "His actions will only hinder us. If you wish to die, you can return to him," Long Yang stated bluntly. Chen Taiping sighed softly. Long Yang's words were consistently devoid of compassion, lacking regard for the situation. Yet, there was truth in his assertion. If Cheng Feng continued in this manner, their journey ahead would only be impeded. At that point, they would not only fail to find food, but also risk their very lives. With this thought in mind, Chen Taiping nodded. "Let us proceed. We will scout ahead. Cheng Feng knows the way back, so he should manage just fine." "Chen Taiping, you are still too kind. This is a battlefield now," Long Yang replied solemnly. I understand. Let us go, my brother Long," Chen Taiping said with a sheepish grin, putting an arm around Long Yang's shoulder. After parting ways with Cheng Feng, their movements became significantly swifter. They quickly traversed a vast expanse of forest. Gradually, the flat ground began to incline steeply, as if they were climbing a mountain, presenting a daunting challenge. Before them lay a moderately steep slope, devoid of any discernible path, compelling them to ascend. Chen Taiping surveyed his surroundings and, noticing some vines to the right, promptly called for Long Yang to join him. However, upon reaching the vines, both found themselves momentarily stymied. The vines were adorned with thorns, rendering them unusable. Chen Taiping pulled at one vine, only to feel a sharp sting as it broke the skin on his finger. He had not been cautious enough and realized the danger only after the pain registered. Long Yang, after a brief examination, drew out a wooden knife and methodically removed the thorns from the nearby vines. Once he confirmed their security, he bound one around his waist. Chen Taiping instantly grasped Long Yang's intent and followed suit, severing the thorns and securing the vine around himself before beginning their ascent. With each increment they climbed, they diligently cleared the thorns from their path. Although the process was tedious and slow, it was their sole means of advancing, as the adjacent rock face was entirely smooth or covered in moss, offering no foothold. After a strenuous climb, Chen Taiping was drenched in sweat, and Long Yang was equally fatigued. After resting on the grass for a while, Chen Taiping finally had the leisure to observe his surroundings. Unlike the previous forest, this rocky expanse, while equally vast, was marked by a significant reduction in the density of large trees, and the height of the underbrush was notably lower. Looking out, it resembled an ordinary woodland. "Which way should we go?" Long Yang exhaled a deep breath and scanned the area. In response, Chen Taiping shook his head, unsure of their direction. Yet, if he had to choose, he resolved to proceed straight ahead, believing that without alternatives, it was the best course of action. "Let us move forward and see what awaits us," Chen Taiping urged, as he grasped Long Yang's hand to help him up from the grass. A peculiar scent wafted into Chen Taiping's nostrils. "Long Yang, do you detect that?" he asked, scrunching his nose at the odd aroma. Upon noticing the look of confusion on Long Yang's face, he added, "Indeed, it is not particularly strong, but it seems to emanate from nearby." As they inhaled deeper, Chen Taiping suddenly sensed something amiss and, almost simultaneously with Long Yang, glanced at the area around their waists. The vines had left faint green marks on their clothing. Lifting his garment to his nose, Chen Taiping confirmed that the strange odor was emanating from this liquid. How could these vines possess such a pungent scent? Long Yang cursed, pinching his nose. Chen Taiping, though frowning, nodded in agreement, yet remained unconcerned. Many plants exude liquids, and since they had just cut the thorns with a wooden knife, it was likely the scent arose from those areas. "Let us proceed. We already bear enough odor as it is," Chen Taiping suggested. Upon entering the forest, Chen Taiping experienced a stark contrast between this woodland and the one below. The ground, while equally firm, was characterized by a different caliber of tree thickness and density. Most importantly, their line of sight had significantly expanded, allowing for better observation of distant phenomena. "What is that?" Long Yang's voice suddenly pierced through the stillness. Chen Taiping turned swiftly to see Long Yang clutching a plant adorned with small red heads that resembled berries. Approaching closer, Chen Taiping detected a faint, sweet fragrance laced with earthy undertones. Wait, I feel like I have encountered this before. An inkling of recognition sparked in his mind. Could it be something you saw on the deserted island? Longyang inquired. Chen Taiping was unsure, yet he was certain he had seen this before. Memories flashed before him like a lantern's glow, eventually settling in a particular grove. This plant seems to be called Du, a type of detoxifying herb, Chen Taiping exclaimed, unable to suppress his excitement. Is this truly a medicinal herb? Longyang's face lit up, brimming with anticipation. How do we harvest it, Chen Taiping? Do you remember? No need to ponder. We shall uproot it directly, Chen Taiping replied, stifling his elation. He vaguely recalled the ship's doctor mentioning that this herb could treat snake bites and halt bleeding and swelling. Moreover, its application seemed relatively straightforward, not requiring additional ingredients under special circumstances. As he contemplated this, Chen Taiping heard Longyang exclaim as he yanked the Du from the ground. Chen Taiping's heart soared at the sight of their bounty. Indeed, their journey had not been in vain. After a flurry of activity, Chen Taiping and Longyang filled 2 large bags with Du, feeling thoroughly satisfied and abandoning their plans for further harvesting. The presence of this herb suggested the possibility of other useful medicinal plants within the forest. With their backpacks secured, Chen Taiping quickened his pace, feeling an exhilarating sense of impending discovery. However, before he could revel in his anticipation, a rustling sound emerged from behind them. Longyang, having also heard it, swiftly turned around. To their astonishment, the woods behind them appeared empty, devoid of any presence other than their own. In the enveloping silence, Chen Taiping could even hear the rapid rhythm of his heartbeat. Suddenly, a chilling sensation gripped him as he peered back, only to find Longyang's expression frozen in terror at the sight of a decaying face with blood-red eyes glaring at them from the shadows. In that instant, Chen Taiping felt his hair stand on end, his scalp prickling, and his limbs growing weak. The encroaching dread weighed heavily upon him, anchoring him in place. Yet, as the grotesque visage opened its cavernous mouth, a primal urge to survive overcame his fear. Chen Taiping shouted at the paralyzed Longyang, "Run!" In the very moment he cried out, the gaping maw, wide enough to swallow a human head, lunged towards Longyang. Just as Chen Taiping braced for the worst, he witnessed Longyang crouch and then sprint towards him with fervor. A powerful force yanked Chen Taiping along as they fled, their hearts pounding in unison. It seems that the heavens conspired to validate Chen Taiping's words, for scarcely had he finished speaking when a hoarse roar erupted from behind him. This sound was neither human nor animal, but truly a monstrous cacophony that sent shivers down one's spine. As the footsteps drew ever nearer, the roar reverberated as though it were whispering in their ears. Suddenly, Chen Taiping caught sight of the precipice ahead and, in a moment of inspiration, shouted to Longyang, "Jump. Quickly." "What? Are you out of your mind?" Chapter: A Narrow Escape. There was no time for explanations. It was imperative to leap. Chen Taiping, filled with urgency, seized Longyang's arm, bent down, and leapt off the cliff with a forceful thrust. A dull thud followed by the sound of bones cracking echoed in the air. At that moment, as Chen Taiping dangled from the cliff, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He realized he was unharmed. The crackling noise had emanated from the specter that had just plummeted down. Glancing down, he noticed Longyang's face was ashen, his eyes fixed on the vine that Chen Taiping clutched. "Damn it, could you have warned me? You nearly scare me to death." Longyang cursed vehemently. Chen Taiping chuckled awkwardly, refraining from retorting, as the situation had been dire and explanations were unwarranted. When they had nearly reached the cliff's edge, Chen Taiping had spotted the vine they had placed there earlier and conceived a plan. However, it was largely a gamble on the vine's resilience. As Chen Taiping had bent down to grasp the vine before jumping, his heart had trembled. If the vine had snapped, they would have been left with grievous injuries, if not worse. "Hurry up. The way you yanked on that vine, it might not hold." Longyang bellowed at Chen Taiping. Nodding fervently, Chen Taiping scrambled upward. After a strenuous climb, he collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. Turning to glance at Longyang, he noticed his companion was in a similarly poor state, evidently shaken by their earlier ordeal. Exhaling slowly, Chen Taiping, catching sight of Longyang's dazed expression, couldn't help but chuckle. Longyang, hearing the laughter, turned to glare at Chen Taiping. "Let me tell you, if you pull another stunt like that, I'll toss you into the lake to play with the water ghosts. Do you believe me?" "Ha ha ha, Longyang. Wouldn't it be better to just admit you were scared?" Chen Taiping replied with a grin. Just then, he noticed Longyang's face flush with embarrassment, and he began to swing his fists in the air. Chen Taiping paid it no mind. Having spent ample time with Longyang, he had grown accustomed to his peculiar ways of expressing emotions. Though his words were harsh, he was merely a tsundere, with a heart that contradicted his speech. "All right, that specter should be dead. Let's move swiftly," Chen Taiping declared. Rising to his feet, he was about to depart when a searing pain shot through his arm. The previous jump had indeed torn his wound open, and the adrenaline had masked the pain until now, which surged forth, causing him to break into a cold sweat. You seek death, don't you? Look at your wound. Your hand will be useless if you keep this up, Longyang scolded as he removed his shirt. Soon, Chun Taiping watched as Longyang tore it into strips and deftly wrapped the blood-soaked cloth around his arm. After a moment, Chun Taiping was taken aback by the neat bow Longyang had tied. Longyang, I didn't know you could tie a bow. What? Do you find it odd that a grown man could tie a bow? Longyang shot back, though concern flickered in his eyes, overshadowing any irritation. Chun Taiping chuckled softly and shook his head, not at all, merely surprised. Although bows had become quite common, for Chun Taiping, they were a rarity. Having spent years at sea, their garments seldom required tying. If they did, it was usually with a knot that would not easily come undone. By the way, the herbal remedy we found earlier, didn't you say could stop bleeding and detoxify? Hurry up and use it, Longyang exclaimed as he rummaged through his backpack, preparing to retrieve the herb. Chun Taiping quickly shook his head, stopping him. It's of no use. I just remembered it needs to be crushed to extract the juice, which must then be consumed for it to be effective. Otherwise, it requires other herbs to work. Why are these things so useless? Longyang smacked the ground, muttering curses. Chun Taiping shared his disappointment. After a brief rest, Chun Taiping brushed the dirt off his backside and addressed Longyang. Let us continue forward and investigate. Longyang hesitated momentarily, but ultimately rose to his feet. As he shouldered his backpack, Chun Taiping felt a lingering apprehension. Longyang may not have noticed, but Chun Taiping vividly recalled the grotesque face that seemed ready to ooze pus, along with the gaping maw that could easily fit a human head. This creature was far more terrifying than any water ghost, and it lurked on land. Taking a deep breath, Chun Taiping shook his head, casting aside the horrific image and striding forward with purpose. There were more pressing matters at hand, and he needed to maintain his composure. They walked until nightfall, encountering no further oddities nor any medicinal herbs. As they ignited a small campfire, Chun Taiping suddenly recalled the mysteriously vanished weeds from that morning, furrowing his brow in concern. What if those things come to ambush us tonight? Chun Taiping, does your wound still hurt? Longyang's voice broke through his thoughts. Chun Taiping shook his head and replied, It's not too bad. I can endure this pain. Well then, you should rest well tonight. I'll keep watch. With that, Longyang stood up, grabbing a flashlight and preparing to venture off. Chun Taiping quickly intervened. Longyang, no, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. If you must keep watch, it should be with someone else. You saw how aggressive that ghost was today, and it was as fast as us. Besides, it wasn't even documented in the journal. What if there are 2 or 3 of them? Upon seeing the confusion on Longyang's face, Chun Taiping sighed and continued, I know what you're thinking. Instead of this, it will be better for us to rest together. If necessary, I can keep watch during the first half of the night, and you can take the second half. But stay close to the fire and don't wander off. All right, I'll keep watch first. You should rest quickly and wake me for the second half. Longyang waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a pet. Chun Taiping nodded slightly, glancing at the pitch-black forest surrounding them, his brow furrowing in concern. How many such monsters lurked within this forest? Were they still in the same world? Everything was shrouded in uncertainty and fraught with peril. It could be done. Chun Taiping raised a hand to slap his face, attempting to steady his racing thoughts. The more he dwelled on these matters, the more intense his fear became, and his fighting spirit waned. In such a state, he knew he would likely come to see death as a form of liberation. Yet he did not wish to perish. Not in the slightest. Slowly reclining, Chun Taiping began to empty his mind, and a wave of drowsiness washed over him. The heavy weariness gradually dulled his senses, and the crackling sound of flames consuming the wooden branches faded away, leading him into the abyss of darkness. Time slipped away unmeasured, until Chun Taiping suddenly perceived a flickering light before his eyes. As he slowly opened them, he discovered that daylight had completely arrived. Yuan Ti Longyang called him. A sense of unease settled in his heart, prompting him to swiftly turn his head, only to find Longyang gazing intently at him. You're awake? Longyang Ramaket. Chun Taiping felt his face flush with embarrassment as he hastily rose to his feet. Why didn't you wake me? Did you stay up all night? Longyang nodded, his expression nonchalant. I intentionally chose not to wake you, so do not overthink it. For me, going a few days without sleep is trivial. Do not dwell on it. Chun Taiping sighed, unsure of what to say. After a night's rest, he felt significantly rejuvenated. As he lightly moved his arms, the pain from his wounds persisted, yet it was somewhat alleviated compared to the previous day, allowing him to continue walking. Assessing their food supplies, Chun Taiping calculated that they had approximately 3 days remaining. If no incidents akin to the previous morning occurred during this time, both he and Longyang might extend their duration. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Chun Taiping resolved to begin their return journey in 2 days. This meant that their exploration of the forest was limited to just today and tomorrow. Let us depart. It is time to set forth, Chun Taiping declared. Entering the cave after walking alongside Long Yang for a considerable distance, Chun Taiping felt fatigue setting in, and they had yet to encounter any useful herbs or food. Shall we change directions? Long Yang suggested, his confidence shaken. He had anticipated discoveries along this path, yet they found themselves empty-handed. However, Chun Taiping shook his head, his gaze fixed on a distant hill barely visible. Let us head toward that small hill. Do you recall the cave mentioned in the diary? I wish to investigate it. Ah, yes, the cave. Long Yang exclaimed, clapping his hands. Let us proceed. If we find nothing, at least we will have peace of mind for our next visit. Chun Taiping squinted at the small hill as he spoke. With his backpack secured, Chun Taiping quickened his pace. There was still time before darkness enveloped the land, and they might discover the cave before then, affording them more time for exploration. Since their last encounter with the stone gargoyle, Chun Taiping had grown curious about the statues inside the cave. After approximately half an hour of walking, as he lifted his head and noticed the small hill drawing nearer, he heard Long Yang's low voice calling from behind. Chun Taiping, look ahead. What ahead? He lowered his gaze, and his pupils dilated in shock as a tingling sensation coursed through his body. How could there be so many stone gargoyles? Swallowing hard, Chun Taiping slowly crouched down, using the underbrush to conceal himself. His eyes were fixed on a swaying silhouette not far away. In the dim light, he could faintly discern the bizarre grins upon the faces of those stone gargoyles. We're in trouble. Should we flee? Long Yang turned to him, his voice barely above a whisper. Chun Taiping clenched his teeth, realizing that the group of stone gargoyles swayed directly at the foot of the hill. Let us see if we can circumvent them. I have a feeling there is something up that hill, he replied. Slowly, he shifted his feet, careful not to make any sudden movements. Although the stone gargoyles appeared to lack ears, Chun Taiping remained on high alert. After maneuvering approximately 500 meters away, he gradually halted and turned to Long Yang. What do you think? It seems we can no longer see the stone gargoyles from here. Just as he finished speaking, Chun Taiping suddenly felt someone grasp his arm. Turning around, he saw Long Yang crouched low, frantically gesturing at him. A wave of dread washed over Chun Taiping, and without a moment's hesitation, he dropped to the ground. At that moment, he heard a distinct, rustling noise nearby. Is someone there? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. How could there possibly be anyone else in such a cursed place? Peering through the undergrowth, Chun Taiping directed his gaze toward the source of the sound. In that instant, he spotted a pair of legs that resembled stone sculptures, slowly inching closer. Shifting his focus, he could vaguely see the eerie grin of the creature, now just 10 paces away. Chun Taiping, what should we do? Should we run? Long Yang whispered, his voice barely audible. Chun Taiping's mind was a chaotic whirlwind, his thoughts blank. He was uncertain whether to flee. He had clearly seen that no stone gargoyles were nearby, yet one had suddenly appeared. If there were others lurking out of sight, running might lead them to their doom. Moreover, the darkness was rapidly encroaching. If they ran into a throng of stone gargoyles, their chances of resting at night would be utterly shattered, leading to unbearable torment. With this realization, Chun Taiping shook his head, resolving not to flee. The stone gargoyles moved so slowly that they likely hadn't detected their presence. Gritting his teeth, sweat began to bead on Chun Taiping's forehead as he watched the stone gargoyle advance toward them step by step. Both he and Long Yang held their breath. Time slipped by unmeasured until Chun Taiping watched the stone gargoyle retreat into the distance, at which point he collapsed to the ground in utter exhaustion. For the first time, observing the stone gargoyle so closely, he realized that its face was not merely one face. Previously, he had noticed that even the back of the gargoyle's head bore a grinning visage, though it appeared as if it had not been fully sculpted. Rather than a completed face, it resembled an unfinished work of art. Let us go. Once he was certain the stone gargoyle had departed, Chun Taiping seized Long Yang's arm and hastened toward the small hill. They sprinted forward, daring not to pause despite any strange sounds nearby. For nightfall would herald their demise. Chun Taiping lost track of how long he had been running, but when he finally spotted an opening resembling a cave, his mind was clouded and his lungs felt scorched. Chun Taiping, is that the cave? Long Yang, equally fatigued, pointed toward the entrance Chun Taiping had just seen. Chun Taiping nodded vigorously, gasping for air. Turning back, he noticed that the path behind them was devoid of any threats, and the dense forest had begun to thin. Let us take a break, he suggested, collapsing onto the ground as his strength was utterly depleted. With great effort, he opened his backpack and retrieved a bottle of water, drinking it down without hesitation. The fiery sensation that had engulfed his body was instantly alleviated, and the fog in his mind began to dissipate. Raising his head, Chun Taiping was struck by the beauty of the sky for the first time. No longer surrounded by the oppressive canopy of the forest, he was free from the presence of eerie monsters and stone sculptures. Let us proceed. We have little wood left on our backs, and we must gather some resin. Otherwise, entering the cave will be quite troublesome, Chun Taiping advised. The combustion properties of resin were remarkably enduring, and he had previously utilized it by wrapping some rags around a stick, coating it with resin, allowing it to burn for at least 1 to 2 hours. However, they only possessed wooden swords, making it quite challenging to extract resin from the tree trunk. Chen Taiping, what do you think of this? Long Yang suddenly called out. Following the sound, Chen Taiping noticed Long Yang holding a jagged stone, its edges appearing remarkably sharp. A surge of excitement coursed through him, and he promptly nodded. We must hasten our efforts. If all else fails, we should first create a torch. Certainly, Long Yang replied, and knowing of several promising stones, Chen Taiping began to scrape against the trunk incessantly. After enduring muscle fatigue, he finally stripped the bark away, revealing a substantial section of yellowish-white wood. Done. Quickly. Remove your clothes, Chen Taiping exclaimed. He hastily shed his garments and wrapped them around the wooden stick he had just picked up. Long Yang followed suit, then imitated Chen Taiping by igniting the unwanted twigs and bringing them close to the burning wood. In no time, a transparent liquid began to ooze from the trunk. This is it, Chen Taiping exclaimed with joy, quickly wrapping a layer of the liquid in his clothes before extending them towards the flames. Within moments, a rudimentary torch was thus fashioned. Long Yang, you need not light yours yet, Chen Taiping advised. One will suffice for both of us, ensuring our illumination lasts longer. Moreover, we are unaware of the cave's length. Should our torch extinguish midway, it would pose significant difficulties for us. All right, I'll hold on to it for now. Once the torch was prepared, the sky had completely darkened. Chen Taiping took the lead, stepping cautiously into the pitch-black cavern. Upon entering, he halted abruptly, gazing at the stone carvings extending into the darkness, a wave of fear washing over him. Goodness, could this be some sort of religious ritual? Long Yang's words prompted Chen Taiping to question his own thoughts. The eerie sea and the monster-filled island were unknowns, surpassing the realm of his understanding. There must be something inside. Let's investigate, Chen Taiping suggested, swallowing nervously. Let us proceed cautiously. If things go awry, we can always make a run for it, Long Yang concurred. Nodding in agreement, Chen Taiping inhaled deeply, bracing himself as he ventured further inside. The deeper they delved, the more Chen Taiping comprehended the terror felt by the Showa man. Although they wielded a torch, its light limited their vision, leaving everything ahead shrouded in mystery. If they refrained from advancing, they would remain oblivious to what lay within. Suddenly, amidst the oppressive silence, a sharp sound echoed from behind. Chen Taiping's body jolted, and he turned sharply to look back. In the torchlight, a small pebble lay motionless on the ground. Chen Taiping extended the torch to examine the area behind him. Aside from the pebble, there was nothing amiss. Is this place haunted? Long Yang's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. Chen Taiping, uncertain, pondered the possibility that ghosts might indeed inhabit this island, rendering the notion of spirits less extraordinary. The sound of swallowed saliva resonated sharply in the stillness as Chen Taiping hesitated before approaching the pebble. Chen Taiping, what are you doing? Long Yang inquired anxiously. Without answering, Chen Taiping crouched down and picked up the pebble. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Uncertain of how long he waited, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief when nothing occurred. I find you can be even more reckless than I at times, Long Yang remarked, wrapping an arm around Chen Taiping. Chen Taiping offered a sheepish smile, turning to survey their surroundings. It was implausible for a stone to have appeared out of thin air. It was far more likely that it had fallen from somewhere. Looking up, he noticed the stone walls were pockmarked, riddled with holes. Yet none were as diminutive as this pebble. Thus, he dismissed that notion, and the most crucial factor was that its color differed. This stone appeared to have a bluish-gray hue, while those above were merely the dull color of rock. If it hadn't fallen from the wall, then what could it be? A fleeting thought crossed Chen Taiping's mind, sending a shiver down his spine, as if a current of electricity had coursed through him. Chen Taiping, what's wrong? Long Yang's voice snapped him back to reality as he felt a slight tremor in his body. Swallowing hard, Chen Taiping shook his head and turned to the eerie stone carvings, saying, this stone might have fallen from one of the carvings. I am trying to ascertain its origin. Fallen from the carvings? Long Yang replied. Confusion etched across his face as he followed Chen Taiping's gaze, suddenly halting in shock before approaching one of the sculptures. Observing this, Chen Taiping's expression changed dramatically. Chen Taiping, was that sculpture facing the cave entrance earlier? Long Yang asked with a grave tone. Chen Taiping felt a chill run through him and shook his head. I do not know. Upon entering the cave, he had noticed that all the statues were directed inward. Yet now, one was facing the entrance. Look at that. Long Yang called out again, pointing to a small indentation on one of the sculptures. Chen Taiping focused intently, feeling as if he had been struck in the chest, suddenly finding it hard to breathe. Could it be that this stone fell when the statue moved? Long Yang seemed to arrive at the same conclusion, and Chen Taiping noticed the change in his expression. Just as he was about to speak, a series of cracking sounds erupted nearby. Almost instantly, the statue facing the cave entrance spun around, its eerie visage now directed squarely at Long Yang and Chun Taiping. What the hell? Long Yang exclaimed, startled, but before he could fully regain his composure, the surrounding sculptures appeared to shift in unison, all turning to face Chun Taiping and Long Yang. In that instant, an unsettling silence enveloped the cavern. Chun Taiping felt as though lead had filled his legs, rendering them immobile. A torrent of fear surged through him, overwhelming his senses. Unable to withstand the encroaching terror, he rolled his eyes back and collapsed to the ground. Chun Taiping, what's wrong? A familiar voice called out as he suddenly felt the darkness before him dissipate, revealing not the stone sculptures, but the very pebble he had just picked up. How did I return here? Chun Taiping exclaimed, raising his head to survey his surroundings. The statues remained unchanged, still facing inward, while Long Yang stood beside him, gazing at him in confusion. What just happened to me? Chun Taiping's face was a mask of panic. Had everything he witnessed merely been an illusion? Or was it an extension of his own inner fears? Yet, the experience had felt all too real. You've been standing there in a daze. While you wonder what was wrong with me, I was left pondering your state. Long Yang retorted, casting Chun Taiping a disapproving glance. Realizing that he had indeed fallen into an illusion, Chun Taiping looked at the pebble in his hand and followed the direction of his memory. The statue that had previously appeared to face the entrance was now unchanged, still directed inward. Where could this stone have come from? Long Yang scanned the area, failing to locate any source. Chun Taiping subconsciously pointed at the stone sculpture, and Long Yang followed his gaze, his eyes instantly lighting up. Wow, Chun Taiping, your eyesight is quite impressive. Staring at the pits on the sculpture, Chun Taiping furrowed his brows, his heart swelling with confusion. As he turned to look inside the cave, a wave of fear washed over him. He had an unsettling feeling that if he entered, he might never come back out. After confirming that the stone had fallen from the sculpture, Long Yang cursed under his breath and stood up. Let us go in and see what's inside. As he began to step forward, Chun Taiping quickly grabbed his arm. Wait, what's wrong? Long Yang asked, puzzled, leaning closer to Chun Taiping, who was sweating profusely. He furrowed his brows and said, Chun Taiping, have you thought of something? What could I possibly think of? Chun Taiping sighed bitterly. If he had thought of something, that would be better, but he had no inkling at all. The vivid illusion he had just experienced had extinguished his resolve to proceed. That silent terror was far more chilling than encountering a ghost. Long Yang, let us head back. I have a bad feeling about this, Chun Taiping said. Long Yang frowned at his words. Are you serious? Chun Taiping nodded gravely. I know what you're about to ask, but just trust me this once. Let's not go in, at least not tonight. I have an ominous premonition. Long Yang looked at him for a long while, seemingly hesitating. After what felt like an eternity, he finally nodded slightly. All right, I'll trust you this once. You're not the kind of person to be easily frightened. There must be a reason. Feeling a sense of relief, Chun Taiping quickly led Long Yang away from the cave. Once outside, the firelight illuminated their surroundings, revealing an empty expanse. After setting up a campfire, Chun Taiping and Long Yang sat beside it. Without waiting for Long Yang to speak, Chun Taiping directly said, Long Yang, there is something strange about this cave. What do you mean, Chun Taiping? Did you discover something? Long Yang inquired. Nodding slightly, Chun Taiping recounted the illusion he had witnessed. After a moment, he noticed the serious expression on Long Yang's face. Are you sure that was just an illusion? You sound like you're speaking the truth. Chun Taiping smiled wryly. I don't know, but the fact that we're both sitting here unharmed means that everything I saw was just an illusion. Otherwise, I would still be unconscious. Seeing Long Yang deep in thought, Chun Taiping gradually fell silent. He could not comprehend why only he had entered that illusion while Long Yang appeared unscathed. Was it because he had touched that stone? As that thought crossed his mind, Chun Taiping shook his head to dismiss it. After all, Long Yang had also touched the sculpture, and the stone had fallen from it. It was illogical to think that only he was affected. After pondering for a long time, neither of them could come up with a satisfactory explanation, so they decided to rest. The next morning, Chun Taiping slowly awoke and opened his eyes, only to find that Long Yang was missing. Long Yang? Chun Taiping called out, but the surroundings were empty, and Long Yang was nowhere to be seen. Rising to his feet, Chun Taiping noticed Long Yang's backpack still on the ground, his brow furrowing in concern. He hoped that Long Yang had not wandered off to explore like last time. With that thought, Chun Taiping decided to wait for Long Yang at that spot. However, after waiting for 2 hours at the cave entrance without seeing Long Yang return, Chun Taiping sensed something was amiss. Finally, he stood up and ran back along the original mountain path. As he went, he stumbled upon a headless corpse lying on the ground, blood pooling around it, utterly silent. Chapter, Tunnel Disruption. Chun Taiping, what's wrong? Suddenly jolted awake. Chun Taiping stared at the stone before him as if shocked, his body shuddering as he released the stone he had been holding. A familiar voice rang in his ears, and he turned to see Long Yang beside him. His heart raced, and he collapsed onto the ground. Long Yang, you're alive? Wow, who the hell are you cursing? Long Yang exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chen Taiping shook his head in disbelief. He was certain that just moments ago, he had seen a severed corpse that was Long Yang's. In the blink of an eye, he was back in the cave, still holding that peculiar stone. Wait, this stone is strange. Chen Taiping took a deep breath, grasping Long Yang's shoulders as he stood up. What's wrong with you? You're just dazed? And then you turned around and said I was dead. Have you been possessed by a ghost? Long Yang asked. Possessed by a ghost? Perhaps that's exactly what happened. Chen Taiping was unsure whether what he saw was real. The pain in his arm and calf felt incredibly authentic, and when he saw Long Yang's corpse, the metallic scent of blood had been overwhelmingly real, lingering in his nostrils. Long Yang, let me ask you a question. Are you human or a ghost? Chen Taiping queried once more. Long Yang was taken aback, then slapped Chen Taiping on the head, scolding, What do you mean? Of course, I'm human. Are you questioning whether I'm a ghost? Feeling the sting of the slap and witnessing Long Yang's familiar temper, Chen Taiping exhaled slightly. Yet, he still did not feel completely reassured. With 2 cycles of returning to this place, he began to suspect he might possess some supernatural ability to traverse time. Naturally, that was the best-case scenario. The worst possibility was that he was still trapped in that environment, at risk of looping again at any moment. Gradually calming the fear within him, Chen Taiping turned to face the pitch-black cavern behind him. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Let us go in and take a look. Wow, you're so brave. What about the stone? Long Yang asked. At that moment, Chen Taiping suddenly remembered something, turned around, picked up the stone from the ground, and hurled it toward the cave entrance. A soft thud echoed from a distance as Chen Taiping confirmed the stone had been thrown and then turned to pull Long Yang into the depths of the cave. In his previous 2 cycles, he had always held onto the stone. If it truly was the source of the problem, discarding it this time might lead to a change. What is wrong with you, Chen Taiping? Long Yang noticed something was off and asked again. Chen Taiping turned back and shared the details of his 2 previous cycles with Long Yang. Upon hearing this, Long Yang chose to believe him just as he had before. Let us go. We need to see what's inside, Chen Taiping urged, quickly making his way into the cave, where he discovered it was quite long. The sensation was akin to traversing a train tunnel, an endless expanse shrouded in darkness, compelling them to navigate blindly into the void. Fortunately, this cavern resembled the train tunnel in that it possessed a singular path. After an indeterminate duration, Chen Taiping gradually perceived a wavering beneath his feet, only to abruptly realize they were descending a slope, one that had inexplicably steepened. This cannot lead underground, can it? Long Yang queried, his voice laced with uncertainty. Chen Taiping hesitated, though the incline suggested that if they continued forward, they would need to temper their pace. A misstep might send them tumbling down. As he slowed his stride, Chen Taiping noticed the stone statues flanking them had become disfigured. Some were missing heads, while others bore severed limbs. The debris strewn upon the ground, if not examined closely, could easily be mistaken for human remnants. Why is it so terrifying here? Long Yang swallowed hard. Chen Taiping shook his head, kicking the remains aside. Following 2 successive shocks of fear, his psyche seemed to have fortified itself. This time, aside from an eerie sensation, only a flicker of tension lingered within him. As they continued, Chen Taiping abruptly halted. Long Yang, puzzled, inquired, What is wrong? Is there something ahead? Turning to glance back, Chen Taiping beheld an impenetrable darkness before him. Just as before, nothing was visible. Why aren't we moving? Long Yang asked again. Chen Taiping shook his head, asserting, There is no path ahead. He then picked up a fragment of stone sculpture from the ground and hurled it into the abyss. An extended silence ensued, devoid of sound. Suddenly, a realization struck Chen Taiping as he glanced a short distance ahead. Indeed, if one did not scrutinize closely, the fissure at their feet would easily go unnoticed. What lay before them was likely an expansive cavernous space. How high must this be if there's been no response for so long? Long Yang gasped. Chen Taiping could not be certain, though doubt lingered in his mind. Fearing he might still be ensnared in an illusion, he was loath to advance into the unknown. Who could say if death or unconsciousness awaited them again? I recall that we had a flashlight. Did you bring it? Long Yang exclaimed, slapping his forehead. At these words, Chen Taiping felt a fleeting surge of hope, only to quickly shake his head. No, we only had 2 flashlights. One was left at the camp, and Ren Yuan took the other. The mention of Ren Yuan ignited a wave of concern within Chen Taiping. Given the bizarre events that had unfolded, he couldn't help but wonder if she and the others were in danger. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Now was not the time for such worries. Suddenly inspired, Chen Taiping recalled that the stone he had thrown had produced no echo, indicating that the space below must be vast. What if this was merely a fissure, and there was indeed a path ahead? Although this notion seemed far-fetched, It was the only way to ascertain their surroundings. After conveying his thoughts to Long Yang, Chen Taiping said, Long Yang, you have strong arms. Toss something forward and see. Long Yang nodded in agreement, promptly picking up a piece of debris and hurling it into the darkness. Razunding tutakua momenslate. Chen Taiping's face lit up with excitement. Quickly, throw another, this time from closer distance, so we may gauge how far the path extends. Long Yang nodded slightly, continuing to experiment. After several attempts, Chen Taiping was able to ascertain the distance to the passageway ahead. Initially, he had suspected it might be a vertical drop, with their thrown object striking a wall. However, given the varying echoes from both distant and close throws, it became clear that they were not facing a wall, but a pathway, approximately 4 meters away. We can't jump across while carrying these things, Long Yang remarked, shaking his shoulders to adjust his pack. Chen Taiping gritted his teeth, steeling himself. Let's leave them here and venture inside. Here? Long Yang hesitated. Yes, right here. There's no need for concern. Aside from us, there should be no one else in this forest. Those creatures don't consume food, and there are no wild beasts around, so it's safe to leave them. Chen Taiping reassured him. All right. After setting down their backpacks, Chen Taiping looked at Long Yang and asked, Can you make the jump? We'll need to run and leap across the 4-meter gap. With a scoff, Long Yang rolled up his sleeves. Do you take me for someone incapable? I was in the military, after all. What about you? With that injury, can you even jump? Chen Taiping forced a smile. I can't say for certain, but I must attempt it. Long Yang paused for a moment, then solemnly nodded. I'll jump first. You hold the torch. Once I'm across, you can follow, and I'll catch you. No, I should jump first, Chen Taiping countered, suddenly formulating a plan. Long Yang, hearing this, watched as Chen Taiping forcibly shoved the torch into his hands. Staring at the torch, Long Yang was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he witnessed Chen Taiping take a running leap, only to be swallowed by the darkness. What the hell? Chen Taiping, are you out of your mind? Long Yang's expression shifted dramatically. With a sharp crack, Chen Taiping felt something collide with his abdomen. Immediately, it was as though he had lost all weight, plummeting downward. Yet, in that critical moment, he instinctively reached out for the object that had struck him. With muscles straining, he gritted his teeth against the pain and scrambled upwards. Behind him, Long Yang's shouts echoed. Chen Taiping clawed his way to the opening, quickly turning to see Long Yang illuminated by the flickering torchlight, calling out, I'm fine. It's a bit higher than anticipated. Give it a strong leap when you jump. At the sound of Chen Taiping's voice, Long Yang's expression relaxed slightly. While Chen Taiping could see him, Long Yang could not see Chen Taiping in return. Taking a few steps back, Long Yang surged forward with incredible speed, leaping directly to Chen Taiping's side. Wow, you have some serious jumping power, Chen Taiping exclaimed upon witnessing Long Yang's smooth landing. Long Yang, now firmly on the ground, and seeing that Chen Taiping was unharmed, scoffed, Do you think I'm like you? You nearly scare me to death back there. Chen Taiping chuckled awkwardly in response. In truth, he had not been overly anxious. He had leaped first precisely to prevent such a scenario. A sliver of luck lingered in his mind. If there were a minuscule chance that he was still caught in an illusion, then even if he perished, he would awaken anew. Conversely, if this was reality, he could not risk Long Yang's safety. The image of being bisected haunted him, and he was reluctant to watch Long Yang vanish as well. There truly is a path beyond here. Turning to face the cavern, the torch illuminated a small stretch of ground, which he then handed to Chen Taiping. Chen Taiping nodded slightly, grasping the torch and striding purposefully into the depths. Upon careful calculation, it appears that the torch they currently possess can burn for just over an hour. After 1 hour, they must replace it with another torch. Considering the time required to return, it signifies that they are left with only this little more than an hour. The remaining torches must be reserved for their return journey. With this thought in mind, Chen Taiping quickened his pace. Were it not for the wound on his leg that forbade him from running, he would truly desire to sprint. Upon entering this opening, Chen Taiping discovered that, although the slope was downward, it was not as steep as before. Moreover, the surrounding stone carvings appeared more intact, no longer resembling the previous disarray. How have we been walking for so long and not arrived yet? Long Yang furrowed his brow and inquired. Chen Taiping shook his head, yet his pace did not diminish. A sense of urgency welled within him. It was not merely the interminable tunnel that caused his anxiety, but rather the realization that the echoes of their footsteps were diminishing. This indicated that they were nearing the end of the tunnel. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Taiping turned to Long Yang and asked, Have you noticed that the echoes of our footsteps are growing fainter? Long Yang paused, then stamped his foot in delight, exclaiming, Really? Does that mean the tunnel is about to end? Seeing that Long Yang had also recognized this, Chen Taiping nodded slightly, reassured that he had not misheard. He then quickened his pace once more and said, Let us hurry. Perhaps we still have time to explore this space. All right, Long Yang quickly agreed. After approximately 5 minutes, As Chun Taiping sensed the echo fading almost to silence, they finally reached the end of the tunnel. Upon gazing forward, a chill ran down Chun Taiping's spine. It felt as if his blood had reversed its flow, and he was momentarily dizzy. What is this? A stone gargoyle's terracotta warrior? Longyang began to speak, but Chun Taiping swiftly covered his mouth. Do not speak, he whispered urgently. After Longyang nodded in understanding, Chun Taiping gradually released his grip, turning his gaze toward the immobile stone gargoyles. His expression was filled with horror. Had it not been for the sight of these gargoyles being incomplete or shattered on the ground, Chun Taiping might have reacted like Longyang, either fleeing or panicking. Raising the torch, Chun Taiping noticed that visibility seemed slightly improved. The surrounding stone walls were remarkably smooth, whether due to the passage of time or some peculiar mineral. The light from the flame reflected a faint glow. How can it be so high? Longyang asked as he looked up, following the torch's light. Above them lay an expanse of darkness, and despite their efforts to illuminate the stone walls, the ceiling remained elusive. Chun Taiping nodded slightly, lowering the torch to examine the stone gargoyle statues a few meters away. As before, they featured several faces atop their heads, each wearing an eerie smile. These appear to be unfinished, Chun Taiping murmured. The bodies we saw outside were complete, but these look fragmented and covered in dust, indicating they haven't stirred in quite some time. As he spoke, he reached out with his hand, only to be abruptly pulled back by Longyang. Are you mad? Longyang scolded. Even if these gargoyles may not move, is it wise to touch them? Have you forgotten what the gargoyles outside were like? Swallowing hard, Chun Taiping clenched his teeth and said, it's fine. I just want to touch it to see. You. Longyang exclaimed in frustration. However, seeing the determination on Chun Taiping's face, he finally relented, saying fine, but I will do it. With that, Longyang snatched the torch from Chun Taiping's grasp. Chun Taiping was momentarily taken aback as he watched Longyang approach and reach out to touch the stone gargoyle. In that instant, both of their hearts leapt into their throats. Even from a distance, Chun Taiping could feel the oppressive fear. Yet, after a prolonged wait, beads of sweat formed on Chun Taiping's forehead, and the stone gargoyle remained still. It truly doesn't move? Longyang, regaining his composure, boldly gave it a firm slap. But just then, the stone statue suddenly shifted. Chun Taiping was struck with terror and was about to shout at Longyang when he saw the statue slowly topple to the ground, followed by a resounding crash, shattering into countless pieces. Is it really that fragile? Longyang questioned, his voice filled with disbelief. Chun Taiping felt a bitter smile form within him. At such a moment, could he still afford to make jokes? After regaining his composure, Chun Taiping glanced at the torch in Longyang's hand. There was little time left. Longyang, you. Just as he began to speak, Chun Taiping heard a faint sound nearby. The noise was subtle, easily masked by his own voice. Yet he distinctly perceived it, and it was alarmingly close. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself engulfed in darkness, unable to see anything. Apart from Longyang, who was near at hand, Chun Taiping suddenly realized he could see nothing else. The torch in Longyang's hand appeared to be a solitary light consumed by the darkness, with only the flame visible to his eyes. What is happening? Chun Taiping sensed something was amiss. He reached out to touch Longyang, only to find him utterly still. It felt eerily similar to the stone statue moments ago. Longyang, Chun Taiping called out loudly. Yet, there was no response from Longyang. Tentatively, he placed his hand beneath Longyang's nose to check for breath. None. Longyang's breathing had ceased. Longyang, don't scare me. Move, damn it. Chun Taiping shook him vigorously by the shoulders. At that moment, an intense DJVU overwhelmed him. Just moments ago, he had been grasping Longyang, only to see Longyang's body fall toward the ground in the next instant. With a sharp crack, Longyang's body shattered into several pieces. There was no blood, no entrails. It was as if his body had turned to stone, fragmented into fragments. With a thud, Chun Taiping knelt to the ground, aware that the illusion had returned. As he gazed at the remnants of Longyang scattered on the ground, Chun Taiping slowly lifted his head. The crimson glow that should have enveloped them gradually transformed into a sickly green light. At the moment this luminescence ignited, the vast space was illuminated. In the depths of Chun Taiping's despairing gaze, the reflections of thousands of stone gargoyles emerged. The ceiling, previously unseen, now rippled like the surface of water, slowly revealing a blood-red eye peering down at Chun Taiping. Despair enveloped him as several stone hands seized Chun Taiping's head, gradually drawing him in. Chapter: A brief encounter in a scene all too familiar. Chun Taiping gazed upon the intact figure of Longyang, feeling a slight sense of relief. However, a heavy gravity still weighed upon his heart. This marked the third iteration of this cycle, each occasion precipitated by a different cause. The first time, Chun Taiping had fainted from fright. The second, he had witnessed Longyang being bisected, plunging him into utter despair. This time, it was the sensation of having his neck twisted. Looking at the torch he held, Chen Taiping suddenly realized that the issue did not seem to lie with the stone figures. Chen Taiping, what is wrong with you? Long Yang inquired. Yet this time, Chen Taiping ignored him. Everything surrounding them was an illusion. Lifting his head, Chen Taiping surveyed his surroundings. His mind rife with uncertainties yearning for resolution. Yet, the pressing question remained. How could he escape this relentless cycle? What precisely had gone awry? Murmuring to himself, he glanced sideways at the perplexed Long Yang, then turned his gaze to the encompassing stone walls. Memories of the moments leading up to their entrance into the cave flickered incessantly in Chen Taiping's mind, yet none captured his attention. If he were to pinpoint a single object of suspicion, it would undoubtedly be the torch. However, the clothing was his own, and the wooden stick was merely a random find, not derived from any peculiar creature or plant. How curious, plants? Suddenly, Chen Taiping grasped something significant. He inhaled deeply, detecting a sweet aroma amidst the dry air of the cave. His eyes instinctively darted toward the burning fabric of the torch. Could it be that vine? If his memory served him correctly, this scent bore a striking resemblance to one he had previously detected on his clothing, albeit with an added note of burning resin. This must be it. A jolt of realization coursed through Chen Taiping, compelling him to extinguish the flames immediately. Yet, he soon recognized that such an action seemed futile. He remained ensnared in the cycle. Chen Taiping, what are you muttering about? Long Yang inquired, giving his shoulder a light pat. Turning to face him, Chen Taiping furrowed his brow and asked, Long Yang, during your time in the military, did you undergo any specialized training? Training? Long Yang's expression flickered with confusion before he nodded, responding, while I'm uncertain if you refer to anything beyond physical training, I did partake in similar exercises. The unit I belonged to was a special forces group, which meant our training was distinct from that of others. Slightly furrowing his brow, Chen Taiping questioned the authenticity of Long Yang's words. If this illusion was merely a figment of his imagination, then he ought to be unaware of such matters. Yet, it resembled a dream. There are many unknowns that one can still feel within a dream. For instance, even if one has never jumped off a cliff, the sensation of plummeting in a dream can feel profoundly real. Thus, Chen Taiping resolved to place his faith in Long Yang this time. Did you ever train on how to counteract brainwashing or forcibly awaken from a state of unconsciousness? He probed. Long Yang paused, shaking his head as he replied. Brainwashing wasn't part of our training, as we didn't deal with such individuals. However, I do possess several methods for awakening from unconsciousness. What methods? A spark of hope flickered across Chen Taiping's face. Long Yang produced a wooden knife and mimicked a stabbing motion toward his thigh. Sometimes, when the pain is severe enough to cause one to nearly lose consciousness, that very pain can jolt you back to awareness. That's the first method. And what else? Tien Doi being included. Disregarding this method entirely, Chen Taiping thought that if pain could indeed extricate him from the cycle, he would have escaped long ago. The second method involves applying pressure to the philtrum. This can be quite effective, though it's common knowledge, Long Yang explained. And then? Then there's the aspect of memory. The human brain is inherently complex. Beyond certain medical techniques, one can only resort to the most superstitious methods for experimentation, which might indeed prove effective. Long Yang reminisced, I recall a comrade who everyone thought was beyond saving. Yet on the road, someone told him, your wife has been with me, and he miraculously pulled through, later giving that individual a good thrashing. I nearly laughed myself to death. Chen Taiping, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, thought, what bizarre methods do special forces employ? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Long Yang was not a medic. Once someone loses consciousness, it is exceedingly difficult to awaken without external intervention. However, this situation was different. Chen Taiping was acutely aware of his consciousness. He could engage in dialogue and think clearly. His awareness was simply trapped in a singular location. Drawing a deep breath, Chen Taiping resolved to attempt something. With a sudden impulse, he drew the wooden knife and plunged it into his thigh. The blade sank into flesh, and the excruciating pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Long Yang, alarmed, seized Chen Taiping's hand and shouted, are you insane? Why would you try something like this? You're not even unconscious. Chen Taiping shook his head and replied, Long Yang, you believed me 3 times already. This time, you must trust me. What are you talking about? Long Yang asked, bewildered. Suppressing the tempest of emotion that accompanied the pain, Chen Taiping declared, this is my 4th return. In the previous 3 instances, either you died or I did. Yet, I have returned. I am trapped here. If I do not escape, I will never know what is happening. And you could be in danger. While his words may have sounded outlandish, even Chen Taiping himself might have found them hard to believe. Please, Long Yang, believe me. Help me find a way out. I understand. Long Yang suddenly exclaimed, releasing Chen Taiping's hand. A surge of hope coursed through Chun Taiping as he gritted his teeth and nodded. He then relinquished his grip on the knife and pressed his finger against his philtrum. A sharp pain surged through him, yet it paled in comparison to the agony in his thigh. Nevertheless, Chun Taiping did not falter. Memories surged through his mind, of childhood, of school days, of sailing, and even of secret crushes. Think, Chun Taiping, you cannot perish. You must live. The sacrifices of Yonggu and the others were not made for you to die here. Gripping the wooden knife embedded in his thigh, Chun Taiping inhaled deeply, glancing at Long Yang, who had turned his face away, unwilling to look at him. Regardless of whether Long Yang truly believed him, he felt gratitude. See you soon, brother. With that, he withdrew the knife and cried out into the heart. In a sudden rush, Chun Taiping opened his eyes as if surfacing from water, greedily inhaling the air. The forest, the slope, the cave entrance, everything mirrored the scene before entering the cave, filling Chun Taiping with elation. Just as he attempted to rise, he felt something beneath him. Turning to look, he found Long Yang sprawled beside him, and the torch he held had extinguished some distance away. Long Yang! Long Yang! Chun Taiping urgently shook him, but Long Yang seemed deeply asleep, unresponsive to his efforts. After a moment's contemplation, an idea struck him. He leaned closer to Long Yang's ear and whispered, Long Yang, I slept with your woman. Damn it! Long Yang jolted awake, cursing vehemently the moment he opened his eyes. Chun Taiping stumbled backward in shock. Once he regained his composure, a smile crept across his face. Ha ha ha! Lying on the ground, Chun Taiping could no longer contain his laughter. Long Yang gradually came to his senses, surveying his surroundings. How did I end up here? He then glanced at the seemingly deranged Chun Taiping, his expression one of confusion. Have you lost your mind? Noticing that Chun Taiping was engrossed in laughter, Long Yang scratched his head. He vividly recalled that he had just been traversing the cavern with Chun Taiping for an extended period, meandering through numerous passages without encountering an end. Just as he was on the verge of despair, he overheard a remark that incited his ire. Upon awakening, he found Chun Taiping laughing heartily. What on earth was going on? However, Chun Taiping offered no explanation. After a brief fit of laughter, he gradually sat up. With arms outstretched, he embraced the bewildered Long Yang, exclaiming, Brother, we meet again. Chapter: An unexpected turn after offering his explanation. Chun Taiping observed that Long Yang finally grasped the situation and slowly exhaled a sigh of relief. He had never anticipated that such intense emotional fluctuations would be the crucial key to breaking the cycle. Yet, he pondered why his own 3 instances of strong emotional upheaval had failed to liberate him, resulting instead in a repeated cycle. Unable to comprehend this, Chun Taiping shook his head, momentarily setting aside his perplexities. So, you were so agitated upon seeing me just now? Long Yang mused, arching an eyebrow with a peculiar expression directed at Chun Taiping. In response, Chun Taiping nodded slightly, affirming, indeed. What the hell? Long Yang abruptly sprang up from the ground, his face paling as he clutched his arms and exclaimed, There's a male companion beside me? Damn you, Chun Taiping chided playfully, rising to deliver a couple of light kicks towards Long Yang. Although the latter managed to evade them, Chun Taiping had no intention of pursuing further aggression. What shall we do next? Gradually calming down, Chun Taiping seated himself before the extinguished torch lying on the ground and remarked, If we wish to enter, we must reignite this object. However, the green liquid that has stained our clothing may still ensnare us in an illusion. Yes, you are correct. This torch cannot be reignited. Nevertheless, I believe we can take our clothes back. It is now clear that this substance only becomes effective upon burning. Otherwise, we should have succumbed to the illusion upon contact with the vines or inhaling the scent. Nodding slightly, Chun Taiping acknowledged this point. It appeared that they would have to wait until they obtained a flashlight to explore further or perhaps find another garment to substitute. After experiencing all these events, Chun Taiping felt mentally exhausted. Had he not checked his body earlier, he would have believed he bore wounds on his thigh and chest. Following a night's rest, upon awakening, everything felt normal again. With a sigh of relief, Chun Taiping hastened toward the direction of return. Upon reaching the cliff, he and Long Yang descended and encountered the corpse of the specter they had seen earlier. Goodness, even a ghost would surely perish from such a fall, Long Yang remarked in astonishment. Turning his gaze, Chun Taiping scrutinized the specter's body and shook his head. It was of no use, as they had once again found no food during this venture. Although immensely relieved to have escaped with their lives, Chun Taiping's mood remained tense. The food issue remained unresolved, meaning their peril would only increase. Let us head back for now. If necessary, we can return later with a flashlight, Chun Taiping suggested. Agreed. It is often said that the journey out is slow, while the return is swift. In just a day, Chun Taiping found himself at the temporary campsite where he had parted ways with Chang Feng. After resting for a night, the two resumed their journey. They encountered no supernatural entities along the way. It is unusually quiet on this path, Long Yang commented. Hearing Long Yang's voice from behind, Chen Taiping nodded slightly. Indeed. The silence was somewhat unsettling, perhaps due to the weight of their recent experiences. While lost in thought, Chen Taiping suddenly noticed a dark figure crouched in the grass ahead. Wait, he called out sharply, extending his hand to halt Long Yang while his gaze fixed on a shadow obscured by the trees. What do you see over there? Chen Taiping inquired. Following Chen Taiping's pointed finger, Long Yang furrowed his brow. That looks like a hand. A shiver ran through Chen Taiping's heart as he focused intently. The dark, crimson object indeed resembled a human hand. Could it be? Meeting Long Yang's gaze, Chen Taiping felt a sudden jolt of trepidation. Before he could utter a word, Long Yang dashed forward. Gritting his teeth, Chen Taiping hurriedly followed, only to be met by an overwhelming stench. What is that horrid smell? Chen Taiping pinched his nose, grimacing. Just as he spoke, he noticed Long Yang's face had drastically changed. What is wrong, Long Yang? What do you see? Chen Taiping rushed forward, following Long Yang's gaze. Before them lay a grotesquely twisted corpse, its body decayed and its limbs severed. Whose body is this? Long Yang stammered. Chen Taiping's eyes widened in horror, his mouth agape, yet he found himself speechless. The corpse lacked a head, and despite his desire to cling to hope, the scattered cans of meat on the ground revealed the grim reality. This body belonged to Chung Feng. With a resounding thud, Chen Taiping's fist collided with a tree trunk. The sharp pain in his knuckles unable to mask the fury swelling within him. Damn it! Long Yang hurled his backpack to the ground. Crouching down with his head in his hands, guilt etched across his face. Gritting his teeth, Chen Taiping understood the turmoil within Long Yang. And he too was overwhelmed with remorse. Despite their heightened vigilance, they had encountered a gargoyle and still failed to recognize the impending danger, allowing Chung Feng to return alone. I'm so sorry, came Long Yang's fragmented apologies. Turning to face him, Chen Taiping saw his friend clutching his head, his face flushed and eyes vacant. Even the usually stalwart Long Yang had succumbed to despair. Let us bury him, Chen Taiping suggested after a moment of contemplation. After laying Chung Feng to rest, Chen Taiping bowed before the modest mound of earth, then placed a reassuring hand on Long Yang's shoulder, saying, We must hurry back. We are still uncertain about Ren Yuan and the other situation. Yes. Long Yang quickly regained his composure, taking a deep breath as he leaned on Chen Taiping's shoulder for support. Chung Feng's death weighed heavily on Chen Taiping's heart. The path they had traversed had been fraught with monsters. Ren Yuan and her companions might be in even greater peril. Although a doctor was among their ranks, the thought of Luo Yi's timid nature heightened Chen Taiping's anxiety. We are almost there. After an indeterminate duration, Chen Taiping finally spotted the campsite he had been longing for. In the days of their absence, a stone wall had been erected around the campsite, and wooden fences had also been constructed. Casting a glance over his shoulder to ensure Long Yang followed closely, Chen Taiping dashed toward the entrance of the camp. Just as he was about to enter, a chilling scream echoed from behind. What is happening? Chen Taiping's heart raced as he realized the camp seemed entirely deserted. The scream from behind suggested something was amiss. With that thought, he hurriedly sprinted toward the source of the sound, leaving no time to converse with the approaching Long Yang. If memory serves me correctly, this direction seems to lead to the beach. Could it be that Zhao Feng and the others have encountered misfortune? As the brightness of the surroundings intensified, Chen Taiping faintly heard the sound of waves. How could there be waves? Wasn't there no wind here? Bursting forth from the woods, Chen Taiping was about to shout out an inquiry when he was nearly petrified by the chaotic sight of the sea. Whether it be human corpses or those of the water ghosts, they all lay sprawled upon the shore. The once tranquil sea surface was now tumultuous, and Chen Taiping could even see water ghosts intermittently surfacing. That familiar scream again. Startled, Chen Taiping turned to look and discovered Zhao Feng, Lao Ba, and the others running towards him, their faces awash with terror. Lao Zhao, Lao Ba, Chen Taiping called out urgently, just as he intended to rush over. He was suddenly seized by a pair of hands. Turning around, he found Long Yang had unexpectedly appeared behind him. Chen Taiping, look over there, Long Yang exclaimed. Following his gaze, Chen Taiping then noticed behind Zhao Feng and the others, water ghosts, swollen and pale as if they had lingered too long in the water, were advancing towards them with malicious intent. How could the water ghosts have come ashore? A wave of dread washed over Chen Taiping, and without a moment's hesitation, he shouted, Save them! He drew forth a wooden sword and charged ahead. It's Chen Taiping. Chen Taiping has returned. Someone shouted, and Zhao Feng and Lao Ba's faces lit up with joy as they caught sight of the two figures rushing towards them. Xiao Chen, they exclaimed in unison. Chapter, Slay the Water Ghosts. Is anyone else behind? Chen Taiping bellowed towards the two. Within his line of sight, he could still see others running behind them. A few more. Zhao Feng shouted, now close to Chen Taiping. What are you going to do? He inquired. Save them. Chen Taiping replied swiftly, exchanging a knowing glance with Long Yang. The two shared an unspoken understanding and charged towards the two water ghosts. Have you both lost your minds? Zhao Feng shouted in alarm. Chen Taiping could only smile wryly at the truth of his madness. Previously, he had barely fled upon sighting the water ghosts. Yet now he was contemplating how to confront them. However, after venturing out with Long Yang, upon returning and witnessing the water ghosts, they no longer seemed so terrifying. Moreover, Chen Taiping had observed that the movements of these water ghosts on land were quite sluggish. At first glance, they appeared fearsome, yet upon closer inspection, they seemed manageable. Long Yang, let us strike at one first and sever its throat. Chen Taiping shouted. Long Yang readily agreed, lunging at one of the water ghosts. Chen Taiping followed closely behind, aiming for the water ghost's arm as Long Yang drove his attack towards its neck. In combat, he knew he was but a novice, yet he believed he could assist Long Yang in dealing with one water ghost. As they approached, the sight of the ghastly, bloated figure and its pallid face sent a shiver of fear through him. However, compared to before, Chen Taiping felt significantly calmer. Gripping his wooden sword, he stabbed towards the water ghost's arm. A satisfying sound accompanied the blade's penetration, and Chen Taiping felt a surge of exhilaration. Yet, the piercing wail of the water ghost sent a jolt of pain through his ears. Chen Taiping, be careful. Hearing the warning, Chen Taiping was seized by panic and instinctively retreated. However, in his haste, the damp sand obstructed his heel, causing him to lose balance and fall onto the beach. As his surroundings swayed, he felt a sharp pain in his back, and before he could utter a cry, the water ghost extended its claws towards him. Damn! Long Yang shouted, grasping the water ghost's other arm, leaping and locking his leg around its neck. With a swift twist, he brought the creature crashing to the ground. Chen Taiping, quickly, kill it! Long Yang yelled. Responding immediately, Chen Taiping snatched the wooden sword that had fallen in the sand, charging forward with a fierce shout, plunging it directly into the water ghost's throat. The water ghost, struck, lost its strength, emitting a gurgling sound from its throat. Dark, foul-smelling blood gushed forth, filling the air with a noxious stench. One down. Chen Taiping's trembling hands gripped the sword tightly, the sensation of it piercing the neck quickening his heartbeat. His breath became rapid as he turned to Long Yang, racing towards the second water ghost. These creatures appeared to lack any sense of camaraderie, fixating solely on their chosen targets. When he glanced back at Zhao Feng and the others, he found them staring at him in astonishment. What are you doing standing there? Zhao Feng shoot. Chen Taiping shouted. But before he could finish, he heard Zhao Feng respond, I can't, we're out of bullets. Out of bullets? A chill ran down his spine, and he dashed forward. At that moment, Zhao Feng and the others were circling the water ghost in the woods. A quick glance revealed that Lao Ba had fallen to the back. This individual, not lacking in stamina compared to Chen Taiping, should not be lagging behind. Without time to ponder the reason, Chen Taiping quickened his pace, sprinting into the woods. As the water ghost closed in on Lao Ba, Chen Taiping shouted, Lao Ba, behind you. Startled, Lao Ba turned and used the barrel of his gun to block the water ghost's claws. The creature's claws became ensnared by the gun. Chen Taiping was taken aback, realizing that the water ghost's strength had indeed diminished. These monsters could not exert their underwater might on land. With a surge of determination, Chen Taiping bounded forward, reaching Lao Ba's side, and delivered a swift kick to the water ghost. With a thud, the water ghost was sent flying. Seizing the gun from Lao Ba's grip, Chen Taiping shouted, let me borrow this. Without waiting for a response, he aimed the slender barrel directly at the water ghost's mouth. Forcefully thrusting it in, the water ghost shrieked, attempting to claw at him, but due to the short distance, it was firmly pinned to the ground. Long Yang, Huri! Chen Taiping bellowed. In his peripheral vision, he caught a dark shadow darting past, as Long Yang exhibited remarkable agility, demonstrating the skills learned in the military at that moment. With a swift stroke, he severed the water ghost's neck. Two down. Long Yang sheathed his wooden sword and approached Chen Taiping. Damn, Xiao Chun. When did you become so formidable? Lao Ba exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Zhao Feng and the others quickly gathered around, their faces etched with incredulity at the sight of the slain water ghost. No, I've just grown accustomed to the fear, Chen Taiping replied with a wry smile, feeling no sense of pride, for only he understood that every action he took was driven by a frantic mindset. Akin to the day he plunged a knife into his own heart, prepared for death. Perhaps it was this mentality that allowed him to unleash his full potential. While a tinge of fear remained, at least he could handle the water ghosts that had emerged on land. There are still others behind. Chen Taiping, we must hurry. Long Yang Urget. Upon hearing this, Chen Taiping promptly nodded, disregarding any casual exchanges with Lao Ba and the others. He called out without looking back, Lao Ba, you all hurry back to the camp. There are only a few left behind, and it seems that Ren Yuan and the others have yet to return. You need to assist them. Lao Ba shared a glance with Xiao Feng and could only acquiesce with a nod. While they could engage in battle with the water ghosts, at this moment, their presence would likely hinder rather than help. Thus, it was wiser to follow Chun Taiping's directive. Upon exiting the woods, Chen Taiping stepped onto the beach again. Still incredulous that the winds had picked up, the once tranquil sea began to churn ominously. A sense of foreboding washed over him, as he felt an unsettling notion that something sinister lurked beneath the waters. "Help me! Someone please!" Suddenly, a man's desperate cries reached his ears. Following the sound, Chen Taiping spotted a man collapsed on the sand, his face a mask of terror, repeatedly shouting for help as he crawled backward. His movements were sluggish, his legs seemingly injured and stained with crimson blood. Assessing the distance, Chen Taiping's heart raced, but he possessed nothing but a wooden knife in hand. "Chen Taiping, throw the gun." Longyang Sudinli showed that gun. That's right. Chen Taiping recalled that he still had the firearm he had taken from Lao Ba. Though it was without bullets, it could serve as a projectile. In a flash of inspiration, as he noticed the water ghost approaching the man, Chen Taiping tensed his arm muscles, suppressing a surge of energy in his throat. The next moment, with a fierce shout, he hurled the gun at the water ghost, striking it squarely in the head. With a shriek, the water ghost turned and charged toward Chen Taiping and Longyang. "Longyang, use that method again." Chen Taiping yelled as the water ghost advanced. Just as he spoke, Longyang nodded and quickened his pace. When he reached the water ghost, he evaded its initial attack with a swift maneuver and seized its arm, applying a deadly grip. With a powerful thrust, Chen Taiping drove his knife into the water ghost's neck, eliminating yet another foe. Uncertain whether it was due to fear or the volume of his own roar, Chen Taiping felt a burning discomfort in his throat. He withdrew the wooden knife and rubbed his throat, diverting his gaze. "Chen Taiping, do you find anything peculiar?" Longyang suddenly inquired. Momentarily taken aback, Chen Taiping turned to Longyang and asked, "What seems strange? Are the water ghosts coming ashore?" "This is one of them, but there's another. Don't you think these water ghosts appear to be fleeing?" Longyang said, frowning. "Fleeing?" "Yes." Longyang nodded, pointing at the water ghost on the ground. "Look at this." He lifted the water ghost's hair, which was matted like seaweed. Upon seeing the body beneath the hair, Chen Taiping's expression shifted slightly. "What is this? A wound?" Chapter. Trader Chen Taiping struggled to believe his eyes. A significant chunk of flesh had been gouged out from the water ghost's chest. He could even discern the internal structure. These wounds look fresh, and the sheer number of water ghosts coming ashore is rather strange, don't you think? Longyang spoke in a somber tone. Chen Taiping nodded slightly. Indeed, it was strange, but how could one explain that they were genuinely fleeing? Chen Taiping looked closely. Longyang directed, pointing in a certain direction. Following Longyang's gesture, Chen Taiping observed that the water ghosts were retreating in the opposite direction, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Where are they headed? Chen Taiping frowned, suddenly realizing that the more than 20 water ghosts were not moving towards the crowded areas, but rather dispersing chaotically. They were just by the seaside, and it wasn't just those 2 water ghosts. Only 2 followed, while the rest scattered. What does that resemble? Longyang questioned again. Fleeing? Chen Taiping found it hard to believe. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, should we pursue and investigate? Just as he finished speaking, Chen Taiping shook his head, saying, perhaps not. Their numbers are overwhelming, and getting too close might also put us at risk. Although these water ghosts are much weaker on land, they remain a formidable threat. It seems you're not completely paralyzed by fear, Longyang teased. Chen Taiping chuckled softly, scratching his head. Gradually calming down, he became aware of the tremors in his arms. In contrast, Longyang maintained a serene demeanor, his eyes betraying no hint of emotion. Let us hurry back to the camp. I'm uneasy. It would be disastrous if any water ghosts made it there. Agreed, let us move swiftly. Supporting the injured man, Chen Taiping consoled him while heading towards the camp. Upon reaching the camp's entrance, he spotted Lao Ba and Zhao Feng scanning the area. Chen Taiping waved to them. Lao Zhao, Lao Ba, come over quickly. Xiao Chun. The 2 hastened toward him upon hearing his call. Are you uninjured? Zhao Feng scrutinized Chen Taiping, saying, how have you become so formidable? Did you encounter something out there? Ah, it's a long story. Let us discuss it inside. Chen Taiping gestured towards the camp and glanced back at the man he was supporting, adding, this brother has a leg injury. Please help him inside and see if he can be treated. A pained expression crossed Lao Ba's face. Noticing this, Chen Taiping furrowed his brows. Lao Ba, given the current circumstances, do not concern yourself with resource conservation. Lives are paramount. That is not it, Xiao Chun. I understand that lives are crucial, but we are truly running low on resources, and there are more than just one injured person, Lao Ba said with a bitter visage. More than one. A wave of unease washed over Chen Taiping as he followed Lao Ba and Zhao Feng into the camp. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of despondent individuals huddled together. A quick scan revealed a significant number of absences. What transpired, Lao Ba? What happened while I was away? Chen Taiping suppressed his rising agitation, turning to Lao Ba. Seeing Lao Ba hesitating, Chen Taiping was about to speak when Zhao Feng interjected. Lao Ba, this matter must be addressed sooner or later. Allow me to explain. After swallowing hard, Zhao Feng continued. On the day after your departure, we resumed our activities as usual. Aside from the stone walls, our primary task was fishing at sea. That afternoon, we encountered the water ghosts, but fortunately, no one was injured. Initially, everyone agreed to continue since we had enough fish, and any excess would not keep well. We decided to return, but unexpectedly, the water ghosts came ashore. This occurred just a few days ago. Chen Taiping frowned, asking, then why did you venture to the coast today? It was unwise to go out in such circumstances. We didn't wish to either. Zhao Feng's face reflected bitterness as he took a deep breath. We intended to guard the camp, but the sheer number of water ghosts forced us to wander through the forest for the past 2 days, leaving no opportunity to return. We thought the water ghosts had retreated. The most dangerous place can often be the safest, so we spent the night by the sea, and then Chen Taiping felt a dawning realization as he observed the fatigue etched on Zhao Feng's face, his heart heavy with resignation. All right, I will check on the injured brother. Were all the injuries caused by the water ghosts? Chen Taiping inquired. He soon noticed Zhao Feng shaking his head. Not all. Most were bitten by venomous snakes. And considering the one you brought, only 2 have been harmed by the water ghosts. Well, then it's all right, Chen Taiping nodded. All right, how could that be? Xiao Chen exclaimed. That was a venomous snake bite. Someone is already on the brink of death. Zhao Feng's face was filled with confusion, and beside him, Lao Ba shared the same sentiment. Chen Taiping noticed their expressions and realized they were unaware of his discovery of the medicinal herbs. He patted their shoulders and reassured them. Don't worry, Long Yang and I found some herbs on the way that can treat most snake venoms. Really? Lao Ba's eyes widened with joy. Nodding slightly, Chen Taiping quickly organized the injured before calling out to Long Yang, who was packing nearby. Long Yang, hurry and bring out the DU. We have many people bitten by snakes. Got it. The news of having the antidote spread swiftly throughout the camp. As Chen Taiping approached the first victim of a snake bite with the herbs, a crowd immediately gathered, curious about the nature of the herbs. However, Chen Taiping quickly dispersed them, emphasizing that the injured required peace and quiet, and their noise could worsen the patient's conditions. Following the methods imparted by the ship's doctor, Chen Taiping prepared the herbs and administered the unappealing liquid to the patient. He then treated the wound for inflammation. As he proceeded to treat the last tent, he was surprised to find Su Tsong there. Su Tsong was pale, weakly opening her eyes. Chen Taiping, you're back. Su Tsong, don't speak, Chen Taiping said with a frown, moving closer to support her. I brought back some herbs. You won't die, don't worry. He poured the prepared liquid and gently fed it to her, advising, sip slowly. It's a bit bitter, but it will surely save your life. After administering the medicine, he lifted her arm, applying temporary measures to her wound and binding it to prevent the venom from spreading further. After observing that the toxin had not penetrated her body, he said, I've treated your wound for inflammation. Bear with the pain. Thank you, Chen Taiping, Su Tsong whispered weakly. Chen Taiping clenched his jaw, not replying, feeling no joy from her gratitude. Most of the members had fallen injured after the water ghost incident, leaving only 6 who could still move, including himself, Long Yang, Zhao Feng, and Lao Ba. Ren Yuan and her group had yet to return, and with tomorrow being the final deadline, he couldn't bear to think of what would happen if they didn't come back. After swallowing hard, he focused on the matters at hand. Having treated Su Tsong's wound, Chen Taiping was about to leave when he suddenly felt someone grasp his clothing. Chen Taiping, wait, please. He turned to see Su Tsong, hurriedly returning to her side and squatting down to ask, what is it? In the camp there is, what is it? Seeing her struggle to speak, Chen Taiping immediately assisted her, disregarding the unpleasant odor from her sweaty body. Speak slowly, there's no need to rush. As he patted her back to ease her breath, it seemed to help, and she managed to say, we have a traitor in the camp. A chill ran down Chen Taiping's spine at the mention of a traitor. Su Tsong, you mustn't speak carelessly, he warned, looking intently at her. Yet, she insisted earnestly. Chen Taiping, I have no reason to deceive you. The night you all left, I saw someone secretly taking food, but it was too dark to see who it was. Chen Taiping was reluctant to believe there was a traitor among them, but Su Tsong's serious demeanor and the lack of benefit to her own interests made him reconsider. If food was stolen, her own situation would be jeopardized. With that in mind, Su Tsong's words gained credibility. What did the person look like? He inquired. She shook her head. I'm not sure who it was, but there are only a few of us left in the camp. Understood. Rest well, he said gently, allowing her to lie back down as he exited the tent. He had already suspected food theft, but had been unable to ascertain who was responsible, not wanting to conduct an open investigation. As Su Tsong mentioned, their group was only united by mutual interests and unavoidable circumstances. However, should someone threaten those interests, their alliance could easily shatter. The most immediate threat, in fact, was Cheng Feng. Rubbing his temples in thought, Chen Taiping contemplated how to explain Cheng Feng's death to the others. Before he could resolve that issue, the news of a traitor emerged. Chen Taiping, what is wrong? Long Yang's voice broke through his thoughts. Turning around, he saw Lao Ba, Zhao Feng, and the others gathered around Long Yang, suggesting their relations had improved. Long Yang, Lao Zhao, Lao Ba, just in time. I need to discuss something with you all, Chen Taiping stated. What is it? Long Yang approached, handing Chen Taiping a bottle of water. They hadn't had a drink since their return. Grateful, Chen Taiping opened the bottle and took a sip before motioning for the three to sit. Once settled, he recounted Su Song's revelations. Their expressions shifted slightly. Soon after, Chen Taiping noticed Zhao Feng awkwardly turning away, saying, Long Yang, I apologize for my previous misunderstandings. Forget it. There's no need to dwell on it. Long Yang replied, shaking his head. He then turned to Chen Taiping and asked, Do you think Su Song's words are credible? I believe they are, Chen Taiping replied thoughtfully. She has no motive to deceive us. That narrows our investigation significantly. Lao Ba interjected, listing names. I, Zhao Feng, Su Song, Gua Xin, Xiong Kong, Xiao Yan. After he finished naming them, Chen Taiping nodded. Regardless, our scope for investigation has indeed shrunk considerably. We should find time to check their tents or wait a few nights. I have a feeling the traitor will act again. Let us keep this matter to ourselves for now to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and to prevent alerting the traitor. If they haven tea hidden the items nearby, we would be at a disadvantage, Long Yang cautioned, nodding in agreement. After they had discussed their plans, just as Chen Taiping was about to rise, a voice called from distance, Ren Yuan Yuan. It's Ren Yuan Yuan and the others returning. Ren Yuan Yuan has returned. Chen Taiping exchanged glances with the others and rushed towards the entrance. They soon saw Ren Yuan Yuan and her companions, dirty and disheveled, entering the camp. What happened? Chen Taiping's eyes narrowed as he hurried to Ren Yuan Yuan, who was being supported by Luo Yi. Where are you hurt? Ren Yuan Yuan looked at Chen Taiping, opening her mouth. Her expression filled with trepidation, causing everyone to grow anxious about the situation. Chen Taiping did not hasten his pace. Instead, he promptly assisted Luo Yi in supporting Ren Yuan Yuan as they moved inside. He glanced back at Long Yang and called out, Long Yang, please fetch me a bottle of water. After receiving the water bottle, Chen Taiping helped Ren Yuan Yuan to a seat and first handed the water to Luo Yi, followed by another bottle for Ren Yuan Yuan. Let's take a moment to rest. We could discuss matters later. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Taiping intended to soothe the emotions of the group when he suddenly heard Luo Yi's sobs. Turning around, he saw Luo Yi clutching the water bottle, tears streaming down her face, visibly terrified. Caught off guard, Chen Taiping hesitated momentarily before gently placing his hand on Luo Yi's head. He recalled how he used to comfort the little girl from his neighbor. After patting her head soothingly, he said, Yi, do not be afraid. We are safe now. Please, do not fear. Observing Luo Yi's tear-streaked face, Chen Taiping felt a pang of compassion. What could have caused this child to weep so intensely within the camp? It seemed likely that she had either cried herself out previously or had been holding back her tears until now. We encountered several green creatures. Ren Yuan Yuan suddenly interjected, her voice trembling slightly. Chen Taiping turned to her, puzzled. Green creatures? Yes. Ah Ping, do you remember the creatures described in that notebook? They resembled those, Ren Yuan Yuan continued, glancing at Long Yang. It was just like what Long Yang saw. Enough of that, Chen Taiping said, gently patting Ren Yuan Yuan's shoulder. Being in such close proximity, he could clearly see her body trembling. It was evident that she was also suppressing her own fear. Chen Taiping understood this feeling all too well, having once fainted from terror himself. Thus, he empathized with their emotional turmoil. Old Zhao, Old Ba, please fetch some water for Ren Yuan Yuan and the others to wash up, and ensure that no one disturbs their rest. We are on it, they replied, hurrying off to get water. Chen Taiping turned to Long Yang and instructed, Long Yang, go retrieve that medicinal herb and check if the other two brothers are injured. Understood. Just then, Chen Taiping exclaimed, we found food. Upon hearing him mention the herbs, Ren Yuan Yuan seemed to recall something and pointed to a dirty, disheveled backpack nearby. There are 3 rabbits in here, and another bag contains some edible fruits. All right, I will tend to your wounds first, Chen Taiping replied, prioritizing the treatment over the food. However, he failed to notice a subtle change in Ren Yuan Yuan's expression. After treating her wounds, which turned out to be mere scrapes on her calf and not inflicted by those creatures, Chen Taiping felt a slight relief. Now, let's rest quickly. He stood to check on the other injured individuals when Ren Yuan Yuan suddenly called out to him. Ah Ping, wait. What is it? Chen Taiping turned to face the 2 girls. This, please take a look, Ren Yuan Yuan said as she produced a rusted iron medal from her pouch. Chen Taiping paused, taking it from her to examine it closely. The paperclip beneath the medal was completely bent, with some parts corroded by rust. Yet, That was not the crux of the matter. The real question was why this object had appeared on the island. We discovered this while capturing rabbits. It was hidden among the weeds, Run Yun explained, her voice quivering, her eyes reddening. Ping, where are we? What is this island? A chill gripped Chun Taiping's heart, sinking it to the depths of despair. This was a thought he had long avoided. Could those humanoid creatures be related to humans? Perhaps this notion was far-fetched, but it was more pressing to ponder why such creatures existed. Ever since witnessing those water ghosts on the beach, this idea had lingered in his mind. Their physical structure, aside from the sharp claws and fangs, bore an uncanny resemblance to humans. Even the water ghost with a gaping hole in its chest, though obscured by black blood, revealed pale bones that mirrored human anatomy. Chen Taiping dared not dwell further on this thought. If there were indeed a connection to humanity, what had transpired on this island? Taking a deep breath, he gently patted Ren Yunyuan's back and said softly, "No matter where we are, our priority now is to survive." After departing from Ren Yunyuan and Luo Yi's tent, Chen Taiping retrieved the fruit they had found. Though their shapes were peculiar, according to Luo Yi, they were perfectly normal fruits that they had tried. Chen Taiping could only marvel at their audacity in sampling such items. Upon closer inspection, the red-green gradient of the fruit resembled that of an apple. Taking a bite, it was crisp and, while lacking the flavor of chicken, possessed a delightful sweetness. Feeling elated, Chen Taiping hurried to bring the fruit to a person suffering from anemia. If this was indeed an apple, it could be quite beneficial for the anemic individual. "Thank you, Brother Chun," the person expressed gratefully. Chen Taiping waved his hand dismissively, not overly concerned. There was an abundance of fruit, filling an entire large backpack. Even though it was insufficient to share with everyone, he endeavored to distribute it evenly among pairs to effectively manage waste. Upon learning that the food came from Ren Yuanyuan, the group exhibited expressions of delight and praised her and her companions profusely. "Chun, your initial decision was indeed correct," one person marveled. "Yes. Thankfully we listened to you back then. By the way, where's Chung Feng?" "I haven't seen him," another inquired. At the mention of Chung Feng, Chen Taiping's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to respond, Long Yang's voice suddenly rang out from behind. "He's dead. Dead." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to believe their ears. One individual chuckled nervously. "Long Yang, stop joking. How could Chung Feng be dead?" "Believe it or not," Long Yang retorted with an eye roll. "Anyone can die. Even Chen Taiping and I nearly met our end. Do you think all these herbs appeared out of nowhere?" "Long Yang, enough," Chen Taiping interjected, shaking his head. Spotting Long Yang about to speak again, he frowned. Finally, Long Yang fell silent, wearing an impatient expression. Sighing deeply, Chen Taiping felt a wave of guilt wash over him. After all, Long Yang was the one most burdened by Chang Feng's death. "Brother Chun, is what Long Yang said true? Is Chung Feng really dead?" Several individuals voiced their disbelief. Chen Taiping nodded solemnly, slowly replying, "Chung Feng has indeed passed. I failed to protect him." As emotions intertwined, Chen Taiping lowered his head, bracing himself for the questions and accusations from the group. He knew that if a member truly perished, the team would be shattered. He recalled Su Tsung's words. However, the anticipated reproaches and inquiries never materialized. When he finally raised his gaze, he found the group bearing an acceptance of fate, as if they had come to terms with this harsh reality. One of them remarked, uncertainly, whether the next to perish would be among them. Chen Taiping found it perplexing that these individuals seemed to have resigned themselves to the notion of death. The pervasive atmosphere of despondency left him utterly bewildered. Suddenly, a vivid image surged through his mind, of himself charging onto the beach, jolting him back to reality as he turned to survey the camp. It appeared that there were fewer people present. Indeed, upon his arrival at the beach, he had witnessed several corpses. A shudder coursed through him as he regarded the faces of those around him, marked by despair, unsure of how to offer comfort. "Brother Chun, there's no need for you to worry about us. We have already come to terms with it. Those destined to die will perish, while those meant to live will survive. Everyone has their fate." This statement left Chen Taiping with a sense of unease, as if he had grasped something elusive yet could not articulate it. Their demeanor diverged significantly from what he had previously observed. How could such a transformation occur in just a few days? After a prolonged silence, Chen Taiping managed to utter, "If there is anything, just let me know. I will certainly assist you in whatever way I can." He patted a few shoulders and, with his head bowed, made his way back to his tent. He suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, despite having confidently assured everyone of his 3 months of survival on the deserted island. The events unfolding before him bore an uncanny resemblance to those he had faced on that island. After gradually calming his emotions, Chen Taiping distributed herbs to Xiong Kong and Gua Xin. After a few days apart, he noticed that Gua Xin's complexion appeared somewhat healthier. "Gua Xin, have you not participated in activities recently?" he inquired. Gua Xin hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. I did join, Brother Chun, but my skills are lacking. I couldn't catch any fish. Is that so? No matter, if there are opportunities for activities, make sure to help others, Chen Taiping advised. I understand, Brother Chun. Guo xin note that. Chen Taiping then turned his gaze to Xiong Kong and noticed that his complexion had also improved considerably, which put him at ease. It seemed his methods had proven effective. With the addition of herbs, recovery would be expedited. After distributing the herbs and fruits, Chen Taiping brought out the rabbits caught by Run Yuan and others. Hearing the sound of saliva being swallowed around him, he couldn't help but smile ruefully. He, too, felt a pang of hunger. Yet, this was not the moment for indulgence. Rabbit meat could not be stored for long, but if dried, it could be preserved for an extended period. Leave it to me. I can handle this, Long Yang volunteered. Lao Ba chuckled. Just don't sneak a bite. This is everyone's rations. What nonsense. Come and help, Long Yang retorted, rolling his eyes at Lao Ba as he beckoned him over. As the two set about processing the rabbits, Chen Taiping began sketching. Ren Yuan and Luo Yi had gone to rest, leaving the remaining two men to handle the reporting duties. Based on their explanations and recollections, Chen Taiping used stones to draw a map on the ground, incorporating the details they provided. Soon, a preliminary map of the forest emerged before them. Is this the route you took before? Zhao Feng inquired, leaning closer. Chen Taiping nodded slightly, indicating the convergence point of the two paths with a stick. This is our camp. The left path is the one Ren Yuan and the others took, where food is available for gathering. The right path is where Long Yang, Chung Feng, and I traveled. Encountering herbs, a cliff, and the image of that eerie cave flashed through his mind, and Chen Taiping shook his head. In a mountain. Did he not venture to the back of the mountain to take a look? Zhao Feng asked. No, we ran out of time and encountered some issues along the way. As he spoke, Chen Taiping began to calculate the distance with his fingers. Based on his recollections, he estimated how far they had traveled. Lao Zhao, do you recall how large the island appeared when we left? Chen Taiping turned to Zhao Feng. His memories of the sea were somewhat hazy, and he had not made a point to observe the island's exterior. I remember some details. Pass me the stick, Zhao Feng replied, nodding slightly. For those accustomed to traversing the sea, recalling the general shape of an island was relatively simple. Handing the stick to Zhao Feng, Chen Taiping focused on the spot where the stick met the ground, watching as Zhao Feng drew a vast circle. At this sight, a sense of foreboding washed over Chen Taiping. The size of the circle Zhao Feng drew completely encompassed his map, revealing several empty spaces, indicating that after several days, they had barely traversed even 1/10 or 1/20 of the island. Furthermore, after completing the large circle, Zhao Feng sketched the outline of the island according to his memory. Though his drawing skills left much to be desired, the twisted lines still managed to convey some semblance of the island's contours. When we approached the island, I observed it intently. Our landing spot was merely a beach and some trees, with no sight of mountains or similar features. However, Zhao Feng shifted his focus, pointing at a sharp angle on the map. Though it was distant and vague, I did see the outline of a small mountain. I'm not certain if it's the one you encountered, but it feels like it isn't. That place is too far away. Chen Taiping nodded slightly, aware that it was not the small mountain he had encountered. That mountain was not particularly large. Based on the height of the trees and the extension of the sea level, they should not have been able to see the mountain range from that direction. Moreover, on that day, amidst the wreckage caused by the immense shadow, he had glimpsed a towering mountain from afar. All right, it's decided. Chen Taiping exclaimed suddenly. Decided? Zhao Feng looked at him, puzzled. Chen Taiping nodded slightly, sensing Zhao Feng's confusion, but choosing not to explain immediately. Instead, he began to calculate aloud. Based on our observations, Long Yang and I were indeed heading toward that mountain, likely around this location. He marked it on the ground. If our estimates are correct, the journey alone could take us about a month, or perhaps 20 days if we move quickly. However, Chen Taiping's tone shifted as he glanced at the tents nearby. We currently have injured members and cannot set off immediately. Xiao Chun, are you planning to take people with you? Zhao Feng's heart skipped a beat as he asked. Nodding, Chen Taiping replied, this plan should be feasible, and we cannot remain here indefinitely. As you have seen, even if we avoid the forest, we will still face casualties and dangers. Why not take a chance? Take a chance? Zhao Feng's voice wavered with uncertainty. Chen Taiping placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Lao Zhao, I understand your concerns, but you must also realize that this is akin to our initial venture to the sunken ship. If we do not take action, our food supply will dwindle, and we won't ensure our survival. When the time comes to take risks, we must not hesitate. Zhao Feng's body trembled slightly as he observed the unwavering determination in Chen Taiping's eyes. After a moment, he shook his head and forced a wry smile, recalling how he had always perceived this young man to possess immense willpower. However, over the recent period, he had come to realize that Chen Taiping was even more formidable than he had initially imagined. I am not as remarkable as you suggest, Chen Taiping replied, scratching his head. Deep down, He understood the reasons for his resilience and was acutely aware that he could not afford to perish. Simultaneously, he recognized that had Zhao Feng endured the same trials he had faced, he would undoubtedly harbor similar thoughts. All right, I will follow your lead. Whatever you decide, we shall do. Zhao Feng nodded in agreement, then added, however, we cannot escape at this moment. Our camp is overwhelmed with injured personnel. If we were to forcibly evacuate them, it would likely prove detrimental. Chen Taiping slightly inclined his head, understanding Zhao Feng's unspoken concerns. Forcing the injured to leave would not only hinder their progress, but could also pose a grave threat should they encounter any monsters along the way. After a brief contemplation, Chen Taiping articulated, I have already considered this matter. Before this group is able to regain their capacity for movement, Long Yang and I will venture to the location where Run Yuanyuan previously went, right here. He prodded the map he had drawn with a stick. We will strive to procure some food to ensure our supplies remain ample before we embark on any further actions. Once we step outside, our retreat will be irrevocably severed. A heaviness settled in Chen Taiping's heart. He realized he could do no more at this juncture. This place could no longer be deemed safe, especially with the presence of traitors within their camp, which posed a significant threat to them all. As a fleeting thought crossed his mind, he was abruptly interrupted by Zhao Feng's query, Xiao Chun, what do you intend to do about that old scoundrel Ma? Malawi? Indeed, such a person existed. Initially, Chen Taiping harbored a deep-seated animosity for Ma Lao Gui, but after all that had transpired, he had nearly forgotten about this inconsequential figure. He felt no sympathy for Ma Lao Gui whatsoever. After a moment's reflection, he replied, I am uncertain whether Ma Lao Gui and his companions are still alive. It would be prudent to remain vigilant before our departure, lest they attempt a surprise attack. Moreover, I suspect the traitor Su Tsong mentioned may have connections to Ma Lao Gui. Indeed, Zhao Feng nodded in agreement. That rascal Ma Lao Gui is cunning and treacherous. It is entirely plausible that the traitor is linked to him. Remember, Lao Zhao, this matter must remain confidential. We must not alert the enemy. Over the next few nights, we shall keep a close watch, Chen Taiping whispered. Understood. After exchanging a few more casual words with Zhao Feng, Chen Taiping retreated to his tent to rest, only emerging again when dinner was served. The rabbit meat, of course, could not be consumed immediately. Although Zhao Feng and the others had provided him with canned meat, Chen Taiping refrained from eating it, opting instead for a piece of fish with a strong odor. It was wise to preserve the canned meat for later. After the meal, both Ren Yuanyuan and Luo Yi appeared to have regained some vigor. Nevertheless, Chen Taiping refrained from disturbing them. It was not until nightfall, when darkness enveloped the sky, that Chen Taiping noticed the moon illuminating what had typically been a cloud-covered expanse. Intrigued, he lingered at the entrance of his tent for a while, before gradually succumbing to slumber, though it was not a deep sleep. On the first night, Chen Taiping had no intention of resting soundly. He could not afford to relax regarding the traitor situation, should they return to find that the enemy had succeeded. All their efforts would be in vain. Inside his tent, Chen Taiping kept his eyes open, peering through the fabric to observe the shadows outside. Under normal circumstances, no shadows would penetrate the tent's confines, but tonight was different, as a faint moonlight illuminated the surroundings. Time passed, and suddenly, Chen Taiping heard a series of rustling noises from outside. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be footsteps. His heart skipped a beat. Just as he intended to discreetly lift the tent flap to ascertain who it was, he heard the footsteps approaching his tent. What could this mean? Were they here to check if he was asleep? Pondering this, Chen Taiping contemplated rushing out to apprehend the intruder, yet he was uncertain whether the individual was armed. Acting impulsively could be perilous. Consequently, he quickly shut his eyes and lay flat on the ground, feigning sleep. As anticipated, the tent was soon gently lifted. Unlike Zhao Feng's tent, his lacked a zipper. It could easily be opened to reveal its contents. At that moment, Chen Taiping felt the shadow drawing nearer. The sensation of breath almost brushing against his ear, intensifying his anxiety. Fortunately, it appeared that the intruder did not realize he was merely pretending to be asleep. After a few moments, he heard the footsteps receding into the distance before he cautiously opened his eyes and crawled out of the tent, intent on following the retreating shadow. Observing the direction in which the shadow was headed, Chen Taiping felt puzzled. Why was this person moving toward the seaside? Did they hide their provisions there? Contemplating this, he slowed his pace as he approached the beach, feeling a surge of tension. Having rushed out without his wooden knife, if he was correct in his assumption that the group had connections to Malaga, being discovered would make escape exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, even if he did not encounter Ma Lao Gui, the previously surfacing water ghosts posed a significant threat. Glancing around, Chen Taiping confirmed that there was nothing within sight, allowing him to proceed cautiously. The closer he drew to the sea, the brighter his surroundings became. Perhaps the trees that had once obscured the light were thinning, revealing a silvery expanse of sand that sparkled under the moonlight. while the waves crashed rhythmically, adding a sense of calm to the otherwise tranquil woods. The shadow gradually reached the shore, and before Chun Taiping could discern its features, he suddenly felt a gust of wind sweep by. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, and when the wind subsided, he opened them once more to find the figure seated at the water's edge. What was happening? A torrent of questions surged through his mind, prompting him to crouch down and conceal himself among the grass. Were they waiting for someone? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Chun Taiping became alert. He remained in a tense standoff with the shadow seated by the shore. Time seemed to stretch, and just as he began to feel drowsy, he caught sight of a shadowy figure stumbling toward the person by the beach. Had a companion arrived? Muttering to himself, Chun Taiping groped the ground until he grasped a stone the size of a palm. Confirming that there were only two individuals, he planned to leap forward and incapacitate them. However, before he could act, he suddenly saw the shadow stand up in a panic, emitting a woman's piercing scream. Water ghost! Upon hearing this cry, Chun Taiping shivered. Why did that voice sound so familiar? Following closely behind, Chun Taiping turned his gaze toward the swaying figure, squinting to discern the details. The hair, reminiscent of seaweed, and the bloated form unmistakably revealed the presence of a water ghost. A piercing scream erupted as the staggering shadow tumbled onto the beach. At that moment, Chun Taiping was entirely convinced that the voice belonged to Ren Yuanyuan. Countless questions flashed through his mind while he observed the water ghost advancing toward Ren Yuanyuan. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized a stone and dashed toward the shadow, shouting, "Give me a break, Dai!" The stone struck the water ghost's head with a resounding thud. The creature did not emit a single cry, but staggered and collapsed to the ground. With no time to ascertain whether the water ghost was dead or alive, Chun Taiping rushed to Ren Yuanyuan's side. He swiftly lifted her, now clearly visible, and took off running. "Ah, put me down, put me down!" Peyton Yuanyuan, still reeling from the shock, exclaimed. Chun Taiping felt her grip tightening on his head, nearly pulling his hair out. Wincing in pain, he gasped and urged Ren Yuanyuan, "It's me, Chun Taiping. Put me down." The frantic cries ceased, and Chun Taiping sensed Ren Yuanyuan's struggles easing, allowing him to exhale slowly. Yet, this moment of relaxation brought forth the sharp pain from the wounds she had inadvertently caused while struggling. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he pressed on. Daring not to glance back, he understood that the earlier blow would not have incapacitated the water ghost. If it caught up to them, both he and Ren Yuanyuan would be doomed. "Ah, Ping, please put me down." Ren Yuanyuan, now regaining her composure, called out with a trembling voice. Chun Taiping remained silent, gritting his teeth against the pain, his head buzzing, unable to think of anything else. It was only when his strength began to wane and he caught sight of the campsite that he gradually slowed his pace, glancing back. Thankfully, the water ghost had not pursued them. Releasing a long sigh, Chun Taiping, breathless and fatigued, gently placed Ren Yuanyuan on the ground before collapsing beside her. He noted that Ren Yuanyuan seemed to have lost considerable weight. Despite their shared exhaustion, he could distinctly feel her lighter form. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he noticed his hands were damp, perplexed by the excessive perspiration. "Ah, Ping, are you all right?" Ren Yuanyuan's voice suddenly broke the silence. Chun Taiping slowly sat up, turning to face her, and nodded. "I'm fine, Ren Yuanyuan. What were you doing on the beach?" In the darkness, although he could not see the changes in her expression, her hesitant tone suggested there was something she was reluctant to disclose. Could it be that she was a traitor? No. The moment this thought crossed his mind, he swiftly dismissed it. Setting aside her past care for him, he recalled that on the night Su Tsong had spotted a traitor. Both he and Ren Yuanyuan had already departed from the campsite. Thus, it was impossible for her to be the traitor. With that in mind, he said, "Forget it. If you have something difficult to say, you need not disclose it." With that, Chun Taiping reclined on the ground, gasping for breath. Before he could regain his composure, he heard Ren Yuanyuan ask, "What about you? Were you pretending to be asleep?" Chun Taiping felt a surge of embarrassment at her question. He realized that the figure who had checked on him earlier was indeed Ren Yuanyuan, and his presence here was obvious. After a moment's thought, he began to explain. After relaying Su Tsong's words to Ren Yuanyuan, he heard her grumble in discontent. "So you suspect me?" "It's not like that," he replied, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "At first, I didn't realize that shadow was you. I merely followed out of misunderstanding." "Oof." Ren Yuanyuan huffed, remaining silent. Yet, Chun Taiping could discern the lingering discontent in her tone. Indeed, as the saying goes, it is difficult to nurture both women and villains. Even after clarifying everything, Ren Yuanyuan was still upset. Perhaps due to the awkward atmosphere, Chun Taiping fell silent. For a time, only their breaths filled the air. After an indeterminate period, having regained some strength, Chun Taiping sat up and turned to Ren Yuanyuan, who was leaning against a tree, and inquired, "Ren Yuanyuan, why did you go to the beach?" "What, are you still doubting me?" she replied, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. Chun Taiping forced a smile. "Of course not. Please, don't make this harder for me, Mississippi." All right. Ren Yuanyuan's voice softened, and Chen Taiping felt a sense of relief as he asked. So what was your reason for going to the beach? To watch the moon. To watch the moon? Chen Taiping's eyes widened, incredulous at her reasoning. Had she lost her mind? During dinner, he had clearly warned her about the water ghost coming ashore. Yet, here she was venturing out to watch the moon at night. Had he not followed her, would she not have put herself in grave danger? I know the water ghost has come ashore, but the campsite isn't necessarily safe either, Ren Yuanyuan suddenly remarked. Taken aback, Chen Taiping realized she had perceived his thoughts. However, before he could respond, she continued, I just felt a bit anxious and wanted to take a walk, but there's nowhere to go here. Upping, where can I go? As she spoke, her voice began to choke with emotion. Hearing the girl beside him sobbing, Chen Taiping suddenly recognized that his earlier attempts to console her during the day had proven ineffective. The fear still lingered in Ren Yuanyuan's heart. Though she had not cried during the day, her restraint did not indicate a lack of fear. Reflecting on his own earlier terror, which had rendered him unconscious. How could Ren Yuanyuan not feel the same? Suddenly, he felt a pair of hands grasping his arm. Turning around, he saw Ren Yuanyuan leaning against him, trembling uncontrollably. She uttered not a single word, and Chen Taiping remained silent, offering no comfort. The two sat together in silence, akin to mutes. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Chen Taiping, feeling his shoulder ache, slowly regained his awareness. Ren Yuanyuan? He called softly, but she did not respond. Shifting his shoulder, Ren Yuanyuan leaned into him, prompting him to look down. She had fallen into a peaceful slumber, her face devoid of any trace of panic, suggesting that she had finally set aside her fears. Of course, had it not been for her hands still gripping him tightly, Chen Taiping would have thought otherwise. Gently lifting Ren Yuanyuan, he made his way toward her tent. After placing her inside, he exhaled a long breath and quietly slipped out from the entrance of her tent. Perhaps it is precisely due to such occurrences time and again that Chen Taiping feels an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. He is unable to dispel the fears of these individuals, nor is he strong enough to instill confidence in everyone. Yet, there is little he can do about it. Managing his own mindset is already a Herculean effort. How then could he possibly influence the mindsets of others? With a faint sigh, Chen Taiping turned towards his tent. After a long night, fatigue had already begun to envelop him. However, just as he was about to enter the tent, he suddenly sensed a gaze fixed upon him from the side. The intensity of this sensation was striking, compelling him to swiftly glance back. Yet, upon turning, he found nothing behind him. The camp lay in utter silence, as if the previous sensation had merely been a figment of his imagination. Am I mistaken? He murmured to himself, casting another glance around the camp. Satisfied that no one was watching him, he finally stepped slowly into the tent. The next morning, the long-awaited sunlight graced the earth once more. However, this did not evoke cheers or joy among the people. Instead, it was met with a chorus of complaints. How can it be so hot? My heavens! The temperature must be at least 35 or 36 degrees. I cannot bear it. I desperately want a cold shower. It is far too hot. The camp was filled with murmurs of discontent. Though they were not loud, their presence was undeniable. Chen Taiping was also beaded with sweat. Gazing up at the sun, he felt a sense of bewilderment. The previous night had been similarly overcast, yet suddenly the clouds parted, revealing both the moon and the sun. Typically, the temperature is not uncomfortable, but at least it does not pose a significant hindrance to the people. Now, however, the situation was different. The camp housed a number of injured individuals, and in such sweltering conditions, sweating could easily lead to infections. How is the situation? Chen Taiping inquired as he looked towards Luo Yi, who was approaching. Perhaps it was due to the sisterly resemblance he saw in her that Chen Taiping found her name flowed easily from his lips. Reflecting on the previous formality of addressing her as Miss Luo, he now found it somewhat awkward. Luo, he seemed to appreciate this more casual address. She hurried over and replied, Brother Chun, everyone's wounds are stable. Although the weather has turned much hotter, with careful attention, it should not have adverse effects. However, but what? Noticing her hesitation, Chen Taiping encouraged her, Please, speak freely, it is all right. Luo Yi nodded, saying, With the rising temperatures, the injured need to constantly replenish their fluids, and they require assistance to wipe away sweat regularly. If we're not careful, it could easily lead to inflammation of their wounds, which would be quite troublesome. Understanding her concerns, Chen Taiping nodded thoughtfully. It was clear that ample fresh water was essential under the current circumstances. Previously, it was simply for drinking, but now it was necessary to prevent unforeseen complications. After a moment of contemplation, he surveyed the able-bodied individuals in the camp and declared, How about this? I will take some people to fetch water. Could you please tend to the injured here? If possible. It would be best to teach them how to care for themselves, thus alleviating your workload. Understood, Brother Chun. Luo brightly nodded and promptly made her way towards the tents. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Taiping felt a twinge of guilt. As the number of injured increased, the burden on those who could still move would inevitably grow heavier. Were it not for the current predicament, he would have preferred to venture directly into the forest. However, now is not the time for such actions. Rising to his feet, he waved to those still able to move, calling out, "Anyone who can still move, come with me to fetch water." At the mere mention of water, the crowd stirred with excitement, each person eagerly rising to their feet. Chen Taiping chuckled softly. Indeed, individuals often exhibit such fervor only when their own interests are at stake. Regardless of the underlying reasons, he nodded and prepared to lead the group to fetch water. Yet, just as he was about to step out, he heard the voices of Zhao Feng and Lao Ba calling from behind. "Xiao Chen, wait." Turning around, Chen Taiping saw Zhao Feng and Lao Ba waving at him, with Zhao Feng holding a small wooden bucket, no larger than 3 palms. "What is that you have, Zhao Feng?" Chen Taiping inquired. Zhao Feng raised an eyebrow and replied proudly, "When you all were out recently, Lao Ba and the others found some stones, and I discovered one that was quite sharp. I tied it to a vine, chopped down a small tree, and made this." "Chopped down a tree?" Chen Taiping's heart leapt with joy. He had not anticipated such craftsmanship. He had sensed Zhao Feng's skill when he fashioned the wooden knife. But to create even a small bucket was impressive. Lao Ba chuckled. "Old Zhao intended to wait for your return to show off. But then you came back having slain 2 water ghosts, and we both completely forgot about it." Chen Taiping was momentarily taken aback, a bittersweet smile crossing his face as he realized how things had unfolded. However, the ability to fell a tree implied that the sharpness of that stone must be akin to that of a blade. Contemplating this, he asked, "Old Zhao, is that stone still around? Can still chop down trees?" "Not anymore. That stone is now dull." Zhao Feng shook his head. "Initially, I had hoped to fell more trees, but thankfully I chose a small one to chop. Otherwise, that stone might not have withstood the task of taking down a larger tree." Indeed, it was not as simple as he had hoped. Setting aside his disappointment, Chen Taiping expressed his delight. "That is splendid. Now we have a second bucket. Though it may be small, we can use it several times. It will only take a bit more time. Xiao Chun, you go fetch the water. I will accompany you," Zhao Feng offered. A hint of confusion flickered in Chen Taiping's eyes. "Is there something on your mind?" He sensed that Zhao Feng's statement carried an underlying meaning. As expected, Zhao Feng glanced at the individuals nearby before saying, "We don't need so many people to fetch water. The 2 of us are quite familiar with it. Besides, in this sweltering heat, it would be better for everyone to rest in the camp." Chen Taiping looked at the few men beside him, noticing their faces glistening with sweat. Upon hearing Zhao Feng's words, their earlier excitement began to fade. One of them nodded in agreement. "That makes sense, with Zhao Feng and Chen Taiping going. We don't need to join. It would be better for us to stay and help care for the others." "Yes, that sounds reasonable." Soon, others voiced their agreement. Seeing several nod in unison, Chen Taiping resignedly nodded. "All right, since that is the case, you all should rest in the camp now, and see if you can assist EE. A few grown men should not leave a young girl to manage alone." "Huh." Chen Taiping, "Worry not. We will certainly help," one man assured, patting his chest. Another quickly nodded. "Rest assured, EE is such a lovely girl. She is like a sister to us. We would never let her suffer." "Very well, Zhao Feng and I shall head over first," Chen Taiping acknowledged. Then turned to Lao Ba. "Lao Ba, I leave the camp in your hands. Please check on Guo Xian and Xiong Kong as well. In this heat, let them open their tents and avoid staying cooped up inside." With a sense of reassurance, Chen Taiping bid farewell to a few individuals before departing towards the lakeside alongside Zhao Feng. After traversing a short distance from a camp, Chen Taiping glanced at Zhao Feng and inquired, "Old Zhao, if you have something to discuss, please speak up." Why the urge to send everyone away? As anticipated, no sooner had Chen Taiping posed a question than he noticed Zhao Feng slightly tremble, followed by a couple of awkward chuckles. "Have you caught me?" Zhao Feng replied. "Old Zhao, you are not typically one to behave in such a manner. Having known you for a while, I can discern certain things." Given Zhao Feng's character, Chen Taiping did not believe he would have anything that he could not express directly. Furthermore, Chen Taiping had previously advised them that it was best to be forthright about matters that did not warrant concealment. Otherwise, it could breed suspicion among everyone, which would be a most undesirable situation. Acknowledging this, Zhao Feng still chose to act otherwise, indicating that there was indeed something he could not articulate. Pondering this, Chen Taiping patted Zhao Feng on the shoulder and asked, "What troubles you?" Upon inquiring, he observed Zhao Feng's expression darken slightly. Then he leaned closer and whispered, "Xiao Chun, remember when Su Tsong mentioned that there might be a traitor in our camp? I waited all night, and guess what I overheard? Last night, a traitor?" Chen Taiping's forehead was beaded with sweat, uncertain whether it was due to embarrassment or the sweltering weather. Regardless, it was prudent to clear this misunderstanding as soon as possible. Old Zhao, hold on, Chen Taiping interrupted. The footsteps you heard last night belong to me and Ren Yuan Yuan. You and Ren Yuan Yuan? Zhao Feng's expression turned to one of astonishment. What were you two doing out in the middle of the night? Chapter: The Disappearing Boat. Chen Taiping recounted the events of the previous night, omitting the part about Ren Yuan Yuan's tears. After all, it was somewhat inappropriate to discuss a girl's emotional outburst behind her back. Observing the dawning realization on Zhao Feng's face, Chen Taiping forced a smile. Initially, I too suspected Ren Yuan Yuan of being the traitor, but once I discovered her identity, the misunderstanding was resolved. Is that so? Zhao Feng mused thoughtfully. Yet, he quickly reverted to a nonchalant grin. Since it was just the two of you, I suppose it's fine. I thought it was a traitor, which made my hand a bit itchy. Feeling embarrassed, Chen Taiping chuckled awkwardly. If his guesses were correct, it was likely Zhao Feng's gaze that he had felt the previous night. Fortunately, the fellow had not acted against him, or the misunderstanding could have escalated tremendously. Upon reaching the lakeside, Chen Taiping suddenly halted, observing the disorder around them. The surrounding weeds appeared trampled, as if something had been crushed. Turning to Zhao Feng, he asked, Old Zhao, have the water ghosts emerged from the lake? Zhao Feng nodded slightly, confirming, indeed, a few have surfaced, but thereafter, they vanished. Chen Taiping nodded thoughtfully. So, does this imply that the lake should be devoid of water ghosts now? Contemplating this, Chen Taiping felt a surge of optimism. If there truly were no water ghosts, then the bucket that had sunk to the lake's bottom could be retrieved. However, Chen Taiping remained cautious. Venturing directly into the water seemed somewhat perilous. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to proceed with caution, using the snake's gallbladder and venom sac he had prepared earlier. With these items secured, he inched closer to the water's edge, where the anticipated visage of a water ghost was conspicuously absent, and no terrifying eyes were fixed upon him. The lakeside was eerily tranquil. Gritting his teeth, Chen Taiping slowly dipped his hand into the frigid water. The icy lake enveloped his wrist, and he felt as though the cold could penetrate his very bones. Fortunately, after submerging his hand, nothing untoward occurred. Xiao Chen, how is it? Zhao Feng inquired. Chen Taiping shook his head, replying, It's fine. The water ghosts must have departed. Yet, despite his reassurances, Chen Taiping could not fathom why these water ghosts would suddenly act in unison, abandoning their own territory, which was perplexing. Unable to resolve this riddle, he temporarily set the thought aside, removed his shoes, and prepared to enter the water. Xiao Chen, what are you doing? At that moment, Zhao Feng seized his wrist, and Chen Taiping turned to see the panic etched on Zhao Feng's face. Are you out of your mind? You wish to enter the water? Look at your hands and feet first. Even if the water ghosts might be gone, it is still unwise to take such risks. Glancing down at his hands and feet, Chen Taiping paused, feeling a bit sheepish as he scratched his head. Apologies, old Zhao, I completely forgot. Sometimes, I don't even know what to say to you. Is it your overzealous spirit of sacrifice, or are you simply reckless in your desire to survive? Zhao Feng shook his head in exasperation. Then, he began to remove his clothing and turned to Chen Taiping, saying, Wait here, I will see what I can retrieve. As Zhao Feng prepared to leap into the water, Chen Taiping quickly held him back. Old Zhao, hold on. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Chen Taiping hesitated for a moment, surveying the desolate lakeside, devoid of any vines or support. After some deliberation, he suggested, I'll have Long Yang accompany you. The lake shouldn't be too deep, just search around. If anything seems amiss, return promptly. That works, Zhao Feng agreed. Returning to the camp, they summoned Long Yang and hurried back to the lakeside. Goodness, why are all these weeds flattened? Long Yang remarked upon his arrival. Chen Taiping patted him on the shoulder, saying, The water ghosts in this lake have likely departed. Long Yang, there may be other items submerged in the water, possibly remnants left by that Showa man. We might discover something useful. Reflecting on the previous bucket, Chen Taiping could only rationalize it this way. After all, this explanation rendered the bucket's appearance more plausible. Long Yang nodded in agreement, promptly affirming his willingness to help. Chen Taiping was not yet ready to enter the water, so he stood by, keeping watch as the two jumped in. Within a couple of minutes, the pair emerged from the water. Phew, this lake bed is too deep. We can't see anything down there. Even if we want to search, we need oxygen tanks, Zhao Feng remarked. Observing the flushed faces of Zhao Feng and Long Yang, Chen Taiping pondered briefly and asked, Old Zhao, do we still have that oxygen tank we used when we were on the boat last time? Oh, right. We still have 2 oxygen tanks. Zhao Feng's expression brightened. Chen Taiping nodded and said, If my memory serves me right, the tank you and Lao Ba used should still have about half left. It should suffice to find quite a few things. I didn't realize you still had oxygen tanks, Long Yang exclaimed in surprise. Chen Taiping chuckled softly. Without those oxygen tanks, Old Zhao, Lao Ba, and I likely Woon Ti have been able to bring back so many items. All right, let us go retrieve them. However, Those tanks are at the seaside, and I'm not sure if there are still water ghosts lingering there, Zhao Feng expressed with trepidation. No worries, we will accompany you, Chen Taiping replied, exchanging a knowing glance with Long Yang before smiling and drawing out a wooden knife. Once again at the seaside, Chen Taiping gazed at the tranquil beach, gradually making his way forward. He recalled that during their last visit, they had anchored their small boat beneath the cliffs, with an oxygen tank suspended above. He wondered if the waves had swept the boat away in the past few days. However, there was a hemp rope tied to a rock on the boat, so he believed it should be safe. Yet, when Chen Taiping and his companions arrived, they discovered that the spot where the boat was supposed to be was completely devoid of any trace. Not only was the boat missing, but so was the oxygen tank. Could the waves have carried them away? Zhao Feng asked, uncertainty in his voice. Chen Taiping also considered this possibility, acknowledging the ferocity of the recent waves, which could easily displace a small boat. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, he suddenly heard Long Yang suggest that perhaps the old ghost Ma and his crew had spotted the boat and rowed away with it. Chen Taiping found himself at a loss for words, grappling with the unsettling thought. After all, beneath those waters lurked many water ghosts. Even if the underwater spirits reached the shore, how could they possibly survive so far from land? Perhaps that is indeed a possibility. Don't forget, the boat contained many valuable items, Zhao Feng interjected. Regaining his composure, Chen Taiping's expression darkened momentarily, but upon reflection, he shook his head. No, Lao Zhao. When we last visited, the boat had already begun to sink. After so many days, it cannot still be in its original position, and Ma and his crew could not possibly hold their breath for this long. Indeed, Zhao Feng nodded sagely. There is no point in overthinking it, Chen Taiping remarked, shaking his head. Whether it's the small boat or the oxygen tank, they are both gone now. There is no use dwelling on it. Since we cannot search for items in the lake, we must let it go. With that, Chen Taiping surveyed the area, noticing the various sizes of stones scattered within the forest. Although he was unsure of their origin, he thought that if he could find a slightly sharper stone, it could serve as a cutting tool. After fetching water back to the campsite, Chen Taiping set out with Long Yang and Zhao Feng into the woods. Following the path they had previously taken to gather stones, they indeed found an abundance of rocks. However, locating a stone that was both smooth and sharp proved to be quite the challenge. Chen Taiping's eyes began to tire, and he had yet to discover such a stone. Hey, Chen Taiping, how about this one? Long Yang's voice suddenly called out. Following his gesture, Chen Taiping saw that Long Yang was holding a rather smooth stone, roughly the size of 3 human faces. Although it appeared to be an ordinary stone, its color and texture resembled that of a rock. Elated, Chen Taiping hurried over, wondering if this stone could be used to sharpen other stones for tool making. Indeed, that is a splendid idea, Zhao Feng replied, raising an eyebrow as he glanced around and picked up a stone that seemed to have some shape. What do you think of this one? Upon seeing the stone in Zhao Feng's hand, Chen Taiping immediately shook his head. Lao Zhao, you ought to study history a bit more. No one in the Stone Age used ordinary stones for sharpening. Didn't you mention that the stone you had previously was rendered useless in no time? What kind of stone should we use then? Zhao Feng asked, a look of confusion on his face. ISNT stone, tool-making all about using stones? With a wry smile, Chen Taiping began to explain, Lao Zhao, the term stone tool does not refer to ordinary stones. Their hardness is insufficient for our needs. In such cases, we must employ rocks like the one in Long Yang's hand. All right, rocks. Now I understand why it fell off. Zhao Feng chuckled awkwardly, then bent down to search for rocks. While the conversation was enlightening, Chen Taiping was well aware that crafting tools from rocks or even ordinary stones was not a simple endeavor. He recalled the knowledge shared by Yang Ge, who had once explained that in times of limited productivity, these sharp, easily obtainable stone tools had enabled our ancestors to survive in a world teeming with wild beasts. Thus, this thing called a stone core was crucial for crafting stone tools. With it, the creation of implements would be significantly easier. Although he was unsure how Yang Ge acquired such knowledge, Chen Taiping trusted its validity, especially since he had witnessed Yang Ge and the captain creating stone tools on the island. They had relied on those tools to survive their first month. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Taiping turned to Long Yang and asked, do you know what stone core is? A stone core? Long Yang paused, then rolled his eyes, saying, how could I not know? I graduated from university, bachelor's degree. All right then, let us see if we can find a stone core. While Lao Zhao focuses on gathering rocks and sticks, Chen Taiping instructed. Understood. Both replied in unison. With everything arranged, Chen Taiping began his search for a stone core. Although it was uncertain whether a stone core could be found among the pile of stones, locating one with similar hardness would suffice. It could either be used for sharpening or as a hammering tool. After searching for over 2 hours, Chen Taiping finally found a rock that appeared sharp and somewhat rough. While it wasn't a stone core, it would do. Long Yang, whereas that disc you found earlier? I want to give it a try, Chen Taiping called out. Before long, Long Yang approached, carrying the disc along with the rock they had discovered, which closely matched the hardness and shape of a tool. It seems we can't find a stone core here. I want to try using this large stone. It might work for sharpening, Wang Yang remarked, patting the stone in his hands. Chen Taiping nodded slightly, crouching down to grasp the arrowhead-like rock he had found. He was about to begin the sharpening process when the rough surfaces and small spikes on the rock caused him discomfort. After a moment of consideration, he removed his shirt and wrapped it around his hands, starting to rub vigorously against the stone. The harsh, piercing sound echoed, sending shivers down his spine. Yet he persevered with the task. Chen Taiping lost track of time, but he eventually noticed that the surface was becoming smoother and the sharp sounds were diminishing, bringing joy to his heart. Xiao Chun, Xiao Chun. Zhao Feng's voice broke through, and Chen Taiping turned to see him approaching with a pair of stones. Among them were both rocks and ordinary stones, none of which were particularly large or thick. How about these stones I found? Zhao Feng inquired. Chen Taiping glanced over the assortment and nodded with satisfaction. Lao Zhao, these are quite good, but with so many, we won't be able to craft a stone tool right away. In response, Zhao Feng chuckled sheepishly. I just picked up everything that looked good. There is still a whole pile over there. Upon noticing the direction indicated by Zhao Feng, Chen Taiping discreetly took mental note and nodded, then turned his attention back to the stone in his hands. Lacking a stone core, Chen Taiping and his companions were unable to break the stone into fragments and thus resorted to this repetitive action for prolonged polishing. As night fell, Chen Taiping observed the sky darkening and decided to pack up and return to the camp. After dinner, he sat on the ground, continuing to refine his stone tools, which soon attracted the attention of others. Ping, what are you doing? Ren Yuan, having just tended a patient with Luo Yi, approached curiously upon seeing Chen Taiping's arm in motion. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Chen Taiping replied with a smile. I heard Zhao Feng mention that he made a small bucket, so I wondered if I could polish a stone tool to serve as a potential tool or weapon for us in the future. The reason for needing a weapon was surely clear to Ren Yuan without further explanation. Ren Yuan nodded earnestly, but then suddenly leaned closer to Chen Taiping and whispered, You didn't tell anyone about what happened last night, did you? Last night? Chen Taiping was momentarily taken aback, his eyelid twitching involuntarily as he replied. I told Zhao Feng. You. Ren Yuan was visibly agitated. However, before she could finish her sentence, Chen Taiping shook his head and said, Don't be upset. I didn't mean to inform Zhao Feng. He heard someone leave the camp last night and thought it was a traitor. He even mentioned it to me today. So I clarified to avoid any misunderstanding. But, Chen Taiping continued, shifting his tone, I haven't mentioned anything about you crying. Rest assured. Chen Taiping. Upon seeing Ren Yuan's contorted expression, Chen Taiping was filled with confusion. Did I do something wrong? Should this matter have remained concealed? Watching Ren Yuan storm away in anger left Chen Taiping scratching his head in bewilderment. Forget it. A woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. How can someone who has only dated once fathom her feelings? The thought of romance brought a woman's face and figure to his mind, which darkened his mood considerably. Yet, Chen Taiping quickly cast aside the memory. He patted his cheeks and murmured, That is a thing of the past. Chen Taiping, you cannot dwell in the past forever. It must be said that polishing stones was indeed a task that tested one's patience. It was not until the others went to sleep that Chen Taiping finally set down the stone and turned his tent to rest. Just as he closed his eyes, he heard rustling sounds outside. Could it be Ren Yuan again? As he pondered, Chen Taiping saw a shadow approaching his tent, heightening his curiosity. Could Ren Yuan want to take a stroll by the sea? Just then, the tent was pulled open, revealing Lao Ba's face. Wow! Chen Taiping jumped in surprise. He hadn't seen this rascal all afternoon, and now his face was covered in grass. At first glance, Chen Taiping thought he was seeing a ghost and nearly struck him. Why such a big reaction? Did I scare you? Lao Ba Chuka! Chen Taiping did not respond but retorted, You look so happy. What good news do you have? Good news, indeed. Lao Ba seized Chen Taiping's hand eagerly, exclaiming, Come with me, I fixed that thing. That thing? Initially, Chen Taiping did not grasp the significance, but soon realized what Lao Ba meant. He turned to Lao Ba with a look of elation and asked, You fixed the radio? Chapter Ghost Ship. Although Chen Taiping had not held out much hope initially, he could not suppress his excitement upon hearing Lao Ba's words. Following Lao Ba to the back of the camp where the trees stood, Chen Taiping watched as Lao Ba retrieved the radio from beneath a pile of weeds. The indicator light on the radio was blinking brightly. Although one light appeared to be malfunctioning and did not illuminate, it did not hinder its operation. I can't operate this. It took me a long time to fix it. Can you use it? Lao Ba inquired. Chen Taiping nodded slightly. He certainly could use it. Previously, he had been very curious about this device, and the crew had explained it to him in detail. He vaguely recalled that the ship had another new radio, which, while somewhat different, operated similarly. With this thought in mind, Chen Taiping approached, crossed his legs, and sat in front of the radio. Although referred to as a radio, It was actually a combination of an old radio and a telegraph. It had an antenna, capable of receiving and sending messages. However, given the absence of mobile signals in this area, he wondered if it could receive any signals. With a click, he pressed the button, placed the headphones over his ears, and turned to Lao Ba, saying, "Keep watch for me, and don't let anyone else know about this." Understood, Lao Ba nodded. Operating such an old radio was relatively simple. It merely required getting it to function. There was a lever beside it that needed to be activated. The current power level seemed sufficient. Lao Ba likely generated electricity earlier to check for functionality. Observing the displayed hertz, Chun Taiping recalled someone explaining the communication rules of the radio. Generally, such old radios could only perform a few simple communications: long wave, medium wave, and short wave. Each of these wavelengths could be used for long-distance communication. Particularly, short wave had a long range, but also notable drawbacks. The available frequency band was narrow, and the communication capacity was limited. Each shortwave radio occupied a bandwidth of 3.7, while the entire shortwave band only had a usable frequency range of 28.5. To avoid interference, the global capacity for communication channels was only about 700, making the communication space quite crowded. Moreover, the bandwidth of 3 significantly restricted the communication capacity and data transmission speed. Nevertheless, Chen Taiping decided to use shortwave since it was more convenient, and he was only familiar with that. After donning the headphones, he heard static and faintly detected some electrical sounds. Chen Taiping's face lit up with joy, for he knew this sound indicated the radio was receiving a signal. Indeed, when it came to communication power, a mobile signal receiver could not compare to a radio. However, the sound was intermittent, and Chen Taiping could not discern the content clearly. After adjusting the receiving frequency, the sound gradually diminished and then faded away. "Oh, did I lower it too much?" Chen Taiping pondered briefly before adjusting the dial again. And this time, the electrical sound returned. Within the static, he could faintly hear voices. Yes, Chen Taiping's heart soared with excitement, yet he remained cautious with his actions. At times, such frequencies could easily be disrupted, necessitating careful adjustments. Otherwise, a hard-won signal could be abruptly severed. As the static in the headphones gradually lessened, Chen Taiping slowly began to discern the voices coming through. A long, melodious piece of music. Where was this coming from? Chen Taiping felt somewhat puzzled, wondering if he had inadvertently connected to someone's radio. After some contemplation, he decided to wait a little longer. Perhaps it was indeed a radio station. However, after a prolonged wait, all he could hear was the distorted sound of lingering music. It seemed it was not a radio after all. Taking a deep breath, Chen Taiping grasped the tuner once more and began to rotate it. With a slight twist, the sound in the headphones changed dramatically, the music morphing into static, with another voice intermingling. Yet, no matter how much Chen Taiping adjusted it, the signal remained persistently unstable. What could be amiss? Furrowing his brow, he leaned closer and gently altered the communication frequency, but he could not find a discernible or communicable frequency. Moreover, the frequency in his headphones grew weaker, as if it were on the verge of complete silence. "Xiao Chun, Xiao Chun." Just then, the voice of Lao Ba reached his ears. Chen Taiping froze momentarily, initially thinking it was a voice coming through the headphones. He promptly removed the headphones and turned around to see Lao Ba approaching, his face a mask of panic. "What is happening?" Chen Taiping inquired. "There's a ghost ship, a ghost ship," Lao Ba exclaimed. "A ghost ship?" A heaviness settled in Chen Taiping's heart as he hurriedly asked, "Where? What did you see it?" "Out at sea. The ghost ship is on the water," Lao Ba shouted. Recalling the plane that had vanished last time, Chen Taiping felt an unsettling intuition that there were many more things in this forest that were not documented in that diary. Furthermore, the fact that the radio could connect meant they were likely within the satellite's coverage area. If that were the case, why had the search team still not found the deserted island? It was all quite peculiar, truly perplexing. Enough, Chen Taiping dismissed the anxious thoughts swirling in his mind, turning off the radio and concealing it before saying to Lao Ba, "Take me there." As they hurried along, Chen Taiping glanced toward the seaside. Sure enough, through the trees, he could vaguely discern the outlines of some vessels. Could it be that a boat is approaching? "Lao Ba, that looks like an ordinary ship. How can you call it ghost ship?" Chen Taiping questioned, bewildered. Immediately, Lao Ba's panicked voice rang out again as he pointed at the ship. "Xiao Chun, look closely. That is the ship we lost before." "How could that be?" A shiver coursed through Chen Taiping as he quickened his pace, finally breaking through the trees to reach the beach. Gazing towards the location of the ship, he spotted an unmistakably familiar emblem. It was indeed the passenger ship they had been aboard, one that was supposed to be resting at the bottom of the sea. How can this be? Chen Taiping's eyes widened in disbelief. As he watched the passenger ship slowly drift towards them, he felt no relief, nor joy, only dread, sending chills down his spine. "Xiao Chen, what should we do? I feel something is terribly off about this ship Lao Ba stammered. In response, Chen Taiping took a deep breath to steady his racing heart before saying, I'm not sure. But one thing we can speculate is that if this ship truly approaches us, we may be in danger. Should we run? Lao Ba asked. Chen Taiping shook his head, declaring, no, we can't escape. There are too many injured in the camp. Even if we each assist one person, our pace will not be swift. If those specters catch up, it will only complicate matters. What should we do then? Lao Ba began to panic, noticing the expression on his face. Chen Taiping felt his own body tremble. He could no longer discern whether the sweat on his forehead was from fear or heat. After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and said, Lao Ba, go summon Lao Zhao and Long Yang and bring weapons. Bring weapons? Lao Ba gasped in disbelief. Before he could voice his thoughts, Chen Taiping patted his shoulder, saying, I know what you want to say, but right now, we cannot escape. We must confront this. As he spoke, Chen Taiping revealed the wooden knife he had kept hidden. If there are water ghosts aboard this ship, we might be able to take down a few. But if we flee, we may not even have a chance to resist. Beside him, Lao Ba stared blankly at Chen Taiping, his eyes seemingly torn. However, seeing the outline of the ship becoming clearer, Lao Ba ultimately gritted his teeth and turned to sprint back towards the camp. Once Lao Ba disappeared into the trees, Chen Taiping turned his gaze back to the slowly approaching vessel. His fists clenched tightly, an unsettling premonition gnawed at him. If the ship's underside. Not long after, he heard voices behind him. Turning around, he saw Lao Ba returning with Xiao Feng and Long Yang. As for the others, they had not been summoned. Even if they had, they might not possess the capability to engage in combat. What is happening? That ship. Long Yang approached, his face reflecting shock and disbelief as he followed Chen Taiping's gaze. Chen Taiping nodded towards them. This vessel should have sunk to the seabed. Now it has inexplicably resurfaced. Could it be the water ghosts are at the helm? Xiao Feng asked, fear evident in his voice. Impossible. Chen Taiping shook his head firmly. There may be water ghosts aboard, but there cannot be anyone piloting it. Don't forget, our ship hit a reef. A massive hole has already formed below, making it impossible for it to stay afloat. So are you suggesting? Long Yang's eyes widened in realization. Seeing Long Yang grasp the implication first, Chen Taiping solemnly nodded. There may be something beneath that ship. All three men recoiled instinctively, realizing that a passenger ship's weight was immense. It was unfathomable to consider what kind of creature could move such a vessel across the surface of the sea. Damn it, I should have believed in the light. Long Yang muttered through clenched teeth, trembling all over. Chen Taiping exhaled a heavy breath, feeling his strength ebbing away, as if he were ill and his limbs had grown weak. He knew he must not dwell on it, must not allow himself to think. Into the woods. We don't yet know how large this thing is. Let's spread out, he shouted. The three men snapped back to attention, with Lao Ba and Xiao Feng hastily heading to the right, while Chen Taiping and Long Yang rushed to the left, ensuring they left sufficient space between them. They began to wait in silence. The eerie ghost ship reappeared. If one were to claim it had transformed into a ghost ship, Chen Taiping might not entirely believe it. After all, the creatures on this island were monsters, not the ambiguous entities known as ghosts. The passenger ship moved swiftly within 5 minutes. They had to look up to see it. It's coming, Chen Taiping uttered under his breath. The group prepared for the ship's landing, but just then, the vessel suddenly lifted from the sea's surface, revealing a colossal form, akin to a submerged reef, gradually emerging from the water. Its massive body loomed like a beast before them, and Chen Taiping's heart plummeted. How were they supposed to combat this? With a single stomp, their demise was inevitable. Although merely a glimpse of that colossal silhouette was all that was afforded, it was sufficient to plunge Chen Taiping into utter despair. They had no chance of survival, and could only await their fate. Suddenly, the ground quaked violently, as if the island had collided with an unseen force. The passenger ship began to tilt precariously. The immense black reef halted its advance, yet the waves surged relentlessly. Even concealed within the thicket, the encroaching tide reached Chen Taiping's feet. How vast could the entity lurking beneath the surface be? Flee, they must flee. The murmurs of Long Yang echoed in his ears. Yet, even with the realization that escape was imperative, the overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain rendered Chen Taiping immobile. The waves surged, crashing over their heads. Chen Taiping jolted, instinctively clutching Long Yang and pressing down amidst the underbrush. As the water receded, it felt like a colossal stone had struck them. Chen Taiping, momentarily oblivious to the pain, was transfixed by the sight of that immense, blood-red eye, which threatened to suffocate him. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and the mere sight of the beast's gaze extinguished any courage to breathe. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness. Chen Taiping snapped back to reality, turning to see Lao Ba, unable to withstand the terror, shouting as he fled into the woods. Run! Long Yang's low growl urged. Instinctively, Chun Taiping felt his hand grasped firmly, his body propelled forward by Long Yang as they dashed into the trees. No, do not rise, do not run. Chun Taiping wished to cry out, but it was as though something had lodged in his throat, rendering his legs unresponsive as they carried him away. If not for witnessing it with his own eyes, Chun Taiping would scarcely believe that an eye could be a third the size of the passenger ship. The earth trembled with deafening booms, and the ground beneath them quaked incessantly. The once tranquil woods erupted with chaos, shattering an age-old peace. Indeed, to Chun Taiping, prior to the emergence of this monster, the island had seemed utterly safe. Because he could still resist, he could still retaliate. Yet now, he had no opportunity to strike back. Turning around meant certain death. The immense black figure loomed ever closer, obscuring the sun and shrouding everything in darkness. A sudden thought pierced Chun Taiping's mind. Could the monstrous entity he had glimpsed before be the same as this one? The thought flitted past as clarity returned to his mind. Grasping Long Yang, he shouted, "Get down!" Once they were both crouched low, Chun Taiping buried his head in the underbrush, even aware that the colossal being was directly behind them. He dared not raise his head or continue fleeing, for even 10 more minutes of running would not allow him to escape the monster's swift pursuit. Boom! The ground shook violently, and Chun Taiping clutched the grass tightly, suppressing the terror swelling within him, staring at the soil mere inches away, instinctively holding his breath. He had lost all sense of time, merely listening as the colossal sound faded into the distance, his body collapsing in exhaustion. The creature had indeed not detected their presence. Yet the sensation of impending doom had drained all strength from Chun Taiping, nearly robbing him of his capacity to think. Time passed unmeasured until, feeling a resurgence of strength, he slowly rose to his feet. Lifting his gaze to survey the surroundings, Chun Taiping's heart plummeted as if struck by a hammer, his pulse halting. The once lush woods lay utterly ravaged, just as he had witnessed with Long Yang. Gigantic craters marred the ground. Long Yang, gradually regaining his senses. Chun Taiping turned to the still prostrate Long Yang, urging, "Get up, we must return to the camp." The immense sounds and the monstrous presence could not have gone unnoticed by those at the camp. However, no matter how he called, Long Yang remained motionless. A heavy weight settled in Chun Taiping's heart. Countless images flashed before him, including those he had seen in a vision. Could it be that he was still ensnared within that illusion? Just as this thought flickered, Chun Taiping suddenly saw Long Yang springing to his feet with remarkable speed. Yet he remained silent. After rising, he turned and charged toward a nearby tree. Bang! Bang! With just 2 collisions, blood soon flowed from Long Yang's head, an alarming sight. Chun Taiping rushed to seize him. Yet, Long Yang's strength was astonishing, resisting Chun Taiping's attempts to restrain him. Long Yang! Chun Taiping placed his hand on Long Yang's forehead. The pain in his hand incited a growing frustration. Nevertheless, Long Yang continued to ram his head into the tree, unresponsive. Long Yang! Chun Taiping, enraged, stood and delivered a kick to Long Yang's side. The force was not tremendous, but it was sufficient to send Long Yang sprawling. Seeing him stagger and fall, Chun Taiping rushed forward, grabbing the collar of his shirt, shouting, "Calm down." Chun Taiping, how the hell do you expect me to calm down? Long Yang's furious roar echoed. Chun Taiping was momentarily taken aback. This fool still retained awareness? Before he could ponder further, Long Yang seized his collar with a powerful grip. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged from Long Yang's arm. Chun Taiping felt the world spin as he was violently thrown to the ground. Coughing, he struggled to regain his breath. But Long Yang's hands pressed down on his chest, obstructing his ability to breathe freely. The sensation of something pressing against his back, preventing him from inhaling, heightened Chun Taiping's agitation. Chapter: The Forgotten Fu Bang. A dull thud resounded as Chun Taiping's fist struck Long Yang's face with ferocity. Chun Taiping jolted awake, pinning Long Yang down, extending his hand to continue the assault. However, upon seeing Long Yang's expression, the anger that had surged within him was instantly quelled. His fist hung suspended in the air, hesitating. "Why stop? Why not continue?" Long Yang inquired. Chun Taiping's body trembled slightly as he gritted his teeth and replied, "If I keep hitting you, how am I any different from a madman?" "Heh, you certainly resembled a madman just now," Long Yang suddenly chuckled. Releasing Long Yang's collar, Chun Taiping shook his head. "No, I believe that those who can remain calm in times like this are the true madmen." In his mind, the image of that enormous eye flickered incessantly, as if it could see him no matter where he fled. Under such circumstances, perhaps losing one's sanity was the only rational response. Chun Taiping glanced down at his hands, stained with both his own and Long Yang's blood. He was uncertain whether he still resided in the original world, pondering the true nature of that monstrous being. Could be Godzilla? "Awaken! How long do you intend to keep me pinned down?" Long Yang exclaimed. Upon hearing his voice, Chun Taiping hastily rose to his feet, extending his hand to help Long Yang up from the ground. I never expected you to go berserk with such ferocity. Even more so than I, Long Yang remarked, rubbing his left cheek. Chun Taiping focused his gaze and noticed Long Yang's left cheek was already swollen. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and apologized. Never mind, if it weren't for your punch, I wouldn't have calmed down either, Long Yang replied, shaking his head. Nodding in agreement, Chun Taiping then turned his attention to the surroundings, searching for the silhouettes of Zhao Feng and Lao Ba. Let us return to the camp and investigate. That creature seems to be heading toward the center of the lonely island. I wonder if it is that colossal being we encountered last time, Chun Taiping pondered aloud. He then noticed Long Yang nodding in agreement. It should be, but I'm curious where this creature usually conceals itself. With such a massive physique, it ought to be quite conspicuous on this lonely island. Indeed, following the faint outline of the distant mountain range, Chun Taiping swallowed nervously, uncertain whether his decision to head toward the mountains was wise. Should he proceed? Ultimately, he resolved that rather than overthinking, it would be prudent to contemplate the radio situation instead. Upon entering the camp, Chun Taiping immediately observed a group of people huddled together, their faces etched with terror. Surprised, he was about to speak when Long Yang restrained his arm. Look over there. Following Long Yang's gesture, Chun Taiping discovered that a grove of trees had been devastated about 5 or 6 meters from the camp, leaving behind a vast crater. Witnessing this, Chun Taiping inhaled sharply. The foot of that creature had nearly obliterated their camp. He dared not contemplate the consequences had it stepped inside. Upping, came Ren Yuan's voice. Turning around, Chun Taiping saw several individuals gathered, trembling with fear. Just now, there was a massive foot, one stammered. Chun Taiping quickly nodded, approaching Ren Yuan to gently pat her back. Then addressed the group, remain calm. Everyone, I will explain everything in due course. Chun, do you know what that thing is? Luo Yi inquired. Noticing the redness around her eyes, it was evident she had been crying. Nodding slightly, Chun Taiping replied, I know a bit. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions filled with uncertainty. What about the injured? Chun Taiping asked. Luo Yi shook her head. Everyone is asleep. Some are disturbed by the tremors, but remain in their tents. Yi, could you do me a favor? Although it seemed cruel to ask a timid girl, Chun Taiping steeled himself and said, I need to assess everyone's emotional state. It would be best if we could calm the patients first, otherwise it could worsen their conditions. Seeing the flicker of reluctance on Luo Yi's face, Chun Taiping braced himself for being the villain. To his surprise, her hesitation lasted only a moment before she nodded and hurried to the other tents. Observing her resolve, Chun Taiping felt a newfound admiration for the young girl. I'll go too. Upon witnessing Luo Yi's swift action, another man, perhaps spurred by a sense of masculinity, stood up. Soon, others joined in with shouts of agreement. A wave of relief washed over Chun Taiping. His greatest fear was that this group would succumb to despair. Yet now, it seemed Luo Yi had taken on a commendable leadership role. After the three had rushed to assist Luo Yi, Ren Yuan slowly asked, Opping, where are Zhao Feng and Lao Ba? I haven't seen them. They got separated from us, Chun Taiping replied, furrowing his brow, his tone serious. For now, let's set that aside. The creature appears to be heading towards the island's center, so we are temporarily out of danger. Ren Yuan nodded shakily. Speaking of which, a thought suddenly struck Chun Taiping, and he turned to Long Yang. Could those water ghosts have fled from that creature? Are you suggesting Godzilla? Long Yang asked. Well, one could refer to it as Godzilla. Among the monsters I know of, it is the only one that fits that description, Chun Taiping responded, a vein of frustration appearing on his forehead. This guy really doesn't gauge the atmosphere. He truly is a mood destroyer. Actually, it is quite plausible, Long Yang mused. I mentioned before that these water ghosts seem to be fleeing. Perhaps it was indeed Godzilla. Enough with the Godzilla talk. It sounds absurd, Chun Taiping interjected. Regardless of whether it is that creature or not, Long Yang, we should venture there again. I wish to uncover the truth about this island. Opping, have you lost your mind? There are monsters everywhere. Ren Yuan exclaimed incredulously. Chun Taiping sighed. I too feel as though I'm losing my mind, but if we do not seek the truth now, I fear we may remain in the dark forever, never truly understanding where we are. Noticing Ren Yuan growing silent, he comforted her by patting her shoulder. I understand this feels perilous, but at least we still have a path forward. That is the radio. However, before Chun Taiping could finish his thought, he heard the voices of Lao Ba and Zhao Feng approaching. Xiao Chun, hurry to the seaside. Seeing the two rush in, Chun Taiping paused momentarily, then noticed their pockets were brimming with items. What on earth is this? He exclaimed, just as he finished speaking. A series of thuds echoed as canned meat tumbled from their bodies, along with a plethora of medical supplies. What is happening? Chun Taiping turned to Long Yang, who was equally bewildered. What else could it be? Zhao Feng exclaimed excitedly. It fell from the sunken ship. When that creature emerged, everything from the ship spilled out. and the beach is littered with it. We must hurry before the tide washes it away. Really? Chen Taiping's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed. Quickly grab some buckets, and let us set off, Zhao Feng urged. Chen Taiping sprang to his feet, pulling Long Yang along as they raced out of the camp. Suddenly remembering something, he turned back to the still-dazed Run Yuan and instructed, "Stay here in the camp until we return." Without delay, he dashed after Zhao Feng and the others. Before long, they reached the shoreline, and as Chen Taiping gazed at the beach, now strewn with an abundance of supplies resembling a shipwreck, a surge of joy washed over him, overshadowing the earlier tension and fear. Observing a small portion floating in the water, he shouted, "Quick, gather everything." After 2 hours of scavenging, Chen Taiping surveyed the impressive mound of food and medical supplies before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Their food situation was now stabilized. Chapter, Do not touch the headphones, how could there be so much? Inside the camp, Run Yuan stared wide-eyed at the towering pile of food and supplies. She was not alone. Everyone in the camp shared the same astonished expression. Chen Taiping wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that moving all these items had indeed been a laborious task. The four of them had collectively transported several small boulders. The sun had already climbed halfway up the mountain. First, let's select the medications and see which ones are usable. All of these have been soaked in water. Only unopened new medications can be utilized. The others may have already absorbed water, Chen Taiping reminded. After spending more than half an hour categorizing everything, it turned out that all the food was usable, but only 1/3 of the medications were unaffected by water. The rest had either turned into powder or the capsules and tablets were no longer viable. After discarding all unusable items, Chen Taiping turned to Luo Yi and inquired, "What can these medications be used for?" Some of the English on the boxes was beyond Chen Taiping's comprehension, so he had to consult Luo Yi, the medical student. "Yes, Chengge, there are many types of medications here, but some of them are currently not useful to us, such as those for colds or fevers. However, antibiotics and vitamin tablets will be greatly beneficial," she replied. Hearing this, the weight on Chen Taiping's heart gradually lifted. With such a substantial reserve of medications and food, he could temporarily focus on the radio. Please distribute these to everyone. I will find a few people to assist you," Chen Taiping said, glancing at the 3 men nearby. The trio immediately nodded and approached Luo Yi. They now appeared to be her assistants, the most informed about the ailments within the camp. "I entrust this to you," Chen Taiping addressed the 3. As he watched them begin to distribute the medications, he turned to Lao Ba and Zhao Feng, saying, "Lao Ba, Lao Zhao, find a place to store this batch of food, preferably within the camp." With that, Chen Taiping squinted slightly. Soon, he noticed Zhao Feng and Lao Ba nodding in understanding and starting to move the food. The traitor had yet to be found, and with so much food now, it would be easier to attract that person's covetous gaze. After relocating the food, darkness enveloped the area. After a hearty meal around the campfire, everyone returned to their tents to prepare for rest. Chen Taiping waited for about 2 hours before slowly crawling out of the camp. Accompanying him was Long Yang. The two exchanged a knowing glance and walked towards the back of the camp. Under the moonlight, Chen Taiping pushed aside the weeds and retrieved the radio. "Wow, you really managed to fix this thing?" Long Yang asked in astonishment. Chen Taiping nodded slightly and replied, "It was Lao Ba who repaired it. He is quite knowledgeable about machinery. However, it took considerable effort to fix." As he spoke, Chen Taiping adjusted the lever beside him. Once the radio emitted a low hum and the indicator lights began to flicker to life, he handed the headphones to Long Yang, saying, "The rest is up to you." "No worries, I still remember the codes and frequencies from our unit. We should be able to connect," Long Yang assured, patting his chest. As Chen Taiping observed Long Yang operating the radio, he remained vigilant nearby. Earlier that afternoon, while transporting food, Chen Taiping had informed Long Yang and Zhao Feng about the radio. However, Zhao Feng did not understand how to operate it. Long Yang, on the other hand, recalled the codes and frequencies from their former unit, which might enable them to establish a connection. Thus, Chen Taiping brought Long Yang here that evening. Surveying the surroundings, which were eerily quiet, Chen Taiping contemplated what he would do if he were rescued. Would he continue sailing? That was the only skill he had to sustain himself. If he truly escaped, he would undoubtedly choose to resume sailing. Yet, these recent encounters had made him feel that this sea was too foreign. It was no longer the familiar ocean he once knew. Whether it was the water ghosts or the towering monstrous beings, Chen Taiping lacked the confidence to confront them again. But what could be done? Unless he perished here, it was impossible for him to escape the sea's grasp. This was the life of a man at sea, having devoted everything to the ocean. Sighing, Chen Taiping intended to find another spot to keep watch for Long Yang. Suddenly, he heard Long Yang call out to him. Chen Taiping, come here quickly." "What is it?" Chen Taiping asked, startled, as he hurried over to find Long Yang's expression grave. He removed the headphones and handed them to Chen Taiping, saying, "You must listen." "What is it?" Chen Taiping wondered, taking the headphones and placing them over his ears. A series of eerie sounds resonated, and as Chen Taiping registered them, goosebumps prickled his skin. He could not articulate what was producing this sound, but it was certainly not static. It was the strange breathing of a living creature. Long Yang, weren't you trying to contact your unit? What is this sound? Chen Taiping questioned, perplexed. How would I know? I was using our unit's codes and frequencies. At first, there was no sound, but after several attempts, I connected. And this is what I got. Chen Taiping swallowed hard, gripping the headphones tightly and placing them back to his ears. The unsettling sound persisted, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Try reconnecting, he suggested. Long Yang nodded and began to operate the radio again. The strange sounds faded from the headphones, and Chen Taiping listened intently, even holding his breath. Click! The frequency reconnected, and the static in the headphones intensified. Chen Taiping frowned and said, it's all static. Try adjusting it down a bit. This frequency connection might not be stable. All right, I'll give it another go. Just keep listening, Long Yang replied, nodding. After another attempt, Chen Taiping noticed the static had diminished slightly, but the harsh, faint sounds had increased. In the distance, he seemed to hear someone speaking. The voice was soft, but it indeed sounded like speech. Yes, that's it. Fine-tune it a bit more, Chen Taiping urged. Long Yang's movements became more delicate as he adjusted the controls gradually. A man's voice emerged from the headphones, and Chen Taiping felt a surge of joy, wanting to respond. However, upon closer inspection, the microphone on the headphones was already broken, leaving only half of it intact. With no other option, Chen Taiping picked up the nearby key and began to tap blindly. He had once read about Morse code and vaguely remembered some of the codes. The signals echoed. As Chen Taiping maintained the rhythm, he pressed the key. The man's voice from the headphones responded with hello, hello, followed by silence. It seemed he had received the Morse code and was in the process of deciphering it. Suppressing his excitement, Chen Taiping sent the message island, help us in English, then simply awaited a response through the headphones. However, after a long wait, there was no reply from the man. It felt as though the signal had been lost. Long Yang, did you change the frequency? Chen Taiping asked. Long Yang shook his head, raising both hands. My hands were not on the radio. How could I change the frequency? Then why did the sound suddenly stop? Chen Taiping pondered, continuing to tap out Morse code and resend the previous message. Yet, still there was no response. Let me try. I want to listen. Long Yang seized the headphones and placed them against his ears. Observing him squinting to listen intently, Chen Taiping held his breath, fearing that any loud noise might obscure something crucial. Time ticked away, and as Chen Taiping furrowed his brow at Long Yang's lack of response, he was about to speak when he suddenly noticed Long Yang's expression shift dramatically. Without warning, he ripped off the headphones, as if they were about to bite him, and violently smashed them onto the ground. Long Yang, what are you doing? Chen Taiping's heart raced as he hurried to pick up the headphones. However, before he could touch them, he heard Long Yang's panicked voice. Chen Taiping, don't touch the headphones. What is wrong with the headphones? Chen Taiping asked, perplexed. Yet, upon witnessing the fear etched on Long Yang's face, he resolved to wear them and discern what was amiss. However, before he could even grasp the headphones, an unfamiliar voice suddenly emerged from within. Chen Taiping, 26 years old. What is happening? Hearing this, Chen Taiping froze in disbelief. Has someone uncovered his information? Yet, before he could ponder further, the voice continued, formerly served as the second mate on the Dongui Ocean freighter. Chen Taiping's eyes widened. How could this individual possess such knowledge? This was information that was nearly impossible to uncover. The tragedy aboard the Dongui Ocean had claimed many lives, and the cause of the ship's sinking remained shrouded in secrecy, classified as a confidential incident. Of course, that was how the authorities had framed it to Chen Taiping, but he knew the truth. It was merely an attempt to conceal his whereabouts and prevent him from revealing the bizarre occurrences. In the year following his rescue, Chen Taiping frequently spotted men in black suits lurking around his home, which had begun to encroach upon his daily life. Yet, now this seemingly impossible secret was revealed by this enigmatic man. After the initial shock, Chen Taiping squinted and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" The man did not respond, merely chuckling eerily. "Wait," Chen Taiping had only instinctively asked. Upon reflection, he realized there was no microphone on the headphones, and thus his voice could not have transmitted. With this realization, the laughter he heard became increasingly sinister, sending chills down his spine. He felt as though something was invading his mind, a sensation that surged through him, amplifying his terror. He could not determine how long the laughter persisted until it abruptly ceased, followed by a final distorted voice from the headphones. "Welcome to the island. Welcome to the island." Bang! In that instant, Chen Taiping comprehended that they were not connected to an external source, but rather an unknown entity. This final statement clearly indicated that the man was aware they were on the island, and he seemed to be present there as well. "Chen Taiping, where are we? Who is the person in the headphones?" Long Yang clutched his head, questioning. Witnessing Long Yang's state, it was likely he had also heard something only he understood. As time passed, Longyang gradually calmed down, and Chen Taiping's own anxiety began to subside. Upon lifting his gaze, he heard Longyang ask, "Chen Taiping, where exactly are we?" I felt like that person in the headphones was not human. In response, Chen Taiping found himself a loss for words. His mind was equally muddled. Reflecting carefully, the man's speech was ethereal. Rather than conversing through the headphones, it felt as if he were speaking beside him. The more he considered this, the stronger the sensation became. Chen Taiping gazed at the island, inhaling deeply. "I do not know, but the radio is no longer functional, and we must leave here soon." As he spoke, Chen Taiping reached out to grasp Longyang's hand. Perhaps due to the prior fright, he felt a surge of psychological resilience. Observing Longyang's anxious demeanor, Chen Taiping gently patted his shoulder. "What we witnessed may not reflect the truth. Furthermore, Longyang, we never truly relied on the radio. We have merely lost something that never existed." But the person in the headphones, Longyang hesitated, seemingly holding back something he wished to say. Noticing this, Chen Taiping nodded, stating, "I understand. We do not yet know who he is, but we can be certain he is human, not a ghost. If we consider it this way, at least we still possess the strength to resist him. Regardless of whether he brought us to this isolated island or if it is due to other reasons, we must move forward. To remain stagnant is to invite death." Longyang shuddered, his previously scattered gaze beginning to coalesce, and he stood silently. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Taiping declared, "Let us return for now." "What about the radio?" Longyang inquired. After a brief consideration, Chen Taiping shook his head. "Let it remain here. Even if we were to destroy it, it would require considerable effort, which is unnecessary." "That is true." Rising to his feet, Chen Taiping walked silently toward the camp. The bizarre sound still seemed to linger in his ears, and he simply wished to sleep and forget everything, the strange man and the eerie island. Accepting his fate, he realized that since the opportunity to escape the island was slim, he needed to uncover its true nature. Who was the man who knew about him and Longyang? If he were truly watching them, he might derive pleasure from witnessing their suffering. Thus, it seemed more prudent to contemplate survival. However, just as Chen Taiping reached the camp entrance, he suddenly heard faint footsteps within, as if someone were deliberately trying to muffle their sound. A thought struck him. He quickly pulled Longyang back from entering and whispered, "There are people inside. It seems to be a traitor." "A traitor?" Longyang's face reflected shock. Chen Taiping nodded. "I'm not entirely certain, but let us crawl in. I fear I may be mistaken." As he spoke, Chen Taiping glanced at the moon. Recently, the clouds had dispersed, and everyone seemed to regain their spirits. After all, it had been a long time since they had seen moonlight. Who wouldn't want to gaze at it a little longer? Even Chen Taiping occasionally looked up at the sky. He was tired of the foggy heavens. With this thought, Chen Taiping crouched down, concealing himself among the grass, and gradually approached the camp entrance, peering through the foliage. A shadow appeared before him. Indeed, there were people present. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Taiping began to crawl further into the camp. The camp's interior was overgrown with weeds, not a vast expanse of clear land. Upon entering, Chen Taiping's vision became significantly clearer. He sought to discern the actions of an individual ahead. However, as he stepped inside, he suddenly noticed the figure halt, seemingly listening intently to something. Alarmed, Chen Taiping swiftly restrained his movements and waved discreetly to Longyang behind him. In that moment of stillness, even the rustling of a single leaf could be distinctly heard. After a prolonged standoff, Chen Taiping observed the figure gradually crouch down, pick up a stone from the ground, and toss it to his right. The small stone struck the underbrush with a clatter. Chen Taiping's heart skipped a beat. The stone landed less than a meter away from him. Once the stone settled, the shadow appeared to relax, stealthily moving toward a particular direction. Releasing a slight breath, Chen Taiping focused his gaze on the spot, recognizing it as the location where Lao Ba and Zhao Feng had stored their food, adjacent to their tents. The provisions previously brought were contained within a single bag, placed behind Lao Ba and Zhao Feng's tents. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Taiping felt a pang of disappointment. He had not anticipated that someone would attempt to pilfer their supplies. "What should we do? Should we apprehend him?" Longyang's voice suddenly whispered, barely audible, but enough for Chen Taiping to discern. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Taiping grappled with the decision of whether to seize the individual. He remained uncertain about the man's possible connections to Ma Lao Gui. Just then, as Chen Taiping pondered, the figure, clutching a bundle of stolen food, began to approach him. As the figure drew nearer, Chen Taiping had almost resolved to rise and capture the shadow. However, just as he was about to act, another shadow sprang forth from behind the first. In the dim moonlight, Chen Taiping finally discerned the identities of the two individuals, Guo Xian and Xiong Kong. His eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that the two seemingly most innocent individuals would turn out to be traitors. Why? Just as confusion crossed his mind, he heard Xiong Kang's voice, low yet clear enough to reach his ears. "Guo Xian, are you truly going to do this?" Xiong Kong inquired, I believe it is entirely unnecessary. Our prior actions have undoubtedly been discovered. Do you not sense the suspicion in Lao Ba and Zhao Feng's gazes? So what if they are suspicious? Lao Ba is always muttering to himself, wandering into the woods at the slightest whim. Guo Xian retorted, irritation evident in his tone. And Zhao Feng acts like he is the leader every single day. It's infuriating to behold. So you intend to betray them? Xiong Kong asked, perplexed. Guo Xian nodded impatiently. Xiong Kong, I brought you along because you're my childhood friend. Don't blame me for not warning you. While Chen Taiping possesses extensive survival knowledge, his last ordeal was merely an unfortunate accident. Do you truly believe our current plight compares to his past? It is not. Guo Xian's voice grew fervent. Look at the monstrous challenges we have faced this time. If we were to recount them all, it could be the plot of a film. Who knows where we have ended up? I refuse to toil in this strange place. I merely wish to await rescue, wanting nothing more. As he spoke, Guo Xian twisted his body, shaking off Xiong Kang's grasp. I will say this one last time. Chen Taiping and the others have been fortunate to find such abundant food. If we only steal a small portion, it will suffice for us until help arrives. If you insist on sticking with them, I won't hesitate to leave you behind. I just want to survive. With that, Guo Xian turned away, disregarding Xiong Kang's incredulous expression. Unbeknownst to him, as he pivoted, two shadows rose from the grass. Bang! The sound of multiple sharp cracks resonated, followed by Guo Xian's anguished scream as he seemingly collided with something and fell to the ground. Xiong Kang's expression shifted as he caught sight of the two figures illuminated by the moonlight. Guo Xian, can you provide me with an explanation? Chen Taiping asked, his voice low. He had overheard everything, but he could not suppress his inquiry. Chen Taiping struggled to comprehend what had driven Guo Xian to such actions. Was it fear? Yet he saw no trace of fear on Guo Xian's face, nor any hint of trepidation. Perhaps there were deeper motives at play, or perhaps Guo Xian simply wished to avoid laboring in this place. A fleeting thought crossed Chen Taiping's mind as he noticed a flicker of panic on Guo Xian's face, which quickly transformed into silence. Why have you ceased speaking? Chen Taiping pressed. I only require an explanation. If I have wronged you in any way, at the very least, let me understand. Chen Taiping, why are you wasting so much time with him? Long Yang interjected. We have caught him red-handed. What more is there to discuss? Frowning slightly, Chen Taiping observed Long Yang's impatience and gently shook his head. Long Yang, do not rush. He then turned to Guo Xian and Xiong Kong, stating, you both should come with me if you wish to keep this from the others in the camp. As he spoke, Chen Taiping intended to lead the two outside to resolve the matter. He wished to avoid disturbing the rest of the camp due to Guo Xian and Xiong Kang's predicament, as well as to prevent the heavy atmosphere from affecting the sick. However, to Chen Taiping's surprise, Guo Xian not only refrained from following him, but also slowly rose. A cold smile spreading across his face. Was so amusing? Chen Taiping inquired. Guo Xian covered his eyes, as if recalling something humorous, his shoulders trembling. Before Chen Taiping could ask further, Guo Xian remarked, Chen Taiping, how long do you intend to play the role of the good person? Play the good person? Confusion flickered in Chen Taiping's eyes as he asked, what makes you think I am acting? When have I ever been a good person? He himself did not perceive himself as virtuous. Uniting everyone was simply a means of survival. To be clear, Chen Taiping had articulated his intentions from the outset. To ensure their survival, he hoped for cooperation and mutual assistance among the group. It sounded commendable, yet the underlying implication was a plea for diligence, discouraging laziness. Now, however, Guo Xian had labeled him a good person, leaving Chen Taiping at a loss for words. What is wrong? Am I mistaken? Guo Xian, with a beaming smile, inquired, look at the injuries on your body. It's evident that you are in such a state. I fail to comprehend why you insist on being so stubborn. If you had remained in the camp, like Xiong Kong, perhaps I could have had a few more conversations with you, and we could have become friends. Huh? Become friends with someone like you, a scoundrel? That's laughable. Long Yang scoffed. What did you say? Guo Xian yelled in anger. The fiercer she became, the more Long Yang laughed. Oh, are you saying I can't say anything? Look at your thin skin. You steal from others, and yet you don't allow them to speak? You act like a harlot, and still want to maintain a facade? I must admit, Guo Xian, I have a certain admiration for people like you. Long Yang added with a grin. People like you who are so contemptible. Long Yang. Chen Taiping shouted, attempting to silence him. However, just as he called out Long Yang's name, he heard Guo Xian scream, Long Yang, you bastard! I will kill you! Come on, you filthy harlot! With a furious roar, Long Yang made a move as if to charge forward, but his hands were firmly grasped by Chen Taiping, who held on tightly. Long Yang, calm down. Similarly, Guo Xian was restrained by Xiong Kong. Yet, Xiong Kang's strength was inherently limited, and his fear of pain caused him to loosen his grip when the pain struck. Guo Xian's hand was completely released. Guo Xin, Xiong Kong shouted. But Guo Xian disregarded him, raising her fist and aiming a blow at Long Yang's face. You bastard, shut your mouth. Guo Xian bellowed. However, her punch did not land on Long Yang's face. Instead, it struck Chen Taiping's shoulder. With a dull thud, Chen Taiping staggered back a couple steps. The pain in his shoulder caused his expression to shift slightly. To be honest, that punch was quite heavy. Guo Xian, witnessing Chen Taiping being hit by her, was momentarily taken aback, her fist halting mid-air. Bastard, who the hell are you hitting? Long Yang roared, delivering a powerful punch directly to Guo Xian's face. The force behind this blow was tremendous, and before Chen Taiping could intervene, he saw Guo Xian tumble to the ground, rolling away. The loud commotion had already roused everyone. At this moment, Zhao Feng, Lao Ba, Ren Yuanyuan, and Luo Yi gradually emerged from their tents. Ping, what's going on? What happened? Ren Yuanyuan asked. Chen Taiping was about to say it was nothing, but he immediately noticed Guo Xian charging towards Ren Yuanyuan. Seeing the fierce look on her face, he quickly understood the situation and shouted, Ren Yuanyuan, be careful. However, just as he finished speaking, he heard a sharp crack, and only then did he realize what had happened. Guo Xian, who was supposed to grab Ren Yuanyuan, was instead caught in a hold by Ren Yuanyuan. Her arm twisted behind her back, rendering her completely immobile. Chapter: The Roots of Collapse. At this moment, Chen Taiping recalled a crucial detail. It seemed that Ren Yuanyuan had participated in an outdoor survival training event, and such rigorous training would undoubtedly have taught her some self-defense techniques. Faced with the formidable Ren Yuanyuan, Guo Xian, taken by surprise, was easily subdued. Ping, what is up with this person? Ren Yuanyuan asked, her brows furrowed. The others, observing Guo Xian's distorted expression and the scattered cans of meat at Chen Taiping's feet, seemed to grasp the situation. Xiao Chun, is Guo Xian the traitor? Zhao Feng slowly approached, his gaze scrutinizing Xiong Kong. Chen Taiping patted his shoulder, saying, Don't worry, Xiong Kong isn't in cahoots with her. Long Yang and I both heard. The only culprit is Guo Xian. Is she truly a traitor? No way, right? Isn't it better to follow Chen Taiping and the others? Why betray? Whispers of disbelief filled the air, reaching Guo Xian's ears. She gritted her teeth, enduring the pain in her arm as she shouted, Chen Taiping, if you have the guts, kill me. Silence. Ren Yuanyuan barked, and with a flick of her wrist, Guo Xian let out a loud scream. Chen Taiping scratched the back of his head, realizing that this matter could not be concealed any longer. Lao Zhao, Chen Taiping turned to Zhao Feng. Gather those who can move, then light the bonfire. We need to hold a meeting. Understood. Zhao Feng nodded, promptly beginning to assemble the group. Some of the individuals who had recovered enough and were able to move joined as well. After all, the emergence of a traitor within the camp was a matter of grave importance. Once all the able-bodied individuals were gathered, Chen Taiping looked at Ren Yuanyuan, who was leading Guo Xian, and said, Release her. Ping, are you really going to let her go? Ren Yuanyuan asked, her expression uncertain. Chen Taiping nodded slightly. It's fine, let her go. I believe she has calmed down considerably by now, and, considering her strength, she poses no significant threat to us. Although Guo Xian's punch had struck him and caused him to stagger back, it was due to his hasty movement to shield Long Yang, and he had not regained his balance when he was hit. Furthermore, with Zhao Feng, Lao Ba, and Long Yang standing there, even if she did intend to act out, they would swiftly restrain Guo Xian. All right, Ren Yuanyuan, clearly considering this, released her hold after glancing at the three men. Guo Xian stumbled and fell to the ground. As the bonfire illuminated her face, Chen Taiping calmly inquired, Guo Xian, if you have anything to say, now is the time. If someone has bullied you, or if something has caused you discontent, speak up. Xiao Chun, isn't this too lenient towards her? Lao Ba frowned. Chen Taiping shook his head, signaling him to hold his tongue, then focused his gaze on Guo Xian. Guo Xian gritted her teeth, her brows knitted tightly, her eyes sweeping over everyone before finally landing on Chen Taiping. Chen Taiping, aren't you tired of pretending to be a good person for so long? Now that everyone is here, isn't it time for your performance? Upon hearing this, Chen Taiping shook his head and replied, I am not pretending to be a good person, nor have I ever been one. Guo Xian, your words have always been baseless. If you aren't pretending to be good, then what are you doing? Guo Xian's tone darkened as she realized no one was striking at her. Look at the things you've done. Clearly, you are the one who desperately wants to survive, yet you plunge into the forest seeking trouble. Why do you say you aren't pretending to be good? I just opened my mouth. Chen Taiping began to respond, but Guo Xian cut him off with a growl. Don't think I don't know. What about Cheng Feng, whom you took away last time? Did you see him come back? When did you ever explain it to everyone? Chen Taiping, you're the most dangerous one. Guo Xian screamed hysterically. Was it really about this matter? Although Chen Taiping had long been mentally prepared, hearing Guo Xian's words now left him at a loss for how to explain. Because, from a certain perspective, it was indeed his actions that led to Cheng Feng's demise. Just as Chen Taiping struggled to find words, a man interjected, Guo Xian, what the hell are you going on about? You say brother, Chun hasn't he explained anything to everyone? On what grounds do you say that? Gua Xin turned to the man, shouting, do you know? What do you know? Oh, how could I not know? The man pointed at several others nearby and said, we all know. That day, brother, Chin told us in person. Gua Xian's expression shifted, disbelief washing over her as she glanced at the others. Yet, the others nodded in agreement, affirming the man's words. S assertion is indeed accurate. We are all aware of this. Sunan nodded and remarked, I can attest to this matter. Chun Taiping explicitly conveyed it to us that day. Guo Xin, what further justification do you have? Du Hong also nodded, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Gua Xin. It was not only Gua Xin who was taken aback. Even Chun Taiping himself was momentarily stunned, having forgotten that he had shared this with the group. Upon reflection, he recalled that on that day, had mentioned that they had resigned themselves to their fate. With this thought, Chun Taiping quickly extended his hand towards the others and said, I'm grateful for your testimony on my behalf, but now I wish to understand the true reason behind Gua Xian's theft of such a significant quantity of food. Even if he were to accompany us, there would be no cause for concern. Moreover, Chun Taiping shifted his gaze to the bowed figure of Xiong Kong and stated, Xiong Kong is injured, and I did not require you to perform strenuous tasks. I only entrusted you with his care. Your reasons for reluctance to work seem merely an excuse. There must be something you have yet to disclose. Huh. Chun Taiping, what excuse could I possibly have? Gua Xian's initial astonishment gradually faded, replaced by impatience. Now that you inquire about this, do you not intend to expel me in the end? At this juncture, regardless of your actions, everyone will support you. Will they not? Why squander so many words? Observing the impatience and sarcasm on Gua Xian's face, Chun Taiping felt increasingly perplexed. Yet he was now certain that, in this moment, Gua Xian would not believe anything he said. Furthermore, the current situation was precisely what Chun Taiping wished to avoid. When there are too many individuals present, regardless of their silence, a tremendous sense of pressure engulfs the atmosphere. If this pressure is not managed properly, it could lead Gua Xian's sentiments to become even more extreme, and he would be unable to articulate his true thoughts. With a fleeting thought, Chun Taiping shook his head and instructed Long Yang, please escort Gua Xian to the tent for some rest. Let him cool off for a couple of days. Do you deem this necessary? Long Yang inquired, Frowening. Isn't this a case of excessive compassion on your part? Zhao Feng and Lao Ba nodded gravely in agreement. From the outset, they had felt that Chun Taiping's handling of certain matters had been excessively benevolent. Nevertheless, Chun Taiping resolutely shook his head and replied, please take her away. I will explain everything to you shortly. Fine, this is your decision, Long Yang acquiesced, approaching Gua Xian. When Gua Xian attempted to resist, Long Yang swiftly rendered him unconscious with a precise strike, causing the onlookers to instinctively recoil. Did Long Yang strike so fiercely? After Long Yang returned, Chun Taiping noted the confusion in his eyes. Although he felt helpless, he said, Long Yang, do you recall the illusion I mentioned to you? Yes, what of it? Long Yang responded, Buzlet. With a wry smile, Chun Taiping stated, while I am not a psychologist, I understand that expelling Gua Xian at this juncture would only exacerbate the group's morale. Given our current environment, even a minor emotional disturbance could be magnified exponentially. I believe you grasp this concept. As he spoke, Chun Taiping squinted at Long Yang, making a gesture as if sending a telegram. Long Yang's face swiftly transformed, becoming increasingly grim as he evidently recalled the voice from the vintage radio headset. Chun Taiping continued, I'm not driven by excessive compassion. I merely seek to uncover the root cause of Gua Xian's actions. If we do not eradicate this root cause, how many more individuals like Gua Xian do you anticipate will emerge? Long Yang opened his mouth, but found himself unable to retort. Subsequently, Chun Taiping narrowed his eyes, his expression grave. Even if no one rebels or steals food, if emotions reach a certain critical point, do you not think more serious incidents could occur? Little Chun, is it wise to speak of this in front of them? Zhao Feng whispered, somewhat apprehensive.